Jaiva Dharma Chapter 1 The living entity's Itmal religion and his transitional religions duties. Jambudvipa is the worthiest planet in the solar system. Bharat Versa, India, is the coolest land on earth. Gautamandala or Bengal is spiritually the most eminent province in India, and Navadvipadhama is the crest jewel of Bengal. In one corner of Navadvipa, on the banks of Bhagirati Ganga eternally shining in a spiritual splendor, prospers the region of Gadrama. The woody bowers of Gadrama had in the past provided places of spiritual retreats to many elevated and saintly souls. Pradayamnakunya, a simple meditation cottage, was located in the arbor where Sri Surabhai in the Hori passed and meditated and worshipped Lord Gaurangasundara within her heart. Lord Gaurangasundara. The present occupant of this cottages are I Premadas Paramhimsa Babaji Mahasaya is a Sikh disciple, a disciple who has received spiritual instructions of Sri Pradayamna Brahmachari, who is an eternal associate of the Supreme Lord, Bhagavata Parsada. Paramhimsa Babaji passes his days in the ecstasy of chanting the holy name continuously. Babaji Maharaja is an erudite scholar having mastered all the branches of philosophy and the different scriptures. He chose Gadrama as his place of mediation with the knowledge that it is, according to spiritual conclusions, an exact replica of Nandagrama, of Braja. His daily routine comprised of chanting a minimum of 200,000 names of God, humbly offering innumerable prostrated obeisances to all the Vaisnavas. He went and begging for his food, a little from each house of the cowherd men, till he had sufficient for the day. The extra time he had after these daily chores he chose never to waste in village prattles. He read aloud Prema Vivarta written by Srila Jagadananda Pandita, an eternal associate of Lord Chaitanya, his eyes brimming with tears of exultation. Daily on these occasions the saintly devotees from the neighboring cottages eagerly gathered around Premadasa Babaji to hear him read. And why not? Firstly, Prema Vivarta, a text saturated with spiritual mellows or rasa, and besides, Babaji Maharaja's mellifluous voice was so rousing it doused the flames of material misery in the hearts of the congregated devotees. One afternoon, after completing his prescribed number of rounds of chanting the holy name, Babaji Maharaja sat in a small clearing in the wood in the bower called Sri Madhavi Maladi and began to recite from Prema Vivarta. Soon he felt spiritual emotions stir within his heart. Just then a sannyasi, or a person of the renounced order, approached him and fell flat before him in utter humility and remained supine for a considerable length of time. At first Babaji Maharaja was not aware of his presence since he was already deep in meditation, but right after he came out of his meditation he noticed that a sannyasi lay before him offering him obeisances. Babaji Maharaja was overcome with modesty. He considered himself lower than the grass and so fell on his hands and knees in front of the sannyasi. He cried out, "O my Lord Chaitanya! O Nityananda! Kindly be merciful to this fallen wretch." Babaji Maharaja turned to the sannyasi and addressed him, "Sir, am very low and without means, why do you embarrass me so?" The sannyasi stood up and touched Babaji's feet into awed respect and sat down. Babaji Maharaja was quick to offer him a straw mat to sit on and himself sat down in a corner. He began to speak in a faltering voice, chocked with devotional sentiments. "Dear sir, how may this fallen soul be of service to you?" The sannyasi put down his commanda, a water pot impersonalist sannyas carry, and addressed Babaji Maharaja with folded hands. "Respected master, 1 am very unfortunate. I have thoroughly studied the 6 branches of philosophy, Sankhya, Patanjala, Vaisika, Nyaya, Uttara and Purvahimanisa, Vedas, Vedanta, the Upanishads, while residing in holy places of pilgrimages like Varanasi. Have spent a good number of years in serious debates on the different conclusions of the scriptures. For the last 12 years accepted initiation into the sannyasi order from Srila Bhaktivinoda Saraswati. After my initiation I traveled widely to all the places of pilgrimage, always associating with other sannyas who are in the line of Sri Sankaracharya. I have graduated the first 3 levels of the renounced order, namely Kudakaka, Bahudaka, Hamsa, attained the final stage of sannyasi, the Paramhansa level, for some time. In Varanasi accepted the vow of silence and deeply contemplated on the teachings of Sri Sankaracharya, who compressed the essence of his philosophy in the statements of the Vedas, calling them Mahavakya or great sayings. These were Aham Brahmasmi, Prajananam Brahma, Tat Tivamasi etc. One day a Vaisnava saint passed me by loudly singing the glorious pastimes of Lord Hari. Opened my eyes and saw tears cascading down his cheeks soaking him and his body erupted with goose flesh. In a rapt voice he loudly sang Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. And danced with full-tearing steps, and sometimes he tripped and fell to the ground. The sight of him and his song stirred up such unknown emotions within me that I find it impossible to describe this experience to you. Although certain deep feelings were touched within me, but in order to maintain my position of respect as a Paramhansa could not meet him. Oh, what shame! Fie on my position of respect! Shame on my luck! Yet a strange thing happened. One don't know the reason, but from that moment my mind became attracted to Lord Chaitanya's lotus feet. Later I anxiously searched for that Vaisnava saint, but without success. I clearly perceived that by seeing this Vaisnava saint and hearing God's name chanted by him, the pure joy experienced, have never ever felt before. Would have never believed that such intense bliss is available to the human beings. Pondered on this subject for a few days and finally concluded that the best thing for me is to take shelter at the feet of a Vaisnava. I left Varanasi and went to Vrindavanadama. I saw many Vaisnavas there. They were repeating the names of Sri Rupa, Sri Sanatana, Sri Jiva Goswami with feelings of separation and sorrow. They were absorbed in meditation on the pastimes of Sri Radha and Krishna. Then they mentioned the name of Navadvipadhama and immediately went into ecstasy and began rolling in the dust. My desire to see Navadvipa increased in great measures. I first circumambulated the 168 square mile area of Brajadama and arrived in Mayapura a few days ago. In Mayapura I heard your praises and so I have come to find shelter at your feet. Kindly bestow your mercy on me and accept me as your servant, this will make my life worthy and complete. Babaji Maharaja took a straw between his teeth, thus exhibiting great humility, and with a choking voice he said, "My dear sir of the renounced order, I am a useless soul. I have spoiled my life trying only to fill my belly, get enough sleep and talk of trivialities. Have taken shelter of this land where Lord Krishna Chaitanya has performed his many pastimes, and how so me passing my days. Unfortunately, do not understand by percipience the nature of spiritual love of Godhead, Krishna. You are truly fortunate, because you were benedicted by seeing a real Vaisnava. This granted you, even though it was for a moment only, the divine relish of Krishna Prema. Indeed you are a recipient of Sri Krishna Chaitanya's mercy. I will remain ever grateful if in your moment of ecstasy of love of Godhead you can remember a fallen wretch like me with fondness." Babaji Maharaja went over to the sannyasi and warmly embraced him and showered him with tears of joy streaming down his eyes. The sannyasi Thakura experienced ineffable exultation from a Vaisnava's touch. He began to cry and dance. While dancing he sang a chorus K, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Sri Prabhu Nityananda, J, Premadasa Guru, J Bhajan Ananda. All glories to Lord Krishna Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda Prabhu, my spiritual master Premadasa Babaji, and the bliss of chanting the holy name. After a long time of singing and dancing, Sannyasi Thakura composed himself and sat down. Sannyasi Thakura and Babaji Maharaja started exchanging views. Babaji Maharaja spoke with humility. O great sage! Please spend a few days here in Pradayamna Kunya and purify me by your association. Sannyasi Thakura replied, "T surrender my life and body to you. Why a few days? I pray that I may spend the rest of life here in serving you." Sannyasi Thakura is well versed in all the scriptures. He knows only too well that one must stay in the Guru's ashram, Gurukula, and receive spiritual instruction. Hence he stayed on Pradayamna Kunja. One day Babaji Maharaja addressed him, "O great one! Sri Pradayamna Brahmachari, my spiritual master, has shown great compassion towards me and granted me sanctuary at his feet. Presently he resides in a remote section of Navadvipa in the village of Sri Devapalli. He is intensely absorbed in worshipping Lord Nrsimhadeva. Let us visit him today after we have completed Madhukari, or making our rounds collecting food from door to door." That afternoon they crossed the Ganga and arrived in Sri Devapalli. As they came down the Suryatila mound they saw Sri Pradyumna Brahmachari inside the Sri Nrsimhadev temple. Still at a distance, Babaji Maharaja prostrated himself on the ground offering obeisances to his guru. Sri Brahmachari Thakura, moved by tender affection, came out of the temple to greet him and lifted him up with both hands, and lovingly clasped him to himself. He inquired about Babaji Maharaja's well-being. They sat down and discussed spiritual topics at length. He turned to Sannyasi Thakura and gave a full introduction about him to Brahmachari Thakura. Brahmachari Thakura addressed him affectionately, "My dear son, you have found the proper spiritual master. Now try to study sincerely Prema Virarta from the able Premadasa Babaji. Kaiba Vipra, Kaiba Nyasi, Sudra Kina Nyaya Krishna Tattva Veda Sei Guru Haya." CC Madhya 8/127. Following his guru's example, Sannyasi Thakura offered Sri Brahmachari Thakura, who was thus his grand spiritual master, or Paramaguru, prostrated obeisances and humbly replied, "Dear Master, you are an eternal associate, Parsada, of Lord Chaitanya. Your compassionate glance can purify many thousands of sannyasi like me, so I beg for your kindness." Sannyasi Thakura had never formally learnt the ways of Vaisnava etiquette before. He keenly observed the dealings between his guru and his Paramaguru, and realizing that this was the standard behavior began to unreservedly emulate it. Babaji Maharaja and Sannyasi Thakura stayed for the evening worship, or Sandhi Yadarati, and returned to Gadrama. Days passed quickly. Sannyasi Thakura felt an urge to ask Babaji Maharaja certain philosophical questions. Except for the Vaisnava attire, Sannyasi Thakura had all the other distinguishing features of a devotee. He had already developed qualities like Sama, equanimity, Dhamma, sense control, Brahmanistha, unwavering commitment to the absolute truth Jesi. From Brahmanistha begins to sprout the attachment for the Supreme Personality's divine pastimes. Concurrent to this quality developed gradually the feelings of humility and meekness. One day at sunrise, Babaji Maharaja, having completed his morning ablutions, sat in the calm of Madhavi Mandapa Grove and began to chant the holy name on the Tulasi Mala, rosary made of Tulasi. He was deeply meditating on the dawn pastimes of the divine couple, a time when their amorous exchanges in the love groves of Vrindavan are about to end. Incessant tears streamed down his cheeks. He became transfixed in his specific devotional humor that was immanent of his original spiritual identity. In his meditation he executed his designated devotional duties scheduled for the dawn pastimes of the divine couple in their transcendental abode. Awareness of his body and the surrounding phenomenal world began to fade away. Sannyasi Thakura, at first watching from a polite distance, came nearer to Babaji Maharaja and began closely observing with awestruck wonder the ecstatic symptoms manifest on Babaji's person. Still in deep meditation, Babaji Maharaja called out, "Oh, Sakya! Quickly quieten that hag monkey Kakak, she will disturb my dear Srimati Radharani and Sri Govinda's blissful sleep. If they wake up, Lalita Sakya will be very upset and she will surely chastise me. Look over there. Anangamanjari is making signs to that effect. You are Ramana Manjari, and you have been given this duty, you should execute it conscientiously." Babaji Maharaja spoke these words and fell down in an ecstatic swoon. Sannyasi Thakura realized that the words were addressed to him. From that moment he understood what was his original spiritual identity, Siddhataha, and his specific devotional service. He prepared himself for his new devotional assignments. Dawn was spreading across the eastern horizon. The sun peeped out bathed in morning glory. Birds chirped their greetings and a light breeze carried their songs far. The sunlight draped the beautiful bower of Madhavi Mandapa in its flaming glow. Nature blushed with pristine pulchritude. Babaji Maharaja, sitting on a straw mat, was slowly coming back to the present from his meditation. He began to quietly chant on his mala. Taking this opportune moment, Sannyasi Thakura prostrated before him and offered obeisances. With hands folded in humble submission, Sannyasi Thakura sat up and addressed Babaji Maharaja, "Dear Master, your poor servitor would like to ask a question." Kindly embalm his raging mind with the answer. Let your words infuse the divine Hanu of Braja within my heart, terribly seared by flames of monism and impersonal Brahman. Babaji Maharaja, you are a fit candidate. Will try my best to answer any question you have. Sannyasi Thakura, dear master. I have always heard words in praise of religion wherever I went and everywhere. I asked people what is religion. The sad truth is that all the answers varied, were different and conflicted with into the rest. Therefore would like to know from you, what is man's religious duty? Why do the different religious teachers preach their version as being the true religion? If there is one religion, then why are the numerous religious stalwarts not following that single spiritual path? Babaji Maharaja quietly worshipped Lord Chaitanya's lotus feet in his mind and began his dissertation. O fortunate one! Listen attentively, will explain to you what is true religion. The inherent and permanent nature, or characteristic of any substance is its eternal religion, or dharma. The characteristics of a substance is designed according to its structure, or makeup. By the mercy of Lord Krishna, when a substance is brought into existence, a permanent characteristic always accompanies it. That nature, or characteristic is the substance's eternal religion, or dharma. Due to certain circumstances or due to contact with another substance, the original substance's character becomes transformed, or changed. With time, when this transformed characteristic becomes firm, it assumes the position of a permanent companion to the associate substance, much like its own eternal and immanent nature. But this new characteristic is not its inherent nature. It is defined as nisarga, or a condition which seems natural. Nisarga usurps the position of the inherent nature and arrogates as being eternal. Let us take the substance water as example. Liquidity is its inherent nature. When water freezes to ice, solidity becomes its assumed nature, or nisarga. Nisarga is a temporary condition. Because it is brought about by a catalyst or agent, and when the agent is removed it also disappears. But inherent nature is eternal. Even when the substance goes through changes, it remains inseparably together, often latent within the changed substance, and in time and by the force of circumstances is able to reassert itself. The substance's inherent nature is its eternal religion, or nitya-dharma. The substance's nisarga, or assumed nature, is its temporary functioning. One who knows what is vastu, or the absolute reality, is able to discriminate between eternal spiritual activity and impermanent religious performances. Without this knowledge, a person will confuse the eternal with the temporary. Sannyasi Thakura, what is the meaning of vastu and what is the definition of svabhava? Babaji Maharaja, the Sanskrit word vastu is a derivative of the root word vas, conjugated with the suffix tu. This means anything that exists or can be perceived is called vastu. Vastu is of two kinds, vastava vastu and avastavastu. Vastava vastu is transcendental truth, or real substance. Avastava vastu is a material object possessing inert qualities. Vastava vastu's existence is a reality. Avastava vastu's existence is a matter of perception. This perception is at times accurate and at other times a hallucination. The statement of Srimad Bhagavatam 1:1:2 Vedayam Vastavamatra Vastu Sivadam asseverates that Vastava Vastu decisively denotes spiritual, or transcendental truth. The Supreme Personality of Godhead alone is that Vastava Vastu. Jiva is a fractional part of that Vastu, and Maya is his energy. Therefore Vastu means the Supreme Lord, his energy, and Jiva, all three principles together. Proper comprehension of their relationship with each other is true knowledge. There are many different conceptions about these three principles, but all of them are mundane. In Vaisika school of thought, arguments on substance and numericals are based entirely on avastava vastu. The specific attributes of vastava vastu forms its intrinsic nature. Jiva is a vastava vastu, his nature therefore is his permanent, inherent characteristic. Sannyasa Thakura Master would like to have a better grasp on this subject. Babaji Maharaja Srila Krishnadas Kavaraja is a very elevated saint who has received the direct mercy of Lord Nityananda. He once showed me a handwritten manuscript. The book's name was Sri Caitanya Kadamrita, and in it appears Lord Chaitanya's deliberations on this topic. Jaiva Svarapahaya Krishnira Nitya Dasakarsnira Tatastha Sakti Beta Beta Prakasas / Krishna Bulai SEI / Jiva Anadai / Vayur Mukha / Ativa Maya Tir Deasam Saraduka. C.Madhya 20/108,117. It is the living entity's constitutional position to be an eternal servant of Krishna because he is the marginal energy of Krishna and a manifestation simultaneously one and different from the Lord. Forgetting Krishna, the living entity has been attracted by the external feature from time immemorial. Therefore the illusory energy Maya gives him all kinds of misery in his material existence. Lord Krishna is holy and absolutely spiritual. To describe him, many persons use the analogy where he represents the only sun of the spiritual world. Jiva is merely a particle of his rays and innumerable. To use the comparison of a rock which is a minute part of a gigantic mountain as a parallel to describe Jiva, who is an infinitesimal part and parallel of Lord Krishna, will be inaccurate. Because the countless millions of Jiva who emit out of the Supreme Lord Krishna does not in any way affect or diminish the absolute wholeness of the Lord. Therefore the Vedas have put forward the analogy of the fire to represent the Supreme Lord, and its tiny sparks are the Jivas. The real fact is that no comparison is truly appropriate. Whether Jiva is described as the tiny spark from a conflagration, a minute particle of ray of the sun, or a speck of gold from the mine, none of these comparisons are striking or round all perfect. But if one can overlook the mundane concepts in these analogies, then the actual truth about Jiva will facility crystallize. Lord Krishna is the infinite spiritual substance, while Jiva is his infinitesimal part, also a spiritual substance. Both Lord Krishna and Jiva are qualitatively same being of the same spiritual nature, but in size the Supreme Lord is the complete whole while Jiva is his part only. Therefore disparity between them is a permanent feature of their nature. Supreme Lord Krishna is Jiva's eternal master and Jiva is his eternal servant. This then is their characteric relationship. Lord Krishna is the all-attractive person drawing the Jivas to him. Krishna is the supreme controller and Jiva is eternally controlled by him. Krishna is the seer while Jiva is being seen. Lord Krishna is absolute, Jiva is incomplete and tiny. Krishna is omnipotent and Jiva is impotent. Therefore it is natural for Jiva to be eternally subservient to Krishna, and this is also his intrinsic nature, his dharma. Lord Krishna is the possessor of unlimited energies. In the matter of manifesting the spiritual world, the Lord displays his full-blown internal potency. Similarly, in creating the Jivas he exhibits another of his energies, namely the marginal energy, or Tatastha Sakti. The work of organizing this imperfect material cosmos is carried out by a specific energy of the Lord. This energy is known as Tatastha Sakti, or marginal potency. The method in which Tatastha Sakti acts is that it creates a substance which can interact with both the material and the spiritual natures. By nature, material energy is diametrically opposite to spiritual energy and therefore they are incompatible. Jiva is a spiritual spark, a product of the spiritual nature, yet but the influence of divine energy he is able to relate to this mundane energy. That divine energy is called Tatastha Sakti. Tadarakar, or the margin line, lies between the river water and the bank, hence it is both water and land, being situated where the two meet. Since the divine energy is situated on the margin, it takes on the characteristics of both the land and the water, one receptacle but with two natures. As mentioned earlier, Jiva is of the spiritual nature, but constitutionally he is made in a way that makes him prone to always come under the sway of the material energy. Thus Jiva cannot be likened to the pure spiritual nature which is transcendental to, and beyond the reach of material nature's influence. Yet Jiva, who is spiritual, cannot be categorized as material. Because Jiva is a different concept from both matter and spirit, he is designated as the Jiva Principle. In this respect one must accept the existing eternal disparity between the Supreme Lord and Jiva. The Supreme Lord is the master and controller of Maya, meaning Maya is fully subservient to the will of the Supreme Lord. Jiva is control prone to Maya's influence, at any time he can be forced to submit to Maya's dictates. Therefore the Supreme Lord, Jiva, and Maya, All these three principles are spiritual realities and are eternal. Amongst them the Supreme Lord, who is described in the Vedas as Nitya Nityanam, is declared as the ultimate eternal cause of all three principles. Constitutionally Jiva is Krishna's eternal servant and the emblem of the Lord's marginal potency. From this analysis of facts we can conclude that Jiva is simultaneously one with, and different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Jiva is subservient to Maya, while the Supreme Lord is the controller of Maya. In this respect there exists an eternal difference between Jiva and God. Jiva's original nature is spiritual, just as the Supreme Godhead is intrinsically spiritual. Jiva is one of the Supreme Lord's divine energies. It is for this reason that Jiva and the Supreme Lord are considered non-different. The fact is that Jiva and the Supreme Lord are simultaneously same and different. In such cases the concept of eternal disparity is preponderant. Servitorship to Krishna is Jiva's eternal religion. When Jiva forgets this truth he is enslaved by Maya. From that moment on Jiva turns away from Krishna, he rejects him. From the time Jiva comes into this material world he has already rejected Krishna, and so there are no historical statements recording his fall down. This truth justifies the use of the phrase Anadai Bhayar Mukha, eternally turned away from the spiritual realm. The instant Jiva rejects Krishna and embraces material existence his eternal religion becomes perverted. In contact with Maya he develops a mundane nature, nisarga, which paves the way for namatika dharma or impermanent religious performances. Nitya dharma or eternal religious duties is only one of its kind, it cannot be interrupted and it is flawless. Namatika dharma is described in various ways by people as appearing in many different forms and conditions. Abruptly Paramhamsa Babaji Maharaja fell silent and began to chant on his beads. Sannyasi Thakura was keenly listening throughout the discussion and now having offered his prostrated obeisances to Babaji Maharaja said, Master, today we'll meditate on your esoteric teachings and return tomorrow with whatever queries have and present them at your lotus feet. Chapter 2 Jiva's eternal religion is pure and ever-existing. Next morning Sannyasi Thakura found Babaji Maharaja absorbed in relishing the spiritual humor of Braja Vrindavana, and so he did not approach him with his queries. Later that afternoon, having finished their meal consisting of food collected from beggings Madhukari, they were sitting in the shady bowers of Sri Madhavi Maladi. Babaji Maharaja in his benign manner began to speak. O my good devotee, what conclusion did you arrive at after hearing the deliberations on religion? Sannyasi Thakura was instantly joyful and without further vacillation he inquired, Dear Master, if yes you said that Jiva is infinitesimal in stature, then how can his eternal religious duties be absolute and pure? If Jiva's religion is complementary to his size, then how can that religion be ever extant imperishable? Babaji Maharaja heard these questions quietly. He meditated on Lord Chaitanya's lotus feet and with a gentle smile on his lips he began to speak. Dear sir, even though Jiva is infinitesimal, his religion is absolute, pure, and ever-existent. His tiny stature is merely a characteristic of Jiva. The only infinite entity is the Supreme Brahman or Lord Krishna. The countless Jivas are his minute part and parcel. Just as small sparks crackle out of the big flame, similarly the Jivas have emanated from the absolute indivisible Supreme Lord, Krishna. Each spark possesses the same fiery attributes of the flame. In like manner every Jiva is capable of manifesting the same absolute excellences of the Supreme Brahman. A single spark in contact with an inflammable object can ignite into a raging conflagration which can consume the entire world, giving proof of its awesome potential. Similarly, when Jiva attains the ultimate objective of divine love of Lord Sri Krishna, he can inundate the entire universe with love of Godhead. As long as Jiva is unable to interrelate with the true objective of his original spiritual nature or his true religion, the infinitesimal Jiva appears incapacitated. The truth is that real religion comes to light only by contact with its ultimate source. Try to thoroughly research into the truth about Jiva's eternal religion. Devotion or divine love is Jiva's eternal religion. Jiva is non-material, meaning he is of transcendental substance. He is made up of spiritual consciousness, and loving devotion is his intrinsic attribute. Unalloyed servitorship to Krishna is the purest manifestation of divine love. Therefore the original and eternal religion of Jiva is loving devotional surrender to Lord Krishna. Jiva experiences two different conditions: the state of pure consciousness and the state of material consciousness, or being imprisoned by Maya, In the state of pure consciousness, Sudhavastha, Jiva is wholly spiritual, he is then free from all material attachments and contact. But even in his pure state Jiva remains infinitesimal. It is solely because of his minute stature that it is possible for him to change his station. The infinite and absolute Supreme Person, Krishna, by his very nature, never changes his divine position, or station. Indeed he is infinite, absolutely whole, pure, and forever extant. Unal Jiva by his constitution is infinitesimal, partial, is capable of becoming contaminated and is an inexperienced upstart. Yet Jiva's inherent nature and quality is the same as that of the Supreme, namely infinite, complete, pure and eternal. If Jiva remains uncontaminated he maintains, and perfectly manifests his intrinsic qualities, or original nature. But when he cohabits with the illusory energy, or Maya, his original nature becomes distorted into being contaminated, uprooted, and a pathetic target inviting the wrath of the dualities of material nature. Jiva becomes entangled in material life as soon as he forgets his position as a servant of Krishna. As long as Jiva is undefiled he can take pride in his original identity as an eternal servant of Lord Krishna. When Maya's contact contaminates him, this pride, or self-knowledge contracts and takes on different manifestations, his original identity becomes shrouded by a gross and a subtle body. His subtle body now accepts a separate identity. This new identity then amalgamates with the gross body and transforms into a third identity. The Jiva in his pure state possesses a singular identity, servant of Krishna. But in his subtle body Jiva arrogates as the enjoyer of the results of his actions. At this juncture Jiva's original pure ego as Krishna's servant becomes covered over by his subtle body's false ego. Further, when Jiva acquires his gross body he is illusioned into identifying with his many material conditions a brahmana, a king, rich, poor, sick, healthy, suffering, a wife, a husband, etc. These false identities give an aberrated impression of Jiva's original consciousness. Unalloyed spiritual love of God is the pure Jiva's true and original religion. When perverted, this spiritual love manifests in the subtle body as mundane emotions of happiness and sorrow, love and hate, etc. Again, in the gross body the perversion intensifies and displays itself in the shape of material sense gratification and other activities for self-preservation such as eating, drinking, etc. Jiva's eternal religion finds expression only in his pure state of consciousness. The religion or nature that assert themselves in his contaminated state is a quasi-permanent religion, or namatika dharma. We know that nitya dharma or eternal religion is absolute, pure, and ever-existent. We'll explain namatika dharma another day in detail. The principles of Vaisnava religion mentioned in the scripture, Srimad Bhagavatam, is known as nitya dharma. All the collective religions of the world can be broadly grouped into three categorized nitya dharma, namatika dharma, and anitya dharma, or impermanent religion. A religion that denies the existence of God, refusing to discuss about him and does not accept that the soul is eternal, is called anitya dharma, impermanent religion. The religion which believes in the eternality of both God and the soul but prescribes mundane and transient methods for attaining the grace of God is described as namatika dharma, nitya dharma, or eternal religion. Promulgates the application of pure devotional service on the platform of love of Godhead to achieve the ultimate destination of becoming an eternal servant of Lord Krishna. Nitya dharma is given various appellatives according to different countries, races, languages, yet it is one and super excellent. The best example of nitya dharma is Vaisnavism, which is widely practiced in India. The spiritual teachings propagated by our beloved Lord Sri Chaitanya to the entire world is indeed the purest state of Vaisnavism. Therefore the pure devotees who divine in spiritual relishes, wholeheartedly embrace his instructions. At this juncture Sannyasa Thakura spoke with folded palms. Dear Master, I am able to realize at every moment the incomparable excellence of the pure Vaisnavism preached by Lord Sri Chaitanya. I am also perceiving the inadequacy in the philosophy of monism propounded by Sri Sankaracharya. Yet a question keeps nagging me which cannot keep back from asking you. Lord Sri Chaitanya embodied and exhibited the pinnacle of spiritual love. Is this condition any different from the stage of liberation attained in monism? Paramhamsa Babaji prostrated himself respectfully at the mention of Sri Sankaracharya's name. He said, "My dear sir, always remember this verse, Sankara Sankara Sad. Sri Sankaracharya is Lord Shiva himself. Sri Sankara is the spiritual preceptor of the Vaisnavas, and so Lord Chaitanya acclaimed him as an Acharya. Sri Sankaracharya is an elevated Vaisnava." India, at the time of his appearance, gravely required a Guna Avatara, an empowered incarnation of Godhead embodying one of the three gunas, or material modes, of his stature. India at the time had practically given up the cultivation and studies of the Vedas, the practice of Varna-ashrama dharma, all due to the spread of Buddhism and the philosophy of Voidism. Voidism is another appellative for atheism. Buddhism does ever so slightly acquiesce the principle of the eternal spirit soul, but still the religion remains an impermanent religion, or anitya dharma. Those days the Brahmanas had all but forsaken the Vedic religion and converted to Buddhism. Armed with superhuman powers, Sri Sankaracharya appeared at this historic moment and reinstated the pristine glory of the Vedas and modified Voidism to Brahmanism, or monism. This was a spectacular achievement, and India will remain always indebted to Sri Sankaracharya. Works in the world can be judged by two standards. Some works are specific to a particular time, Tatkalika, and others are for all times, Sarvakalika. Sripad Sankaracharya's achievement belonged to the first category of works, i.e. Tatkalika. A great deal of good resulted from it. Sri Sankara laid a firm foundation on which later Sri Ramanujacharya and Madhvacarya constructed the sprawling edifice of pure Vaisnava philosophy. Therefore Sri Sankaracharya is one of the greatest well-wishers and past torchbearer of the Vaisnava religion. The spiritual guidelines Sri Sankara has given the Vaisnavas act as beacons on their path to progress. Sambandhajanana, knowledge of the eternal relationship between Jiva, Prakriti, and Bhagavan, is absolutely essential for the conditioned Jivas. The Vaisnavas and Sri Sankaracharya unanimously believe that spiritual substance is different and transcendental to both the body and gross bodies of this material nature. Both the parties are of the same opinion regarding the principle of Jiva. They also agree that liberation means to give up one's attachments of the material world up to the stage of mutti, or liberation. The Vaisnavas concur with Sri Sankaracharya on many philosophical points. Sri Sankaracharya also taught that one's consciousness is purified by worshipping the Supreme Lord Hari, after which mutti, or liberation, is attained. Where Sri Sankara remains silent is refusing to comment on the wonderful spiritual realizations of the Jiva after he acquires mutti. Sri Sankaracharya was confident, knowing well that once the Jivas were set on the path of liberation, which was attainable by worshipping Supreme Hari, they would gradually develop taste and attachment for devotional service and ultimately become pure devotees of the Lord. Hence, Sri Sankaracharya, after plainly indicating the proper way, did not further delve on the esoteric aspects of Vaisnava philosophy. Those who have scrutinizingly studied the commentaries of Sri Sankaracharya can comprehend their underlying but profound quintessence. While those who deliberate only on the external and superficial aspects of his teachings are diverted from the Vaisnava path. Vied from a specific stance, monistic liberation and unalloyed devotional service, prima, ostensibly have some things in common. A compressed explanation about monistic liberation will only compound in highlighting the differences between prema and itself. First, one must properly analyze the subject of prema. Prema can be simply defined as the principle, or emotional humor that invokes natural attraction between two spiritual substances for each other. It is, however, imperative in prema that the two spiritual substances maintain separate, individual identities. That humor which eternally draws all the spiritual objects to Krishna is called Krishna Prema. Lord Krishna is eternally situated in his singularly unique position, and the Jiva's individual identity in an eternally serving mood towards him is the absolute axiomatic principle, or the eternally self-perfected principle in the philosophy of Prema. Three statuses, or modalities, namely, asvadaka, relisher, asvadya, the object of relish, and asvadana, the act of relishing, are inherent in prema. In the exchanges of prema, or divine love, if the asvadaka, the relisher, and asvadya, the object of relish, were to merge, then prema cannot be nitya siddha, or eternally self-perfected truth. If the pure state of a spiritual substance which is untainted by any material contact be described as monistic liberation, or Advaita Siddhi, perfection in non-dualism, then prema and monistic perfection are the same. But the contemporary scholars of the Sankaracharya school of thought are not content with just accepting Advaita Siddhi or perfection in monistic thought to be a specific stage in the gamut of spiritual perfections. On the contrary, they vociferously arrogate that Advaita Siddhi is the ultimate goal of spiritual realization, thus they misconstrue the Vedic truth. This aberration of facts undermines the quality of eternality of prema, hence the Vaisnavas have concluded that this philosophy is un-Vedic. Sripad Sankaracharya described the concept of Advaita or non-dualism as a specific condition of the absolute truth when it is in a state of pure transcendence. Unfortunately, his foolish followers are unable to grasp the esoteric import of this philosophy, and in the process they are denigrating his reputation. Describing that the transcendental conditions of pure divine love, prema, are illusory or maya, they are preaching a most degraded philosophy in the world which goes by the name of Mayaveda philosophy. The followers of this philosophy, the Mayavadis, categorically deny the existence of more than one spiritual substance. They even refuse to accept that the spiritual element of prema is intrinsic to the spiritual substance. Their theory is that as long as Brahman, the non-dual transcendental truth, remains single, he is transcendental to maya, or material nature. When he accepts a form and becomes a jiva, he acquires diverse shapes and is afflicted by maya. Therefore they consider the eternal, pure, and absolutely spiritual body, or deity, as maya, or illusory. They even insist that the jiva's separate and individual identity is illusory, and so prema, and the transcendental transformations of prema appear illusory. The obvious follow-up on this is that with help of this logic they establish that Advaita Jnana or monism is free of illusion. Their misinterpreted version of Advaita Siddhi and prema are philosophically poles apart. Lord Chaitanya's instructions on the process of relishing prema, or loving devotional service, and his teachings in general exemplified by his own character and pastimes are all absolute and transcendental. They embody the acme of perfection, the highest stage of Advaita Siddhi. Mahabhava, or the pinnacle of bhava, loving spiritual emotions, is an ecstatic transformation of unalloyed prema. One experiences extreme, divine exaltation in loving Krishna. Therefore the separate and intrinsic stirrings of sublime emotions in each relisher and the object of relish, and the intimate relationship between them acquires an extraordinary and wonderful presence. The inconsequential Mayaveda philosophy is therefore inept to contribute anything at any stage of prema. Sannyasa Thakura, very respectfully, dear Master, now am fully convinced that this Mayavedi philosophy is indeed loose and feeble. By your mercy all my doubts have been dissipated. I am feeling a strong urge to instantly discard my Mayavedi sannyasi apparel. Babaji Maharaja, dear sir. My advice in this regard is one must be dispassionate about the outer dress, no attachment, no hate. When the heart and consciousness inside becomes purified, the outer garment is automatically cleansed. When much stress is laid on grooming the external looks and dress, the disciplining of consciousness within is neglected. My opinion is that after one is cleansed from within and is then inspired to conduct himself comprising of the other saintly devotees, his external appearance like dress and so on, are removed of blemishes. Just wholly surrender yourself to the ideals of Lord Chaitanya, and then whatever external activities inspire you, you can execute them with the proper consciousness. Always remember the following instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Marketa Varajya na karo loka dekayana /yathayajya vasaya bunja anasakta hina /antirnas thakara bahai lokavayavahara isirat krishna tomayakari badara. C.Madhya ch 16. Text 238-9, you should not make yourself a showbottle devotee and become a false renunciant. For the time being enjoy the material world in a befitting way and do not become attached to it. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, within your heart you should keep yourself very faithful, but externally you may behave like an ordinary man. Thus Krishna will soon be very pleased and deliver you from the clutches of Maya. Sannyasi Thakura understood the import of what Babaji Maharaja said and refrained from further mentioning the subject of changing the dress. With folded hands he addressed Babaji Maharaja, Dear Master, have surrendered myself at your feet as your disciple, therefore whatever instructions you give me will accept them without argument. After listening to your teachings I have realized that pure love of Godhead alone love is Vaisnava religion. This indeed is Jiva's eternal religious principle. But the fact is that different countries practice different religions, hence how should think about them. Babaji Maharaja, my dear sir, religion is one and not many. Jiva has only one religion, and that is known as the Vaisnava religion. Religion may appear to be different according to the various languages, countries, and races. This one religion of the Jiva is referred to with many names by people, but no one can create another new religion. The unblemished pristine love the minute particle of spiritual substance has for the supreme absolute whole is defined as Jiva's religion. The Jivas possess a variety of habits and natural traits which hem his religious practices with certain material conformities, thus making religion appear refracted. Therefore, to differentiate it from a state of aberration and bring into focus its pristine standards, Jiva's true religion has been named Vaisnava Dharma. To the degree Vaisnava Dharma practices are present in other religions, to that degree, that religion is considered pure. A few days ago in Vrindavan I had humbly placed a question to Srila Sanatana Goswami, who is an eternal and confidential associate of the Supreme Lord. My query was, is the concept of Iskcon Arabic word in Islam religion, the same as prema, or is there any difference? Srila Goswami is an erudite scholar well versed in all scriptures, and especially his proficiency in Arabic is astounding. Many other accomplished savants like Srila Rupa Goswami, Srila Jiva Goswami were also present in that assembly. I reproduce Srila Sanatana Goswami words yes, the word Isk is indeed meaning prema. The Muslims use this term even in worshipping God, but generally it implies mundane love affairs. Description of Isk and the emotions it conveys in the story of Laila Majnu and in the Holy Hafiz gives us the impression that the Muslim religious scholars were unable to grasp what is pure transcendence. They have referred to physical attraction as well as platonic love as Isk or prema. They have failed to perceive not only the pure spiritual substance but also the truth about Jiva's spontaneous and spotless love for Krishna. Have never come across in any of their religious texts, discussions on divine love. The spiritual emotion of prema is conspicuously present in the Vaisnava religion alone. The Muslim concept of Aryu is not the same as the pure spirit soul. In fact, I get the impression that Aryu more closely describes the conditioned soul. Knowledge of pure love of Godhead, Krishna, is missing in all the other religious literatures. The Vaisnava religious text Srimad Bhagavatam delineates in detail this pure, sublime love of Krishna, a love, shorn of all deceit and a price. 1. I am very sure that prior to Lord Chaitanya no one has ever taught the science of pure love of Godhead Krishna, as exhaustively as he has done. If my words inspire faith and devotion in you, then wholeheartedly subscribe to this philosophy. After heard Srila Sanatana Goswami's instructions had offered him my repeat obeisances. Sannyasi Thakura was truly moved by these instructions. He immediately fell at his feet and offered obeisances to Babaji Maharaja. Paramhamsa Babaji degree My dear devotee, I am about to reply your second question. Please hear attentively. Sanskrita terms like Jivasrasti, creation or birth of Jiva, Jivagatham, Jiva's material form, or the forming of his body, etc. are used in a mundane sense. Material words cling to mundane feeling and eye impressions. Material time, within this illusory energy, has three conditions: past, present, and future. Time in the spiritual world has a singular aspect, it is always in the present, past and future are totally absent. The Jiva and the Supreme Lord Krishna exist in that spiritual time. Hence Jiva is eternal and indestructible, and his religion Krishna Prema or love of Krishna is also ever present. The mundane conditions of birth, growth, decay, etc. influenced by material time have been imputed on Jiva after his imprisonment in this material world. Jiva's miniature size does not divest him of his intrinsic nature of being transcendental and indestructible. Jiva's material form is already determined even before he enters this material energy. Whatever exists in the spiritual world remains always the same because divisions of past and future are absent. Jiva and his religion are both eternally present and indestructibly. Although I am elucidating these topics, but you can fathom their meanings only to the extent of your realization of the spiritual nature. Am just giving indications, you must perceive their purport in deep meditation. Mundane logic and arguments will not enable you to properly comprehend these subjects. As much as one can extricate his power of percipience from perplexities of material enthrallment, to that degree he is enlightened about the spiritual world. First, one must repeatedly endeavor to perceive his original spiritual identity and chant Krishna's name purely, then his true nature will begin to prominently assert itself. One's spiritual percipience cannot be honed by the processes of either mystic yoga or empirical knowledge. Direct devotional service to Krishna alone can reawaken the perfection of religion inherent within one. Simply chant Krishna's holy name with full enthusiasm. Chanting alone is to be considered pure devotional service. After chanting regularly for a period of time, you will experience a wonderful attraction for the Lord's name. As a concomitant to this attraction comes the gradual realization of one's spiritual nature. Of all the limbs of devotion, chanting is the chief and offers quick results. Srila Krishna Dasa Kavaraja has written a wonderful book where he has recorded Lord Chaitanya's instructions. Bhajanara Madhai Srestha Navavidha Bhakti Krishna Prema, Krishna Daityara Mahasakti Tara Madhai Sarvasrestha Nama Samkirtana Naraparadhi Namalal Paya Premadhana, C.Antya ch4. Text 70-71, O learned one. Among the ways of executing devotional service, the 9 prescribed methods are best, for these processes have great potency to deliver Krishna and ecstatic love for him. Of the 9 processes of devotional service, the most important is to always chant the holy name of the Lord. If one does so avoiding the 10 kinds of offenses, one very easily obtains the most valuable love of Godhead. If you should ask me who is a Vaisnava, my answer is simply one who chants Krishna's names purely is a Vaisnava. Vaisnavas are of 3 types, namely, Kanistha, neophyte, Madhyama, intermediate, and Uttama, most advanced. One who occasionally chants Krishna's names is a Kanistha Vaisnava. One who constantly chants Krishna's names is a Madhyama Vaisnava. An Uttam Vaisnava is he who by his very appearance inspires others who see him to spontaneously chant Krishna's names. According to the teachings of Lord Chaitanya, one must strictly go by these symptoms to describe a Vaisnava's level. Inebriated by Babaji's nectarian instructions, Sannyasi Thakura began to sing Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare, and gently away to and fro in a stately dance. He immediately realized that he was acquiring a sublime taste for chanting the holy name. He fell at his guru's lotus feet and prayed, O Divine Master, please be merciful unto this lowly wretch. Chapter 3 Transitional religious duties are incomplete, pedestrian, impure, and evanescent. It was 1 o'clock in the night and Sannyasi Thakura was in deep meditation chanting the holy name. He suddenly walked out into the silky night and slowly climbed to the top of an elevation situated where the woods of Gadrama ends. He began peering towards the north. The full moon at the zenith was waving its magic wand with its rays. All around the grounds and Navadvipa glowed in silver glory. Nestled not so far away, Mayapura arrested his attention. Sannyasi Thakura expelled his breath and exclaimed, Ahoy! There, can see a wondrous and blissful Dhamma, large mansions, temples, and archways, all constructed with precious gems, corresponding with magnificence, has set aglow the shores of the peacefully flowing Yanavi, Ganga. The resounding swell of congregational singing of the holy name from several quarters rose up to the satin sky and fiercely pierced it. Thousands of devotees were playing on the veena like Sri Narada and swirling about in a stately dance. Off to one side the chief of the demigods, Sri Mahadeva, white as a lily, was playing on his dumbaru, dancing wildly and singing, O my dear Visvamhara, Chaitanya, be merciful to me. He kept falling to the ground in ecstasy. In another corner Lord Brahma was addressing an august assembly of Vedic sages and explaining to them the purport of this Vedic verse **** Mahan Prabhurvai Purasas Satvajyaza Pravartaka Sunir Malami Mam Praptami Sanochudarvayaya. Svet. Up. 312. This personality must be the Supreme Controller, hence the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is the origin of all inspiration and intelligence within man. Unalloyed peace can be attained by his mercy alone. He is immeasurably effulgent, glowing with a golden hue, he is infinite, inexhaustible, and the embodiment of divine love. Another area was helter-skelter with activities of jubilant and dancing demigods headed by Indra, the king of heaven. They singing in loud chorus ***, Jai Prabhu Gaurakandra, Jai Nityananda. The birds sitting on trees cooed in unrestrained Miklodi Gaura Nitai. Bumblebees stumbled along amongst the flower-guard urns inebriated with the ambrosia of Lord Gaurakandra's sweet name. Mother Nature, maddened by the delicious nectar of Lord Gaurakandra's name, was breaking out in the splendor of lush profusion. Alas! Where hides this gorgeousness when looked towards Mayaparadham during the daytime? And what exactly is inspiring me to behold this sight now? All this moment Sannyasi Thakura remembered his Gurudeva and speaked out aloud, "O my master, today I realize that you have blessed me to perceive the transcendental realm of Mayapura. Today onwards will strive to present myself as a devotee of Lord Chaitanya. I can see that everyone in the spiritual land of Navadvipa is decorated with tulasi neck beads tilaka markings, and Harinama Chaddars will also follow them. As he made his decision, Sannyasi Thakura went into a blissful trance. Sannyasi Thakura gradually calmed himself. True that he regained his equilibrium, but in the bargain the miraculous vision vanished from sight. Sannyasi Thakura broke down crying, saying, "Oh, how fortunate I am, that I was able to see, even if for a few moments, the spiritual abode of Navadvipa." Next morning Sannyasi Thakura hastened to the river and set afloat his Mayavadi sannyasi staff down the stream. He then put around his neck 3 strands of tulsi neck beads and applied the Urdhapundra Vaisnava Tilaka mark on his forehead and began to dance, singing Hari. Hari. The Vaisnavas of Gadramadvipa, who saw the wonderful transformation in his appearance and demeanor, blessed him and then fell to the ground to offer him their obeisances. Seeing this, Sannyasi Thakura become bashful and said to the assembly, "O extraordinary. Accepted the Vaisnava dress code solely to attract the blessings of the Vaisnavas, but now am confronted with this dilemma. I have heard Mygan often repeat this instruction: Trinadapi Suni Sina Tara Api Isas Nanamani Na Monadina Kirtaniya Sata Harit. One who thinks himself lower than the grass, who is more tolerant than a tree, and who does not expect personal honor but is always prepared to give all respect to others, can very easily always chant the holy name of the Lord." C. Anthya. 2021. Sannyasi Thakura seriously considered in his mind, "I regard all these Vaisnavas as my gurus, yet they are offering obeisances to me. What future does my spiritual life have?" Weighed down with such cogitation, his footsteps heavily tread back to his guru. He prostrated himself before Paramhamsa Babaji. Babaji Maharaja had come to the woody retreat of Madhavi Mandapa to chant the holy name. He saw wonderful transformations in Sannyasi Thakura, both in his attire and sentiment. He stood up and embraced his disciple, showering him with cascading tears, and said, "O my dear Vaisnava Dasa, servant of the Vaisnavas, am feeling great spiritual exhilaration by touching your blessed body." Babaji's pronouncement gave Sannyasi Thakura his new name. Vaisnavadasa replaced his previous appellation. For Sannyasi Thakura, this day ushered in a novel and wondrous life. It helped him to discard the stigmas of the Mayavadi's false ego due to his designation as a sannyasi, its saffron robes, and the pride of possessing vast knowledge. Later that afternoon, Vaisnavas from Navadvipadhama and Sri Gadrama assembled in the Pradyumna Kunja Bower to receive spiritual instructions and blessings from Paramhamsa Babaji. They were patiently seated all around him, softly chanting the holy name on their tulasi beads. Chanting and saintly association were having wonderful effect on them, and spiritual emotions started welling up inside them. Their eyes brimmed with tears, and they called out, "O my Lord Gunranga Nityananda, O my Lord, husband of Mother Siddha, all glories to Sasanandana, son of Mother Sasi." They discussed with each other Krishna-conscious topics. Some of them circumambulated Tulsi Devi and greeted each other with prostrate head obeisances. Just then Vaisnava Dasa arrived on the scene. He first circumambulated Tulsi Devi and then fell to the ground rolling in the dust tread by the hallowed feet of the Vaisnava saints. Some of the senior Vaisnavas whispered, "Is he not the sannyasi Thakura? Look at him, what a miraculous change." While still rolling on the ground, Vaisnavadasa petitioned, "Today am indeed extremely grateful to have received the Vaisnaviya's lotus feet dust. By my Gurudeva's mercy I have come to know full well that for the Jiva, Vaisnava's lotus_feet dust is the only means to perfection. The pure Vaisnava's lotus feet dust, the sanctified water of his foot bath known as Karanamrita, and remanence from his eating plate known as Adharamrita are the three ingredients that constitutes the doctor's prescription against material disease, Bhavaroga, as well as the prescribed patient's diet for it. Their potency is not merely restricted to act during ailings from the material disease, or nescience, but reinforces even one who is cured of the material disease, rewarding him with the highest bliss. My dear Vaisnava saints, pray do not think that I am making an ostentatious exhibition of my erudition. In fact, my heart of late has disgorged the demon of false pride. I was born into a Brahmana family, studied all the different scriptures, finally one entered the renounced order of life. My false ego knew no bounds. But since I become attracted to the Vaisnava philosophy, the seed of humility became implanted in my heart. Now, gradually by your grace, I have exorcised the arrogance born of high lineage, the prestige of material education and the vainglory that accompanies the supreme position of the renounced order. Therefore I have concluded that I am simply a shelterless infinitesimal soul. My life is meaningless without finding the sanctuary of the Vaisnava's lotus feet. My birth as a Brahmana, my scholarship, and the renounced religious order were inexorably dragging me into the dark vortex of illusion. Have opened up my mind to you Vaisnavas without any caprice, so now you are free to deal with me, your servant, in any way you deem fit. Many of the Vaisnavas, after hearing Vaisnavadasa's earnest confessions, addressed him, "O saintly soul! We are always avariciously awaiting to receive the feet dust from Vaisnavas of your stature, kindly offer it to us and make our lives worthwhile. You are the receptacle of Babaji Maharaja's divine grace, thus sanctify us by your association." It is stated in the Brahmanaradiya Purana, Bhaktistu Bhagavad Bhaktisangana Parajayat Sat Sangha Pratyat Pum Hisakrita Pervasan Site. Devotional sentiments are evoked by the purifying association of advanced devotees. The jiva can come into close contact with a pure devotee only by acquiring the pious results of many previous births. We were able to attain your holy association only due to our past lives' accumulated piety which fostered devotion. And now on the strength of your association we are hopeful to achieve pure devotion to the Supreme Lord. Once these humble Vaisnava exchanges amongst each other were concluded, Vaisnavadasa took his place to one side of the seated assembly and enhanced its dignity. The new chanting beads and bead bag he carried in his hand acquired an auspicious aura. This august assembly that day accounted for another very fortunate soul in their midst. From childhood this person had studied Arabic, which made him adopt the mannerisms of the ruling Muslim nobility. This brought him position and prestige in the land. A resident of Navadurpa, he belonged to a higher stock of Brahmanas inheriting vast landed property. He had become an expert in the art of diplomacy and politics. For many years he had exploited to his own advantage his position of power and enjoyed its benefits, but happiness still eluded him. As a last resort he began to chant the holy name. Early in life, when still a young boy, he was taught Indian classical music by expert exponents from Delhi. This he thought qualified him to take lead in kirtana singing sessions. Although the Vaisnavas were not fond of the typical palace, court classical touch in his singing of kirtanas, oblivious of this he interpolated these classical tunes in kirtana in an attempt to parade his muses. He would stare at their faces to record their responses. He continued in this manner for some days. Quite suddenly one day he started feeling pleasure in singing the holy name. Finally he took up residence in a Vaisnava's house in Sri Gadrama to enable him to participate in kirtana with the Vaisnavas of Sri Navadurpa Dhamma. Today, he accompanied by his landlord, he to join the other Vaisnavas in the woody bowers of Pradyumna Kunya. Sitting there he was keenly observing how the Vaisnavas behaved with humility with each other. He also attentively listened to Vaisnavadesa's talk. Certain doubts had welled up in his mind. He was already an eloquent speaker, so without hesitation he boldly addressed the assembly. He inquired, the religious scripts of Manu and other Samritas have described the Brahmanas as the highest class of men in the social order. They have prescribed the chanting of Gayatri mantra and other prayers at least thrice a day, Trisandhya and Vandana, as the Brahmanas daily, as well as eternal religious duties. If that be so, then why are the activities of the Vaisnavas opposed to these religious duties? Vaisnavas are not fond of dialectes. Had this question been raised by caste Brahmanas who are known to be argumentative, they would have declined to answer and avoid confrontation. But in this case, since the inquirer was devotionally inclined and a singer of *kirtanas, everyone conceded that if Sri Paramhamsa Babaji answered the question it would very much satisfy the assembly. Babaji Maharaja respectfully heard the unanimous decision of the Vaisnavas. He first offered prostrated obeisances to the assembly and began to speak. Dear exalted Vaisnavas, if you have no objections, then let the stalwart Vaisnavadesa tackle this question exhaustively. Everyone approved of this suggestion. Vaisnavadesa felt very elated listening to his guru's instructions, and with due humility he began to deliberate. One am an extremely fallen soul in dire conditions. It would be precocious of me to speak anything in this learned and august assembly, yet I cannot contravene my guru's command. I have decided that whatever knowledge I have received by way of nectarian instructions from my guru's lotus lips I shall sincerely strive to recapitulate from memory. He then walked up to Paramhamsa Babaji and smeared the dust from his lotus feet all over his body and head. Standing erect he continued his dissertation. Let the Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Krishna Chaitanya, who is the embodiment of divine bliss, whose bodily effulgence is Brahman and Paramatma or Super Soul, his partial manifestation, who is the ultimate source of all partial and full-blown expansions of the Absolute Lord, inspire us with superior intelligence. Religious books of Manu and such others are corollaries of the Vedas and are held in high esteem as the law books for the human society that define authorized and unauthorized actions. Human nature is divided into two states, regulated and spontaneous, Vedi and Raganuga. As long as man's consciousness is under the influence of Maya, it will indeed remain in the Vedi stage. Once the consciousness shakes off the shackles of Maya, it passes out of Vedi and manifests its Raganuga nature. The Raganuga state of consciousness is man's original and pure condition. It is innate, transcendental, and free from all material inebriaties. The pure spirit soul's involvement with matter is dissolved only by Lord Krishna's desire, but till as such time Lord Krishna does not desire it, Jiva's material entanglement is merely in the process of gradually metamorphosing towards emancipation. In this condition the Jiva, who is all that by nature liberated, has not fully attained liberation. When Jiva is actually liberated, his Ragatmika nature, or pure spontaneous spiritual sentiments become self-manifest as a tangible truth. The residents of the spiritual realm of Braja are by nature Ragatmika Jivas who are gradually striving towards emancipation take shelter of the Ragatmika nature and become Raganugas. For the Jiva this is a coveted and excellent position. Because as long as this position eludes the Jiva, his consciousness remains engrossed in the illusory material entanglement. The ignorant Kindidioni Jiva interprets his material attachment, which is due to close and habitual contact with it, as his innate original proclivity. At this stage he has not yet developed spontaneous spiritual attraction for the supramundane state. His consciousness becomes deeply implicated in the attitudes of me, and mine in relating with matter. In a state of consciousness that dictates this is my body and I am this body, affection towards persons and objects that facilitates luxury and comfort to this body, and hate towards persons and objects that hinders these luxuries are normal recessions. Sucked into this whirlpool of duality, the foolish Jiva expresses love or hate on the physical, social, and regulative planes. He discriminates between friend and foe, trifles over matter. Unnecessarily he grooms affection for wealth and women, thus chaining him to the seesaw routine of happiness and distress. This is known as samsara, or material life. Attachment to this wheel of samsara makes the jiva transit through different phases of birth, death, experiencing the results of actions, success, and failure. Thus the conditioned jiva finds spiritual involvement a noisome burden. He cannot realize what in truth is spiritual life. Alas! He forgets that spiritual activities are his inherent preoccupations and eternal nature. He becomes so mesmerized by mundane attraction that although he is an infinitesimal part of the Supreme Absolute, he witnesses his own disgrace. Most people caught in the wheel of samsara do not consider this misery an fiction. For the enthralled jiva, what to speak of attaining the ragatmika nature, even the raganuga nature is totally alien to him. Sometimes by the power of the saint's mercy raganuga nature appears in the jiva's heart. Therefore raganuga nature is very rare and almost impossible to attain. Samsara or material life is deprived of this rare state of existence. The Supreme Lord is omniscient and unlimitedly benevolent. He saw that the jivas imprisoned in the clutches of Maya were being deprived of a direct perception of the transcendental nature. Therefore he considered the possible means for their ultimate good. How can the jivas mesmerized by Maya best recollect their lost Krishna consciousness? Association of saintly souls enlightens the jivas about their real identity, that of being Lord Krishna's eternal servant. But there are no specific rules for associating with saints, hence how can it be expected that it can automatically happen, or for that matter be even beneficial to others if it should happen? Therefore for the greater good of the people in general, the introduction of a regulative spiritual discipline, Vidhamarg, became imperative. Thus by the Supreme Lord's benign grace the Scriptures appeared. The brilliant sun of Scripture, fathered by the Supreme Lord himself, has a reason in the expansive sky-like heart of culture to disseminate religious rules and instructions amongst all living entities. At the very first came the Vedas. The Vedas were ordained to be divided in three sections: karma, or fruitive activities; jnana, or empirical knowledge; and bhakti, or loving devotion to the Supreme Lord. Jivas, deluded by Maya, are in varying degrees of conditioning. Some are in deep ignorance, others slightly knowledgeable, still others fairly well educated about a wide range of subjects, and so on. Commensurate to the person's level of intelligence, the Scriptures have offered him specific instructions. This is defined as the jiva's right, or eligibility, adhikara. This adhikara is as numerous as the jivas themselves. Et on the consideration of their salient symptoms, these rights are grouped in three categories: karmadhikara, jnana-adhikara, prema-adhikara. These categories are also specified in the Vedas. The Vedas have constructed the various rules and regulations, or vidhi, and have ascertained the do's and don'ts defining the parameters of the jiva's three rights. This vidhi it is described as Vedha-dharma, or regulative religious principles. The attitude that urges the jiva to embrace Vedha-dharma is his Vedi nature, or love of discipline. One who is bereft of this characteristic is an unruly, uncultured being. Their kind is always pledged to illicit, sinful activities. They are ostracized by the Vedas and condemned as mlekas. The three categories of rights described in the Vedas has been elaborated upon by the wise sages and handed down to us as the Samhita scriptunes. They form the Vedic corollary literatures. Great Vedic pundits like Manu has delineated the karma adhikara in 20 religious treatises. The philosophers have explained jnana adhikara in books dealing with logic and empirical analysis. The great sages, authors of the Puranas and of the Sattvic Tantric treatise, have conclusively delved on the precepts of bhakti and its practical application. All these literatures are very much a part of the Vedas. The young and inexperienced philosophers who are students of the Vedic scriptures often turn a blind eye to the very quintessence of all the Vedic scriptures and instead get carried away by a small segment of the Vedas. They praise it in a manner which places it to occupy the highest podest in Vedic conclusions, thereby hurting many an unwary researcher down to the pit of polemics and doubts. The Bhagavad Gita formulates the marvelous conclusion of all these scriptures. A research into it reveals that if karma or fruitive work does not aim at jnana or empirical knowledge, karma is rendered impotent, fit only to be rejected. Similarly, if both karma and jnana do not culminate in bhakti yoga, or they must also be discarded on the grounds of becoming heretical practices. Therefore the Vaisnava conclusion based on the Vedic teachings is that karma yoga, jnana yoga and bhakti yoga are in truth constitute the same path of yoga, or process of spiritual elevation. For the conditioned soul, the initial step towards self-realization begins with him taking up karma or fruitive work. Later he is promoted to karma yoga or the renunciation of fruitive results, then to jnana yoga, and finally to devotional service or bhakti yoga, unless the deluded jiva is not pointed out and properly explained any one of these levels, he is unable to reach the highest platform of that of bhakti yoga. Exactly what is karma? Any endeavor, be it physical or mental, carried out to sustain life is karma. Karma is of two kinds, auspicious and inauspicious. Auspicious karma begets auspicious results, while inauspicious karma brings inauspicious results to the jiva. Another name for inauspicious karma is papa, sin, or vikrama, perverted unscriptural activities. Abstaining from auspicious work is a karma. Both vikarma and akarma are bad. Only auspicious work is good. Auspicious work is of three sorts: nitya, daily eternal; naimatika, puryo; kamaya, desirable. Kamaya karma is shamefully selfish, hence is considered plebeian. Whereas the virtues of both nitya karma and naimatika karma praised in the scriptures. The scriptures, after deliberating on what the good and bad aspects are, have concluded that only nitya, naimatika, and kamaya are in truth make up karma, and indeed, not akarma or vikarma. And since kamaya karma has been rejected, it being dispensable, then only nitya and naimatika karma really fit the descriptions of karma. The definition of nitya karma is, activities which are beneficial for the body, mind, community, and life after are known as nitya karma. It is everyone's duty to execute it. When an activity begins as a motivated action and gradually becomes a regulated responsibility, it is termed naimatika karma. Daily rites like sandhya, chanting Gayatri thrice a daily, vandana, chanting of Vedic prayers, using righteous means to protect society and physical health, following the path of truthfulness are all considered nitya karma. Offering of oblations and performing others' rites for the satisfaction of the departed soul's appearance, executing penances to counteract sinful reactions and so on are naimatika karma. To ensure that nitya and naimatika karma are properly performed, the compilers of scriptures have closely studied the characteristics and natural propensities of human beings, and so towards reaching this objective they have formulated a system of life known as the varnashrama dharma. The essence of this system is that since the human beings are endowed with volition, they are grouped in four categories as per their nature as brahmana, kshatriya, vaishya, sudra. Material conditions and social status they opt for to go through life are also of four kinds known as ashrama. They are brahmachari, grihastha, vanaprastha, and sannyasa. Those who are addicted to akarma and vikrama are the outcasts ostracized from the four religious and social orders of varnashrama system. The religious orders or castes are determined by a person's nature, birth, actions, and qualifications. When the order is decided by birth alone, then the purport and purpose is defeated. The ashramas or social statuses are ascertained by the fact whether a person is single or unmarried, married, rejected the marital arrangements and staying away from wife, and severed all worldly ties with family and friends. A brahmachari is unmarried, a grastha is married and living with his wife, a vanaprastha is disinterested in family affairs, and a sannyasi is disgusted with material life. The sannyasi ashrama is certainly the most elevated of the four. The brahmana, on the other hand, is the best amongst the four religious orders. The crest jewel of all scriptures, the Srimad Bhagavatam, has described Varnanam as Ramanamya Janmabhumiyana Sarani Hasana Prakriteo Enranamna Kanirka Uttamatamahsamo Damastapa Saka Santasa Kasantirarja Yavamad Bhaktas Ca Diasatyam Brahma Prakritiyast Vimateju Balam Dridasarayam Tidik Saudaryamudyamastarayam Brahmanyam Isvariam Kasatra Prakritiyast Vimahastikyam Dananastha Ca Adamho Brahma Savanam Atust Hirathapake Arvasya Prakritiyast Vimasusrasanam Dvijagavam Devanam Ca. Api Mayaya Tatralabd Na Santasas Sudra Prakritiyast Vimahasakamanradam Stiam Nastikyam Siskavagraha Kamakrata Ca Tarsa Ca Svabhavo Antiyavasayanam Ahimsa Satyamastiama Kamakrad Halabhata Buddha Priyahatiha Ca Dharmo Yam Sarvavarnika. S.B. Canto 11 ch 17. Text 15 to 21, corresponding to the specific part of the social anatomy of Varna and Ashrama a man appears in his high or low propensities are formed. The loins and legs are the lower anatomy. The Sudra Varna and Grastha Ashrama are produced from here, hence the Sudra Varna and Grastha Ashrama are afflicted with a lowly nature. The Brahmanical characteristics are tranquility, self-control, austerity, purity, always satisfied, forgiving, simplicity, devoted to God, pained at others' suffering, truthful. The Kshatriya's nature is valorous, strong, patient, undaunted, tolerant, noble, enthusiastic, stable, wealthy. The Vaishya's symptoms are faith in God, charitable straightforwardness, serving the Brahmanas, acumen in handling matter and money. The Sudra's qualities are to serve without deceit the demigods, Brahmanas and cows, to be satisfied from the income obtained from such service. The characteristics of those who are outcasts are as follows: impure, untruthful, dishonest, agnostic, quarrelsome, lusty, angry, greedy for material things. The principles that must be emulated by all religious and social orders are of nonviolence, truthfulness, honesty, freedom from lust, anger, and greed, endearing all living entities and benevolent to everyone. One refrain from translating these slokas, since I am in an august assembly of devotees and all of you are able to comprehend its imports. One simply want to get one point across, that the system of Varna and Ashrama is the foundation on which a civilized society can stand. To the degree the Varna-Ashrama system is not in practice in a particular country, irreligiosity is prominent there to that extent. Let us now analyze the two terms nitya karma and naimatika karma. A deep probe into the essence of the scriptures reveal that these two terms relating to karma are never referred to in a purely spiritual sense, but only as a prop or a secondary means. Expressions like nitya dharma, eternal religion, nitya karma, eternal unmotivated spiritual duties, nitya tattva, eternal spiritual principle, nitya satya, eternal truth, are used only to describe Jiva's pure and transcendental state of consciousness and cannot be used for any other purpose. The use of the term nitya previously was to denote a type of fruitive activity. It became necessary so as to give someone in material life an inkling into the endlessness of eternity and the absolute. Karma, or fruitive action, can never be eternal. Only when karma, by the process of karma yoga, renunciation of results, seeks out jnana, empirical research for the truth, and jnana in turn sublimates to bhakti, devotional service, can karma and jnana be described as nitya, but solely in a figurative manner. The Brahmana Sandhyabandhana has therefore been termed nitya karma only because these physical and psychical activities directs one from a backward position towards pure devotion, or bhakti, since bhakti is the eternal religion, and any path, starting from whatever backward point helps to identify it, may also be called nitya or eternal. Though in truth it is not eternal. This is known as the upakara, or being instrumental. Purposeful reviewing will reveal that as far as the jiva is concerned, cultivating unalloyed love for Lord Krishna is the only nitya karma, or eternal activity. The appropriate term for this is siddhanasilana, or rasa-aking into the absolute spiritual being. Any practice that can be pressed into use in order to achieve this objective is an intermediary of nitya karma, eternal spiritual duties. Hence, if for this reason it was given the appellation nitya, it is not a mistake. In a pedantic sense, it is better to describe it as naimatika rather than nitya. Karma or fruitive activity, including its two divisions nitya and naimatika, is merely a means and not an absolute principle. The analysis of truth asseverates that searching for the absolute transcendental reality is the only eternal religion, nitya-dharma, of the jiva. All other religious are naimatika, periodic or temporary. Varnasramadharma, Astanga Yoga, path of eightfold mystic yoga, Sankhya, speculative and deductive knowledge, Tapasya, Anstarati, are all naimatika. Hypothetically, if jiva was not in a conditioned state, encaged in matter, then all these religious practices would have been rendered redundant. In fact, jiva's conditioned state is causal. It is the cause that created all these religious duties and lent credence to them. Factually, they are naimatika dharma, or temporary religious practices. The Brahmana's superior status in society, the Sandhya and Vandana rites and his final gesture of superannuation from fruitive work in tandem with his acceptance of the renounced order of sannyasa are all Naimatika dharma. These religious rituals have been very eloquently eulogized in the scriptures as holding a high post in the ladder of spiritual elevation. Yet in comparison to nitya karma, eternal spiritual duties, they are offered a humble station. As this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam will show Vipradivi isad guna yudadaravindanaabhapadaravinda vimakats varis tam menyi tadarpada mano vakain hitart ha pranam punati sa kulam na2 buramana. SB July 9, 10, the 12 qualifications of a Brahmana are as follows: truthfulness, self-control, austerity, unmaliciousness, modesty, tolerance, non-enviousness, expert in conducting sacrifices, charitably, patient, studies the Veda, observes religious vows. A Brahmana of this caliber is indeed worshipable anywhere in the world, but in spite of possessing such attributes, if he is bereft of devotion to the Supreme Godhead, Krishna, then a Kandala devotee and outcast, low-born devotee is certainly superior to him. The purport of this verse is that if a low-born Kandala first purifies himself by associating with saintly souls and embraces the transcendental path of devotional service to Krishna, which is Jiva's nitya karma, eternal spiritual duty, then he is far superior to a Brahmana, by birth, who has rejected the search for the absolute truth, Krishna, or nitya karma, and instead has busied himself with Naimatika karma. We find two varieties of human beings in this world, Uddhadavivka, awakened consciousness, and Anuddhadavivka, slumbering consciousness. The second variety of humans are in great majority in the world. The first type, Uddhadavivka, are a rarity. Amongst the second variety, Anuddhadavivka, of humans, the Brahmanas are certainly the most advanced, and the prescribed religious practices for this caste like Sandhyavandana etc., Nitya karma, are foremost among all other religious practices. Another appellation for Uddhadavivka is Vaisnava. The Vaisnavi's demeanor therefore is naturally quite different from that of persons who are with Anuddhatavivka. Although different, the Vaisnava's behavior does not affront the religious tenets of persons with Anuddhatavivka, knowing that these laws are meant to discipline them. The essence of all the scriptures are the same. Persons possessing Shumaring consciousness find themselves rigidly obedient to the simple, extraneous, and fractional instructions of the scriptures. Persons of awakened consciousness embrace the deeper scriptural purports as their benign friend. The rituals and executions may differ, but the purports remain the same. To the inexperienced eye of a layman, the activities of a person in awakened consciousness may seem contrary to the social norms, but in essence they are not. The view from the position of being in awakened consciousness is different. They consider that the instructions regarding Naimatika dharma are apt for the general populace, but in the fact is Naimatika dharma is incomplete, plebeian, diluted and evanescent. Naimatika dharma in practice is devoid of direct, transcendental activities. On the surface it looks as if one is acting on the transcendental plane, but factually it makes one take up mundane duties which are in pursuance of transcendental activities, and it merely provides the means to approach the transcendental goal. Once the means delivers the goal it strives for, it becomes obsolete. Hence the means is not a complete paradigm in itself, but simply a fraction of the way towards reaching the goal. Likewise, Naimatika dharma can never be the complete way. For example, the Brahmana Sandhya, Vandana rituals are like his other religious duties. They are temporary and dictated by stringent stipulations. It is impossible to conduct these duties cursorily and without rigidity. At a later stage, after long steady adherence to rules and regulations, when one comes in the circle of saintly association and is thus purified, he develops spiritual taste for the transcendental activity of chanting the holy name. At this juncture his duties of Sandhyavandana are superseded. The chanting of the holy name is a 100% and absolute transcendental activity. Sandhyavandana are just the means that helps elevate one to accept his prime duty of that of chanting. It can never become an absolute spiritual dharma. Although Naimatika dharma is appreciated because it shows one the way to spiritual elevation, nevertheless it is in itself, ineffectual and adulterated. Only the absolute spiritual principle is desirable and progressive. Both matter and cohabiting with matter is undesirable for the jivas. Naimatika dharma is supported by a plethora of mundane principles and practices. In fact, they are capable of giving only such extraneous benefits as to keep the people simply enthralled in the mundane nature, making them believe that they cannot exist without such fringe perquisites. For example, a Brahmana's worship of the Supreme Lord is certainly very beneficial, but the fact that he arrogates as being superior to all other jivas, deprecates his act of worship and offers him insignificant religious benefits. The practices in the Eightfold Yoga system endows the yogi with vibhuti or mystic power. It is a rather inferior result and is very inauspicious for the jivas. Both buddhi, sense enjoyment, and mutti, salvation, are inseparable from Naimatika dharma. If one can escape their clutches, then he can facilely approach the ultimate goal of life, namely the transcendental path of devotional service. Therefore, for the jivas, Naimatika dharma contains a major portion of irrelevant activities and their concomitant results. Naimatika dharma is impermanent. It cannot be practiced as an eternal religion under all the different conditions jiva has to go through. The Brahmanical religious duties of a Brahmana or the Vedic duties of statecraftship of the Kshatriya and so on are discarded with the termination of the body, which is considered as the immediate cause and reason for earthly duties. After being born as a Brahmana, a living entity may receive a very low birth in his next life as a Kandala or Dojatar. Therefore the Naimatika dharma prescribed for the Brahmana is not applicable to the low-class Kandala as his Svadharma, or specific innate religion. The use of the term Svadharma in this instance is merely figurative. In every new birth the living soul changes his Svadharma but never his Nityadharma, or eternal spiritual duties, which remains constant. If was to be questioned as to what is Vaisnavadharma, my terse reply is it is Jiva's eternal religion, or Nityadharma. In a liberated state the Vaisnava devotee engages in the transcendental activity of unalloyed devotional service, or love of God in pure Krishna consciousness. When still in a conditioned state and under the influence of material nature, the Vaisnava devotee, maintaining an awakened consciousness, Buddhadavivka, pursues transcendental devotional service. He accepts from the material world everything which is conducive to spiritual activity and rejects everything that is detrimental. His actions are not stultified by an over-regard for scriptural stipulations of does and don'ts. He appreciates and executes any scriptural regulation that enhances his Krishna consciousness. But if they are deterrents, then he discards them. The Vaisnava devotees are the jewels of the earth. They are everyone's well-wishing friend. They bring good fortune to this world. Beg humbly to offer these points for consideration to this august assembly of Vaisnavas. Also kindly exonerate me from my mistakes. Vaisnavadasa offered his prostrated obeisances to the gathering of devotees and sat down demurely to one side. His dissertation had an amazing impact on the gathering. They were moved to profuse tears and spontaneous praise for Vaisnavadasa. The whole village reverberated with sounds of his eulogia. The inquisitive Brahmana singer tacitly acknowledged the esoteric truths contained in Vaisnavadasa's talk. Of course, some of the arguments produced doubts in his mind. However, the seed of faith for the Vaisnava Dharma became lodged deeper into his heart. He stood up and with folded palms spoke out aloud, "Dear respected audience, I do not claim be a Vaisnava, yet by constantly hearing the holy name I have become a Vaisnava. If all of you could kindly enlighten me with some valuable instructions, then can dissipate many doubts clouding my mind." Sri Premadasa Babaji Maharaja, feeling compassion for the Brahmana, replied, "Please try to associate with Vaisnavadasa as often as possible. He is erudite in all the branches of scriptures. He has studied in depth the Vedic literatures, and after embracing the renounced order of sannyasa he was residing in Varanasi. Our most beloved Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya, out of his causeless mercy, has attracted him to come to Navadvipadam. He has diligently tutored himself in the Vaisnava philosophy and is now fully conversant in it. He has developed deep attachment and love for chanting." The Brahmana inquirer was Sri Kalidasa Lahiri. On hearing Babaji Maharaja's instructions, he decided in his mind to accept Vaisnavadasa as his guru. He pondered, he is a Brahmana by birth and he had taken up the renounced order of life, hence he is certainly eligible to instruct another Brahmana. Furthermore, he has proven himself to be knowledgeable in Vaisnava philosophical conclusions. Therefore can learn a lot about Vaisnavism from him. He thus approached Vaisnavadesa and prostrated himself at his feet and said, "My dear respected sir, kindly shower your grace upon me." Vaisnavadesa reciprocated by offering prostrated obeisanchi to Lahari Mahasaya and replied, "One will remain always grateful to you if you look upon me with compassion." The spreading purple haze in the horizon announced the end of day. The assembly stood up and dispersed to their individual dwellings. Lahiri Mahasaya also lived in a hut surrounded by greeneries, but it was in a residential locality and a little hidden from inquisitive eyes. The small courtyard in front of the hut was taken up by a small bower of Madhavi flower creepers and a tiny platform for the tulasi plant. On either side of the courtyard stood 2 rooms. The whole area was fenced off by strong bamboo strips. A neem tree sapling, a healthy hedge of mogra flowers and other fruit and flower trees lent unassuming splendor to this quiet niche. Madhavadesa Babaji was its owner. Initially this Babaji was very strict in his devotional practices, later due to bad association he deviated from the path of Vaisnavism. Intimate relationship with a woman had corrupted his devotional mood. To add to his shame, his pecuniary conditions forced him to give out one of his rooms on rent and to go out begging. Lahiri Mahasaya was his tenant. Lahiri Mahasaya suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. Lying awake he reviewed Vaisnavadesa's speech in his mind, trying to extract out its essence. A slight stirring outside arrested his attention. He peered outside and saw Madhavadesa Babaji talking with a woman. The woman noticed his presence and silently slipped away into the dark. Madhavadesa Babaji came and stood quietly in front of Lahiri Mahasaya, hanging his head in shame. "Lahiri Mahasaya, what is this, Babaji?" Madhavadesa Babaji's cheeks were streaked with tears and he said, "Only my head. What can I say? Alas! What I was before, and look at me now. Paramhamsadasa Babaji used to respect me so much. But now I am too ashamed to meet him." Lahiri Mahasaya gently prodded, "Why don't you explain everything a little more clearly so we can understand?" Madhavadesa replied, "The woman you just saw was my wife before I took to the renounced life. Soon after I received initiation and left home, she took up residence on the banks of the Ganga in Santipura and started living in a hut. A fairly long time passed without incidents. Once, visited Sripat Santipura and accidentally met her. On meeting, asked her why she had renounced family life and home. She tried to explain that she had grown disinterested in family life because she felt deprived of being able to serve her husband. So she decided to reside in a holy place and there maintain her life from begging and also learn about spirituality. Immediately returned to Godruma without further comment. After a while she also moved to Godruma and took up residence in a pious milkman's house. My troubles began when almost daily one would meet her, somewhere or the other. The more I tried to avoid her, she on the other hand, intensified her intimacy with me. She has now built an ashram. Every night she waits till very late and then visits me meticulously, bringing about my downfall. Have become infamous everywhere. My spiritual progress has been severely reversed. 1 Am the black sheep amongst the followers of Lord Sri Chaitanya. After the incident with Chota Haridas, Lam the next to be condemned of being a contemptible culprit. The sober society of Babajis have so far not chastised me, but they do not respect any more. Lahiri Mahasaya gave him a patient hearing and cautioned Madhavadas Babaji, "You must be very careful." Then both retired to their respective rooms for the rest of the night. But for Lahiri Mahasaya sleep was elusive. His mind was swarming with thoughts. He concluded that Madhavadas Babaji had become a Bantasi, one who eats his vomit. He was sliding further down to depravity. Therefore it was not advisable for Lahiri Mahasaya to remain here, not so much because of bad association which he could avoid, but his reputation may also be tarnished. The saintly Vaisnavas will no longer instruct him and look upon him with respect. In the morning Lahira Mahasaya went to see Sri Vaisnavadesa in Pradyumnakunya and greeted him respectfully. He then requested him for a small space for him to live. Vaisnavadesa approached Paramhamsa Babaji with this request and was granted permission to stay in one of the corner huts. Lahira Mahasaya made an arrangement with a Brahmana family nearby, for his daily meals. Chapter 4 Nityadharma, Eternal Religion, is another expression for Vaisnava Dharma, Vaisnavism. The hut given to Lahira Mahasaya was next door to Sri Vaisnavadesa. A few jackfruit trees and mango trees nearby stood as sentinels. Skirting the sides were saplings of petite areca or betel nut. In the center of the courtyard lay a large circular platform. A sacred monument from the past. It was there since the time Sri Pradyumna Brahmachari took up residence here. Vaisnavas have been circumambulating and offering prostrated obeisances to this platform affectionately named Surabhikabhudara for many years. It was a late evening of the dark fortnight. Vaisnavadesa was in his hut sitting on a straw mat and chanting the holy name. A flickering lamp feebly probed the black shadows from Lahira Mahasaya's room. He saw a dark, and shining object more like a serpent, lying coiled in front of Vaisnavadesa's door. Lahira Mahasaya got up in a flash and armed himself with a strong stick, brightened the flame, picked up the lamp and moved towards the snake. On stepping outside he found the serpent had disappeared. Lahira Mahasaya whispered a caution to Vaisnavadesa, please be very careful, a snake has entered your hut. Vaisnavadesa replied placidly, Lahira Mahasaya, why do you bother about snakes? Kindly come inside and sit down without fear. He came inside hesitatingly and sat down on the mat. His mind could not be at rest. He said, in this respect our Santipura is far better. It's a township, so no danger of snakes. Nadia is infested with snakes and especially Gadrama because all around there are woods, slightly inconvenient for the urbanist folks to live here. Sri Vaisnavadesa Babaji placated him, saying, Lahira Mahasaya, it is absolutely unnecessary to agitate your mind with such trivialities. You must have heard of the Pariksit Maharaja episode from Srimad Bhagavatam. He totally ignored the threat of impending death from a snake bite. With a placid mind he absorbed himself in Lord Krishna's nectarian pastimes as narrated by the great devotee Sri Sukadeva Goswami, thus providing him with divine bliss. Snakes cannot even get to the jiva's spiritual body, what to speak about biting him. Only the serpent of separation from the topics of Krishna consciousness causes the biggest harm to the body. This material body is impermanent and will have to be discarded one day. Only physical labor is preordained for this material tabernacle. When, by Krishna's will, this body decays, then nothing can save it. But as long as the body is not destined to die, then it cannot be harmed even if one sleeps next to a snake. Therefore one of the symptoms of a Vaisnava is that he is free from the fears of snake bites and such. If the heart is constantly petrified with such forebodings, then how will you doveshul your love towards the Supreme Lord's lotus feet? Simply abandon your fear of snakes and the attempt to kill the one you just saw. Lahira Mahasaya spoke with deference, respected sir, your words of wisdom has driven away all fears from my heart. I now know that only when I elevate my heart and thoughts can I become eligible for self-realization. Those great sages who dwell in caves and meditate on the Supreme Lord in loving devotion are unafraid of wild beasts. In fact, they are fearful of associating with worldly-minded people but peacefully coexist with forest creatures. Sri Vaisnavadesa Babaji continued to preach. Once Bhakti Devi, pure devotional service, enters the heart, the jiva's heart is automatically elevated. He then becomes dear to all the living entities in the world. A pure devotee is always loved and revered by both the saints and worldly-minded people. Therefore man must strive to become a Vaisnava. Lahira Mahasaya immediately replied, sir, you have evoked a strong faith in me for Nityadharma. You have convinced me of many similarities existing between Nityadharma and Vaisnavadharma. But somehow am still in doubt about the parity of Vaisnavadharma with Nityadharma. I beg you to kindly explain the principles to me exhaustively. Sri Vaisnavadesa Babaji began to speak in the name of Vaisnavadharma. Two separate dharmas, religions, are being practiced in the world. The Sutta Vaisnava Dharma, pure and proper, and the perverted Vida Vaisnava Dharma. The Sudhava Dharma is considered to be a singular spiritual principle but is divided in 4 sections according to the different devotional humors, or rasas. They are, Daisya, servitorship, Sakya, friendship, Vatsalaya, parental, and Madhurya, conjugal. In truth Vaisnava Dharma is one and is also known as Nitya Dharma, or Paradharma, the supreme religion. The Vedic aphorism Yajjane Sarvam Vijanatam Bhavatig, meaning, by realizing him in truth everything becomes known, factually describes the Sutta Vaisnava Dharma, which you will come to know gradually. Vidavaisnava Dharma, impure Vaisnava Dharma, is of 2 varieties, Karmavada Vaisnava Dharma, Sutta Vaisnava Dharma polluted by fruitive work, and Jnanavida Vaisnava Dharma, Sutta Vaisnava Dharma contaminated by empirical knowledge. According to the opinion of the Smartas, followers of the Smriti scriptures, wherever there is stress on rules and methodology in the Vaisnava Dharma it is known as Karmavida Vaisnava Dharma. The philosophy of this branch of Vaisnava Dharma is that even if one is initiated with the Vaisnava mantra he worships the universal form of Lord Vishnu as a part of the religious rituals. Their philosophy says that although Lord Vishnu is the controller of all the demigods, he is nevertheless a part of the rituals and himself subjected to the reactions of fruitive or ritualistic results. In other words, Lord Vishnu is under the influence of karma, not that karma is subservient to the will of Lord Vishnu. Further, they claim that the process of worship, devotional surrender and spiritual practices are all different rituals compressing karma. Because the law of karma is the highest principle, unsurpassable by any other. The materialistic philosophers and logicians practice this brand of Vaisnavism from time immemorial. In India such philosophers often arrogantly declare themselves Vaisnavas and do not acknowledge the sincere followers of pure Vaisnavism as Vaisnavas. Admittedly it is their misfortune. Jnanavida Vaisnavism is also very rampant in India. In the opinion of these empiricists, Brahman, the unknowable absolute truth, is the highest philosophical principle. They say that in order to attain the impersonal Brahman realization one must worship the personal forms of Surya, Sun God, Gainsa, Sakti, Durgadevi, Siva, and Lord Vishnu. And when one acquires full jnana, or knowledge, he discards the worship of these personal forms. Finally, he achieves the impersonal Brahman realization. Many who follow this philosophy derides the pure Vaisnavas. Their kind of personal worship is also known as *pankayupasana, worship of 5 deities. Worship of Lord Vishnu, initiation, and other rituals, mostly pertaining to Lord Vishnu and sometimes may even include Radhakrishna worship, but still it can never be called as Sutta Vaisnava Dharma. If these varieties of Vida Vaisnavism is separated from the Vaisnava Dharma, what remains is Sutta Vaisnava Dharma, which is the real Vaisnava Dharma. Due to the ill influence of Kali Yuga, many people cannot ascertain Sutta Vaisnava Dharma and mistake the Vida Vaisnava Dharma as the real Vaisnava Dharma. As per the conclusions of Srimad Bhagavatam, man's spiritual quest branch off in 3 categories of nature: Brahman nature, impersonal Brahman, Paramatma nature, supersoul, and Bhagavat nature, supreme personality of Godhead. Some of the persons with a proclivity for Brahman veer towards impersonal realization and they embrace the path of Pankayupasana to achieve their goal. The Jnanavida Vaisnavism is born out of this practice. In the category of Paramatma nature, some are attracted to pursue the eightfold path of mystic yoga and meditate on the supersoul within the heart. This philosophy propagates that the worship of Lord Vishnu, initiation into the Vishnu mantra and meditation are all part of the rituals of karma. Karmavida Vaisnava Dharma arises out of this philosophy. Due to the Bhagavat nature, the fortunate jivas develop an attraction for unalloyed devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Their worship of the Supreme Lord is not a part of the process of either karma or jnana but of the principle of pure devotion. This philosophy then is the real Vaisnava Dharma or Sudhava Dharma. In the statement of Srimad Bhagavatam Vadanti Tat Tattva Vidas Tattvamyaj Jnanam Advayam Brahmati Paramatmeti Bhagavanati Sabdyat. S.B.1/2/11. Learned transcendentalists who know the absolute truth call this non-dual substance Brahman Paramatma or Bhagavan. Please observe that the Bhagavat principle surpasses both the principles of Brahman and Paramatma to become the highest principle. This Bhagavat principle is pure Vinu-tattva, or the category of pure transcendence, the absolute nature. The followers of this principle are the pure souls. Their nature is described as bhakti, or pure devotion. The numerous appellations of Hari Bhakti, devotion to the Supreme Lord Hari, are Sudhava Dharma, Nitya Dharma, Jaiva Dharma, the pure soul's eternal religion, Bhagavat Dharma Paramartha Dharma, religion that leads to the highest realization, Paradharma etc. All the religious rites and activities emanating from both Brahman nature and Paramatma nature are defined as Naimatika, temporal. The search for impersonal Brahman realization is motivated by material desire, hence it is temporal, or Naimatika meaning not eternal. A person suffering from the material conditioned state is eager to sever his bondage. He makes the struggle against material bondage a reason or motive to take up the path of impersonal realization, or Naimatika Dharma, thus it is not an eternal path. Jivas who desire for the subtle enjoyment available in the bliss of *samadhi, total meditative absorption, in Paramatma Dharma, Super Soul, make this subtle happiness a motive, and embrace the process of Naimatika Dharma. Hence even the Paramatma Dharma is also temporary, leaving only Bhagavat Dharma as the sole, eternal Dharma. Lahira Mahasaya gave patient audience to his words and said, "Dear Master, kindly explain to me what is pure Vaisnavism. It is rather late in life that I am receiving spiritual guidance from someone who kindly accepted me in the shelter of your lotus feet. Have heard that even after taking initiation, though from an undeserving person, when an aspirant meets a bona fide spiritual preceptor, he must again accept, and this time, a proper spiritual initiation and scriptural instructions. For the past few days I have been taking to heart your delineation of scriptural conclusions. They have made me develop faith in the Vaisnava thought. Therefore, out of compassion for me, first kindly instruct me in Vaisnava theism, then initiate me into the Vaisnava fold and purify me." A trifle unsettled by the statement, Vaisnavadas Babaji said, "Dear sir, will indeed try to teach you everything within the purview of my realization, but I am not eligible to become an initiating guru. However, for now, just school yourself in the pure Vaisnava theology." The original and primeval spiritual preceptor of the universe, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, has declared that Vaisnava theology has three fundamental principles: Sambandha, interrelational; Abhidhya, denotative; and Prayahana, prime necessity. One who is realized in this knowledge and disciplines his life accordingly, is a pure Vaisnava, and unalloyed devotee of the Lord. The Sambandhatattva, or the interrelational principle, has three main thought forms: the material creation, or the illusory energy Maya; the Jiva, meaning the servitor and the controlled; finally the personality of Godhead, who is the supreme controller. The Supreme Lord is one and unsurpassable, omnipotent, all-attractive, the only abode of unlimited opulence and sweet tenderness, Madhurya, and the only shelter for both the Jiva and Maya Sakti, external potency. Although he is simultaneously the shelter and ultimate source of Jiva and Maya Sakti, he marvelously maintains his unique and full independence from everything. The Lord's bodily effulgence, known as Brahmajyoti, is situated far away from him and manifests itself as the impersonal Brahman. His divine powers have produced the material cosmos and the Jivas. He represents himself in his creation by his partial expansion as the Super Soul, or Paramatma, and controls it. In the section of the spiritual sky known as Paravyoma or Vaikunta, where his opulence predominates, he presides as Lord Narayana. While in Goloka Vrindavana his Madhurya potency is preeminent and he relishes it as the lover of the Gopi damsels, the all-attractive Supreme Lord Krishna. The Lord's expansions and escapades are eternal and endless. Nobody or nothing is even near equal to him in anything, what to speak of surpassing him. All his different manifestations and pastimes are a result of his supernatural, divine powers. These transcendental powers are variegated and innumerable. However, the Jiva is introduced to only three. The first of them is Siddhivikrama, Spiritual potency, all of the Lord's pastimes, or lila are directly conducted by it. The other potency is known as Jiva potency, or Tathastha Sakti, marginal potency, by which the Jiva is created and by which he exists. Maya Sakti, or the illusory potency, is the third. This external energy manifests the mundane universe, objects, time, and fruitive actions. Thus Sambandha-tattva is the relationship between Jiva and God, between God, man and the material nature, and between the material nature, God and man. Complete comprehension of this truth leads to Sambandha Jnana, or knowledge. One cannot become a true Vaisnava without this knowledge. Lahira Mahasaya further inquired, I have heard from Vaisnavas that they are controlled by feelings and emotions and have no need for knowledge. How best can this statement be explained? So far, even I was carefully fine-tuning my feelings in chanting the holy name, never cared for Sambandha Jnana. Vaisnavadesa Babaji replied, cultivating and seasoning spiritual sentiments to its ultimate stage is indeed the highest goal of a Vaisnava, but they must be pure. Those who consider the impersonal Brahman as the final destination and try to develop bhava, or feelings in the course of achieving it, are far off the mark. Their bhava and spiritual endeavors are impure. It is merely a false show of the real bhava. A minuscule drop of pure bhava brings spiritual perfection to jiva, but sentimentalism, further poisoned by empirical knowledge, computes chronic chaos in jiva's spiritual pursuits. He who nurtures the monistic path of Brahman realization in his heart is merely deceiving the world with attempts at bhakti-bhava or spiritual feelings of devotion. Therefore the cultivation of Sambandhajnana is imperative for the Vaisnava devotees. Lahira Mahasaya spoke in an odd voice, is there any truth higher than Brahman? If the Supreme Godhead is the cause of Brahman, then why the empirical philosophers do not discard their search for Brahman and take up devotional service to the personality of Godhead? Vaisnavadesa Babaji gave a short laugh and replied, Be he Lord Brahma, the four Kumaras, Sukadeva Gosvami, Sri Narada Muni or Lord Siva, all of them ultimately sought the supreme sanctuary of Lord Hari's lotus feet. Trying to fathom the subject more deeply, Lahira Mahasaya asked, God is endowed with a form which presupposes limitations, then how can he be the source of the unlimited Brahman? Babaji Maharaja replied, one of the ingredients of this material creation called Akash, or sky, is also unlimited. If this be true, then does that place the unlimited Brahman in a more unique position? The Supreme Lord's divine potency, manifest as his bodily luster, is infinite and omnipresent, yet simultaneously he accepts a definite form. Have you experience of any parallels? It is because of this unsurpassable nature that the personality of Godhead is superior to the Brahman concept. He personifies a wonderful, all-attractive quality complemented by omnipresence, omniscience, omnipotence, boundless compassion, the source of para-unt bliss in absolute degrees. Is not such a clearly defined identity ideal? Or do you prefer an entity who possesses no characteristics or potencies and has an impersonal, omnipresent existence? The truth is that Brahman is impersonal manifestation of the Supreme Lord. Both the personal and the impersonal aspects of the personality of Godhead exists harmoniously and simultaneously. Brahman is but a fraction of the Supreme Lord. Philosophically myopic persons are overwhelmed by the formless, tasteless, impersonal, inscrutable, endless aspect of the absolute truth. But persons who are far-sighted and demand the full vista, cannot be satisfied with anything less than the complete whole, the absolute truth in the entirety. The Vaisnavas are not impressed by the impersonal concept because it is contrary to the eternal theistic principle and to the edicts of pure spiritual love. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, is the source and shelter of both the personal and impersonal concepts. He is the shoreless ocean of sublime joy, drawing to himself all the pure souls. L.M. Lord Krishna took birth, grew up and performed activities and finally relinquished his body, then how can his form be eternal? V.B. Lord Krishna's body is sat, eternal, cit, fully cognizant, and ananda, absolutely bliss. It does not experience material birth, activities, death, and so on. L.M. Then why are there descriptions in Mahabharata and other scriptures of it? V.B. The transcendental, absolute truth is beyond words and descriptions. The advanced, self-realized souls behold the form of Lord Krishna and his pastimes on the screen of their pure consciousness. Any attempt to express them in words automatically becomes mundane, historical facts. Those readers who are able to extract the essence from scriptures like Mahabharata will perceive Lord Krishna's pastimes as spiritual. But people of gross intelligence will view them as mundane. L.M. When meditating on Lord Krishna's form I get the feeling in my heart as if I'm being bound by time and space. Is there any method of meditation on the Lord that can overcome this? V.B. Meditation is an activity of the mind. As long as the mind is not on the pure spiritual plane, meditation cannot touch the divine. When mind, or consciousness becomes imbued with devotion, it becomes gradually spiritualized, and then the meditation is naturally transcendental. Vaisnavas who relish the bliss of serving Lord Krishna and chants his holy name cannot be influenced by the material energy. They attain the supramundane state. They are transported to the spiritual realm where they meditate on the Lord's daily dalliances and enjoy rendering intimate service to him. L.M. Please be merciful and give me a taste of that transcendental experience. V.B. First you must drive away all materialistic speculations and concepts. Then when you begin to chant the holy name incessantly, very soon that spiritual percipience will start to awaken in your heart. The more you engage in debates and arguments, the mind becomes further entangled in gross profanities. Whereas if greater endeavor is made to increase the taste in chanting, then conversely the material inebrieties decrease and transcendence seeps into the heart. L.M. My earnest desire is that you kindly tell me about it in detail. V.B. When the mind is unable to experience this feeling through words, it shies away. That plane can be attained only by sincere application of the transcendental process. Curb your contentious nature and chant continuously for a few days, you will find that all doubts have dissipated and all questions have ceased. L.M. I have now understood that if one develops faith in Lord Krishna and tastes the nectar of his holy name, one attains the supreme destination. Will thoroughly learn about Sambandhajanana and take full shelter in the holy name. V.B. Wonderful. Yes, study Sambandhajanana properly. L.M. I feel have understood the truth about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. God is the one and only highest truth. Brahman and Paramatma are subordinate to him. He is omnipresent, yet he resides in the spiritual world with a wonderful spiritual form. He is the embodiment of eternality, absolute knowledge, and unlimited bliss, and is the fountainhead of all energies. And although he is the controller of all potencies, he is driven by the urge to seek exhilaration in the company of his latent Sakti, pleasure potency. May request you now to kindly tell me about the Jiva principle. V.B. Lord Krishna possesses countless potencies, of which Tatastha Sakti, marginal energy, is one. This energy is located in the buffer region between the spiritual sky and the material nature and enjoys the benefit of close communications with both. The Jiva principle, or soul, is produced from it. The Jiva's form is that of an infinitesimal particle of spiritual energy. His minuscule form makes him vulnerable to come under material energy-wise sway. Simultaneously, because of his innate spiritual status, even with a slight spiritual support, he can become an eternal resident of the transcendental abode of the Lord and experience supreme joy. Jivas are of two varieties, liberated and conditioned. The liberated jivas are citizens of the spiritual world, and the conditioned jivas are imprisoned in the material world. Conditioned jivas are again of two kinds, with awakened consciousness, Buddhadavivka, and those with unawakened consciousness, Anudatavivka. Human beings, who have no aspiration for self-realization, along with the entire animal kingdom, belong to the category of unawakened consciousness, and they are also Kindidionid. Those jivas who have embraced the path of Vaisnavism possess awakened consciousness. This is so because besides the Vaisnavas no one is interested in spiritual emancipation. Hence the scriptures declare that service to Vaisnavas and associating with them are far more superior to any other activity. Implicit faith in the scriptures inspire the Udditavivka, Vaisnavas, to relish chanting the holy name. That same faith creates an eagerness to serve and associate with Vaisnavas. The Jivas with unawakened consciousness have not developed enough faith in the scriptures to take up chanting the Lord's name. Their religious activities are restricted to worshipping Lord Krishna's deity form in conformity with previously established family traditions and rules. Therefore their hearts lack the religious sentiment required to serve and associate with Vaisnavas. L.M. Master, I have grasped the truth about the Supreme Godhead Krishna, and the Jiva principle. Kindly elaborate upon the Maya principle. V.B. * Maya, the illusory energy is non-reality and transient. It is one among Lord Krishna's energies. Its nomenclatures are inferior material energy, external energy, etc. Darkness is always far away from the light. Similarly, Maya remains at a good distance from Lord Krishna and his devotees. The Maya energy has created this material world with its 14 planetary systems, the material ingredients of earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and the false ego or the mundane identity of this body. The conditioned Jiva's gross and subtle bodies are both products of Maya. Liberation removes the covering of material contamination over Jiva's spiritual identity. To the extent Jiva is in Maya's clutches, he is alienated from Lord Krishna. And to the degree he has shrugged off Maya's mantle of serfdom, he advances towards Krishna's lotus feet. He material world came into existence by Lord Krishna's desire, for the Jiva to exploit and enjoy it. This Mandav universe is not a permanent residence for the Jiva, it is merely a prison house that lodges him, temporarily. L.M. O Master, kindly enlighten me on the eternal relationship between Maya, Jiva, and Krishna. V.B. Jiva is a minute spiritual spark, hence he is eternally a servant of Lord Krishna. The material nature acts as a dungeon where he is held captive. Here he can take advantage of saintly association, which helps him begin the process of chanting. Then gradually, by Lord Krishna's mercy, he regains his even perfected spiritual identity and relishes the sweet nectar of devotional service to the Lord, in his transcendental abode. This then is the confidential truth about the eternal relationships between these three principles. How can you engage in pure devotion without this knowledge? L.M. If knowledge is acquired through education and study, then is it imperative to first be a scholar before one can become a Vaisnavas? V.B. To be a Vaisnava, neither formal education nor fluency in a particular language is a must. What is essential for the Jiva is to eradicate material illusion or nescience. This can only be accomplished when he takes complete shelter at the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master who is a pure Vaisnava saint. He infuses the disciple's heart with the knowledge of Sambandha through his teachings and exemplary actions. This is the correct explanation of Diksha, initiation, and Siksha, spiritual instructions. L.M. What follows Diksha and Siksha? V.B. One must cultivate an ideal moral character and practice Krishna consciousness. This stage of development is known as Abhidheya Tattva, or the process by which one achieves the desired goal. All the scriptures, including the Vedas, have repeatedly stressed the importance of this type of application, and hence Lord Chaitanya has termed this as the Abhidheya Tattva, also meaning that which needs to be done. L.M.C's brimming with tears. O Master, I take shelter at your lotus feet. Your wonderful instructions have made me grasp the knowledge of Sambandhatva. Concurrent to this learning process, and by your mercy, my previous misconceptions and so have gradually disappeared. Now kindly teach me what is Abhidheya Tattva. V.B. At last you can stop worrying. Your humble attitude is a definite indication that Lord Chaitanya has blessed you. For the captive Jiva in this material world, saintly association is the only recourse. The Guru and saintly Vaisnavas inherent people about the science of self-realization out of their instruct compassionate nature. As a result of executing this science of devotional service, he gradually approaches the ultimate realization, the essential truth. Devotional service to the Supreme Lord Hari is the only means, Abhidheya, to achieve that ultimate goal. L.M. What must one do to serve the Supreme Lord Hari, i.e. engage in Hari Bhajan? V.B. Engaging in Bhakti, or devotional service means Hari Bhajan Bhakti is divided into 3 stages: sadhana bhava and prema. One must practice sadhana bhakti in the beginning, which then leads up to the stage of bhava bhakti. When bhava bhakti matures to love of Godhead, it is known as prema bhakti. L.M. Please elaborate on sadhana bhakti, its form and application. V.B. Srila Rupa Goswami has extensively researched this subject in his book Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which we'll try to summarize as succinctly as possible. Sadhana bhakti has 9 limbs as enumerated in the Srimad Bhagavatam: Sravanam Kirtanam Visno Smaranam Padasavanamarkanam Vandanam Dajyam Sakyam Atmanavadanam. SB.7/5/23, Prahlad Maharaja said, hearing and chanting about the transcendental holy name form qualities, paraphernalia and pastimes of Lord Vishnu, remembering them, serving the lotus feet of the Lord, becoming his servant, considering the Lord one's best friend, and surrendering everything unto him, serving him with the body, mind, and words, constitutes pure devotional service. Srila Rupa Goswami has further divided these 9 limbs into branches and sub-branches, arriving at 64 variations. An important fact about sadhana bhakti is that it has 2 divisions, Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuya Bhakti. Vaidhi Bhakti has 9 limbs. In Raganuya Bhakti one must surrender at the lotus feet of not just any guru, but exclusively to an eternal associate of Krishna, in Vraja, known as a Vrajabasi. Serve Krishna internally, in the mind, imbued with the devotional mood of a Vrajabasi. A person's level of devotion and dedication will decide his eligibility to practice one or the other form of sadhana bhakti. LM. What are the criterions for eligibility in sadhana bhakti? VB. The Guru judges a sincere neophyte's ability to adhere to scriptural rules and regulation. Accordingly, he initiates him into the process of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. If and when the neophyte is inclined towards Raganuya Bhakti, then the Guru guides him into the esoteric path of Bhajana in Raganuya Bhakti. LM. How to discern eligibility? VB. A neophyte who does not possess the purified intellect or ability to grasp the philosophical precepts of Ragamaya Bhakti but is nevertheless attracted to deity worship and following scriptural injunctions is eligible for Vaidhi Bhakti. Whereas someone who is desirous of worshipping and serving the Supreme Lord without having to depend on the scriptural stipulations and whose heart is naturally drawn to Hari Bhajana is a fit candidate for Raganuya Bhakti. LM. Revered Master, kindly ascertain my eligibility or adhikara so that I may understand this principle. 1. I am unable to comprehend the 2 concepts, Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuya Bhakti. VB. You have but to test your own heart to know your eligibility. Do you firmly believe that without strictly following the scriptural edicts, worshipping and serving the Supreme Lord is not possible? LM. I feel there is great benefit from sadhana and bhajana, devotional service and worship, conducted according to scriptural instructions. But of late another view is strongly emerging in the mind that Hari Bhajana opens up to an ocean of rasa which is available by sincere bhajana, or devotional service in deep meditation. VB. Do you see? Scriptural injunctions are your supreme command, hence you should embrace the path of Vaidhi Bhakti. Gradually the precepts of Raganuya Bhakti will begin to crystallize. Lahira Mahasaya could not restrain the tears which slowly began to well up. He touched Vaisnavada's Babaji's feet and said, O Master! With your divine wisdom initiate me according to my eligibility. 1. Do not want to dabble in philosophy outside my ken. Babaji Maharaja stood up and embraced him quietly, indicating for him to sit down. LM. Kindly instruct me precise the method of bhajana should take up. VB. Begin by seriously chanting the holy name. Among the different limbs of devotion, bhajana, chanting is the most efficacious. The holy name and the beholder of the name is one and the same. Chanting without committing offenses will quickly lead to complete perfection. Take up chanting with full faith. The other branches of devotional practices are all included in chanting. They are, hearing chanting, remembering the Lord's pastimes, serving his lotus feet in meditation, worshipping his deity, offering prayers, becoming his servant and friend, totally surrendering to him. LMO Master, I am eager to begin. Please shower me with your mercy, VB. Dear Sir, please always repeat the following mantra and avoiding the offenses Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare. As Babaji Maharaj uttered the Maha mantra, he gently pressed a chanting bead made of tulasi wood into Lahira Mahasaya's hand. Lahira Mahasaya began to chant the Maha mantra on his new beads and felt tears of jubilation streak down his face. He said, Dear Master, am feeling so much joy lam unable to describe it, and collapsed at Babaji's feet. Carefully Babaji lifted him and held him steady. After a period of stunned silence, Lahira Mahasaya said, One am indeed blessed, never have experienced such exhilaration. VB revered Sir, truly you are blessed. You have sincerely taken shelter of the holy name. You have showered great fortune upon me too. Lahira Mahasaya returned to his cottage. Having received initiation into chanting, he started chanting on his new beads, pushing aside all fears. Days went by in chanting. Lahira Mahasaya now decorated his body in 12 places with Vaisnavas Tilaka markings. He refused to eat anything other than prasadam food of feared to Lord. He increased his daily chanting to 200,000 names of the Lord daily. He offered prostrated obeisances to pure Vaisnavas as soon as he saw them. He began his daily routine by first offering worship to Paramhamsa Babaji. He served his spiritual master Vaisnavadasa Babaji constantly and diligently. He lost all interest in trivial talks as well as in classical music. A metamorphosis took place in Lahira Mahasaya. The new Lahira Mahasaya was a Vaisnava. One day Lahira Mahasaya approached Vaisnavadas Babaji, prostrated humbly before him and inquired, O Master, what is Prayahana-tattva, the principle of spiritual necessity? V.B. Love of Godhead Krishna, is Prayahana-tattva for the jiva. Constant sadhana, in devotional service leads to bhava or the stage of experiencing spiritual sentiment. Thavsa sma stu. Res it takes on the appellative prema or love of Godhead. This then is man's eternal religion and source of supreme joy. It is his absolute necessity. He absence of prema results in man's suffering, material entanglement and attachment to matter. Nothing is superior to prema. Lord Krishna, the embodiment of transcendental absolute truth, is subdued by prema alone. Ananda or bliss, when intensified and percolated into the essence, turns to prema. LM. Shocking with tears, will I be ever eligible to experience prema? VB. Firmly embracing him, behold, in a matter of days you have elevated yourself from sadhana bhakti to bhava, bhakti. Lord Krishna will soon benedict you. These utterances from his guru had a magic effect on Lahira Mahasaya. He began to roll in the dust in joy and exclaimed, Hooray! Nothing can surpass the guru in importance. Alas, how foolishly I have wasted so much of my life. My guru has lifted me out of the dark well of materialism by his unlimited mercy. Chapter 5 Vedi, Bhakti is Itmal religion, not temporary. Lahira Mahasaya had left behind a large household in Santipura. His two sons have completed their education and are well placed in their career. Kondranath, who is 35, is in charge of the household and maintenance of the landed properties. He is a well-qualified doctor and disinterested in spirituality, yet he is an esteemed member of the Brahmana society. His success allows him to a fair crew of servants, maid, servants and guards. The second son, Devidasa, from his childhood was academic and studied the scriptures, specializing in the branch of logic, Nyaya, and Samriti, Vedas corollaries dealing with rituals. He has established a small school teaching a dozen or so students and is the proud recipient of the academic degree Vidyarat N.A. The placid Santipura one day was suddenly astir with the rumor that Kalidasa Lahiri had donned the renounced attire of a Vaisnava. It became the topic of discussion everywhere. As was usual, people aired their views. Some of the cutting remarks went like this: he seemed to be doing all right till now, suddenly he's become senile and destructively so. Well, what's possessed him? A happy household, a respected Brahmana, obedient sons and wife, what sorrows could be prompted him to such an extreme recourse? Such an ignominious eventuality was but natural religion and spirituality. The righteous population condoned Lahira Mahasaya action, saying that he was truly pious because in spite of a contented material situation he developed the desire to take shelter of the holy name. Finally someone carried the news of these rumors to Dvaita's Vidyaratna. Vidyaratna took his misgivings about these surreptitious murmurs about father to his elder brother and said it's really unfortunate what happened to father. He was living in Godruma because of its salubrious surroundings, but he has fallen into bad company. Dare not hear what's being said in this town. Kondranath contributed, my brother. Some of these rumors have reached my ears. Our family is very respected, but now all those rumors about father I can't show my face anymore. All these years we have vehemently opposed Advaita Goswami's family and philosophy, and look what happened to our own family. Think we should consult mother and act as required. That afternoon the two brothers sat down for lunch in the long sun, washed veranda on the first floor of their mansion. A widowed Brahmana's young daughter was serving them, looked on by the mother. Kondranath said, Mother, have you heard anything about father? The mother replied why? He is quite well. He has absorbed himself in chanting. Why don't you bring him here from Nadia? Dvaita's retorted mildly he may be alright, but what is being batted around in public makes me shaky. I think by bringing him here we will definitely lose face in society. A little taken aback the mother inquired, what is the matter with your father? The other day met the ladies from Advaita Goswami's house on the Ganga banks, and they were saying that my husband was very fortunate because the Vaisnava community really respected him. An exasperated Dvaita's replied, has he been honored or has he invited calamity on us is the question. In his advanced age he should be here being served by us, instead he is eating the remains of some half-naked persons in kapinas, loin, cloth, and smearing the good name of our reputed family. Alas! This is the doing of Kali Yuga. After so much intelligent research he ended up doing this. The mother conceded then the best thing to do will be to bring him here and keep him in hiding. Here you can gradually and patiently try to convince him of his mistakes. Kondranatha made the decision there's nothing else we can do. Devidasa, take a few men secretly to Godruma and convince father to come back on. Devidasa spoke hesitatingly. I'm sure you know that father likes me because he thinks I am an atheist. He may not listen to me, it just now occurred to me. Devidasa's maternal cousin Samhunath was known to be their father's favorite because he had served Lahira Mahasaya satisfactorily for quite some time. So it was decided that both Samhunatha and Devidasa will proceed to Godruma. A servant was immediately sent in advance to Godruma to rent a residence in a Brahmana's house. Next day Devidasa and Samhunatha started off for Godruma. They alighted from the palanquin on reaching their temporary residence in Godruma and sent off the bearers, keeping back a Brahmana cook and two servants. Early that evening Devidasa and Samhunatha walked to Pradyumna, Kunya. Upon arrival they saw Lahira Mahasaya seated on a small, square leaf carpet on the raised platform known affectionately as the Sri Surabhai, Kabutara, in the middle of a wide, open courtyard. His eyes were shut and he was chanting on his beads. 12 bright tilaka markings decorated his body. Samhunath and Devidasa softly padded up to him and climbing on the platform they prostrated before him in respect. Startled, Lahira Mahasaya opened his eyes. Recognizing them he said ah. It's you. Samhu. What brings you here? And how are you, Devi? They replied respectfully that they were both keeping well by his blessings. Lahira Mahasaya inquired about their lunch and was told not to worry about it since they had already eaten. Just then they heard loud utterances of the Lord's name coming from the direction of Premdasa Babaji's cottage in Madhavi, Maladi, Mandapa. Vaisnavadasa Babaji came out of his cottage and asked Lahira Mahasaya the reason for the loud chanting from Paramhamsa Babaji's quarters. Both of them went to investigate and saw many visiting Vaisnavas were circumambulating Premdasa or Paramhamsa Babaji accompanied by loud chanting. They also joined the rest and after offering prostrated obeisances all of them sat down on the mandapa. Devidasa and Samhunatha sidled to the back of the assembly and sat down like cranes amongst swans. One of the visiting Vaisnavas said, "We have come from the township of Kantika, Hagar. Our main purpose for coming is to see holy sites of Navadvipa, Mayapur, and take the feet, dust of Paramhamsa Babaji." Paramhamsa Babaji felt extremely embarrassed and softly said "I am but a fallen wretch and you have come to sanctify me." Soon it became known that these Vaisnavas were very talented in singing and glorifying the Lord. Merdanjas and kartalas were brought and handed over to them. A clear, melodious voice of an elderly Vaisnava started singing the following song: "O Lord Sri Krishna, Chaitanya, Nityananda Prabhu, Gadadhara, Advaita-acharya, and the devotees of Lord Gauranga. O great Vaisnava Master, you are an ocean of compassion, kindly shower this degraded soul profusely with your benediction. Distribute your kindness, O Preceptor, to save those who are inebriated with delusions of high parentage, learning, wealth, followings, etc. My earnest prayer of you is that you reform my greed for wealth and women and the yearning for name and position. Grant me, O sublime servitor of Krishna, the taste in chanting, compassion for the living entities, the feeling of jubilation in Vaisnava association. The shade of your lotus feet is my elevated." Vaisnavas fell down limp, entranced by love of Godhead. It was a wonderful sight. Devidasa witnessed this silently and deliberated in his mind that his father has fully given of himself for the highest spiritual quest. It might pose to be an impossible task to persuade him to return home to Santipura. The spiritual assembly dispersed at midnight and the Vaisnavas returned to their individual dwellings. Devidas and Samhunatha took leave of Lahira Mahasaya and returned to their room. Next day Devidas and Samhunatha went back after lunch to Lahira Mahasaya's cottage, offered him respectful obeisances and sat down. Devidasa spoke to his father **, "Father, I have a request. Please return to our Santipura house. Here you are facing a lot of hardships. At home we can all serve you with pleasure. If you permit, then we can even add a quiet and separate wing to our house." Lahira Mahasaya replied, "It sounds like a good idea, but here have nice, saintly association which is difficult to find in Santipura. Besides, you also know that the people of Santipura are atheistic and love to criticize. Not exactly a peaceful place to live in. Indeed, many Brahmana families reside only hope and my soul support birth after birth." As the last strains of the song subsided, another song started up. This one was composed by Lahira Mahasaya. "Shackled by the chains of Maya, I was drowning in the ocean of material existence, and you mercifully appeared and saved me by taking me in the sanctuary of your lotus feet. Kindly hear me, O Vaisnava Master. Have surrendered myself at your feet, so drive away my distresses. The pride of high birth is a messenger of hell, and material education is the art of nescience. Pray redeem my heart and offer it at Lord Nityananda's lotus feet, and let the smoldering pains be forever cooled. One, beg for your mercy which has the power to make my tuk vibrate with the sublime names of the divine couple. 1. Kalidasa humbly implore that the transcendental names of Sri Radha and Syama incessantly resonate and be invoked in my heart." The song started off as a solo but ended in a resounding chorus, as if the song had intoxicating qualities that inebriated all present. The last passage Jagakarada, Syama went through endless encores and the devotees flung out their arms in ecstatic dance. A few there, but by mixing closely with the weaver community their intelligence has become infected with guiles and skyness. 3 symptoms characterize the Santipura population: wearing thin fine clothings, radhamentating, and Vaisnava, baiting. The descendants of Advaita-acharya Prabhu are constantly harassed living there. And sadly enough, due to the bad association, some of their family members are also turning critical against Lord Chaitanya. Everything considered, think you should try to make my stay here in Godrama a proper one. This is what want. Devidasa spoke warily. "Father, everything you said is true. Why do you have to communicate at all with the Santipura residents? In the quiet of your separate quarters you can pass your days in prayer and meditation, pursuing your spiritual search. A Brahmana's daily rituals and rites like Sandhya and Vandana etc. is his eternal religion. And to become immersed in such performances is expected of a great soul as you are. Lahira Mahasaya said patiently, my son. Those times are of the past. Staying in the company of saintly devotees for a few months and having received spiritual instructions from my guru, my attitudes and opinions have irreversibly changed. What you term as nitya, dharma, eternal religion, call it naimatika, dharma, temporary rituals. Devotional service to the Supreme Lord, Hari, is the soul's only eternal religion. Sandhya, Vandana etc. are factually naimatika, dharma. Devidasa retorted, Father, I have not come across any scriptures supporting your views. Are Sandhya, Vandana etc. not a part of Hari, Bhajana, devotional service? If they are, then they are definitely nitya, dharma. Is there a distinction between Sandhya, Vandana and the Vedi, Bhakti process of Sravana, Kirtana, and Soon? Lahira Mahasaya, listen to me, son. Sandhya, Vandana etc. are a part of karma, kanda, section of the Vedas that deals entirely with rituals and fruitive performances, and so are very different from Vedi, Bhakti. The karma, kanda recommends the practice of Sandhya, Vandana etc. in attaining mukti, or salvation. Devotion to the Lord through Sravana, Kirtana, and so on is performed without ulterior motives. And the descriptions in scriptures you read regarding the results of Sravana, Kirtana etc. are merely to arouse the spiritual interest in materialistic men. The only motive and result of worshipping the Supreme Lord is pure devotional service. The principal target of Vedi, Bhakti is to develop attachment, or rati in the neophyte's heart for Hari Bhakti. Devidasa, quiet face, Father, then you must admit that the process of bhajana does gives rise to secondary, or minor results. Lahira Mahasaya, minor or secondary results depend entirely on the type of sadhaka, practitioner. A Vaisnava practices sadhana, bhakti in order to reach the stage of and pave the way for perfection in bhakti. While someone who is not a Vaisnava utilizes the self-same process, of sadhana, bhakti, to achieve two goals, sense gratification and salvation. One may not detect any aberrations in the actual form or theory of the practice of sadhana, bhakti in these two instances, but the main distinction is in the degree of dedication. Worshipping the deity of Lord Krishna in the karma kanda process will result in cleansing the heart, getting mukti, mitigating material distress and disease, and other such mundane advantages. In bhakti, the same act of deity worship offers an increased taste for chanting Krishna's holy name. Ekadasi vows, to a karmi, absolves sins, to a bhakta, or Vaisnava, Ekadasi vows augment his devotion to the Supreme Lord. Do you notice the wide differences? Of course, to accurately discern these subtle differences one needs the Lord's blessings. The karmis cannot look beyond their minor, gana, myopic goals, but the devotees succeed in obtaining the primary, mukhya, and absolute objectives. All the gana results can be brought under two headings, buddhi, sense, gratification, and mukti, liberation. Devidasa, why have the scriptures gone at lengths to praise these gana results? Lahira Mahasaya, the world is peopled with two types of men, uddita, vivka, awakened consciousness, and anuddita, vivka, slumbering consciousness. Men with slumbering consciousness, anuddita, vivka, refuse any good or constructive work unless they see immediate and concrete results. Therefore the praises heaped on gana results are for the benefit of these people. But the purport of the scriptures do not indicate that people remain complacent with their gana results, rather it professes they become attracted at first by the gana results and then within a short time by the grace of a Vaisnava, they are apprised about the mukhya, or the main results, so that they gradually develop an attraction for it. Devidasa, would you consider Smarta, a pundit of Samriti, Raghunandana and others like him, to be in the category of anuddita, vivka? Lahira Mahasaya, no, they were striving for the degree mukhya results, but they made arrangements through their writings to guide the anuddita, vivka. Devidasa, in some scriptures you read only about the gana results without a single mention of the mukhya results. What is the explanation for this? Lahira Mahasaya. The scriptures can be grouped into three categories according to the three levels of human consciousness. Scriptures in the mode of goodness are for the same category of humans. The same applies to the modes of passion and ignorance in regards to both scriptures and men. Devidasa, which instructions in the scriptures should one then trust and believe, and which not, how can a man elevate himself from the lower ranks of consciousness? Lahira Mahasaya. Human beings can be classified according to their natures, habits, faiths, and their various levels. A person in Sattva, Guna has a natural inclination and faith in Sattvic scriptures, a Rajasika person in Rajasika scriptures and a Tamasic person in Tamasic scriptures. Trust and belief grows easily on the foundation of faith. When one performs his duties prompted by faith and level of understanding, he can advance to higher levels of consciousness in the potent association of saintly persons. As concomitants, to his faith seeks the appropriate scriptures to repose on. The sages who wrote the scriptures were perfected personages. The methods employed by them, in formulating the scriptures, ensured that if anyone diligently and faithfully executes his specific duties, recommended in the scriptures of his level, then he progresses higher. Thus we find diversities in the many scriptures. Unwavering faith in the scriptures ushers in all good fortune. The Bhagavad Gita is the conclusion of all the scriptures, and it has delineated this esoteric precept. Devidasa have been studying many different scriptures from my early years, but today by your grace have understood an unique philosophical point. Lahira Mahasaya. The Srimad Bhagavatam writes, Anubhyasksha Mahadbhyasksha Sastrabhyakusalo Narasarveda Sarama, Didiyat Paspebhya Eva Satpada. SB November 8, 10, just as a bee collects honey, pollens from many different flowers, so also should the wise man, dedicated to the absolute truth, search out the essence from big and small scriptures. Remember, son, used to call you an atheist, but now have stopped criticizing people. No one should be faulted for adhering to their individual level, or adhikara, because everyone thinks and acts according to their adhikara. In the appropriate time they all are promoted up. You are a pundit in the scriptures of logic, Tarkasastra, and fruitive works, karma, sastra, therefore there is no offense when you speak from your level of realization, based on these scriptures. Devidasa. So far I held the false impression that there are no specified sections of the scriptures. But your words are a pundits in the Vaisnava, Sampradaya, and that they are fanatics who respect only revelation. Am convinced now that there are broad-minded seekers of truth among the Vaisnavas. Are you presently studying scriptures under a savant? Lahira Mahasaya. Son, you may term me a fanatic Vaisnava or anything else, as you wish. My Gurudeva lives in that cottage and does his bhajana. He has taught me the essence of all the scriptures, which I have repeated to you. If you are desirous of learning, then approach him humbly and inquire from him with devotion. Come, I will introduce you to him. Lahira Mahasaya guided Devidas to Vaisnavadesa Babaji's cottage, and after introducing him he left him with his guru and retired to his own room, quietly sitting down to continue his chanting. Vaisnavadesa. Have you concluded your education, my son? Devidasa. I have studied up to Muddhapada and Siddhanta, Kusumanjali in Nyaya, Sastra. In Samriti, Sastra I have read all the books. Vaisnavadesa. See, you have worked hard in your studies of the scriptures. What have you learnt? What is the outcome of your efforts? Devidasa. Atyanta, dukkha, nivritir, eva muddha. Muddhi, or liberation, means the cessation of all sufferings. One must constantly strive for this muddhi. I am searching for this muddhi, or release, through faithfully executing my prescribed religious duties. Vaisnavadesa. Yes. Like you at one time, I also studied those books and seeked for that release. Devidasa. Am I to presume that you have given up that search? Vaisnavadesa. Son, tell me, what is the concept of muddhi? Devidasa. The Nyaya, Sastra espouses the existence of an eternal difference between Jiva and Brahman. Thus in Nyaya, Sastra it is not transparent exactly how muddhi, or the cessation of all suffering, takes place. But the Vedantic viewpoint holds that muddhi is the quest for undifferentiated Brahman, Abhita, Brahman means, Jiva and Brahman are qualitatively non-different. To me this is definitely more comprehensible. Vaisnavadesa son, I have thoroughly gone through the Vedanta literatures in the line of Sankaracharya for a good 15 years and then entered the sannyasa order for another few years. Had assiduously endeavored for mutti. Accepted Sankaracharya's four maha, vakyas, principal quotes from the scriptures, and profoundly meditated on their implications. Finally I discarded that discipline and philosophy, deciding it was shallow and immature. Devidasa, what prompted you in your conviction? Vaisnavadesa, it is certainly not easy to describe to others the trials and tests one confronts. How will the others understand? Devidasa could understand from his conversation that Vaisnavadesa Babaji was a profound pundit, though guileless and realized. Devidasa had not studied the Vedanta, and so he considered that if Vaisnavadesa Babaji kindly consented to teaching him, he could as well master the Vedanta. So he said, Sir, do you think one am an eligible candidate for studying the Vedanta? Vaisnavadesa, seeing that you have sufficient knowledge of Sanskrit, you can study Vedanta if you find a teacher. Devidasa, if you kindly teach me, am more than willing. Vaisnavadesa, my present situation is that I am simply a poor servant of the Vaisnavas. Paramhamsa Babaji was very merciful to me. He instructed me to always chant the holy name, and so try to do his bidding. Have very little time left. Besides, Srila Rupa Goswami has strictly forbidden the Vaisnavas to read or hear Sankaracharya's Saririka, Vaisya. Hence do not read or teach this book. However, Lord Chaitanya, the original spiritual master of the entire creation, explained the Vedanta, Sutra, Vaisya to Srila Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. This is available with a few Vaisnavas as hand-written manuscript. You may copy this from someone and study it. In this may help you understand if can. In fact, you can approach Srimat Kavi, Karnapura of Kankana, Pali village, and procure his copy. Devidasa, I will pursue this thing with care. Sir, you have vast knowledge of the Vedanta. Kindly tell me very plainly if one can find the real essence of the Vedanta in studying the Vaisnava commentary. Vaisnavadesa have studied and taught the Sankara commentary. Have also scrutinized other commentaries including the Sri, Vaisya. The Gaudiya, Vaisnava study the elaborations of aphorisms made by Lord Chaitanya and explained by Sri Gopinatha Acharya. In my experience, I have not yet come across anything so superior and exhaustive. No further theories, annotations, or new doctrines on the Supreme Lord's elaboration are necessary. The essence of all the Upanishads are available in these dissertations. If someone can take the pains to compile these elaborations systematically, then no other commentaries will be appreciated by the scholars. Vaisnavadesa Babaji's words gave Devidasa profound joy. He offered his prostrate obeisances to Vaisnavadesa Babaji and proceeded to his father's room. He narrated everything to his father. The father was jubilant and he said, Devi, you have read and heard enough, but now you must search for the real purpose of life, the ultimate goal. Devidasa, father, came to Godrama feeling extremely hopeful that can bring you back with me. If you can kindly come just once more, we'll be very happy. Especially our dear mother is keen to have your darsana. Lahira Mahasaya, I have accepted the shelter of the Vaisnava's lotus feet. One have taken a vow not to visit a non-Vaisnava's house. First, all of you become Vaisnavas, then you can take me. Devidasa, father, do not understand your instructions. We worship the Lord in our house. We have never shown disrespect to the holy name. We serve and care for guests and Vaisnavas. Then are we not Vaisnavas? Lahira Mahasaya recognized that apparently there are no differences between your activities and the Vaisnavas' activities, yet you are not Vaisnavas. Devidasa, then please tell me, what should we do to become Vaisnavas? Lahira Mahasaya, you must denounce your materialistic mentality, or namatika, bhava, attachment to temporary rituals, and embrace the values of eternal religion, or nitya, dharma. Then possibly you can become Vaisnavas. Devi Dasa, I have a nagging doubt which I want you to kindly dissipate. The Vaisnavas' devotional activities of Sravana, Kirtana, Padasavana, Arcana, Vandana, Dajya, Sakya, and Atma, Nivdana are diluted with material activities. Then why can't these be called Namatika as well? Detect a certain bias in this matter. Idol, worship, fasting, using material things in worship, all these are mundane. How can they be nitya, or eternal? Lahira Mahasaya Sun, one took a long time to grasp this point, so try to properly understand it. Human beings are of two kinds, worldly and spiritual. Worldly men seek only temporal and corporeal pleasures, respect, and advancement. Spiritual persons are of three categories: surrendered to God, desiring knowledge, and aspiring for mystic powers. Those aspiring for mystic perfections are absorbed in enjoying the fruits of ritualistic performances, or karma, kanda. They want to display miracles by pressing into service different rites, sacrifices and yogic disciplines. They contribute to the view that if a supreme controller, or God exists, then he is subservient to the laws of karma. Scientists belong to this group. Persons desiring knowledge dabble in empirical philosophy to realize the Brahman within themselves. To them God may or may not exist. To suit their purpose they imagine God exists and they worship him. Gradually their endeavors are rewarded with the appropriate results, and at this point their imagined God is no longer imperative. This devotion or worship of God at the time of enlightenment is transformed into fulfillment of knowledge. This philosophy does not accept that God or devotion to God are eternal. The third category of spiritual men are those who are surrendered to God. Factually, this group is the true seeker of spirituality. They believe in an eternal and unlimited God, who has created both the living entities and the material nature by his potencies. The living entities are his eternal servants, and the eternal serving mood is Jiva's eternal religion. Jiva is unable to do anything by his own strength. Karma, or fruitive labor, cannot offer Jiva any eternal results. Empirical knowledge, or jnana, warps and distorts the ultimate, eternal truth. All spiritual perfections for the Jivas are ensured only by the mercy of God in executing devotional service to him. The first two categories of spiritualists are thus known as *karma, Kandi, followers of karma, Kanda, and Jnana, Kandi, followers of Jnana, Kanda, respectively. Only the third category can be termed as devotees. The first two types, karma, Kandi and Jnana, Kandi, arrogate they are the true spiritualists, but in reality they are materialists, or worldly, thus Naimittika. All their religious practices are Namatika, temporal. Those who worship Durga Devi, Gainsa, Siva, the sun god, are followers of Jnana, Kanda. Their participation in Sravana, Kirtana, and so on are done solely with the motive of obtaining emancipation, or mutti, and finally in the hope of merging with Brahman. Those among them who are not desirous of either buddhi, sense enjoyment, or mutti, emancipation, when performing Sravana, Kirtana etc., are factually serving the Supreme Lord Vishnu through the medium of different demigods. The Supreme Lord's deity form is eternal, absolutely spiritual, and omnipotent. If the deity form one worships is not accepted or believed to be the Supreme Lord himself, then his worship is mundane, impermanent. Son, the deity worship you conduct in the house is not a spiritual activity because you do not acknowledge that the Lord's deity form is eternal, transcendental. This proves that you are not surrendered to God. Hope you have been enlightened about the difference between Nitya, Upasana, eternal or transcendental deity worship, and Namatika, Upasana, mundane ritualistic deity worship. Devi Dasa, yes. If one worships the deity form but does not accept this form as eternal, then such worship is material and not spiritual. But can this mundane ritualistic worship offer the worshipper clues on other spiritual truths? Lahira Mahasaya, that may be true, still such worship cannot be designated as an eternal spiritual activity. In Vaisnava religion they worship the Lord's deity as his eternal form, and hence their worship is transcendental activity. Devi Dasa. The deity forms which are worshipped are sculpted by men from matter. How can I see them as absolute, eternal? Lahira Mahasaya. The deity Vaisnavas worship is not the same. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is positively not like the Nirakara Brahman, formless Brahman. He is Sat, Cit, Ananda Vigraha, or the embodied form of eternality, absolute knowledge and transcendental bliss, endowed with all potencies. This is the spiritual form, Sri Murti, Vaisnavas worship. At first the Lord's form appears in the devotee's spiritual consciousness and takes shape in his mind. The Lord then manifests himself in that deity form constructed by the devotee from his mind through the process of devotional service. When the devotee sees the Lord Sri Murti, the transcendental form of the Lord appears in his heart and he merges them together as one. The Jainani's understanding of deities is not the same as the Vaisnavas. They believe that the Brahman concept is infused into the material form of the deity with their imagination, and Brahman remains in that form as long as they require to worship it. Later, the form is considered a mere material object. Ponder on these points deeply and try to understand the differences in these approaches to deity worship. When one receives initiation into the path of Vaisnavism by the Guru's mercy, then even the differences in the results of the different forms of deity worship becomes known. Devi Dasalam, slowly being convinced that the Vaisnavas are not fanatics but are capable of analysis and probing the arcane. Worshipping the Sri Murti of the Lord, and extrapolating the concept of divinity onto matter and then worshipping the deity, stand in opposite poles. Yet the rituals and performances are apparently the same in both. Father, you have removed a major doubt in my mind. I will contemplate on these subjects more seriously. Am totally convinced that the Jainani's worship of the deities are self-hallucinating, or even self-deceiving. All is well for now. We'll continue our discussion later and pray at your feet for more answers. Devi Dasa Vidyaratna and Samhu returned to their lodging and came back to Lahira Mahasaya later in the evening. No further discussions were possible because everyone was simply engrossed in the joy of singing and chanting the holy name. Next day in the afternoon they came and joined the other Vaisnavas assembled in Paramhamsa Babaji's courtyard. Devi Dasa and Samhu sat close to Lahira Mahasaya. Just then the Kaji, a Muslim religion's head and magistrate, of Brahmana Puskarini village arrived there. The Vaisnavas stood up courteously to heartily welcome the Kaji. The Kaji exchanged warm greetings with the Vaisnavas and joined them. Everyone was waiting expectantly to hear Babaji Maharaja speak. Paramhamsa Babaji addressed the Kaji. You are truly fortunate, being the descendants of Srikant Kaji, who was personally favored by our Lord, Sriman Mahaprabhu. So please be merciful upon us. The Kaji replied *** by Lord Chaitanya's mercy we are also the recipients of the Vaisnavas' mercy. Lord Gauranga is the Lord of our heart. We begin everything by first offering our humble obeisance to him. Lahira Mahasaya was proficient in Urdu and Arabic, the languages used by the Muslims. He had studied the Holy Quran Sarif, reading all the 30 Safara. He was conversant with the Sufi philosophy, studying many of their literatures. Taking the opportunity of the Kaji's presence, he asked him what is the Islam concept of ****. Kaji replied, what in Sanskrit is known as Jiva, we term it Aryu. Aryu is found in two conditions of existence degree Aryu, Mujar, Rad, and Avasid is Jisam. Mujar, Rad is Majar, Radi, and Aryu, Tarakabi. The Islamic interpretations of CIT is transcendental to time and space. Degree Jisam is bound by time and space. Tarakabi, too, or the conditioned soul, is attributed with desire, mind, and malafut, or knowledge. Mujar, Radi, Aryu is pure and free of these attributes, hence is different. The Mujar, Radi, Aryu, or the pure souls reside in the spiritual realm of copyright alam. Misal Aryu is purified with the flowering of Isk or love, or Prema. The place to which Payagambara Sahib, Prophet, was taken by Kota, Supreme Lord, is not influenced by Jisam, but even there Aryu is a Banda, or servant, and Kota is the master. Therefore the relationship between Banda, or servant, and Kota, or God, is eternal. To attain this status by purification is known as mutti or emancipation. Quran and the Sufi Kitab, books, has recorded all these points, but not everyone can comprehend the meanings. Lord Gauranga had instructed Kandkaji on this esoteric subject. Since then we are able to pursue the pure devotional path and become pure devotees. What is the essence of Quran? Kaji Quran has described Bhista but has not mentioned Ibadat, although the life there is abatada, eternal. Kota is there and everyone is engrossed in sublime joy seeing him. These are the explanations given by Lord Gauranga. Does *Keta have a form? Kaji The Quran denies copyright Kota of having any form. Lord Chaitanya elucidated to Kandkaji that Quran forbids a jismani, murti or material form of Kota, but does not forbid the pure Mujarrati form. The Payagambara Sahib had seen that ecstatic form of Kota on the strength of his elevation and eligibility. But the other spiritual emotions were veiled. What is the Sufi philosophy? Kaji In their philosophy the main concept is Anayahak, or 1am Kota or God. Your Advaita philosophy, monism, and the Muslims as Aoyavat are very similar. Are you Sufis? Kaji No, we follow the pure devotional path, we are surrendered to Lord Gauranga. The discussion continued for some time. Finally the Kaji took leave of the Vaisnavas offering them his respects. The evening concluded with congregational chanting of the holy name. Chapter 6 The Eternal Religion and the Racial, Caste etc. Divide as though a teacher, firmly believed since long that Brahmanas were the noblest of castes. It was their sole prerogative to pursue the path of spirituality. Mutti or emancipation was not available to men of any other castes but only to a Brahmana by birth. From birth a Brahmana realized his oneness with Brahman. Hence Dividas was naturally vexed about the conversation between the Kaji and the Vaisnavas the other day. He was unable to grasp the meaning of the Kazi's talk. He thought to himself, these Yavanas, the Sanskrit term for Muslims, are very strange people. Their philosophy is equally an enigma. It is all right for my father to talk with them since he is proficient in Persian and Arabic languages and he has been researching the different religious philosophies. Wonder why he was so friendly to him. A Hindu has to take a bath if he simply touches a Yavana, then why did Vaisnavadas Babaji and Paramahamsa Babaji affectionately invite the Kaji to join their assembly and sit amidst them? That night in the assembly Dividas, unable to contain his agitation, had commented to Samhu will ignite the flames of religious debate and incinerate the Pasanda, heretic, philosophy. This Navadvipa, which was the famous venue for debates on Nyaya Sastra between illustrious scholars like Sarvabhauma and Siromani, which witnessed Raghunath's great dissertations on the 28 treatises which he compiled from all the Samriti Sastra, has now to bear the ignominy of such upstart behavior of some Vaisnavas who are more than affable to the Yavanas. Am sure the scholars and pedagogues of Navadvipa are not aware of this incident. Took Dividas a few days of preparation before he plunged himself into his self-assigned mission. The afternoon was overcast with low-hanging clouds shrouding the sun. That morning a continuous nagging drizzle had spread a dismal sheet of slick everywhere. At midday Devi and Samhu ate hot kikuri. The Vaisnavas were also delayed by of the inclement weather in going on their mudukari, collecting food from door to door, rounds. They had returned later than usual. Now at 3 in the afternoon, having taken prasadam, offered foodstuff, some Vaisnavas sat chanting on their beads in a large cottage adjacent to the Madhavi Maladi courtyard. Paramhamsa Babaji Vaisnavadas Babaji, Anantadasa, a visiting Vaisnava Pandit from Nrasimhapalli, Lahira Mahasaya and Yadavadasa of Kulia village were already seated there. They were quietly relishing the rector of chanting when suddenly they were interrupted by the arrival of Devi Dasa Vidyaratna accompanied by Kadarbuja Pandit Padaratna of Samadragarh Sintamani Nayaratna, Pundit in logic, of Kasi, Kalidasa Vakaspati of Purbasthali and the famous Krishnakudamani. The Vaisnavas heartily welcomed this small group of Brahmana Pundits and requested for them to sit down. Paramhamsa Babaji being the senior most said most people complain that a rainy day, like today, is annoying. But not for us, because Brahmana Pundits, who are residents of the Dham, holy pilgrimage, have graciously come today to sanctify our humble dwellings with their feet dust. The Vaisnavas are naturally very humble, even more than a blade of grass. So they offered their respect by uttering Viprakaranebhya Nama, one offer obeisances at the Brahmana's feet. Brahmana Pundits are a proud lot returning the Vaisnavas' greetings. The Pundits superciliously waved their hands in a gesture of blessing them and took their seats. Dvitas Vidyaratna had already prepared these young Brahmana Pundits for a debate. They grudgingly offered respects to Lahira Mahasaya since he was their senior. Lahira Mahasaya, now conversant with the scriptural conclusions, immediately reciprocated their offering of respects. Among the Pundits, Krishnakudamani was very expert in argument. He had a record of defeating many Pundits in Kasi, Mithila etc. A person of diminutive stature, but with a shiny dark tan and a grave demeanor. His eyes were a pair of incandescent stars. He initiated the debate in that assembly. Krishnakudamani began, "We have come today to have darsana of Vaisnavas. We do not subscribe to all your etiquettes and activities, but we definitely appreciate your sincere devotion to God. The Supreme Lord has said, Api set syujarakaro bajate mam ananya bhaksad hariva sa mantafya samayak vyavasito isa, bg.9/30. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination." This quotation from the Bhagavad Gita is our proof. On the strength of it we have come to meet sadhus. But there is also a definite purpose to our coming. We want to challenge your malpractices of keeping amicable relationship and association with yavanas done in the name of bhakti, or devotion. I request the best debater among you to come forward. The Vaisnavas were sad on hearing Krishnakudamani's reproach. Paramahamsa Babaji replied, "We are but fools. What do we know about debating? Our norms and etiquettes simply emulate the example set by Mahajanas or previous authorities, the Acharyas and saints. We will silently hear your instructions from the scriptures." Kudamani replied, "Such talks are highly irregular. As a segment of the Hindu society, if your norms and actions, and if what you propagate are against scriptural injunctions, they will surely destroy humankind. How can you justify your unauthorized behavior by quoting previous Acharyas and saints, who can be designated as a Mahajana? Only if one's conduct and speech are supported by the scripture can he be called a Mahajana, otherwise addressing just anybody as a Mahajana and citing scripture Mahajanyana Gata Sa Pantha, following in the footsteps of Mahajanas, is not going to solve the world's raging problems." The Vaisnavas courteously left the assembly place and came to Gethiyar in another cottage to consult among themselves. They decided that since the Pundits have blasphemed their Mahajanas and if they are capable they should refute them. Paramhamsa Babaji was not keen to represent them. And though Anantadesa Pundita was an expert in the philosophy of logic, or Nyayasastra, they chose Vaisnavadesa Babaji to debate on their behalf. They gathered that Dvitas Vidyaratna was the architect of today's Dilma. Lahira Mahasaya spoke out unhesitatingly, "Devi Dasa is a very arrogant boy. He was definitely disturbed with our amiable dealings with the Kaji the other day, and so he must have incited these Brahmana Pundits to come here today." Vaisnavadesa Babaji bent down and touched Paramhamsa Babaji's feet and said, "Carry the Vaisnavas orders as a crown around my head. Believe that at long last all my education and research will prove worthy." The drizzle, for quite some time, had let up. The scattered clouds allowed little patches of blue to peep through. A large simple carpet covered the major portion of Madhavi Maladi Mandopa Count Yard. The Brahmana Pundits sat to one side and the Vaisnavas sat opposite them. Other learned Vaisnavas from Gadrama and around were requested to attend the debate, and they came and sat around the contestants. Many eager Brahmana students also gathered there. The congregation swelled to a fair size. An estimated 100 Brahmin Pundits and students on one side and about 200 Vaisnavas on the opposite side. Taking permission and blessings from the Vaisnavas, Vaisnavadesa Babaji sat in front of the Vaisnavas, a picture of calm composure. Just then everyone witnessed a wonderful omen and the Vaisnavas jubilantly chanted out aloud the holy name. A confetti of flower petals rained down on Vaisnavadesa Babaji from above. The Vaisnavas concluded this is Lord Chaitanya's prasiddha, or mercy. Krishnakudamani sitting across from them puckered his nose in obvious disdain and said, as you think, but it's not flowers but fruits of results that matters. Vaisnavadesa Babaji began abruptly without further pomp or frills. He said finally, it seems in Navadvipa I find an assembly similar to those I've seen in Varanasi. Lt gives me much pleasure. Although I'm a Bengali, yet most of my life I've spent in Varanasi and other places studying and giving talks. My proficiency in Bengali therefore has lessened considerably. So desire that today's discussion be conducted in Sanskrit. Krishnakudamani had sincerely labored hard to study the scriptures, but other than learning by rote he was not conversant with Sanskrit, hence was not confident. He felt shaky hearing Vaisnavadesa Babaji proposal and blurted out, the fact is that we are holding this assembly in Bengal, so speaking in Bengali is appropriate. Besides, I'm not fluent in Sanskrit like the pundits from the northwest. Everyone understood from Kudamani's express that he was apprehensive of debating with Vaisnavadesa Babaji. So they requested Vaisnavadesa to converse in Bengali, to which he readily agreed. Kudamani began the debate with a series of questions. Is caste a permanent identity for the human being? Are Hindus and Muslims of different castes? Does a Hindu become degraded by associating with a Muslim? In reply, Vaisnavadesa said, yes, Naya, Sastra states that jati, or caste, is permanent, but the different categories of jati does apply to the human kind due to their taking birth in separate countries. Rather, it points out the differences in species of living entities like goat species, cow species, human species, etc. Kudamani agree with your analysis, but is there a distinction in species between Hindus and Muslims? Vaisnavadesa yes, there are some dissimilarities in both the castes, or species, but they are not permanent. The human species is one, the differences lie in language, country, attire, complexion, caste, etc., and based on these men have created imaginary differences. Kuda are there no distinctions at all, even on the basis of birth, between a Hindu and a Muslim? Or are the differences limited to the areas of attire, language, etc.? Vaisnavadesa the jiva is born into high or low caste as a result of his karma, or previous activities. According to their separate castes, humans have specific duties. There are 4 castes: Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra. Others are low-born outcasts. Kuda are the Yavanas outcasts. Yes, by scriptural decree they are outcasts, they do not qualify for the 4 Vedic castes. Kuda, if true, then how can a Yavana become a Vaisnava, and how does the Aryan Vaisnava socialize with them? A devotee who has developed unalloyed devotion is a Vaisnava. Every human being is eligible to become a Vaisnava. Due to their low birth, a Yavana has no right to perform the duties prescribed to a Keturvarni, belonging to the 4 castes, but they have full eligibility to participate in devotional activities. And as long as the point regarding the subtle distinctions in Karmakanda, Jnanakanda, and Bhaktikanda or Upasanakanda, the 3 divisions of the entire Vedic literature, are not meticulously analyzed, it is impossible to decide if a man has proper knowledge of the scriptures. Kuda, so be it. Karma, or the prescribed duty, cleanses the consciousness. When the consciousness is cleansed, he becomes eligible to gather knowledge, or jnana. There are 2 varieties of knowledgeable persons, or Jnani Nirbhita Brahmanvadi, follower of monism, and the Vaisnavas who worship the personal form of God. Therefore, without perfecting the stage of karma, a person cannot become a Vaisnava. Muslims are not eligible to execute karma, then how can they perform bhakti? Persons outside the Varna ashrama system, the outcasts, and Tyaja, are also eligible to embrace the path of bhakti. This point has been supported by all the scriptures. The Bhagavad Gita states, Man hi partha vyapasratya yepisya papayonayastriyo vishas tatha sudras te payanti param gatam, BG.9/32. O son of Partha, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth women, Vaishyas, merchants, as well as Sudras, menial laborers, can approach the supreme destination. The Naradiya Purana states, Svapako pi mahipala vinubhakto dvijat hikavisnubhaktivayano yo yata ca svapakat hika. O king, if a Kandala, dog-eater, embraces the path of pure devotion to the Supreme Lord Vinu, he is superior to a Brahmana. On the other hand, if a sannyasi is not a devotee of Lord Vinu, then he is more degraded than a Kandala. Kuta granted there are numerous scriptural proofs, but it is imperative to draw conclusions after proper analysis. What is the method for removing the blemish of a birth in a base caste? Can this birth slur be abrogated in any way other than with demise and rebirth? V.B. The misfortune of a low birth results from prarabdha karma, sinful reactions of previous birth. It is eliminated by chanting the Lord's name. The Srimad Bhagavatam declares Yan nama sakre kravanat pukezo pi vimusayat samsarat, sb.6/16/44. Merely by hearing the holy name of your lordship only once, even Kandalars, men of the lowest class, are freed from all material contamination. Nada param karmaniband hakrandanam mumuksadam tirthapadanukirtanatna yat punakarme susajate mano rajastamabhyam kalalam tatoniatha, sb.6/2/46, *. Therefore one who desires freedom from material bondage should adopt the process of chanting and glorifying the name, fame, form, and pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, at whose feet all the holy places stand. One cannot derive the proper benefit from other methods, such as pious atonement, speculative knowledge, and meditation in mystic yoga, because even after following such methods one takes to fruitive activities again, unable to control his mind, which is contaminated by the base qualities of nature, namely passion and ignorance. Aho badasva pastagarianyajhivagravartate nama tubhyam tepas tapas te ejahuvasasner area brahmanu namagrananti yet, sb.3/33/7. Oh, how glorious are they whose tongues are chanting the holy name. Even if born in the family of dog-eaters, such persons are worshipable. Persons who chant the holy name of your lordship must have executed all sorts of austerities and fire sacrifices and achieved all the good manners of the Aryans. To be chanting the holy name of your lordship, they must have bathed at holy places of pilgrimage, studied the Vedas and fulfilled everything required. Kuta in that case why a Kandala, who is chanting the holy name, cannot perform yajna or fire sacrifice. V.B. For a person to be eligible to perform yajna, he must take birth as a Brahmana. Even so, just as a Brahmana must first receive the Gayatri mantra or Brahman thread, Savitra, initiation before he is allowed to perform different Vedic rituals, similarly a Kandala, although purified by chanting the holy name must first be born in a Brahmana family before he is eligible to conduct yajna. But it is also true that the different limbs of bhakti, which are incalculably superior to yajna, and other Vedic rituals, are readily available to him. Kuta this is a very strange siddhanta, or conclusion. One who is denied exercising an elementary right ends up having claim to a much superior position. What simple proofs can you put forward? V.B. Human activities can be categorized under two headings, Vyavaharika, mundane, social, and Paramarthika, spiritual. There are instances where a person is spiritually advanced but is disallowed to perform certain mundane, or Vyavaharika activities. For example, a person is born a Muslim but acquires the qualities of goodness of a pure Brahmana. In fact, spiritually he is Brahmana, yet he is barred from the Vyavaharika act of marrying a Brahmana bride. Kuta why is he not eligible? What will be his offense if he does it? V.B. If one acts against the human norms it is a social crime. Those who are proud of being conversant with social etiquettes will never acquiesce to such crimes. Therefore in spite of spirit UAL, or Paramarthika eligibility one cannot go against the principles of society. Kuta kindly iterate the necessary qualifications for performing karma and bhakti. V.B. Mundane qualifications like a privileged birth, performing activities suitable to one's station, mentality etc. are required for karma. Faith and devotion, according to, and towards scriptural conclusions, Tattvik Sraddha, gives eligibility to execute bhakti. Kuda, pray do not confuse me with theological jargon but explain to me in prosaic terms, what is meant by suitable activities according to one's mentality, nature. V.B. Peacefulness, self-control and austerity, purity, satisfaction, forgiveness, straightforwardness, devotion to God, compassion, truthfulness are some qualifications which constitute the Brahmanical nature. Heroism, power, physical prowess, determination, tolerance, generosity, enthusiasm, steadfastness, leadership, opulence are hallmarks of a Kshatriya's nature. Religiousness, charity, dedication, humility, greed for wealth etc. are Vaishya's nature. Serving the Brahmanas, the cow and demigods, satisfied with whatever comes his way are the qualifications of a Sudra. Unclean habits, dishonesty, stealing, atheism, quarrelsome, lust, anger, gratifying the senses are activities and characteristics of an outcast, or antyaja. The scriptures recommend that a person's caste be ascertained from his nature and activities and not merely on the basis of his birth, though this has become the practice nowadays. A person's nature determines his work psychology, preferences, and ultimately his work expertise. These natures, which were just now enumerated, are what prompts a person's mentality and activity. With many, their nature is from their birth, however some acquire it through association. Association begins at birth, so the nature is molded from the birth. It does not mean that birth is the only cause and reason for performing karma. There are a variety of reasons and causes, so the scriptures point out that eligibility must be ascertained from one's nature and characteristics. Kuda, what is Tattvik Sraddha? V.B. Simple guileless faith in the Supreme Lord and sincere devotional service to Him prompted by it, is known as Sraddha, or faith. False faith in the Lord develops in an impious person's heart when he observes only the external aspects or rituals of worship. He uses this mask of religiosity to pursue with pride and greed his cherished material goals. This is known as Atattvika Sraddha, unscriptural Sraddha. Many previous acharyas and sages have pronounced that Tattvika Sraddha means sincere faith in the scriptures. Tattvika Sraddha confers eligibility to perform bhakti on a sincere candidate. Kuda, some persons have developed faith in the scriptures but lack a noble nature. Are they fit candidates for bhakti? V.B. The type of nature, or svabhava, is certainly a deciding factor for eligibility to karma, but definitely not applicable to bhakti. Deliberate on the following verses from the Srimad Bhagavatam Jatas Rado Mat Katha Sunirvana Sarvakar Mesuvda Dukat Makan Kaman Paradiyajbhyanisvara. Tato Bajda Mamprada Sradaludres Daniskayajo Samanskatan Kaman Dukat Arkanska Garhayan. Praktina Bhakti Yogena Bajato Masakran Muna. Kama Hirde Yanasianti Sarv Mighty Hirdi Stite. Bhidyate Hirde Agranthis Chityanti Sarvasam Saya. Ksiyanti Kajya Karmani Mighty Drasaint Kilatmani. Yat Karmabhir Yat Tapasajane Anavaraj Yati Asca Yat. Yogena Danadharmanas Ryabhiratarare Pi. Sarvam Mad Bhakti Yogena Mad Bhakto Labhate Njasa. Svargape Vargam Mad Damakath Ansad Yati Vanchati. SB.11/20/27/30-32-33. By hearing topics of Krishna consciousness in saintly company, people develop a taste for spirituality and lose interest in material activities. They commence chanting the holy name with firm faith. Unable to sometimes stamp out old bad habits and unwanted desires, they strongly condemn these detrimental traits in themselves and helplessly continue to wallow in them for some time. By engaging in my devotional service, quickly the heart is cleansed of lusty desires. And when they enthrone me, the Supreme Lord, in their hearts all imperfections are removed. Immediately the knot of material attachment that ensnares the heart is cut asunder, every doubt becomes dispelled and the yearning for fruitive activities is quelled. This is the eternal truth. Whatever reward results from performing tapasya, austerity, jnanavarajya, knowledge and renunciation, dana, charity, and any other auspicious and pious deeds can be received more facilely and quickly by my devotee engaged in devotional service to me. Kuta, what if do not accept the Srimad Bhagavatam? V.B. have simply presented the conclusion of all scriptures. Scripture is one. If you do not accept the Bhagavatam, the other scriptures will harass you. I do not need to refer to many scriptures, simply consider what the Gita, a universally honored text, has to say. In fact, the verse quoted by you at the onset of this debate is a matrix containing valuable teachings. API set Syujarakaro Bajate Mam Ananyabhaksatu Riva Sa Mante Vyasamayak Vyavasito Hi Sake Sipram Bhavati Dermatma Sasvakantam Nigakati Kauntaya Pradijana Hi Amy Bhakta Pranajyati Mam Hi Partha Vyapasratya Yepisya Papiane Astrayo Vishas Tatha Sudras Te Pi Yantai Param Gatam. BG.9/3032. Even if one commits the most abominable actions, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. O son of Pirtha, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth women, Vaishyas, merchants, as well as Sudras, worker, can approach the supreme destination. The purport of this text is that a devotee who engages in devotional service, hearing topics of Krishna consciousness, chanting the Lord's name, singing his glories with single-mindedness, ananyabhak, even if he is addicted to many abominable, illicit activities which are against the scriptural injunctions, he must be considered a sadhu, saintly soul. Because he is on the right ES path, he is situated in devotional service. There are three processes mentioned in the scriptures: karmakanda, fruitive activities within the varnashrama system; jnanakanda, empirical philosophy and renunciation; and bhakti, devotional service constituting hearing narrations about the Supreme Lord in saintly association and chanting his name with sincere faith. Sometimes these three methods can be channelized into one applicatyon known as yoga, or union with the Supreme, at which time they become generally termed as either karma yoga, jnana yoga or bhakti yoga, depending on the stress and slant of the practice. When any one of these forms of yoga is practiced singly, their acolytes are called karma yogi, jnana yogi, and bhakti yogi. A bhakti yogi is the best of the three because when bhakti yoga is practiced separately by itself, it is able to reward the yogi with unlimited benediction. You can understand this point from the following verse in the Gita, which is cited here as the conclusion of the first of the triad of 6 chapters: Yoginam api sarvazam mad gatan antaratmana sradavan bhajat yo mam sami yudatamo mata, BG.6/47. And of all yogis, he who always abides in me with great faith, worshipping me in transcendental loving service, is most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. LT is imperative to understand the sense in the verse K Sipram Bhavati Dharmatma. One who is sincerely engaged in devotional service will have the worst of his character flaws quickly rectified. Religiosity meekly follows bhakti everywhere. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the source of religion, and he allows himself to be easily conquered by bhakti. Maya that enslaves the jiva, is immediately dissipated when the Supreme Lord is invited to occupy the throne in his heart. No other method is effective. As soon as he becomes a devotee, religious fervor suffuses his heart. When lust is uprooted, peace and tranquility enter the heart. Hence the Lord boldly declares that his devotees will never be vanquished. A karmi and a jnani are vulnerable. It is possible they may fall into bad association while practicing their individual disciplines, but the Lord's devotees never succumb to the ills of evil company solely because of the omnipotent association of the Supreme Lord. Therefore the devotee can never be destroyed. A devotee may be born in a lowly family of sinners or in the noble Brahmana caste, the supreme destination is in his grip. Kuta, it appears to me that whatever rites and rituals have been prescribed by the scriptures to the jiva on the basis of his birth is more than satisfactory. Was born in a Brahmana family. By regularly performing my sandhya, vandana etc. Am sure to acquire knowledge and finally attain mukti, or liberation. This is a tangible truth to me. But I cannot comprehend how Sraddha appears. I have come across instructions in the Gita and Bhagavatam about how bhakti is begotten from Sraddha. Kindly explain to me how Jiva can endeavor to possess that Sraddha. V.B. Sraddha is an integral part of Jiva's eternal, inherent nature. Jiva's inclination towards karma in the Varnashrama setup is a product of his temporary, material nature. This fact is substantiated in the scriptures. For example, Yadavi Sradat Hatayatha Manut Nasradadhan Manut Sradat Deva Manut Vijajanasasa Tavyeti Sradam Bhagavo Vijajanasa iti. Shandogya up. 7/19/1. Sanat Kumara said when a person develops Sraddha, or respect for that which is to be known, he makes the effort to know it. Only those with Sraddha can know it, others without Sraddha cannot. Therefore, O Narada, first there must be Sraddha, so it is essential to learn what is Sraddha. Narada replied, my dear Lord, I'll earnestly desire to inform myself fully about Sraddha. Some commentators have explained that Sraddha means faith in the words of the Vedas and the Guru. This explanation is acceptable but not really clear. In our Sampradaya the word Sraddha carries the following definition: Sraddha Tvanyapaya Varjambhakti Unmukha Amnaya Sutra 57. Sraddha is that propensity in man which strives for bhakti and rejects the vehicles of karma, jnana etc. to reach it. By constantly hearing about the Supreme Lord in saintly association, man's consciousness reaches a certain elevation. When he realizes that karma, jnana yoga etc. cannot offer Jiva eternal benediction, the absolute truth, and that there is no other option for the Jiva save taking the shelter of Lord Hari's lotus feet with single-minded devotion, only then can it be said that he has developed Sraddha and faith in the words of the scriptures and Guru. Sraddha is outlined in the following words of Amnayasafar 58 Saca Saranapati Laksana. Meaning that the different indications of surrender are the external symptoms of Sraddha. And surrender, or Saranapati, is described in this way: Anukulyajya Sankalpa Pratikulyajya Varjanamraksashyati Ivayavaso Goptrit Varanam Tathatmanik Sepakaranyi Sadvid Hasaranagata, Hari Bhaktivilasa 11/417. The 6 divisions of surrender are the acceptance of those things favorable to devotional service, the rejection of unfavorable things, the conviction that Krishna will give protection, the acceptance of the Lord as one's guardian or master, full self-surrender, and humility. A devotee must take the vow to perform works which are favorable to unalloyed devotional service and reject anything that is unfavorable. He must be convinced that the Supreme Lord alone is his protector and maintainer, and nothing positive can come from endeavoring for jnana, yoga etc. He must develop a sense of complete dependence on the Lord, thinking that solely on his own efforts he is incapable of succeeding in anything, not even in maintaining himself. Therefore, since the Lord is taking care of him, he will serve him appropriately. He must offer himself wholesale to the Lord, knowing that he is ignorant of his own spiritual identity. He is the Lord's property and his actions are implementations of the Lord's desires. He must develop the sense of humility, making him feel poverty-stricken, meek and lowly. Thus the state of consciousness that is evoked when the heart becomes infused with this vow, faith, dependence, self-surrender, and humility is designated as Sraddha. In whichever person this Sraddha is evinced becomes the fit candidate to execute bhakti. For the eternally liberated, pure Jiva soul, it is the initial step towards perfection. Since it is the fundamental nuance of Jiva's innate nature, it is therefore his eternal nature. All other variations of Jiva's nature is temporary, or namatika. Kuta, thank you, have grasped it? You have still omitted the subject of what evokes Sraddha. If sat karma, or pious deeds, is the seed that later sprout out as Sraddha, then my argument remains uncontested. Because if sat karma and prescribed duties are not properly executed within the Varnasvama system, then Sraddha cannot manifest. Thus, since the Yavanas, Muslims, do not have the possibility to perform sat karma, how can they become suitable candidates for practicing bhakti? V.B-yes. Sraddha is born of Sukriti, righteous activities. This quote, available in the Brahmanaradiya Purana, provides the required proof: Bhaktis tu Bhagavad Bhaktina Parajayat Sat Sangaprapyate Pum Hih Sikrita Purvasansite. The translation to this slok is available in the 3rd chapter of this book. Sikriti is of 2 kinds: Nitya and Namatika. Sikriti which leads to satsanga and bhakti is nitya sikriti, and sikriti which results in material enjoyment and impersonal liberation is naimittika sikriti. Sikriti is differentiated on the basis of results. If the result is eternal, sikriti is eternal, or nitya sikriti, and if the result is evanescent, sikriti is temporal. Buddhi, or sense gratification, is fleeting, hence naimittika. Many people are under the mistaken belief that mutti, liberation, is eternal. The reason being that they lack knowledge on this subject. The soul is pure, eternal, and ever dynamic. The cause of Jiva's enslavement is his intimate intercourse with Maya or matter. Thus mutti or liberation is defined as the complete nullification of this enslavement. The act of release from bondage is not eternal. With release, liberation comes into immediate affect, and the striving ceases. No more a topic of discussion. The removal of the cause is, in other words, liberation. Therefore mutti is dependent on cause and effect, and so it is transitory. Whereas attachment to the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord Hari is endless. It is eternal. Hence in a spiritual sense no part or limb of this process of surrender can be termed as temporary or naimittika. That process of bhakti which claims to generate mutti and then finally ceases to be, is at best naimittika karma. While bhakti which is present before mutti is attained, during mutti is being attained and remains forever after mutti is attained, is quite different from the bhakti described before. It is an absolute eternal principle, and it is Jiva's eternal and inherent religion. Mutti is simply a byproduct of this bhakti. I offer this quote from Mundaka Upanishad Pariksyalokan Karmasaitan Brahmano Nirvidamayanastya Akritakritanated Vijananartham sa Guramivabhigakat Samit Panisratrayam Brahmanistham, Mund.1/2/12. A Brahmana must realize the temporary nature of the results of fruitive action, or karma, that the cherished eternal absolute truth, which lies beyond the principle of karma, is unattainable through karma, hence he must denounce karma. In order to obtain the cherished object, he must attach himself to the process of the science of devotion, knowledge coupled with pure loving devotion. In which case, he must humbly approach, with a gift, a bona fide spiritual master who is well versed in the conclusion of Vedas and is realized in the science of Krishna consciousness, surrender at his feet with mind, body, and words. Karma, Jnana Yoga etc. are all in the category of naimittika sikriti. Associating with saintly persons and performing devotional acts are nitya sikriti. He who has executed nitya sikriti in many lives will acquire sraddha. Naimittika sikriti offers many other results but cannot evoke sraddha towards unalloyed bhakti. Could please explain what is association of pure devotees, or satsanga, and devotional activities, and from what type of sikriti do these activities stem? V.B. To discuss and hear Krishna conscious topics from pure devotees and to serve them is known as satsanga, or bhaktisanga. The pure devotees of the Lord perform congregational chanting of the holy name in towns and villages. A person who participates in these spiritual activities or any other similar activities is performing devotional activities like cleansing the Lord's temple, offering lamp to the tulasi plant, observing the different spiritual festivals connected to the Supreme Lord, and so on. If somehow these devotional activities are not participated with pure sraddha but accidentally or even cursorily, they result in sikriti that fosters devotion to the Supreme Lord. When this sikriti accumulates into a driving force over many lifetimes, it brings one on the stage of acquiring sraddha towards sadhu sangha and towards pure bhakti. We must admit that everything is capable of garnering its own energy. All devotional activities are endowed with generating bhakti. If executed with sraddha, the results are marvelous, but even when done with disinterest or disregard, one accrues piety in the form of sikriti, as is pointed out in the Mahabharata Prabhaskanda Madhuramadan Mangalam Mangalanam Sakalanigam Satphalam Cit Svarapam Sakrode Pi Parajitam Sradaya Helaya Va Biter Gavara Naramatram Tarayat Krishna Nama. The chanting of the holy name is the most beneficial of all spiritual and pious activities. Lt is more relishable than the sweetest honey. It is the transcendental fruit of all the Sruti scriptures, Veda. O best of the Bhargavas! If any person chants Krishna's name offenselessly even once, be it with sraddha or with derisive disregard, the holy name immediately offers him liberation. Thus all Sikriti which enhances one's devotion to the Lord is Nitya Sikriti. It is this form of Sikriti when patiently seasoned brings one to Sadhu Sangha and Ananyabhakti. Deliberate and heinous malfeasance in performing Namatika karma accords the culprit a birth in a Muslim, Yavana, family, while Nitya Sikriti ensures development of Sraddha towards unalloyed devotion, Ananyabhakti. Why should this come as a surprise? Kuta, our opinion is, that if Bhakti, Posaka Sikriti, Sikriti that fosters Bhakti, really exists, then it is only a result of some other type of Sikriti. The Yavana does not possess this other type of Sikriti, hence the Bhakti, Posaka Sikriti is beyond his reach. VB. One should not think in these terms. Nitya, Sikriti and Namatika Sikriti are independent from each other, not connected. In the Purana we find the story of the sinful hunter who unknowingly, by force of circumstance, fasted and stayed up the night of Siva, Ratri, thus performing Siva, Vrata, vows. He attained devotion to Lord Hari as a result of Nitya, Sikriti, because Lord Siva is a very elevated Vaisnava, degree Vaisnavanamyatha Samha, $B.12/13/16, Sam, who is amongst the best of Vaisnavas as is substantiated by the scriptures, hence observing a vow in his honor favors one with Hari, Bhakti. Kuta, are you trying to put across that Nitya, Sikriti can happen by chance, under force of circumstances? VB. Everything occurs by force of circumstance. This is true even in the path karma. When Jiva got entangled in the cycle of karma for the first time, it happened also suddenly by sheer force of circumstances, is it not? Although the Mimamsa philosophers, one of the 6 schools of Vedic philosophy, have described karma as being eternal, factually karma is not sourceless. It has a source also. Jiva's rejection of God and his turning away from him is the root cause of his crucifixion to the windmill of karma. Similarly, Nityasikriti also appears to be a freak of chance. The Svetasvatara Upanishad states, Samain Vrgaze Puraso Nima Agno Hyanasiya Sokadimu Hyamanajustam Yada Pajyati Anyamasamajya Mahimanamati Vitasoka, Svet.4/7. Although the two birds are in the same tree, the eating bird, Jiva, is fully engrossed with anxiety and moroseness as the enjoyers of the fruits of the tree. But if in some way or other he turns his face to his friend who is the Lord, Super Soul, and knows his glories, by the mercy of Guru, at once the suffering bird becomes free from all anxiety. Sri Bhagavatam states, Bhavapavarga by tramato yada bhavoyanasia taryasi utasat samagama satsangamo yare itadeva sajata paravarese tiva ejate mata, SB 10/51/53. Oasi Uta. One who eternally remains fixed in his original identity, Jiva is eternally enthralled in the continuous cycle of birth and death. By the mercy of the Lord, when the time for his release from this vicious cycle comes, he attains first the association of saintly persons. Right from that moment he develops attachment to your lotus feet. You are the Lord of both the material and spiritual worlds and the shelter of the saintly souls. Again in Srimad Bhagavatam, Sadam prasanan mama virya samvido bhavanti hrt karmarasayana katha tajasanade sv apavargavardhamani sradaratir bhaktir anukramijyati, SB 3/25/25. In the association of pure devotees, discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed, and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begins. Kuta, then according to your understanding there is no distinction between one practicing Vedic culture, or an Arya, and a Yavana. V.B. In general there are two differences spiritual and material. Between an Arya and a Yavana there are no spiritual differences but only mundane differences. Kuta, why must you always come up with lofty Vedic circumlocution? What may be the mundane distinctions between the Arya and Yavana? V.B. Social intercourse in day-to-day material life is known as mundane dealings. In a materialistic society the Yavana is considered an untouchable. This is a mundane distinction. because of his low birth areas refuse water or food from his hands. Kuda, if so, then please clearly define how there is spiritual parity between an Arya and a Yavana. VB- when the scriptures declare, Bhai-tirguvara naramatram taraiti Krishnanama o Bhai-tirgu, the holy name of Krishna can liberate any human being, then it means that all human beings, including the Yavanas, are equal in regards to attaining spiritual goals. Those bereft of Nitya-Sukriti can be denominated as biped animals because they have no faith in the holy name of Krishna. Thus, although they are born as human beings, they are devoid of human ity, implying that their inhuman or animalistic nature is predominant. It is written in the Mahabharata, Mahaprasad Govinda Nama Brahmani Vaisnavsvilpa, Punya, Vadam Rajan Visvaso Na Eva, Jait. Persons with meager Sukriti, or piety cannot develop faith in Mahaprasada, or the spiritual remnants of the Lord, in the deity of Lord Govinda, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in the transcendental name of the Lord, and in the Vaisnavas Nitya. Sukriti is equivalent to immense piety that can purify the jiva. Namatika Sukriti is of meager piety and cannot evoke sraddha for spiritual objects. Mahaprasada, Lord Krishna, deity, his holy name and the pure Vaisnava devotee are the four transcendental and spiritual manifestations in this material world. Kuda, with a short laugh, what a speech that was. It is pure Vaisnava fanaticism. How can a little rice, dal, vegetables, and so on become transcendental? 1 am convinced that nothing is impossible for you Vaisnavas to believe in. Vaisnavadesa, whatever you may do, please do not attempt to criticize or blaspheme the Vaisnavas. This is my humble request. After all, in a debate one must adhere to the topic at hand, not indulge in Vaisnava, Ninda. There is no object in this material world superior to Mahaprasada because it invokes the spiritual nature in man and dissipates the mundane. Hence the Isopanisad declares Isavajiam idam sarvam yat kinka jagatyam jagatina tyaktina bunjitham agratakasia svidhanam. ISO 1, everything animate or inanimate that is within the universe is controlled and owned by the Lord, is interwoven into the Lord's existence and manifest his consciousness. One should therefore accept only those things necessary for himself, in a mood of yutta, vairagya, which are set aside as his quote, and one must not accept other things, knowing well to whom they belong. Everything in this world is connected with the Supreme Lord through his energies. If one develops the vision that everything is related to the spiritual nature, then he does not differentiate between what is external or material. He stops trying to enjoy, or exploit it. Jivas whose consciousness are directed inwards, towards spirituality, should accept their daily requirements to maintain their body in this world in a mood that everything is the Lord's prasada, or mercy. In that way they will never become degraded. In fact, this will help them progress spiritually. This is known as Mahaprasada. It is truly a great misfortune that you cannot cultivate a relish for such a wonderful thing. Kuda, please leave all that aside. Let us remain on the subject. How are you supposed to behave with the Yavanas? Vaisnavadesa, as long as a person remains a Yavana we are apathetic towards him. But when the Yavana becomes a Vaisnava on the strength of his Nitya Sukriti, then we do not refer to him further as a Yavana. The scriptures state, Sudram va Bhagavad, Bhaktam Nisadam Svapakam Tathaviksayat Jaitai, Samanyat Sayatai Narakam Dhruvam. Padmparan. A devotee of the Supreme Lord may be born in a Sudra family, last of the four Varnas, or lower as a Vyad or even in a dog, eating Kandala family, but anyone who thinks that they are designated according to their birth, then such a person will certainly be doomed to hell. Again, N. Amy Pryaskater Vidi Mad, Bhaktis Vapaka Pryatasma Edam Tato Grahayam Saca Pujoyathahai, Aham, Id Hasa Samakya. Ifa Brahmana well, versed in the four Vedas, or Katarvidi is not a devotee, he is not dear to me, but if a person, though he is born in a Kandala family, is a devotee, then he is very dear to me. Whatever offering has to be made must be made to him with proper faith, his remnants must be accepted by all, knowing him to be worthy of everyone's worship just as 1 am. Kuda understand, Kana Grastha Vaisnava, householder, offer the hand of his daughter in marriage to Yavana, Vaisnava, and can he in turn accept the hand in marriage of a Yavana Vaisnava's daughter? Vaisnavadesa - in a materialistic society a Yavana remains a Yavana to the world until his death. But in spiritual life when a Yavana attains bhakti, or devotional service he is no longer a Yavana. The 10 prescribed duties, dasavadha, karma, are smarta activities, adherents of the Sankhya scriptures. Vivaha, or marriage is one of them. Hence if the Grastha Vaisnava is an area, i.e. belonging to one of the 4 varnas, castes, then he should marry into his own varna. Because, although the varnashrama dharma is a part of naimatika dharma, for the purpose of a proper household life he should follow its principles. It is not true that one becomes a Vaisnava simply by discarding the social etiquettes of varnashrama dharma. For a Vaisnava, anything that is favorable to the path of bhakti, becomes his duty. Only when a person develops disgust and detachment to varnashrama dharma is he eligible to disassociate himself from it. He must then reject the varnashrama system entirely. When the varnashrama dharma poses a detriment to a devotee's Yavana family may also easily renounce the Yavana devotional service, bhajana, he may unhesitatingly denounce it. A sincere devotee born in a society if it is injurious to his spiritual life. If both the renouncers of varnashrama dharma and of Yavana society are Vaisnavas then where is the distinction? Both have rejected the materialistic social norms. In the matter of spiritual pursuit they are brothers. But this is not the case with the Grastha, Vaisnava. Society and its norms are hindrances on the path of bhajana, or devotional service, yet till one becomes worthy of disowning it he should not do so. Gradually when he spontaneously develops attachment to norms and things that are beneficial to his spiritual activities then he forgoes his dependence on social etiquettes. For example, Ajanayavagonan dosan mayadistan, api svakan derman santyajya yasarvan mambajet saca sadama. SB November 11, 32, the Supreme Lord said those who intelligently analyze the good and bad of the religious instructions I have laid down in the scriptures and accordingly reject them and continue to sincerely execute devotional service are truly very advanced devotees. The Gita says, Sarva Dharman Parityajya Mamakam Saranam Vrajaham Tivam Sarva Papya Moksayajyami Masukha. BG 1866, abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. Shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear. Elsewhere the Srimad Bhagavatam states, Yada Yajyanyugranatai Bhagavan Atma, Bhavatasahahati Madam Lokvid Ca Paranistidam. $B April 29, 46, when a person is fully engaged in devotional service, he is favored by the Lord, who bestows his causeless mercy. At such a time, the awakened devotee gives up all material activities and ritualistic performances mentioned in the Vedas. Kuda Ifa Yavana sincerely embraces Vaisnavism, will you sit together with him and eat? Vaisnavadesa impartial, detached Vaisnavas can sit with them and honor Mahaprasadam. But Grastha, Vaisnavas cannot sit together with them and eat etc., yet there are no restriction regarding worshipping the Lord or honoring Prasadam together, in fact they are bound to do so. Kuda then why are the Yavana, Vaisnavas prohibited from touching deity paraphernalia in a Vaisnavas deity room? VB. It is offensive to Kala Vaisnava Yavana if he is born in a Yavana family. Every single Vaisnava has the right to serve the Supreme Lord Krishna. If a Grastha, Vaisnava in serving the deity acts contrary to the precepts of Varnashrama Dharma, he is found guilty of transgressing social etiquettes. Deity worship is not recommended for detachment. They serve the divine couple, Sri Radha and her beloved Krishna, in meditation. Kuda have made a note of it. Now please tell me what you think of the Brahmanas. VB. There are 2 types of Brahmanas, by qualification and by birth only. The Brahmana by qualification are close to being Vaisnavas, hence they are always to be respected. Whereas a Brahmana by birth is regarded only in a mundane society. The Vaisnavas are also respectful towards them. The scriptures comment on this subject in this manner. $B July 9, 10, Viprad Dvi, Sad, Guna Yudit Aravinda, Nabha, Padaravinda, Vimakats Thamenyi Tad, Arpita, Mano, Vakana Hitart Hapunati Sa Kulam Nataburamana. SB July 9, 10, degree of Abramana has all 12 of the Brahmanical qualifications, as they are stated in the book called Sanat, Sujata, but is not a devotee and is averse to the lotus feet of the Lord. He is certainly lower than a devotee who is a dog eater but who has dedicated everything, mind, words, activities, wealth, and life to the Supreme Lord. Such a devotee is better than such a Brahmana because the devotee can purify his whole family, whereas the so-called Brahmana in a position of false prestige cannot purify even himself. Kuta, the lower-borns like Sudras are not allowed to study the Vedas. Kana Sudra who has become a Vaisnava scrutinize the Vedas. Vaisnavadesa, a person may come from any Varna, if he is a pure Vaisnava he becomes a transcendental Brahmana. The Veda is divided into two sections, that which propounds the inconsequential philosophy of karma, and that which exhorts the absolute truth. Mundane Brahmanas have access to only the former section of the Vedas on karma and so on, while the transcendental Brahmanas are fit candidates for the latter section, the absolute truth. A pure Vaisnava's background is immaterial, he is worthy of studying and teaching the essence, the absolute truth from the Vedas. This is substantiated in the Brataranyaka Upanishad, Tamavadhiro Vijanaya Prajanam Kurvita Brahmana. April 4, 21, Br. Arupan intelligent, equipoised person who has realized Brahman must endeavor to know the supreme absolute truth, the personality of Godhead, and surrender unto him with loving devotion. Again in the same Upanishad elsewhere it states, Yo va atad, aksaram gargaya, vidit vasmal lokat priti sa kripana hadaya atad, aksaram gargi vidit vasmal, lokat priti sa brahmana. Br. A March 8, 10, O Gargi. Those who pass away from this mortal world without the knowledge of the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead are very impious, lowly destitutes, a terrible miser, and those who have realized that the transcendentally situated Supreme Lord exit from this material world as Brahmanas. As regards the mundane Brahmanas, Manu has this to comment: Yo nadhatyadvijo vedam, enyatra kuritsramam sajivaniva sudritvam, asu gakati sanvaya. Manu Sam 2/168, that twice-born Brahmana, Dvija, who after receiving the sacred thread does not immerse himself in the study of the Vedas but busies himself with less important texts and subject matters, will very soon in this lifetime along with his family acquire the lowly qualities of a Sudra. The Vedas have clearly defined the characteristics of a deserving candidate who can approach the essence of the Vedas, Yajya div para bhaktiryatha div tatha guratajya ait kathita. Hi Artha Prakasanti Mahatmana. Sveta. Up. 6/23, only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. The purport of the word para, bhakti, is pure unalloyed devotion. Do not wish to delve deeper into this topic, if needed you can research further. In a nutshell, those who have developed sincere faith, or sraddha in the process of pure devotional surrender, are suitable candidates to scrutinize the highest truth, the essence of the Vedas. As for the great souls who have been crowned with pure love of Godhead, they are the exemplary propounder of this absolute knowledge, the conclusion of the Vedas. Kuta, have you already arrived at this conclusion that the second section of the Vedas that propounds the absolute truth only espouses Vaisnava religion's teachings and no other theology? Vaisnavadesa, there is but only one religion without plurality, and is designated as Nitya, Dharma, or the eternal religion, which is also called the Vaisnava religion. The different religious instructions of Naimatika Dharma, Karma, Jnana, Yoga etc., are like the ascending steps on a ladder, which is Vaisnava Dharma. The Supreme Lord himself declares in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Kalina Nasta Pralayavani Yam Veda, Samjainita Mayadhu Brahmain Prakta Dharma Yajyam Mad, Atmaka. SB 11/14/8, the Supreme Lord said, O Uddhava, Those instructions that propound the eternal religion which inspires attachment to me is compiled in the Vedas. Due to the ravages of time, pralaya, they seem to be lost. Again instruct Brahma at the beginning of creation with the same knowledge of the Vedas. The Kathopanishad states, Sarveda yat padmananti tath padam samgrahena vravim. Ka. Up. January 2nd, 15 and 1/3/9, Tad, Visno Param Padam etc. The personality, or the supreme position the entire Vedic literature primarily describes, is in short that of Lord Vishnu. At this point in the discussion Devi Vidyaratnas, and his friends' faces were looking pinched and dry. The teacher's enthusiasm seemed to flag. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The unanimous decision of the congregation was to halt the debate. The Brahmana Pundits got up from their seats and took leave from the Vaisnavas. They unhesitatingly praised the depth of Vaisnavadasa Babaji's erudition. The Vaisnavas dispersed to their individual dwellings loudly glorifying the holy name of the Lord. Chapter 7 Nitya, Dharma, or eternal religion and Sansara, or material life. The ancient township of Saptagrama, having predominantly a large mercantile community, is situated on the bank of the holy river Sarasvati. For hundreds of years many thousand gold traders and jewelers made their homes there. Since the time of Sri Adara Datta this trading society took to congregational chanting of the holy name with deep sincerity by Lord Nityananda's mercy. A certain trader named Kandidasa Banik refused to join in the congregational chanting fearing that it might increase his expenses. He had parayed away a large wealth by being a miserly. His wife, Damayanti Devi, also infected with her husband's parsimonious mentality, never entertained guests nor served the Vaisnavas. The couple expanded their family to 4 sons and 2 daughters early in their marriage. They gradually married off the daughters and kept aside immense savings for the sons. In a household which is not visited by Vaisnavas, its family members, especially the progenies, easily lose their charitable disposition. As the children grew older they become selfish. They were so greedy for their parents' wealth that they wished them dead. The parents' sorrow and pain knew no end. Slowly they found suitable brides for their sons and launched them into household life. The daughter-in-laws, due to their close association with their husbands, also took to their self-centered ways and desired their parent-in-laws' quick demise. The sons became capable of handling business independently and now managed all transactions in the shop. They gradually divided their father's wealth among themselves. One day Kandidasa called his family members together. He said **, look, I was able to save all this money for you by being very thrifty. Was never extravagant in regards to my own comforts, eating, or dressing nicely. Your mother was the same way. Now we are approaching old age, it is your duty towards us to care for, and serve us. But I notice that you are not looking after us properly, this is causing us pain and suffering. One have secret away a fair amount of money and this I will give to the one who is a good son to me. The sons and their wives listened to their father's monotonous decision that their outgoing parents should be sent off far monologue mutely and then dispersed and clandestinely met somewhere else. Here they came to the firm away and their hidden treasure be confiscated and shared. Because the father may donate this money to someone underserving out of sentimentality. They were convinced that the treasure was buried in a secret chamber in their bedroom and that their decision was a sensible one. Hari Karana was the eldest son. He approached his father one morning and said, "Degree Father, why don't you and our beloved mother once visit the holy pilgrimage of Navadvipadama and fulfill the purpose of your human birth? One have heard that in Kali Yuga no other pilgrimage is more auspicious than a visit to this Navadvipadama. The journey to Navadvipa is quite inexpensive. If you cannot travel on foot then a passenger boat can be easily hired for a tuppence. There's even a Vaisnava lady who wants to accompany you." Kandidasa carried this proposal to his wife for consultation. Damayanti Devi was overcome with joy. They became convinced that the father's talk had positive effect on their sons. So they planned together. In fact they were not that incapacitated that they could not walk to Navadvipa if required. Their route to Navadvipa would pass through Kalna and Santipur. They consulted the religious almanac, picked an auspicious day and started on food and began to eat. Just then a traveler from their pilgrimage. They arrived in Kalna the next day. They found a guest house, cooked their hometown walked in. He recognized them and broke the news to them that their sons had forced open their safe, looted and shared their secret savings. And now they were not any more welcome back to their own house. The news of loss of money, delivered a terrible blow to them. They fell into dismal, grey melancholy. Food lay half, eaten and forgotten, tears of self-pity soaked their frail frames. Meanwhile their companion, the Lady Vaisnavas, tried to console them with sensible spiritual advice. She said, "Do not be so attached to home and hearth. Come, let us go to Navadvipa and become mendicants, build a small hut and beg food for subsistence. Such a life is better than to go back to those who you did so much for and who now became evil and inimical to you." Candidasa and his wife, still in a shocked condition after hearing the atrocious behavior of their sons and daughters, in law, kept repeating, "I will not return to them, better I die." They stayed in Kalna in a Vaisnava's house for a couple of days and then, after visiting Santipura and its holy sites, moved on to Navadvipa. They had a relative living in Mayapura where they put up for a few days. Then they visited first the Saptapalli village in Navadvipa and then Saptapalli settlement in Kuliyagram situated on the opposite bank of the Ganga. After traveling for some time they began to feel homesick. Affection for their sons and family welled up in their hearts. Candidasa said, "Come, let us return to our Saptagrama. Is it possible that our own sons will not show us any affection?" Their Vaisnavi, Lady Vaisnava, companion quickly retorted, "Have you no shame? This time they will definitely murder you." These words had a sobering effect on them, knowing that she was speaking the fearsome truth. He turned to her and said, "Degree, my dear respected lady, you have made us wise to reality. You may please return to your home. We will remain here and find a proper spiritual guide. Taking instructions from him, we will live our life humbly from begging." The Vaisnavi left them to return to her home. The mercantile couple abandoned all hopes of returning home and plunged themselves into the task of building a small dwelling in the village of Kulia on a property owned by Chakari Kattopadhyaya. They went around soliciting help from the village gentry, and one is exonerated of all one's previous offenses. Therefore it is known, constructed their hut and began to live in it. Koliyagrama is a holy place. It is common knowledge from the past that by residing there as aparadha, Bhanjanapat, or the place of absolving one's offenses. One day Candidasa told his wife, "O mother of Hari, is it not high time you stopped talking and thinking about our children? We must have committed many sinful activities to have taken birth in a family of merchants. Due to our surrounding we were stingy and never hospitable to guests nor to any Vaisnava saints. Now here, if can earn some money, will try to be generous and entertain sadhus hospitable, thus ensuring a better birth next life. I have decided to open a grocery store. One will borrow some money from the landlords and start the business." A few days later Candidasa opened a small shop. Soon he began profiting from the sales, so after satisfying their hunger and need they were feeding at least one guest every day. Candidasa now saw an end to his days of struggle. Candidasa had had some previous education. So he spent his leisure in the shop reading a book called Sri Krishna, Vijaya by Sri Gunaraja Khan. In this way, for 6 months he conducted business fairly and hosted guests daily. By then the residents of Kaligagrama became acquainted with Candidasa's background and looked up to him with new respect. Yadavadasa, a Grastha Vaisnava, or householder Vaisnava, was also living in that village. Every day he held a public reading of the famous biographical work on Lord Chaitanya's pastimes called the Chaitanya, Bhagavat. Candidasa would sometimes attend it. Yadavadasa and his wife had dedicated their lives in serving the Vaisnavas. Candidasa and his wife became inspired to follow their example, so they also began to serve Vaisnavas. One day Candidasa inquired from Yadavadasa the meaning of samsara, or material existence. Yadavadasa informed that on the other side of the river Ganga lay the island of Gadramadvipa, which sheltered many knowledgeable Vaisnavas. They should go there and place this question to them. In fact, he himself went there sometimes to educate himself, because presently the Vaisnava scholars of Gadramadvipa are much more learned in the scriptures the news that the Brahmana Panditas than the Brahmana Panditas. Received a good thrashing in a scriptural debate at the hands of Sri Vaisnavadasa Babaji had spread everywhere like wildfire. Thus Candidasa's question would definitely be answered properly by them. Next day Yadavadasa and Candidasa decided to cross the Ganga. Damayanti Devi, who was regularly serving the Vaisnavas, and had become less miserly, said would like to accompany you to Gadramadvipa. Yadavadasa replied none of the Vaisnavas there are Grasthas, they are mostly renounced Vaisnavas who have left their homes. Am worried that if you come they may be disturbed. Damayanti insisted will remain at a respectable distance and offer my obeisances to them. Am not going to enter inside their kunya, shady opening. I am just an old woman, I am positive they cannot resent my being there. Yadavadasa replied, it is not customary for a woman to go there, better for you to remain in another place close by and on our way back we can return together. It was 3 in the afternoon when they alighted from the boat and proceeded towards Pradyumna, Kunya. Damayanti Devi offered her dandavats from the entrance of the Kunya and went away at a distance to sit under a shady old banyan tree. Yadavadasa and Candidasa entered the Kunya and offered their dandavats with sincere devotion to the assembly of Vaisnavas seated on the Madhavi, Maladi Mandapa platform. Sri Paramhamsa Babaji was sitting there surrounded by Vaisnavada S.A. Babaji, Lahira Mahasaya, Anantadasa Babaji, and others. Yadavadasa and Candidasa came near and quietly sat down next to them. Anantadasa Babaji questioned who is this new person? In reply Yadavadasa explained the background and reason for their being there. Anantadasa Babaji spoke out with a touch of humor yes. This is called samsara. One who has understood what is samsara is intelligent, and he who is swirling in the whirlpool of samsara is pitiable. Candidasa's consciousness was gradually becoming purified. Nitya, Sikriti unfailingly brings benedictions. Serving Vaisnavas, reading Vaisnava literature, hearing spiritual topics are all Nitya, Sikriti. By performing these the heart becomes cleansed and faith in pure devotional service is easily evoked. This was Candidasa's present condition. As he now heard Anantadasa Babaji speak, his heart softened and he inquired degree my humble prayer to you is that kindly enlighten me about the true nature of samsara. Anantadasa Babaji Candidasa, your question is somewhat grave. Would rather wish that Sri Paramhamsa Babaji or Vaisnavadasa Babaji reply. Paramhamsa Babaji equal to the gravity of this question is Anantadasa Babaji's capacity to tackle it. Today we will receive spiritual instructions from him. AB. Now that I have the assembly's approval to speak, will most certainly say everything within my knowledge. At the very outset I meditate on the lotus feet of my Gurudeva Srila Pradyumna Brahmachari, who is an eternal associate of the Supreme Lord, and beg from his blessings. There are 2 distinctive conditions of the jiva liberated and entangled in material life, or samsara. The jiva who is a pure devotee of Krishna and has never come under the sway of Maya, or he who has transcended this material nature by Lord Krishna's mercy, are liberated souls and they are in a liberated condition. One who has denied his relationship to Krishna, or is turned away from him and is eternally in the clutches of Maya is in samsara or entangled material condition. The liberated jiva is transcendental and service to Krishna is his life's engagement. He is not situated in material nature, but is an eternal resident of some spiritual abode, either Goloka or Vaikuntha or Vrindavana, and so on. There are unlimited liberated souls. The number of the materially entangled souls are as endlessly numerous. Because they have rejected Krishna, Krishna's shadow potency Maya, or illusory energy has imprisoned them with the 3 qualities of material nature, namely sattva, raja, and tama, goodness, passion, and ignorance. Due to different intensities and combinations of these 3 gunas do we find variety in jiva's material condition. These variations are evident in Jiva's physiognomy, mentality, habits, geographical situations, speed of movement, etc. After entering this mundane plane, Jiva acquired a new identity. In his pure state, the Jiva self, cognition was am an eternal servant of Krishna. But now he perceives himself in so many rosas, as a human being, or a demigod, an animal, a king, a brahmana, a kandala, a sick man, a hungry man, an insulted person, a benefactor, a husband, a wife, asan, an enemy, a friend, a scholar, handsome, rich, poor, happy, sad, courageous, weak, and so on endlessly. This is known as egoism, or false pride. There is another energy called mamata, or attachment. This makes Jiva identify himself with material objects, persons, and concepts such as my house, my possessions, my body, my caste, my race, my strength, my looks, my qualities, my education, my renunciation, my knowledge, my achievements, my wealth, my servants, etc., etc. So this massive intricate net woven by the concepts of degree me and asterisk mine is in one word samsara yadavadasa. In Jiva's conditioned, or imprisoned existence, me and mine are very much present. But do they remain in his liberated state? AB. In the liberated condition, these concepts of degree me and mine become spiritualized and perfect. Jiva identifies himself with his pure self in the way Lord Krishna has created him. Even in that liberated condition there are innumerable me's or I's. As Krishna's servitor, one is confronted with many varieties of spiritual mellows, or cit rasa. The numerous ingredients that comprise rasa inspire a sense of wanting to be a possessor, hence the concept of mine comes in. Yadavadasa. Then why is it a mistake to have such a wide range of me and mine in the conditioned state? Of the mistake is in the pure state. Me and mine are absolute realities, they have factual existence, but in samsara all varieties of me and mine are artificially imposed, meaning that for the Jiva they do not represent the true self, instead they are false identifications. All such identities in samsara are temporary, artificial, and bequeather of transient sorrows and joys. Yadavadasa is material samsara of falsity. Of this material world is not false, but by Lord Krishna's will it is factual. Once Jiva enters this mundane nature, right away his self, perceptions of me and mine in relation to this world begins, and this is false. Those who misrepresent that this world is false are the Mayavadi speculators, due to which they are offenders. Yadavadasa. Why do we pursue after this false identification? Of Jiva is an infinitesimal spiritual spark. He was initially situated on the borderline between the material world and the spiritual nature. From this location, those Jivas who did not forget their relationship to Lord Krishna became fortified with spiritual energy and were attracted to the spiritual realm. Thus they entered Lord Krishna's transcendental abodes and became engrossed in his service, as his eternal associates experiencing divine ecstasy. While those who coveted to enjoy the material world separately from Krishna and rejected him were automatically dragged down by Maya and cast into the prison of samsara. Since then Jiva lost his true identity and became overtaken by false pride, thinking of himself as the Lord of all he surveys and other such misconceptions. Yadavadasa. In spite of our attempt, why do we fail to awaken our real original identity? Of human endeavors can be divided into two categories, appropriate and inappropriate. If appropriate endeavors are made, it will definitely expunge our false pride. How can you expect positive results from inappropriate endeavors? Yadavadasa. Kindly enumerate the inappropriate endeavors. To follow the asterisk karmakanda method, thinking it will cleanse the consciousness and enlighten him with the non-dual Brahman realization. This in turn will eradicate copyright Maya. This is inappropriate endeavor. Another example is to try through the eight-fold yoga system, known as Astanga yoga, to become transcendental. This is almost impossible. In this manner there are many inappropriate endeavors. Yadavadasa. Why are these attempts considered inappropriate? Inappropriate, because to reach the target through these endeavors is very difficult and improbable. The only way to liberate ourselves from this condition is to try and invoke the mercy of the Supreme Lord, who we often did to begin with, and due to which we were forced into this illusion. In this way we can earn back our original spiritual identity. Yadavadasa. What is then called appropriate endeavors? Of sadhu, sangha, or associating with saintly persons, and by surrendering, or prapati. Sadhu, sangha has been described in the Srimad Bhagavatam as follows: Adaityantikam kasam prekhamo bhavato nagasam sursman kasanardho pisat sangha savadhir, Anranam, SB November 2, 30. O sinless Arsis, direct perception of the Supreme Lord is very rarely attained, therefore ask you what is of utmost benefit to humanity. Half a moment of association with saintly souls in this samsara can fulfill all desires. And prapati is described in the Bhagavati Devi Hi Esa Gunamaya Mama Maya Duratya Yamamiva Yaprapadianti Mayam Etam Tarantite, BG 7/14. This divine energy of mine, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Candid says, my Lord. 1. I am unable to grasp the full import of your words. This much I have understood, that we, the spirit souls, were originally pure, but by forgetting Krishna we have fallen into Maya's clutches, and this has made us prisoners in this world. If we receive the mercy of Krishna we can find release, otherwise we remain in this conditioned state. Very true, and now begin to strengthen your faith in this truth. Your teacher Yadavadasa is able to comprehend this knowledge. You can educate yourself gradually from him. Srila Jagadananda Pandita, an intimate and prominent associate of Lord Chaitanya, has written in his book Sri Prema Vivarta the following lives: the living entities are infinitesimal parts of the Supreme Absolute Truth, and Lord Krishna is that Supreme Absolute Personality, transcendental and effulgent. When the living entities realize that Lord Krishna is the eternal and absolute controller, they engage in his loving devotional service. When the living entity desires to enjoy separately from Krishna, the illusory potency of the Lord Maya immediately grabs the soul in her clutches. Being Maya's captive, he becomes bewildered and acts like someone who has been possessed by a witch. The Jiva soul, forgetful of his constitutional position as the eternal servant of Krishna, perfect and pure, becomes a slave from one body to another. He goes through many births, sometimes born as a king, sometimes as an ordinary citizen, sometimes as a Brahmana and sometimes as a Sudra. Sometimes he is suffering, and sometimes he is happy. Sometimes he is born as an insect, and sometimes he goes to heaven. Then sometimes he has to come down to this earth again, and sometimes he has to go to hell. Sometimes he is born as a demigod, sometimes as a demon, sometimes the master, and at other times the servant. Transmigrating from birth to birth in this material universe, if by chance the living entity comes in contact with a saintly person, he becomes immediately knowledgeable of his true identity as pure spirit soul, an eternal servant of Krishna. Enlightened by this knowledge, he does not want material entanglement any longer, and laments, alas! Why have I served this illusory material energy for so long? He bitterly regrets and cries out, Krishna! My Lord, lamb, your eternal servant. Ever since left the shelter of your lotus feet, my life has been completely devastated. Lord Krishna is so merciful that if anyone importunes him earnestly, he immediately releases the jiva from material entanglement. When the jiva breaks away from Maya's captivating spell and strives toward reaching Lord Krishna by rendering devotional service, he regains the supreme shelter of the Lord's lotus feet. Lord Krishna fortifies him with his transcendental, internal potency, and this overbearing power of the Lord's spiritual pache weakens Maya's influence on the living entity. The only desirable goal is to be able to chant the holy name of the Lord in the association of pure and saintly devotees. This is the best and only way to conquer nescience. PV Chap 6, Yadavadasa. Revered Master, you just mentioned sadhu, sangha, but sadhus, or saintly persons, are also present in this samsara and being harassed by it. How can they offer salvation to others? Indeed, the sadhus are living in samsara, but the sadhus samsara and the samsara of the jivas who are captivated by maya are quite distinct from each other. Externally both the samsara appear the same, but internally they are poles apart. The sadhus have been living in this world since time immemorial. Unfortunately the gross materialistic men cannot recognize them, and so saintly association has become uncommon. Jivas under Maya's sway can be broadly divided into two sections. A group of them are engrossed in the insignificant sensual pleasures and are inordinately infatuated with samsara, while the other seeks for greater enjoyment in the subtle, mental plane after realizing that Maya is made quaid to offer it. Thus the jivas living in samsara are of two kinds, vivka, sunya, or without discrimination, and vivka, yutta, or endowed with the power of discrimination. Scholars commonly refer to them as vasai, gross materialists, and mumuksu, salvationists. Here the term *mumuksu must not be misinterpreted to mean a person striving for knowledge of the undifferentiated Brahmana, or Nirbhita, Brahmana. The Vedas have delineated *mumuksu as someone who, after being incinerated in the material conflagration, searches for the so-thing escape in self, realization. The Sanskrit word mumuksu means desiring for liberation, so when the mumuksus or salvations cast aside the desire for liberation and engage in serving the Lord, they are actually performing pure bhakti. The scriptures do not urge anyone to give up liberation as his goal. As soon as the mumuksu person is enlightened with the knowledge of Krishna and of the Jaiva, he is automatically liberated. For example, Srimad Bhagavatam says, Rajobhisama, Sankyata Parthavar Iha Yantavadasam Yakekani Hanti Srays Vi Manujate Apreo Mumuksavastasam Kekani Viad Vijatama Mumuksunam Sahasrazukasan Musayita Siddhyatam Uttanam Api Siddhanam Narayana, Parayanasuyajur Labhaprasantatma Kotis Vapi Maha, Mun. SB 6/14/3-5, in this material world there are as many living entities as atoms. Among these living entities, a very few are human beings, and among them, few are interested in following religious principles. O best of the Brahmanas, Sukadeva Goswami, out of many persons who follow religious principles, only a few desire liberation from this material world. Among many thousands who desire liberation, only one may actually achieve liberation, giving up his material attachment to society, friendship, love, country, home, wife, and children. And among many thousands of such liberated persons, one who can understand the true meaning of liberation is very rare. O great sage, among many millions who are liberated and perfect in knowledge of liberation, only one may become a devotee of Lord Narayana, or Krishna. Such devotees, who are fully peaceful, are extremely rare. Thus if a devotee of Lord Narayana is extremely rare, then a devotee of Krishna is even more exceptional. Those who have attained the liberated state after nullifying the noisome mumuksu, or desire for liberation, become Krishna's devotees. He must remain in samsara as long as his tabernacle exists, but his samsara is diametrically different to the Vasais, or gross materialist samsara. Krishna's devotee has two kinds of existences. Yadavadasa, from your explanation gathered there are four different states for the Vivka, Yutta persons. The association with devotees of which of these categories can be called as sadhu, sangha. Abvivka, yutta, mumuksu, mutta, or liberated, or siddha, and bhakta, or devotee, are the four different states of a vivki person. For the Vasai non-devotee, association with vivka, yutta and mumuksu is beneficial. The mutta person can be divided into two sections, one who is eager for rasa, or spiritual mellows, and one who is arrogant of his mayavadi, monistic liberation. The association of the former mutta person is certainly advantageous. The mutta mayavadi is an offender, his association is proscribed for all. This is the verdict of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Yanai. Ravindak Savimata, Mananas Tiva I Asta, Bhavata Visuddha, Buddhayahara Hyakreshana Parampadam Tata Patanti Adho Nadrata, Yusmad, Angraya, SB October 2, 32. O Lotus, I'd 1, those who think they are liberated in this life but are without devotional service to you are of impure intelligence. Although they accept severe austerities and penances and rise to the spiritual position, to impersonal Brahman realization, they fall down again because they neglect to worship your lotus feet. The fourth kind is the Lord's devotee, who is of two types, those inclined towards Aisarya, or opulence laced with awe and reverence, and those who are inclined towards Madhurya, or the conjugal mellow. The association of devotees is the most edifying in all respects for everyone. And especially the association of the Madhurya, para devotee, if one takes shelter of him, pure devotional mellow, or rasa appears in the heart. Yadavadasa, earlier on you said that Krishna's devotees are found in two kinds of situations. Can you iterate them in detail so dull persons like me can properly understand? Of devotees are found in two types of situations in the gra known as grastha, bhakta, or householder devotee, and outside the gra known as gra, tyagi, bhakta, or devotees who have renounced the householder life. Yadavadasa, kindly describe in full what is the grastha, bhakta's relationship to the samsara. Of a person who builds a house and lives in it is not necessarily a grastha, or house holder. He must accept a wife, legal marriage, and move into a house, such is meant a household. When a devotee is found so situated, he is a grastha, bhakta. The conditioned soul exploits this material nature through the five portals of knowledge, gathering senses. With his eyes he sees form and color. Hears sounds through his ears. Smells with his nose, tastes with his tongue, and feels and touches with his skin. With these five senses he probes this world and develops attachment for it. The more he is attracted to matter, the further he distances himself from the sweet Lord of the heart, Krishna. This is known as the enchanting external phantasmagoria of samsara. Those who are thus submerged in samsara are called Vasai. When the Lord's devotees are situated in the household life, they do not abandon themselves wantonly to carnal cravings like the Vasai. His wedded wife is a maid, servant of Krishna. Their sons and daughters are Krishna's servitors. His eyes seek fulfillment in seeing the Lord's deity, form, and other paraphernalia connected to Krishna. His ears yearn to be satisfied by hearing Krishna, conscious topics about Krishna and his devotees. He exults in smelling the fragrance of tulasi leaves and buds, scent and flowers offered to Krishna. His tongue relishes uttering the holy name and the delicious food offered to Krishna. He experiences divine ecstasy from touching the Vaisnava's feet. His ambitions and hopes, activities, desires, hospitality, worshipping demigods are all carried out as a part of his main spiritual pursuits, rendering devotional service to Krishna. His entire life is a joyous festival comprising of being compassionate to all living entities, chanting Krishna's name and serving the Vaisnava. To enjoy material pleasures without attachment is solely possible for the Lord's devotees in the household life. For the jivas in Kali Yuga it is best to become grastha, bhaktas. There is no fear of falling down and full spiritual advancement is definitely achievable. Many highly knowledgeable and self-realized spiritual preceptors were among the grastha, Vaisnavas. As far as the hereditary Goswamis are concerned, if their descendants become pure Vaisnavas, they are then also grastha, bhaktas whose association is most beneficial to humanity. Yadavadasa grastha, Vaisnavas have to be under the regulations of the smartas, karma, kandi brahmanas, otherwise they face problems in society. Under these circumstances, how can they cultivate pure devotional service? Abandoned is a fact that grastha, Vaisnavas have to conform to certain social conventions like Vivaha, Vedic marriage, of sons and daughters, or Srad, offering oblations to departed parents, and so on. But fruitive activities are not required to be performed by them. You see, to maintain and care for the body one has to admit dependence on the extraneous. This is true even for those who claim to be detached. When a person is sick and in pain, he must take medicines, procure food and eat when hungry, arrange for clothing against the chill and build a roof against sun and rain, etc. Such necessities are normal for the embodied soul and he is dependent on them. The real meaning of being detached is to factually reduce this dependence, because as long as the body is present it is impossible to be totally detached. So, as much as one is detached it is to his advantage and conducive to devotional surrender. If a person is able to dovetail all his activities, just mentioned, in Krishna's service, these imperfections are rectified. For example, a person should not marry with the express intention of expanding his dynasty or ostentatiously worshipping Prajapati, demigod of progenies, rather he should think that he is accepting Krishna's maidservant as his life's partner to establish a Krishna conscious family. Such resolutions are favorable to devotional service. Materialistic relatives, priests, and others may proffer their advice, but ultimately a person accrues the result of his own vows and resolutions. A Grastha, Bhakta will observe Srad by giving Krishna prasadam to the departed soul as oblations, pinda, feed, and offer charity to Vaisnava Brahmanas. This is spiritually beneficial to him. When bhakti, or devotional ceremonies are included in the smarta rituals, then the negative, fruitive results are extracted out from karma. By performing Vaisnava activities, which are a part of the process of pure devotional service, there is no hindrance on the path of bhakti. Social dealings should be conducted with detachment and dispassionately, while spiritual activities must be executed in saintly company. Then all these performances are pruned of their imperfections. Just observe that the majority of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's eternal associates, Parsada, are Grastha, Bhaktas. Since the dawn of history, many devotees who were saintly kings, Rajarsi, demigods, and philosophers were Grastha, Bhaktas. You must understand that Grastha, Bhaktas are universally worshipable. Yadavadasa, if the Grastha, Bhaktas are held in such high esteem and are heir to the treasure of the most sublime aspects of Krishna, prima, then why do some of them become renunciants or graha, tyajai? Of a very few among the Grastha, Bhaktas become suitable candidates for a life of a renunciant, or graha, tyajai, and their association is extremely rare. Yadavadasa, what qualifications are required to become a fit candidate for becoming a graha, tyajai? Of human beings have two propensities, extrovert and introvert. In Vedic terms they are known as parak, turned away, and pratyak, higher aspiration. The pure spirit soul has forgotten his original identity and presumptuously assumed the gross material body and the subtle mind to be the eternal soul. His mind, through the instruments of his senses, develop attraction and attachment to the phenomenal world. This is called the extrovert propensity, or Bhayarmukha, pravritti. When this process is reversed, i.e. from matter to the mind through the senses and onto the soul, then the consciousness flowing inwards is then termed antarmukha, pravritti, or introvert propensity. As long as the extrovert propensity is predominant, one must imperatively dovetail all his proclivities, without offenses, in Krishna consciousness, on the strength of saintly association. In the secure shelter of the bhakti process, the Bhayar Mukha pravritti will swiftly shrink back and change direction towards the internal. When the propensity turns totally inwards, or antarmukha, the Grastha Bhakta earns the eligibility to be a graha, tyajai, or renunciant. If a Gratha renounces the household situation prematurely, there is every possibility of failure. The household situation is, for the Jiva, a school where he educates himself and learns the knowledge of the self. Once his education is over, he can leave the school. Yadavadasa, what are the symptoms that indicate a devotee has acquired eligibility to be graha, tyajai? He must be completely free from the desire to associate with women. He is very merciful to all living creatures, handles money and matter with apathy, accumulates just enough food and clothing in preparation for times of want. He has pure love for Krishna, avoids the company of gross materialists, is unconcerned about either praise or insult, is least interested in ostentatious show, he is equipoised and dispassionate in life or death. The scriptures have described these symptoms in the following verses from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sarva, Bhutsuya Pasaid Bhagavad, Bhavam Atmanabhutani Bhagavati Atmani Esa Bhagavatatama. SB November 2, 45. A person advanced in devotional service sees within everything the soul of souls, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Consequently he always sees the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the cause of all causes and understands that all things are situated in him. Mayananyana bhavana bhaktim kurvanti yedrestamat krte tyakta, karmanas tyakta, svahana, bandhava. SB March 25, 22, such a sadhu engages in staunch devotional service to the Lord without deviation. For the sake of the Lord he renounces all other connections, such as family relationships and friendly acquaintances within the world. Visrajatai hirdayam na yajya sake sad, dharier avasabhayatopiagaa, nasapranaya, rasanaya dradangri, padma sa bhavati bhagavarita, pradhana ukta. SB November 2, 55, Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who destroys everything inauspicious for his devotees, does not leave the hearts of his devotees even if they remember and chant about him inattentively. This is because the rope of love always binds the Lord to stay within the devotees' hearts. Such devotees should be accepted as most elevated. When these symptoms manifest in a grastha, bhakta, he becomes incapable of performing copyright karma, or fruitive labor. Naturally he leaves the household and turns agra, tyajai. But such elevated and detached saints are extremely exceptional. If anyone in his lifetime can find the association of such a holy person, he is truly fortunate. Yadavadasa presently noticed a trend that some young persons leave home and receive spiritual initiation, construct a small temple and start deity worship. But after some time they fall into the bad company of women. Of course, they continue to chant japa and somehow maintain their little setup by begging. Would you categorize them as detached or as grastha, bhaktas? You have included many points together, so we'll answer them one by one. The criterion is not the age, old, or young. A grastha, bhakta may deserve to become gra, tyajai at an early age due to a combination of his spiritual advancement and purification in his previous birth and further enhancement of them in the present one. Sukadeva Goswami became eligible from the moment of his birth. Utmost attention must be given to determine that this worthiness is not acquired through artificial austerities. Genuine renunciation may come at an early age, that it is not detrimental. Yadavadasa, what are the differences between genuine detachment and artificial renunciation? Genuine detachment is without vacillation, a resolve never broken. False renunciation is a consequence of a desire for a position of respect, material cunning and a cheating mentality. Some persons take to false renunciation with the intention that they will win respect from the genuinely detached devotees. All this is inane and extremely harmful. As soon as such a person leaves home and family, the symptoms of detachment also disappear and instead he becomes haunted with moral absurations. Yadavadasa, is it essential for a gra, tyajai bhakta to change his dress? When all attachments for household life is completely uprooted, then the detached devotee can stay anywhere, in the forest or in the house. Such an elevated saint purifies the whole world. Sometimes, some of them want themselves to be seen as bhikshus, saints who live from begging, and so they go around dressed in simple loin cloths, kopana, carrying a kantha, a coverlet sewn together from used and worm clothings. At the time when they take the vows of kopana and kantha, they do it in the presence of other gra, tyajai buddhas to fortify their resolve. This is the method for receiving a renunciant's, or mendicant's garb, known as VESA, admitting him into a life of bhiksa, begging. How can there be any objections regarding accepting copyright VESA in this manner? Yadavadasa, what is the necessity to be recognized as a bhiksu, by one's kopana and kantha? Once a devotee is seen by the world with kopana and kantha and that he has entered the life of bhiksa, his relatives and family members will disown him easily, and he too in turn, will reject any thought of going back home. A natural attraction for detachment as well as a repulsion for pedestrian company will possess him. The experienced gra, tyajai devotee with a seasoned sense of detachment may not require a change of dress, but for some receiving VESA does help. Elevated devotees who display the following characteristics need not accept *VESA. Sa hahati madam lokvit ca paranisthitam, $B.4/29/46, meaning at such a time, the awakened devotee, who has received the Lord's causeless mercy, gives up all material activities and ritualistic performances mentioned in the Vedas. Their only concern is, the real need of humanity. Yadevadasa who can give the VESA? One should receive the copyright VESA from a Gratayajai Bhakta. A Grastha, Bhakta has not experienced the life of a renunciant, hence he must not give copyright VESA to anybody. Because it is written in the scriptures ****apariksa, Upadistam Yatloka, Nasayatad, Bhaves, Br Vavarta Purana. Without first practicing spiritual life one should not advise others, this will create chaos in society. Yadevadasa what are the points a guru must consider? When he initiates a who mitiates a devotee with the copyright VESA. And the first point the guru must consider is whether the disciple is competent. Has he, as a Grastha, Bhakta, been able to attain Brahmical qualities like equanimity, sense control and so on by practicing devotional service to Krishna? Is he totally free from sex, desire? Has he uprooted the material cravings for wealth and luxurious living? The guru will have the disciple stay with him for some time to test him properly. When he is convinced of his disciple's eligibility, he will then initiate him into taking VESA, but not before that. The guru will surely fall down if he initiates an undeserving disciple. Yadevadasa now I understand that receiving Beka, or VESA is not a facile matter, but extremely difficult. In fact it is the unqualified gurus who have made this degree Beka a mere meaningless ritual, a farce. Unfortunately this is only the beginning, wonder where all this will end. In order to protect the sanctity of this process Lord Chaitanya chastised Chota Haridas for a minor deviation. Those who claim to be followers of my Lord, Sriman Mahaprabhu must always remember this incident with Chota Haridas. Yadevadasa is it an authorized process to receive degree Beka, construct a temple and begin deity worship? No, a competent devotee after receiving copyright VESA enters into a mendicant life, which means every day he must go out and maintain himself by begging. He will not entangle himself in temple work and other such superfluous display. He will live in a hut in solitude, or in a Grastha's temple. He must not utilize monies for his needs or anything else. He will simply use all his time and energy to chant Krishna's name without offenses. Yadevadasa then what nomenclature can be given to those who after leaving home are constructing their own temple and living in it as if it were a household? They are called Vantasi, or those who eat their own vomit. They are eating what they have regurgitated. Yadevadasa is he no longer a Vaisnava? When his actions are contrary to scriptural injunctions and oppose the principles of the Vaisnava religion, why should we seek his association? He has deviated from the path of pure devotion and adopted deceit and caprice. What Vaisnava qualities are still left in him? Yadevadasa how can we say that he has forsaken the Vaisnava religion if he continues to chant the holy name? Chanting the holy name and nama, aparadha, or offenses against the holy name are two different entities. Wherever you see sinful activities being committed on the strength of chanting it isa nama, aparadha, you must run far away from nama, aparaka. Yadevadasa can we call his samsara, a Krishna, conscious samsara, or not? Certainly not. A Krishna conscious life is not tainted by deceit, it is filled with simplicity and honesty absent of offenses. Yadevadasa then he must be inferior to a Grastha, Bhakta. When he is not even a devotee then there cannot be a comparison with any kind of devotee. Yadevadasa how can he be saved? He must first give up his offensive ways. Then he must chant incessantly till tears of remorse bring him back to the Vaisnava fold. Yadevadasa respected Babaji, the Grastha, Bhaktas follow the Varnashrama system, but is it possible for a Grastha to become a Vaisnava without following it? And if only you knew how magnanimous the Vaisnava religion is. It is also known as Jaiva, Dharma, the religion for all living entities. Every human being has the right to follow Vaisnava religion. Those born in the lowest statuses of humanity known as asterisk and Tyaja can embrace Vaisnava, Dharma and live as Grastha, Bhaktas although they are outside the Varnashrama society. Another example is a sannyasi, the highest spiritual order in the Varnashrama system, who breaks his sannyasa vows and falls down. But later by associating with saintly persons is again reinstated in pure devotional service and can live as a Grastha, Bhakta. He is also an outcast of the Varnashrama society. Those who are ostracized from the Varnashrama society due to their unlawful actions, and their progenies may take up the process of pure bhakti by associating with sadhus, then they can become Grastha, Bhaktas, but still they have no status in the Varnashrama society. Therefore there are two types of Grastha, Bhaktas, Varnashrama Dharma, Yutta, or within the Varnasrama divisions, and Varnashrama, Dharma, Rahita, or outside the Varnashrama standings. Yadavadasa, who is the better of the two? Of the one who has developed the maximum devotion is naturally the best. As for who are bereft of devotion, the materialistic society will adjudge those who are within the Varnashrama society as being the better of the two, because at least they have a locus standi in society. While the others are derelicts, the anti-ayas. But by spiritual considerations both are the same, they are both degraded because they are without devotion. Yadavadasa can a Grastha wear a gra, Tyajas dress? No, but if he does it he is indicted on 2 counts for deceiving himself and the world. Grastha wearing a kopana and carrying kantha etc. is an act that ridicules and insults the gra, Tyajai Bhakta who is formally initiated into bhiksa. Yadavadasa, respected Babaji, is there an authorized scriptural procedure for receiving Beka, or *vesa? And it has not been clearly outlined. A human being from any caste can embrace the Vaisnava, Dharma. But, according to the scripture, only a Brahmana can accept the sannyasa order, no other. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Narada Muni first describes the characteristics of the different varnas, or social orders, and then goes on to say, Yajya yal loks anam proktam pumso varnabhivyanjakamayat enyatrapidrasiyata tatina evavi nirdisa . $B.7/11/35, if one shows the symptoms of being a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Sudra, as described above, even if he has appeared in a different class he should be accepted according to those symptoms of classification. Thus on the strength of this scriptural statement the practice of giving sannyasa to persons having Brahmanical qualities, although born in lower social orders, or varnas, had started. Therefore if all these given conditions are met with, then such a practice is certainly to be accepted as authorized by the scriptures. Of course this is applicable only in spiritual matter, not applicable nor acceptable by social conventions. Yadavadasa. Dear Candidasa, have your questions been answered? Candidasa, from these wonderful, spiritual teachings of the most respected Babaji Maharaja I was able to assimilate the following jiva, having forgotten that he is an eternal servant of Lord Krishna, accepted the material tabernacle, and by the influence of the 3 material modes he is trying to exploit this world. In return for it he is rewarded with pain and enjoyment. In his attempt to enjoy the results of his actions he is forced to accept birth, disease, old age, and finally death. He goes through many lives, sometimes with a high birth, sometimes low, but each time his soul is covered over by new, false identities and egos. His fragile, mortal body is goaded into protecting itself from the ravages of hunger, thirst etc. He has to suffer in many ways due to an imbalanced distribution and availability of essential commodities. His body is under constant siege from the various distresses. The insufferable quarrels and disputes with wife and children are sometimes driving him to take the horrible recourse in suicide. He is forced by greed for money to commit so many sinful activities, ending up being punished by the law, becoming the pariah of society and bringing upon himself untold misery. There's no respite from anxiety and lamentation brought about by either death in the family, loss of wealth, attacks by rogues etc. Even in old age, sorrows accompany him when family members neglect his needs, phlegmatic conditions trouble him and the body begins to gradually disintegrate. After death, the 9-month sojourn in the mother's womb is a moment-to-moment, harrowing and excruciating experience. In spite of all this and on top of it lust, anger, greed, illusion, madness and hate, or envy smothers the conscience into obscurity. This is material samsara. Now I have properly grasped the purport of the word samsara. Repeatedly fall at the feet of all the assembled Babajis. The Vaisnavas are the real gurus of this world. Today, by their mercy, have gained the knowledge of samsara. The entire assembly of Vaisnavas burst out loudly uttering the Lord's name and praised Ananta Das Babaji for his perceptive spiritual analysis. More Vaisnavas joined their group and Lahira Mahasaya began to sing a own composition. The meaning of this copyright kirtana, or song is, there is no end to Jiva's suffering after falling into the dark well of samsara. But if he associates with saintly souls and turns to the Supreme Lord in surrender, then he puts a stop to his distress. This material life is being consumed by a conflagration, where all material endeavors are like fuel to this fire. When the incinerated jiva takes up chanting the holy name of Krishna without offenses, the flames are put out by the merciful rain. 1. Kalidasa, consider those who have taken shelter at the lotus feet of Sri Nityananda as my only safe sanctuary in this life. Kandidasa was extremely moved by the words of this song and he began to dance along with it. At the end he fell like a stick at the feet of the Babajis. He sanctified himself by applying the dust from their feet and began to roll on the ground and cry in ineffable joy. The assembled Vaisnavas who witnessed this agreed that Kandidasa was very fortunate. After a while Yadavadasa said softly to Kandidasa, "Come, let us return, we must cross over." Kandidasa replied humorously, "If you take me across, will certainly accompany you." They offered their dandavats in Pradyumna, Kunya and came out of the gate. Here they saw Damayanti offering prostrated obeisances to all the Vaisnavas. She was saying "Alas! Why was I born as a woman? If one were a man I could unhesitatingly go inside the Kunya and behold the lotus feet of the Vaisnava saint and offered my dandavat, thus fulfill the purpose of this human life. My wish is that birth after birth may serve the Vaisnavas in Navadvipa." Yadavadasa said, "Degree, O mother. This Godrama, Dhamma is extremely holy. As soon as one enters it he is rewarded with pure bhakti. In Godrama our beloved Lord Sasanandana, Neme played about. This was the village of the cowherdsmen, or Gopa, Pali. Knowing the glories of this place, Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati Goswami has prayed Na Loka, Vedadita, Marga, Bedayavisya Samklashyate Revimidahad Hena Sarvam Parirtya God Sri Godrum Parnakudim Kuradvam. Sri, Navadvipa, Sataka 36, O foolish Jiva. By taking shelter of society and the Vedas you have tried out so many religious paths, but they have only brought you distress. Now renounce these uncertain methods and immediately go to Godrama, build yourself a thatched hut and live in it. The three of them returned to Kuliyagram after crossing the Ganga. A wonderful transformation took place in Kandidasa and his wife Damayanti from that day. They began exhibiting Vaisnava qualities and mood. It appeared that material life could not touch them any longer. All their time was taken up in serving the Vaisnavas, chanting the holy name and doing acts of mercy to all living beings. How wonderful was this newly turned Vaisnava couple! What immense potency is there in a Vaisnava's mercy! Hallowed be the holy name of Krishna. All glories to the sacred land of Navadvipa. Chapter 8 Nitya, Dharma, or the eternal religion and Vyavahara, or social customs. One day the resident Vaisnavas from Godrama visited the Vaisnavas living in the sylvan woods skirting the south-eastern embankment of the Goro lake. They had just taken prasadam, food offered to the Lord, at noon, and were sitting together in the secluded kunya. Lahira Mahasaya sang the following song and evoked in the Vaisnavas spiritual emotions of Vraja, or Vraja. Baba, our Lord Gauranga has performed so many transcendental pastimes here. With Advaita Acharya and other associates he danced splendidly in these verdant groves. Once while the Sankirtana was in progress, he jumped into the lake and vanquished the demon Kaliya living in these waters. Thus the Lord liberated the Kaliya snake just as little Lord Krishna had done the same. Many years ago in Vraja, after the song was over, a discussion began over the oneness of Gaura, Lila with Krishna, Lila. Just then a few Vaisnavas from Badagaki arrived. First they offered dandavats to the Gora lake and then to the Vaisnavas. The host Vaisnavas heartily received them and had them seated comfortably. An ancient banyan tree stood tall in the secluded kunya like a silent sentinel. The Vaisnavas had built a concrete circular platform around its base. The tree was affectionately named *Nityananda, Vada, because Lord Nityananda was very fond of sitting under it. The Vaisnavas now sat under it and discussed spiritual matters. Among the visiting Vaisnavas from Badagaka was a young and inquisitive Vaisnava. He respectfully interjected, "I would like to have permission to ask this Vaisnavas assembly a question, kindly pacify my questing mind." Haridasa Babaji, a resident of this secluded kunya, was a very serious scholar. At an advanced age of nearly 100, he seldom left the kunya, when at all, then only to Pradhyamna kunya, to meet Paramhamsa Babaji. He was amongst a select few who had actually seen Lord Nityananda sitting in the shade of the banyan tree. Over the years he had sing lemon, didly nourished the desire to breathe his last at the sight. And now he spoke up saying, "Sir, we have Sri Paramhamsa Babaji here heading up this assembly, so you should not have any worries regarding an answer to your question." The young Vaisnava from Badagaka presented his question. Vaisnava religion, or Vaisnava, Dharma is Nitya, Dharma i.e. eternal. I am desirous to learn in detail the ideal conduct of a Vaisnava, especially towards others. Haridasa Babaji glanced in Vaisnavadasa Babaji's direction and indicated degree. "My dear Vaisnavadasa, a good Vaisnava and Sholay are such as yourself is rarely found in Bengal, especially nowadays, hence it is apt that you reply this question. You have associated with Srila Pradhodananda Sarasvati and received spiritual instructions from Srila Paramhamsa Babaji. You are very fortunate and a recipient of Lord Chaitanya's mercy." Vaisnavadasa Babaji humbly replied, "Revered Babaji, you have seen Lord Nityananda, Lord Balaram's direct expansion, face to face. You have also associated with many spiritual stalwarts and instructed many devotees in the devotional sciences, therefore please shower mercy on us today and educate us." The rest of the Vaisnavas enthusiastically joined in to request Haridasa Babaji to speak. Babaji Maharaja, finding no way out of it, agreed to their proposition. He first offered dandavats to Lord Nityananda under the banyan tree and began his dissertation. Haridasa Babaji said, "Offer my respects to all the Jivas, knowing them to be Krishna's servitor degree, whereas some accept him others not, yet everyone is his servant." Caitanya Karita Mrtaadi 685. This statement of a great saint is always held in my high esteem. There is one class of people who do not accept their subservient position to God, although inherently all Jivas are Krishna's servant. Another group humbly accepts this eternal truth. Thus there are two kinds men in this world, Krishna, Bhaira, Mukha, those who deny Krishna as God, and Krishna, Unmukha, those who accept Krishna as supreme. The majority of people in the world are Krishna, Bhaira, Mukha. Among them many reject any form of religion, so there is little to discuss about them, just that they have no sense of moral obligations. Self-aggrandizement is their only aim in life. Whereas those who are religious accept moral responsibilities. The great Vaisnava sage Manu has this to say about them: Dhritakasamademostiam sankam, Indriya, Nigrahadhar, Vidya, Satyam, Krodho dasakam Dharma, Laksanam. Mainism 690 seconds. The 10 characteristics of religion are: Dhrita, contentment; Kasama, forgiveness, not to revenge a wrong; Dhamma, self-control, when the mind remains in control in spite of allurements; Asteya, honesty; Sakha, cleanliness; Indriya, Nigraha, withdrawing the senses from sense objects; Dhit, scriptural knowledge; Vidya, education; knowledge of the soul, satyam, truthfulness, always aware of reality, akrodha, freedom from anger, to not become angered in spite of a cause. Of these driti, dhamma, sakha, indriya, nigraha, and vidya are the 6 characteristics declared to be one's duties directed toward the self, while kasama, astya, satyam, and akrodha are the 4 obligations one has toward the others. The duty of worshipping the Supreme Lord, Hari, is not clearly delineated in any one of these 10. These 10 characteristics have been enunciated for the purpose of following religious principles. Indeed, it cannot be said that human life becomes pure and perfect by only developing these characteristics. In Vinu, Dharma2 it is explained, Jivatam Vinu, Bhaktasya Varampanka, Dhanani Kana Kulpa, Sahasrani Bhakti, Hinasya Kesave. If a devotee of Lord Vinu stays in this world for even 5 days, it is a blessing to humanity. But if a non-devotee, one who has no devotion to the Supreme Lord Krishna, lives in the world for hundreds of eons, it will not benefit humanity, in fact it will usher misfortunes. A person who is not a devotee of Krishna cannot be labeled a human being. Minus devotion, men are but biped animals, not humans. The same is the verdict of Srimad Bhagavatam, Sva, Vid, Varahostra, Karai Samstutapurasapasunayat, Karna, Pathopedo Jatunamagadagraja. SB February 3, 19, men who are dogs, hogs, camels and asses praise those men who never listen to the transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna, the deliverer from evils. Anyhow, the present inquiry is not about the duties and responsibilities of these persons mentioned above. The discussion is regarding a devotee's conduct in general. Those who have embraced this path of bhakti are divided into 3 sections, Kanistha, neophyte, Madhyama, intermediate, and Uttama, best, most elevated. The first of these types is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam in the following verse, Arkayam eva hare pujam yasradaya hatina tad, bhaktasukani isu sa bhakta prakrita samrita. SB November 2, 47, a prakrita, or materialistic devotee does not purposefully study the sastra and try to understand the actual standard of pure devotional service. Consequently, he does not show proper respect to advanced devotees. He may, however, follow the regulative principles learned from his spiritual master or from his family who worship the deity. He is to be considered on the material platform, although he is trying to advance in devotional service. Such a person is a bhakta, priya, neophyte devotee, or bhaktabhasa, for he is a little enlightened by the Vaisnava philosophy. One who is worshipping the deity of the Lord with faith but does not respect the other created creatures of the Lord nor worships and serves with devotion his devotees is a prakrita, bhakta. It has been already established that sraddha, or proper faith, is the seed of devotion. To worship the Lord's deity with sraddha is certainly bhakti, but without worshipping and serving the Lord's devotee, one cannot execute sutta, bhakti, or pure devotion. This position can be described as being, at best, a step inside the portals of the realm of bhakti. The scriptures say, Yasi atma, buddhi kunapi tri, datuk, sva, dhikalatradai subhama idiot hayat, turdha, buddhisalal na karasij jains abhijansu sa evagakara. SB 10/84/13, a human being who identifies this body made of 3 elements with his self, who considers the by-products of the body to be his kinsmen, who considers his land of birth as worshipable and who goes to pilgrimage simply to take bath in holy rivers rather than meet, worship, serve men of transcendental knowledge, or sadhus is to be considered an ass among the cows, extremely foolish. The purport is that without worshipping the Lord's deity, one's devotion cannot begin. He becomes argumentative, making the heart dry and hardened, and the goal of devotion becomes obfuscated. What is required is that transcendental understanding has to be incorporated in deity worship. In this world, the Jiva is a transcendental, or spiritual entity. And among the Jiva the Lord's devotee, the Krishna, Bhaktas are pure spiritual entities. Both Krishna and the *Bhakta are pure spiritual beings. In order to comprehend these two transcendental beings, first a good knowledge of the relationship between matter, Jiva, and Krishna, Sambandha, Jnana, is imperative. Thus if deity worship is to be conducted together with Sambandha, Jnana, then deity worship and Bhakta, Seva, or service to the devotee must occur simultaneously. Where there is a perfect marriage of Sraddha with transcendental understanding, it is called Sastriya Sraddha, or Sraddha based on proper scriptural conclusions. But deity worship, bereft of a clear concept of Sambandha, Jnana, is conducted out on the level of mechanical Sraddha. Hence we deduce that although this is at the initial stage of bhakti, it is certainly not pure bhakti. This group of devotees have been described in the scriptures like this: Grita, Vinu, Dixako Visnupija, Paro Naravaisnavo Bhito Bhijanarateros Smad, Vaisnava. One who has been initiated with scripturally authorized Vinu, mantra and is worshipping the deity of Lord Vinu, is considered by the scholars as a degree Vaisnava. Others are all non-Vaisnavas. Those who have received initiation from hereditary gurus, or Kula, gurus, and those inspired by seeing others worshipping the deity, felt sentimentally attracted by it, thus accepted initiation in Vinu, mantra with superficial and mechanical Sraddha and began to worship the deity of Lord Vinu, are Kanistha Vaisnavas, or neophyte devotees not in the category of pure devotion. They are on the level of shadow, devotion, or chaya, bhakti. Theirs is not the pratibimba bhakti, or the reflection of bhakti. Because that would make them serious offenders on the path of bhakti due to the absence of Vaisnava qualities. A person gets elevated to chaya, bhakti due to immense good fortune. Because following this course promotes them to Madhyam, Vaisnava and Uddham Vaisnava platforms respectively. However, it is certain that these persons are not pure devotees. They worship the deity with sentimental faith and relate with society inspired by the 10 religious characteristics mentioned earlier. The scriptural injunctions that direct a devotee's conduct are not meant for the Kanistha's. They cannot discriminate between a devotee and a non-devotee. We have this instruction for the Madhyama, Vaisnavas in Srimad Bhagavatam, Isvartadad Hinsubhalasijadvaisatsu Kaprama, Maitri, Kripopeksaya sa Madhyama, S.B.11/2/46. An intermediate, second-class devotee has love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is friendly to all devotees and is very merciful to neophytes and ignorant people. The intermediate devotee avoids the company of those who are envious of devotional service. The nature and standard of devotional behavior being enumerate in this verse is a part of Nitya Dharma, or the eternal religion. It does not address namatika, ritualistic, or the mundane social behavior patterns. In the life of a Vaisnava this is ideal conduct. Other etiquettes, not contrary to these, can be adopted when necessary. The Madhyama Vaisnava's conduct is directed toward 4 persons: the Supreme Lord, his surrendered devotee, the ignorant materialist and the devotee, hater. He directs his love to the Supreme Lord, his friendship to devotees, compassion to the ignorant and apathy towards the envious. Let us discuss first the point regarding his love for the Supreme Lord. Here the Supreme Lord implies Lord Krishna, Lord of all the lords. And prema, or love, means pure devotion. Sutta bhakti. This is how the scripture, bhakti, rasa mrta, Sindhu defines sutta, bhakti, anyabhilazitam, sunyam janana, karmati, anavartamanakolyana krishnanasilanam bhaktir uttama. Brs Purva 1, one should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord Krishna, favorably and without desire for material profit or gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. That is called pure devotional service. The bhakti symptoms just described is available to the Madhyama, Adhikari Vaisnava through the process of sadhana up to the level of bhava and finally in the blossoming of * prema, or love of Godhead. But this bhakti, anyabhilazita, sunyam etc., is not yet accessible to the Kanistha Adhikari Vaisnava who is simply on the platform of worshipping the Lord's deity, form with Sraddha. The Kanistha does not experience such exalted devotional mood or bhava. And when these devotional symptoms one day appear in his heart, he is promoted to the intermediate level of a Madhyama Adhikari Vaisnava and is then counted as a real Vaisnava. But as long as they are not present, he continues to be a Kanistha Adhikari, a neophyte who is a shadow Vaisnava. Pure devotional service to Krishna means prema, or love of Godhead. The word asterisk favorably, anukulyana, means that which is conducive to Krishna, prema. This includes maitri, kripa and upeksha, friendship, mercy, and apathy. All these three are the hallmarks of a Madhyam, Adhikari Vaisnava. Now, on to the topic of the Madhyama Vaisnava being friendly to the Lord's surrendered devotees. By surrendered devotees are meant those who are blessed by Sutta, Bhakti, or pure devotion. The Kanistha Vaisnava is not on the platform of Sutta, Bhakti, he serve and satisfy the pure devotees. Therefore maitri, or friendship, can only be extended the Madhyama and Uttama Vaisnavas respectively. In the Caitanya Karita Mrta, Lord Chaitanya describes the different characteristics of Kanistha, Madhyama, and Uttama Vaisnavas during a question and answer session with the Vaisnavas of Kalingrama. Those Vaisnava qualities were inferring to the Madhyama and Uttama Vaisnavas mentioned earlier. None of the descriptions fit the Kanistha Vaisnavas, who is solely engaged in deity worship. The pure name of the Lord does not manifest on the tongue of a Kanistha Vaisnava. His chanting is on the level of Chaya, Namabhasa, or the shadow name. Lord Chaitanya instructed the Madhyama Vaisnava Grastha to serve three types of Vaisnavas: one who chants once the holy name purely, one who constantly chants the pure name, and one whose presence inspires others to spontaneously chant the holy name. These three types of Vaisnavas alone are worthy of his worship. One who chants the shadow name is not eligible to receive the Madhyama Grastha service. He is instructed to serve only those who chant the pure name of Krishna. Service to Vaisnavas has been categorized according to the different levels of Vaisnavas. The meaning of the word degree maitri, or friendship, encompasses association, discussion, and service. Immediately upon seeing a pure devotee, one must greet him and offer respects, affectionately extend full hospitality, discuss Krishna-conscious topics with him, and attend to all his needs. In this way serve him properly. The devotees must be extremely cautious not to envy a pure devotee. He should not be criticized even inadvertently and not shown irreverence. He must not be physical disregarded due to some deformities or ailments. The third topic is showing mercy to the ignorant. The word balasa implies an ignorant person without spiritual knowledge, an idiot, or a fool, etc. A gross materialist who is uneducated, has no interest in the Mayavadi philosophy, has not developed hate or envy towards the path of bhakti or towards the devotees, but whose false ego and strong material attachments did not allow him to cultivate Sraddha to the Supreme Lord, is a balasa. A scholar who has failed to nurture faith and belief in the Supreme Lord is also a balasa. A Kanistha Adhikari is a neophyte and a materialistic devotee, prakrita. He is at the doorway of bhakti, but lacks a proper grasp of sambandha, jnana, thus depriving him of sutta, bhakti. As long as this condition persists, he is also known as a balasa. Of course, when he acquires knowledge of sambandha, tattva, and in the association of pure devotees commences to chant the pure name of Krishna, his ignorance, balasattva, is dissipated and he is elevated to the level of a Madhyama Vaisnava. These are some of the different kinds of balasa, and it is very essential that the Madhyama Vaisnavas show mercy to them. The Madhyama Vaisnava must deal graciously with the balasa as he would with an honored guest. But this is not enough. To show real mercy to the balasa, he must ensure that they develop sraddha in pure devotional service and taste for chanting. The ignorant are uneducated in the teachings of the scriptures, and so they are susceptible to fall down into the lures of bad company. The Madhyama Vaisnava, being compassionate, offers them his own association and instructs them about the scriptures and about the glories of the holy name. A diseased person cannot treat himself. He has to be doctored. Just as a sick patient's angry and frustrated outbursts are excusable, the copyright balasa, nor ignorant person's misdemeanors are also to be forgiven, that indeed, is an act of mercy. The ignorant person is clouded with misconceptions such as, he believes in karma, kanda, ritualistic performances, sometimes he is drawn towards speculative knowledge, worships the Lord's deity with ulterior motives, has faith in the yoga process, is apathetic to associating with pure Vaisnavas which is actually beneficial for him, is attached to the rules and regulations of varnashrama and so on. Therefore by administering his association, compassion, and spiritual instructions the Madhyama Vaisnava can extirpate the Kanistha's wrong views and promote him to the level of Madhyama, Adhikari pure devotee. Once a person begins to worship the Supreme Lord's deity, it is understood that he has sown the seed of good fortune and that he is free from corrupt ideologies. And because of it he possesses a touch of Sraddha. Whereas a person who worships the deity indoctrinated with the Mayavadi philosophy has not the slightest Sraddha for the Lord's deity, he is an offender. Hence the expression Sraddhayahate, with Sraddha, has been used in the Srimad Bhagavatam to describe the Kanistha, Vaisnava. The Mayavada philosopher's heart is contaminated by the false conclusion that the supreme, absolute Brahman, or Parabrahman is formless, and hence his worshipable deity form is made from imagination. How deep is their Sraddha, or faith in the deity form even according to their tenets? Therefore there is a distinct difference between the Mayavadi's deity worship and even the very neophyte Kanistha Adhikari's deity worship. If for no other Vaisnava characteristic, then it is for the quality of being free from the abomination of Mayavada doctrine that the Kanistha Adhikari has been awarded the status of a Prakrita, Vaisnava, or a neophyte materialistic Vaisnava. On the strength of this minuscule Vaisnava quality and with the mercy of a pure devotee he is certain to rise to the perfectional stage in devotional service. However, the Madhyama, Adhikari pure devotee's genuine mercy towards the Kanistha Vaisnava is indispensable to his progress. Soon his deity worship and chanting will become purified of their tainted shadowy nature, chaya, abhasava, and acquire a transcendental characteristic. We come to the fourth topic, neglecting and avoiding those who are envious. First we must define an envious person and how many types they are. Envy is a human trait, also known as hate. This heinous propensity is exactly on the opposite end of the pole from prema, or divine love. The Supreme Lord alone is the sole recipient of prema. Antipathy towards the Lord is known as *dvisa, or envy, hate. There are 5 kinds of *dvisa. 1. To not have faith in God. 2. To think that the Supreme Lord is a product of his own karma. 3. To not believe in the transcendental form of the Lord. 4. To not accept the jiva's position of being eternally subservient to the Lord. 5. To be merciless. Persons who are polluted by dvisa can never attain pure devotion. They do not possess even the slight tinge of pure devotion a Kanistha, Adhikari owns due to his deity worship. These 5 dvisas may be found in persons overtly attached to matter. The third and fourth kinds of dvisa are sometimes accompanied by a propensity for suicidal renunciation, often found in Mayavadi sannyas. How should the devotees deal with such envious persons? It is recommended to avoid their company. Upeksha, or to avoid, does not necessarily mean that one has to put a stop to normal human exchanges. Nor does it imply that when an envious person is in danger or in distress succor to ameliorate his agony should not be proffered. A Grastha, Vaisnava has to interact with so many different persons in the course of life. Through matrimony he acquires many new acquaintances, while shopping, in business, taking care of family matters in property deals, sickness, maintenances etc., in all these matters and more, normal human dealings are an ongoing process. So how, in one final stroke, all simple interactions with the envious lot can be curtailed? This is not the meaning of upeksha, or avoidance. One should terminate all spiritual relationships with the atheists but not social exchanges. As a result of karma, or resultant actions from previous birth, some family members may be *dvisas or envious persons. Should they be then ostracized? No, That is not the solution. Social exchanges are a part of human behavior, so the envious persons should be dealt with, but without having a deep involvement and involving relationship with them. But do not engage them in spiritual affairs where a serious commitment is mandatory. Spiritual association means to interact on a for spiritual platform, discuss transcendental topics, serve and assist each other to progress spiritually. Thus to deny anyone such spiritual association means to avoid him. An envious person will immediately interrupt or argue when he hears instructions on, or glorifications of, pure devotion, so it is not advantageous to either party. Therefore, instead of coming at loggerheads with them in futile debate, restrict your relationship to simple social dealings, nothing more. You may retort saying why the envious person cannot be treated like a balasa, or ignorant and helped by being shown mercy. To this I say that let alone benefiting them, this will cause more harm than. One must aid them but with great discretion. The Madhyama Adhikari pure Vaisnava must take care to conduct himself properly in these 4 ways. Any slackness in cultivating them will tantamount to a grievous fault, he will fall down from his position of realization, or adhikara. Thus it is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, saved hikaryanastha sa guna parakir titava parjayastu dosas yadubhair resanirniya. SB 11/21/2, degree to be firmly fixed in one's adhikara or eligibility and realization has been adjudged as real qualifications, and anything to the contrary is a serious disqualification. This are the definition of qualifications and disqualifications. The Madhyama pure Vaisnava must execute his responsibilities according to scriptural guidance, i.e. to love the Supreme Lord, be friends of devotees, show mercy to the ignorant and avoid the envious. The depth of his friendship with a devotee will be decided on the intensity of his bhakti. Similarly, the degree of compassion will depend on the ignorant person's ignorance and simplicity of heart. So also in the case of the envious person, communications level with him will depend on how hateful is. The Madhyama should act on the spiritual platform as advised. His social dealings conducted with simplicity should also come under the purview of spiritual norms. At this juncture in Babaji's talk, Nityananda Dasa from Badagaki inquired how must a Uttama Adhikari Vaisnava conduct himself? Haridasa Babaji responded my dear brother. You have asked a question, so please hear me out. Lam old, my memory is waning, I have to finish what I have decided to speak. Haridasa Babaji was a strict and straightforward devotee. He does not look at others' fault, but he has a ready retort for unjustified remarks. After this there was drop silence. Haridasa Babaji again offered obeisances to Nityananda, Vadatri, and resumed his dissertation when the Madhyama, Adhikari Vaisnava's spiritual sentiment of prima matures, he becomes elevated to the platform of Uttama, Adhikari Vaisnava. The characteristics of Uttama Vaisnava is mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam, Sarva, Bhutsuya Pasaid Bhagavad, Bhavam Atmanabhutani Bhagavati Atmani Esa Bhagavatatama. SB November 2, 45, a person advanced in devotional service sees within everything the soul of souls, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Consequently he always sees the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the cause of all causes and understands that all things are situated in him. The devotee, who perceives the Supreme Lord's love for all the living entities and also perceives the entire creation's love for the Supreme Lord in the form of the eternal relationship between them, is a first-class devotee, or a Uttama Vaisnava. Besides prema he does not experience any other sentiments, and sometimes when other emotions surface they are to be understood as being different transformation of prema only. Take the example of Srila Sukadeva Goswami. He was a Uttama Vaisnava, but he described Kamsa as a Bhoja, Pamsala etc., or the sinner or excreta of the Bhoja dynasty. But such a mood displays a variation of prema, it is gunin prema and not degreed visa, or hate. When pure love of Godhead, or sutta, prema becomes the life and soul of the devotee, he is then known as degree Bhagavatatama. On this platform, There are no distinctions in behavior like prema, maitri, kripa, or upeksa, all his dealings are on the level prema. The Uttama Bhagavat does not discriminate between Uttama, Madhyama, and Kanistha Vaisnavas respectively, nor does he distinguish between a Vaisnava and a non-Vaisnava. This elevated consciousness is extremely exceptional. Do you notice something unique? The Kanistha Vaisnava does not serve the Vaisnavas, and the Uttama Vaisnava does not discriminate between a Vaisnava and a non-Vaisnava. Serving and respecting the Vaisnavas is the sole prerogative of Madhyama Vaisnavas. The Madhyama Vaisnava will serve the three categories of Vaisnavas, namely those chanting Krishna's name purely even once, those who continuously chant the holy name purely and whose presence inspires others to chant purely. To each of the categories, i.e. Vaisnava, Vaisnavatara, and Vaisnavadhamma, good Vaisnava, better Vaisnava and best Vaisnava, he must serve them according to their station. This is Madhyama's duty. Only the Uttama Vaisnava does not consider or analyze whether a Vaisnava is good or medium before he interacts with him. If a Madhyama thinks in these terms, he is committing an offense. Lord Chaitanya had indicated these truths in his discussions with the culling Rama Brahmanas. All his instructions on this topic are more important to the Madhyama than the Vedas. What is Shruti, or the Vedas? The Supreme Lord's orders are the Veda. With these words, Haridas Babaji paused and fell silent. The Vaisnava from Badagaki, Nityananda Dasa Babaji, turned to Haridasa Babaji with folded hands and asked, "May I ask my question now?" Babaji replied, "By all means." The sprightly young Babaji, Nityananda Dasa, inquired, "Degree respect Ed Babaji Maharaja, in which of the categories of Vaisnavas would you consider me in? Am a Kanistha Vaisnava or a Madhyama Vaisnava? Am certainly not a Uttama Vaisnava." Haridasa Babaji laughed lightly and replied, "My dear brother, you have received the name Nityananda Dasa, on initiation, so nothing is remiss to make you an Uttama Vaisnava. My Nitai, Lord Nityananda Prabhu, is exceedingly magnanimous. He distributes prema, or love of Godhead, in spite of being attacked and beaten. What more is left to be desired if one can glorify his name and become his servitor? Nityananda Dasa earnestly desire to know my real position. HB. Then say everything about yourself. If Lord Nitai wishes that I speak, then you will certainly have your answer." ND. Was born in a low-class family living in a small village on the bank of Padmavati. Entered family life, taking a wife at an early age. Never took to immoral ways. When my wife died, developed a mood of detachment from all affairs. One had seen a few renounced Vaisnavas in Badagaki who were very well respected. Seeking that same respect, and because of the strong nudge provided by the temporary mood of renunciation due to the wife's demise, I went to Badagaki and received copyright Becca initiation. After some time my mind was besieged by immoral thoughts. Fortunately, for me, I had the association of a good Vaisnava devotee who now is in Vraja. He kept me by his side and gave me marvelous instructions which purified my consciousness. Now I do not feel the urge to deviate, and I have developed a taste for chanting one Lok Nama. Have become enlightened that the holy name and the Supreme Lord, the possessor of the name, are non-different and that they are both transcendental. Observe Ekadasi vows according to the scriptures and diligently offer water and lamp to Tulasidvi daily. During Kirtanas, I join other Vaisnavas and feel stirrings of excultations. Am eager for Vaisnava Karanamta, or the nectarian food, bath water. I study devotional literatures, Chaitanya, Bhagavata, Chaitanya Karita Mrta etc., have no desire to eat well and live comfortably. Mundane prattle annoys me. When I see other elevated Vaisnavas feeling ecstasy, I get inspired with overwhelming emotions and roll on the ground. Do it mostly out of hankering for name and respect. So, now kindly tell me my position and how must I behave. Haridasa Babaji laughed and turned to Vaisnavadasa Babaji and interjected, "Let us hear from you, what is Nityananda Dasa Babaji's position?" VB. From what I just heard, one would say that he has left behind the Kanistha level and come to the Madhyama platform. HB. That is my opinion too. NB. That was very good for me to know from realized souls, Mahatmas such as your good selves, my real standing in the Vaisnava community. Kindly bestow your grace upon me so that I may quickly advance in spiritual understanding and come to the platform of Uttama, Adhikari. VB. At the time of your taking *Becca you were tainted with the desire for pradistha, i.e. respect and position. You artificially assumed a status without being worthy of it, and hence you were on the brink of a spiritual setback. All that is history. Now by the mercy of Vaisnavas your spiritual life is more steady. NB. Some slight yearning for adulation and recognition, or pradistha still lingers on in me. Hay bore the wish that by shedding tears and displaying bhava, or spiritual emotions, can to impress everyone and win their respect. HB. Diligently endeavor to curb this desire, otherwise it will drain your devotional reserves. If this occurs you will slide down to the level of Kanistha. Even if a Vaisnava is rid of lust, greed, anger etc., the desire for pradistha is alarmingly detrimental to spiritual progress and does not care to easily relegate its stranglehold on him. And especially kaya, bhava, abhasa, or the shadow spiritual emotions should be categorically rejected while nurturing, even a drop of real *bhava, or spiritual emotion, is in all respects, much more beneficial. Nityananda Babaji fell at Haridasa Babaji's feet, begging for his mercy. He smeared his foot, dust over himself. Haridasa Babaji immediately reciprocated by firmly embracing Nityananda Babaji and then made him sit down. A pure Vaisnava's physical contact is so amazing that uncontrollable tears trickled from Nityananda Babaji's eyes. Holding straw between his teeth, a symptom of extreme humility, he said, "I am so low and wretched, Lama fallen soul." Haridasa Babaji, moved by his humility, again embraced him as tears streaked down his quivering cheeks. What glorious spiritual sentiments! Nityananda Babaji felt the fulfillment of his life. When, after a while, exultation subsided, Nityananda Dasa, now looking up to Haridasa Babaji as his guru, inquired, NB. What are the principal and subordinate devotional symptoms of a Kanistha Vaisnava? HB. The two principal symptoms are the Kanistha Vaisnava believes in the Supreme Lord's eternal spiritual form and he worships the Lord's deity with faith. While hearing, chanting, remembering, offering prayers etc. The 9 devotional limbs and all other spiritual activities are subordinate symptoms. NB. One is not a Vaisnava unless he believes in the Supreme Lord's eternal spiritual form, or Nitya, Svarupa, and unless he does not worship the deity with proper rules and regulation. That these two are the principal symptoms has been well understood by me. But it is difficult for me to reason out the subordinate symptoms. HB. The Kanistha Vaisnava cannot perceive the science of pure devotion. Hearing, chanting etc. are limbs of pure devotional service. Since he is unable to realize the transcendental and real nature of pure devotion, such devotional activities like hearing and chanting does not capture the prime position in his spiritual practices, but remain as secondary performances. Another reason why they are secondary is because these activities are performed by the Kanistha under the influence of the 3 material modes sattva, raja, tama. When hearing, chanting etc. are executed outside the scope of the 3 material modes, only then do they become the limbs of pure devotional service, and at this stage the Vaisnava acquires the Madhyama level. NB. The Kanistha Vaisnava is infected with desire for karma, jnana, mystic powers etc. In other words, with copyright and yabhila essay, then how can he be recognized as a devotee? HB. Bhakti sprouts out of Sraddha. One who develops Sraddha becomes eligible for executing pure devotion. It can be said with conviction that such a person is at the portals of pure bhakti. Sraddha means faith. Since the Kanistha Adhikari has developed faith and belief in the transcendental form of the Supreme Lord, he automatically becomes worthy of devotional service. NB. When can he attain bhakti? HB. As and when his desire for karma, jnana etc. is extirpated, has given up all other aspirations save for executing ananya, bhakti, or unalloyed devotional service, has realized the difference between hospitality to guests and service to Vaisnavas, and thus is inspired to serve the devotee knowing that this is favorable devotional service. The Kanistha Adhikari at this juncture becomes a pure devotee on the level of Madhyama, Adhikari. NB. Sutta, Bhakti develops with Sambandha, Jnana, therefore, at which point did the Kanistha cultivate Sambandha, Jnana to allow him to practice pure devotion? HB. When he has uprooted the poisonous ivy of Mayaveda philosophy, both Sambandha Jnana and Sutta Bhakti blossom simultaneously. NB. What is the time period for such developments? HB. It all depends on the strength of his sikriti, or piety. Stronger the sikriti, swifter is the progress. NB. What is the first impact of sikriti, vala, or the strength of sikriti? HB. It brings him in contact with sadhus, or sadhu, sangha. NB. What is the gradual consequence of sadhu, sangha? HB. The Srimad Bhagavatam states, Sadham prasanan, mama virya, samvido bhavanti hrt, karna rasayana katha tajasanad, asvapavarga, vartmani sraddha, ratai, bhaktir, anukramijyati. SB March 25, 25, in the Association of Pure Devotees, discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed, and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begin. NB. What leads to sadhu, sangha? HB. I have already explained earlier that Sikriti encourages sadhu, sangha. Again the Bhagavat says, Bhavapavargo by tramato yata bhavoyanasia taryasi uttha, satsamagamak satsangamo yare itadeva sajatan paravares ativa ejade rata. SB 10/51/53, for translation CCH 6, NB. If the Kanistha devotee has developed an inclination for deity worship due to his association with sadhus, then why do we say that he does not serve the Vaisnavas? HB. The Kanistha finds sadhu, sangha by incident, and due to sadhu, sangha develops faith in the Supreme Lord's deity form. What is imperative is that both deity worship and service to Vaisnavas are conducted side by side. As long as Sraddha has not reached to this level, it is not full grown, hence the eligibility to execute unalloyed devotion is not yet born. NB. What are the gradual levels of elevation of a Kanistha? HB. He has faith in the deity but is still contaminated with Anyabhilazita and other such mundane desires. He regularly worships the deity. Perchance if sadhus visit his place of worship, he hospitably attends to them as he would any other guest. He observes their conduct and activities, he hears their discussions on scriptures. In this way he sees and hears. This opens his eyes to detect defects in himself and tries to rectify them. Whenever they visit him, gradually, he begins to appreciate their character and personality. The harmful desires for karma, jnana etc. steadily decline. The more his heart becomes purified, Anyabhilazita decreases. He gains valuable knowledge of the scriptures by listening to the sadhus' esoteric discussions and elaborations on Krishna's extraordinary pastimes. He deeply thinks about the supra, mundane, transcendental nature of the Supreme Lord, of the holy name, of the different limbs of devotional service and so on, thus carefully enhancing his knowledge of his original spiritual self and of Sambandha, Tattva. When this realization attains maturity, he is promoted to the Madhyama level, at which time actual sadhu, sangha and sadhu, seva develops. He does not treat the sadhu like any ordinary guest but serves him reverentially as a guru. NB. Many Kanistha Vaisnavas do not advance in spiritual life. What are the reasons for it? HB. If there is a strong influence on him of envious, or Dvisi association, then soon the Kanistha loses his Kanistha Vaisnava position and grows Attak to Karma and Jnana. In some cases there is neither progress nor actual fall down from the Kanistha level. NB. In which cases do such phenomenon occur? HB. Where both sadhu, sangha and Dvisi, sangha wield equal influence, there is no progress or regression. NB. When is progress absolutely ensured? HB. With the strong influence of sadhu, sangha and a weak impact of Dvisi, sangha, quick progress is certain. NB. What is the Kanistha, adhikari's attachment to papa, or sinful activities, and punya, or pious deeds? HB. Initially it is at par with the fruitive workers, or karmi, jnani etc. But the more he progresses in devotional service, these inclinations for papa and punya diminish till finally his proclivity to satisfy the Supreme Lord rises to such a degree that it totally destroys all these negative aspects. NB. My dear Master, I have understood the subject of Kanistha, Vaisnava, and now kindly illuminate me on the principal symptoms of a Madhyama, Vaisnava. HB. The Madhyama's principal symptoms are: he has single-minded devotion towards Krishna, he regards devotees as he would himself and as a dear friend, is very attached to them, respects them, and worships them as personifications of holy pilgrimages, he is compassionate to the ignorant and innocent, he avoids mixing with envious persons. His main activities are: he executes abhidhya, sadhana bhakti, or regulative practical devotional service with sambandha, jnana, or knowledge of the relationship between Krishna, Jiva, and matter with the singular goal of attaining prayahana, or prime necessity, which is perfection in loving devotional service, or prema. In general this implies that he chants, hears etc. without offenses and associates with sadhus purely. NB. What are the secondary symptoms of this level? HB. Going through the motions of material life is the secondary symptom. The Madhyama adhikari's life is fully dependent on Krishna's wishes and is so arranged as to execute devotional service favorably. NB. Does he still commit papa and aparadha? HB. In the early stages that tendency is there, but it also gradually disappears. Just like when grinding grains, in the beginning there are granules, but gradually they are pulverized into a fine powder and are no more. His sole aim in life is to practice yutta, vairagya, or detachment through application, not by rejection. NB. Is he, even slightly, desiring for karma, jnana, or anyabhilasa? HB. In the beginning there may be fractional residues of these desires, but ultimately they are destroyed. These may, in the course of devotional service sometimes, very rarely, rear their heads, but in due time they also vanish. NB. Does he have the wish to live? If so, why? HB. He desires to live only to season and purify his devotional service. He has no yearning to live or to attain liberation. NB. Why does he not desire for death? What is the pleasure in staying on in this material body? Only after death can he, by Krishna's mercy, become situated in his original spiritual self. HB. All his aspirations are obedient to Krishna's will, he does not have any wish separate from Krishna's. He has realized that all events in his life occur on the express wish of Krishna and he is surrendered to it. He has no independent demands or needs. NB. So far I have grasped the different symptoms of a Madhyama, adhikari, pray tell me now if the Uttama Vaisnava level has any secondary symptoms. HB. All his physical routines are the secondary symptoms. Even these activities are to such a degree dictated by his transcendental love for Krishna that they cannot be discerned separately as secondary symptoms. NB. Dear Master, a Kanistha does not leave home, or become a gra, tyagi, a Madhyama, Vaisnava can be both a grastha and gra, tyagi, but can an Uttama, Vaisnava be a grastha? HB. These different situations come about naturally as one advances in spiritual realization. It is not that through becoming a grastha or a gra, Tyajai that he attains a particular platform of realization. An Uttama, Vaisnava can be a grastha in Vraja. All the grastha, devotees are Uttama, adhikaris. Many of our Lord Chaitanya's associates were Uttama, adhikari grastha. Srila Ramanandaraya is a brilliant example. NB. Master, how should the Uttama, adhikari grastha and a madhyama, adhikari gra, Tyajai behave with each other? HB. The devotee who is a lower adhikari, or on lower level of realization, must offer dandavats to the superior adhikari. This rule applies only to the madhyama, adhikari, and not to the Uttama, Vaisnava, because the Uttama adhikari does not expect any respect from anyone. He perceives the Supreme Lord's presence in all living beings. NB. Is it the duty of Vaisnavas to assemble in a large gathering and feast by honoring prasadam and thus celebrate, or have a mahotsava? HB. By any coincidence, many Vaisnavas gather in one place and a madhyama, adhikari grastha desires to serve them by offering prasadam. To this there can be no objections by any spiritual consideration, but much fanfare in such Vaisnava seva is detrimental because the mode of passion begins to dominate. The Vaisnavas must be served prasadam with care and affection. This is the Vaisnavas' duty, and it manifests real love and respect for the Vaisnavas. On such occasions only the pure devotees should be invited and satisfied. NB. In Badagaka, where came from, a certain group of people call themselves Vaisnava, Santana, or children of Vaisnavas. The Kanistha, adhikari grasthas invite and feed them, claiming they are doing Vaisnava seva. How would you consider such an act? HB. Have these Vaisnava Santanas attained Sutta, Bhakti? NB. 1. Do not see any symptoms of pure devotion in them. They profess that they are Vaisnavas, and some of them even wear kopana, or loincloth. HB. It is difficult for me to say why such practices are becoming prevalent. This is undesirable. Assume that because a Kanistha is unable to distinguish a real Vaisnava, that such malpractices are happening. NB. Are the Vaisnava Santanas to be respected in a particular manner? HB. A Vaisnava alone must be revered. If the Vaisnava Santanas are pure devotees, then they must be worshipped according to their different grades of devotion. NB. What if these Vaisnava Santanas are ordinary social beings? HB. Then consider them according to their station as members of society. Do not worship and serve them as Vaisnavas. Always remember Mahaprabhu's instruction, Trinadapi Isuni Sina Terror, Api Isais Nanamanina Monadina Kirtanaya Satahara. Sister Siksastaka 3, one must chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself to be lower than a straw in the street, devoid of all sense of false prestige and more tolerant than a tree. In such a state of mind one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. One must not expect any respect for himself and offer due respect to others. A Vaisnava must be Anan read properly. Anan, Vaisnava must also be offered the respect due to a human being. The worthiness to chant the holy name cannot develop without being respectful to other living entities. NB. How can one not expect any honor? HB. Give up false prestige, thinking degree am a Brahmin, am rich, am a scholar, Lama Vaisnava, 1 am a renunciant, etc. Kni must never dream of even secretly demanding any respect immaterial of position. Must always think of myself as very meek, poor, humble, lower than the grass. NB. From this I can gather that without becoming humble and compassionate no one can be a Vaisnava. HB. You are very correct. NB. Does it imply that bhakti is dependent on humility and compassion? HB. Bhakti is impartial. Bhakti is self-illuminating, beautiful, an embellishment extraordinaire, and does not lack in any of the good qualities. Humility and compassion, therefore, are not separate ornaments but comprise an integral part of bhakti. At a certain level of realization the devotee feels **I am Krishna's servant, without any material possessions. Krishna is everything to me. Here the mood of devotion is simultaneously reflecting humility. The feeling of intense longing for Krishna, is in one word, bhakti. Other living beings are all servants of Krishna, thus affection and affinity for the jivas, based on this realization, is daya or compassion. Which means that daya is also an inseparable part of bhakti. Latent within daya and danya, or humility, lies kasama, or forgiveness. An example of kasama is, the devotee thinks *I am poor and helpless, can I arrogate as a judge of others and mete out punishments? When this feeling is tempered with daya, kasama appears in the heart. Kasama, or forgiveness, is also mixed within bhakti. Lord Krishna is the absolute truth, Jiva is an eternal truth, Jiva's subserviency to Krishna is also an eternal truth. Materially entangled Jiva's sojourn in this mundane plane is an undeniable truth. Therefore bhakti is also an eternal truth and reality, because bhakti is perfectly defined as the eternal subservient mood of Jiva toward Krishna. Truth, humility, compassion, and forgiveness are different aspects of bhakti. NB. How should the Vaisnavas act towards followers of other religions? HB. The Srimad Bhagavatam declares, SB January 2, 26, Narayana, Kala Santa Bhajanti Hyaneswayava. Meaning, saintly persons, who are peaceful and free from fault, finding tendencies, worship the Supreme Lord Narayana and his parts and partial expansions. Vaisnava religion is the only authentic religion. All other religions that exist in the world, as well as those which will be propagated in the future, factually comprise the different levels of Vaisnava religion, or are aberrations of the Vaisnava theology. When the other religion complements any level of Vaisnavism, the devotee should respect it accordingly. In case the religion is an obscuration, then the devotee must be tolerant and compassionate towards its followers and explain to them about the devotional science. Devotees must never hate and show intemperance toward other religious practices. It is certain that when someone's auspicious moment arrives, he will embrace Vaisnavism and become a pure devotee. NB. Is it a devotee's duty to propagate Vaisnavism? HB. He must do it in every possible way. My Lord, Mahaprabhu has given everyone this responsibility of preaching. In Caitanya Karita Mrta we find, Naca Gau Bhakta, Sangakara Samkirtanakrishna, Nama Upadisi Tarasar Bhajana. My dear child, continue chanting, dancing and performing Sankirtana in association with devotees. Furthermore, go out and preach the value of chanting Krishna, Nama, for by this process you will be able to deliver all fallen souls. Ativa Mali Ajanadala Sabakayar Yanha Tanha Prima, Faladiha Yayar Ter. CCADI 790 seconds, 936. Therefore I order every man within this universe to accept this Krishna consciousness movement and distribute it everywhere. Always remember that before you disclose the glories of the holy name to an undeserving person, first transform him to become an eligible candidate. Never instruct about the holy name to an envious person. In dealing with envious persons, do not speak harshly or hurtingly, which may hinder missionary work. Haridasa Babaji's words had an ineffable impact on Nityananda Dasa. He began to roll on the ground in ecstasy. The Vaisnavas raised their voices and chanted, Hari, Hari, and offered dandavats to Haridas Babaji and returned to their own places. Chapter 9 Nitya Dharma, or Eternal Religion material. Almost 4 years have gone by since Lahira Mahasaya came to Godruma. Vaisnavan association has had a purifying effect on him. Now he chants continuously while performing his daily chorus. Sparse clothing covers his lean frame and he has given up using any footwear, even the simple wooden clogs. He has overcome the false pride of his high caste to such an extent that now whenever he sees a Vaisnava he offers dandavats. With utmost humility he takes that foot dust on his head. If anyone refuses, he is underared and uses gentle force to achieve his goal. He searches out for the pure Vaisnavas prasadam leftovers and eagerly eats them. Time to time his sons visit him with an idea to try and bring him back, but observing his attitude and actions they hastily return without as much as mentioning it. Lahira Mahasaya now looks like a Babaji who has already received Becca. After due analysis of the Vaisnava philosophy he had diligently absorbed from the Gautrama Vaisnava's daily discussions, he concluded that internal detachment was more essential than donning the garb of a renunciant, or receiving Becca. He tried to emulate the lofty level of Sanatana Goswami's mood of frugal living. He cut a dhoti into 4 pieces and used them to minimize his material needs. The Brahmana's sacred thread was still wound around his neck. When his sons attempted to offer him money he refused and explained one will not take money from a materialistic person. Once Kandranatha, the elder son, brought large sum of money and said that it was a contribution for Vaisnava festivals. Lahira Mahasayas declined, recalling in his mind the unique character of Srila Raghunathadasa Goswami. One day Paramahamsa Dasa Babaji said to him, Lahari Mahasaya. 1 See that you have rid yourself of all unvaisnava habits. We have received Becca initiation, but I felt that we can learn a lot about Vairagya or renunciation from you. Now the only thing backing to complete your transformation is a Vaisnava name. Lahira Mahasaya replied, Sir, you are my Paramaguru or my Guru's Guru. You are free to decide as you wish. Babaji Maharaja said, you are from Santipura, hence think the name Advaitadasa is appropriate. Lahira Mahasaya fell to the ground in humanity to receive his new name. And so from that day everyone addressed him as Advaitadasa. Even his little cottage was renamed as Advaita Kudira. Advaitadasa had a childhood friend named Digambara Kattopadhyaya. This friend had accumulated large wealth and high position by holding important posts in the Muslim government. After retirement he returned to his village Ambika and inquired about the Veena-borts of his friend Kalidasa Lahira. Finally he found out that his friend had renounced home and family and was presently residing in Gautrama under the name of Advaitadasa, spending his deo is shouting the holy name. Digambara Kattopadhyaya was a Sakto, war's liper of Sakti, or Everji the female counterpart, fanatic. He could not stand to hear the name of Vaisnavism and covered his ears. When ut was uttered so. When he heard about his dear friend's present condition he called out to his servant, Hey Bamanadasa. Immediately arrange a boat. I went to dash off to Navadripa post haste and save my friend Kalidasa from this and returned to his master with a fully prepared boat set for the journey. Digambara Kattopadhyaya was a Shravd customer. He was a Pandita of the Tantra scriptures and well versed in the Muslim culture. The Muslim Manulaos or religion scholars often accepted defeat on Persians and Arabic languages in his hands. If a Brahma and a Pandit ever crossed his path he left them tongue-lied in the topic of Tantra. In cities like Delhi, Lucknow etc. he was famous. He had also managed to utilize his leisure and write a book titled Tantra Samgraha. In many of his commentaries on different verses his impressive erudition shines through. When Digambara hurriedly stepped into the boat he was clutching a copy of Tantra Samhita in his hand. In 2 hours the boat touched the landing blocks in Gadramadhama. He picked out an intelligent man property, instructed him on what to say, sent him off to Advaitadasa as his messenger and patiently waited in the boat. Advaitadasa sat in his cottage and was shouting quietly. Digambara's messenger and paid his respects. Advaitadasa inquired, Who are you and what brings you have? The messenger replied, I have been sent by Sir Digambara Kattopadhyaya. He inquires whether you Sir Kalidasa Lahiri remember him or not. Advaitadasa was curious. He asked, where is Digambara? He is my childhood friend, how can forget him? Has he embraced Vaisnavism? The messenger replied, here. He is sitting in the boat and I do not know if he is a Vaisnava. Advaitadasa quickly inquired, why is he not coming here? At this point the messenger took Persian and left. 2 hours later Digamubara, accompanied by a 4 gentlemen, arrived at Advaita Kudira. Digambara is a very broad-minded and open person. When he saw his old friend he was extremely pleased. He pushed to meet Advaitadasa, and as he enveloped him in his arms he broke out into a song he had composed. O dear Kali, who can fathom, dear mother, your pastimes on earth, sometimes as Purasa, sometimes as Prakrita, and sometimes you are absorbed in the battlefront. As Brahma you create and as destructor you are Siva. As Venu, dear mother, you maintain the whole universe as Krishna. You are playing the flute through the forests of Brindavana. Again you are Gauranga immersing Navadapa with the sound of Sankirtana. Advaita Desa warmly welcomed him. Welcome dear brother, come and sit down. Gaurabara sat down with bringing eyes, reciprocating with the right sentiments of friendship and affection. He burst out saying, Dear brother Kalidasa, what is to become of me? You have embraced the path of renunciation and rejected the demigods as well as religion. One have come from Punjab with great expectations. Back home I found all our childhood friends have passed away. Remember Jirasa, Kita, Pesapugla, Isepugla, Dhana Myra, Kanti Bhattacharya, well all of them are gone. Just you and are left. Was hopeful to find you in Santipura. Thought that we could pass the rest of our life meeting each other. One day you come to my house. The next day go across the Ganga to your place. Image ourselves in music, Shaidying Tantra, and so on. But alas, Lady Luck has forsaken me. And just look at you. You are like the ox dung, cannot be used for collecting the house, not in any religious ceremonies, not like the cow dung. Can you please explain to me what you have done to yourself? Advari Tadasa calmly considered the situation, knowing that this was a difficult test. He had to get away from this unwanted association. He said, Digambara, do you still remember our little game we played with a wooden stick and small piece of oval-shaped wood? How we found ourselves suddenly under that ancient tamarind tree. Digambara, of course I remember. It was near Gaudadasa Pandita's house. Gaura and Nitai had sat under the same tree. Advaita Desa, at that time, my friend, you told me not to touch the tree because Auntie Sassy's son Nime had sat under it, and so its touch makes one a remuniscent. DC1 recall everything vivid hit. In fact, one know your weakness for Vaisnavas. Had warned you at the time that you may fall into Gauraga's trap. Ad well. You always knew I was in that diocese. Then was almost falling into the trap and now am trapped. DC take hold of my hand and lift yourself out of it. It is not good to aku trapped. Ad my friend, this trap is wonderful. I pray to remain forcer is it? Why don't you just try it? DC I've had enough experience. In the beginning it seems to be pleasurable, but ultimately it gives you nothing. Ad the net which has trapped you, do you think it in the end it will give you happiness? Do it make that mistake? DCC. We are seekers of absolute knowledge. It is yogful for us now and later. You are thinking that you are happy now, but we do not consider this as happiness, and in the end, there will be no end to your misery. Am confounded as to why people become Vaisnavas. Just mark now, we relish our food of meat, fish etc., we wear fancy clothes, this is enjoyment. We are more civilized material science, while you are demi this pleasure. In the end, there is no release for you. Ad why do you say that there is no refez for us? DC if anyone rejects Devi, the mother of liberation, there why only you, even Lord Brahma, Vinu or Siva cannot be liberated. The mother of liberation is the original Potyusi, or Adiyasakti. She has created Brahma, Visamel, and Siva and is maintaining them. Everyone has to re-enter the egg-shaped womb from where all creation come. Did you ever worship mother that she is going shower mercy on you? Ad is mother of liberation, a spiritual being or a material object. DC she us independently willful and the personification of spiritual energy. Purisa, or the supreme male us created by her wish. Ad what us Purisa, and what is Prakriti, or the female moiety. DC Vaisnavas spend their time in bhajana, or devotional service, chanting etc. only, but are bereft of philosophical knowledge. Purisa and Prakriti are like the chickpea, although they have separate idealities, in fact they are one. When the outside skin is removed they are two, but when the skin covers the pen it is one. The Purisa is a spiritual and conscious entity, while Prakriti is material. And the undivided or undifferentiated condition of Purisa and Prakriti is Brahman. Ad the mother you speak of, 18- is she Prakriti or is she Purisa? DC sometimes she is Purisa and sometimes Prakriti. AD you said that both Purasa and Prakriti are one inside the skin covering, now who is your mother of the two and who is the father? DC you are challenging me with philosophical problems, well, we know how to tackle that too. Factually mother is Prakriti and father is the spiritual conscience being. AD who are you? DC, Pasa Bad Bhavojava Pasa Makrasadas Iva when the soul is covered over by Maya, or illusion, he is Jiva, when he is liberated from Maya's influence he is Siva. AD you are Purasa, and mother is Prakriti. As long as am in Vilshan, or in a conditioned state she is my mother. When I am liberated she becomes my wife. AD I have understood your philosophy, and I have no doubts regrading it. But tell me where did you learn all this? To my friend am not wearing blinders like you, only interested in Vaisnava and again Vaisnava. Have associated with many Sunengasis, Brahmacharis, mystic tantric yogis and so on. Have also intuitively studied the Tantra scriptura before could acquire this knowledge. If you wish, I can school you and prepare you. AD, thought of himself, what a terrifying dilemma. Can you explain what is civilization and what is material science? DC to converse well in sophisticated society, to dress in a manner that please others, to eat food which is not disgusting others, you follow none of this mannerisms. AD can you elaborate on this a little more? DC you do not mingle in societies outside your own. Your behavior in general is very unsocial. The Vaisnavas have not yet learnt what it is to entertain people with sweet humor. Whenever they meet anyone they blandly tell him to chant God's name. Why is it so? Are there no other civilized topics to discuss? Your dress turns people away and they refuse to offer you a seat in any kind of social event. A tuft of mane flying tangled at the back of the head, a basketful of tulsi beads having around the neck, dressed or undressed in underwears, this is the appearance. And all you eat is spinach and celery. The Vaisnavas have no culture. AD, Advaita Asa thought to himself, if one provoke a quarrel he would get angry and leave, that is best. Does sophistication help one in his life? DC must admit that there is no gain in next life. But how can society advance minus culture? Once society progress then one can take care of his next life. AD my friend, if you promise not be angry I like to say something. DC you are my childhood companion, I can offer my life for you and I cannot tolerate a few words from you. We are endeared by sophistication even if we are irked, our words remain sweet. The more you learn to mask your feelings you advance in culture. AD human life is short. There are numerous disturbances in it. Therefore within this limited time it is imperative that we serve the Supreme Lord Hari with unmotivated simplicity. Culture and sophistication is merely an exercise in self-deception. We know that sophistry is synonymous with culture. As far as human being remains in the path of truthfulness his life is honest and simple. When he deviates it with falsehood he becomes shy, deceitful and engages in unscrupulous dealings. He hides his crookedness behind a facade of sweet words and wants to become more sophisticated. Culture and sophistication cannot be considered as good human characteristics, but truthfulness and simplicity are. The contemporary definition of culture is it is a method of masking mischievous internal motives. However, the real meaning of culture is the worthiness to participate in an august assembly. In other words, it means simple decency. You are gradually perverting the meaning of culture to signify deceit. Thus culture in its primitive state shorn of all immorality is available among the Vaisnavas. While culture tainted by sinful ways, is appreciated by the non-Vaisnavas. The way you described culture has nothing in common with Jiva's nitya dharma or eternal religious principles, fineries to please others. Then the prostitute is certainly more cultured than you are. The real purpose of wearing clothes is that it covers the body. The clothing must of course be clean and not smell foul. Food must be pure and healthy, but you insist that it should be palatable regardless if it is pure or not. Alcohol, meat, etc. are impure, therefore to consume them is not being cultured but acting sinfully. Today's definition of culture is actually the culture of Kali Yuga. DC have you completely forgotten the Badsahi culture, etiquettes of Muslims' palace courts? See how the people sit gracefully at the Muslim king's court dressed foppishly and conversing with each other according to etiquette. Ad all that is social mundane dealing. What can anyone lose without them? My friend, think your long years of service with the Muslims has made your bias towards their culture. Factually, a sinless life is a cultured life. As I said before, progress in the Kali Yuga culture increases with the acceleration of the sinful activities. It is simply a noisome disease. DC just marked the mentality of the modern educated man. He postulates that the contemporary culture mirrors humanity. A person who is not cultured cannot be considered as human being. The present understanding of decency is that men and women will dress in fashionable clothes and cover up their internal monstrosities. It is up to you to ponder over things and decide whether this philosophy of life is good or bad. I notice that your modern educated men are shrewd and shy men keeping abreast with changing times. They have gone in favor of this sophisticated culture because they use it as a muscle to hide their bad upbringing and degradation. What intelligent person gain anything from their society and culture? The high pedestal of the shrewd man's culture is protected by them with futile debates and physical strength. DC some people opine that knowledge in this world is expanding and in tandem with it culture is augmented. If this trend should continue, this earth will become a heaven. These are hallucinations of an opium eater. And those who believe this fantasy are glorified fools. But one who proselytizes others on this view are even more amazing specimens. Knowledge is of two varieties, paramarthika, or spiritual, and lankika, or material. I do not perceive anywhere that spiritual knowledge is expanding. In fact, I see mostly that spiritual knowledge is being perverted and misinterpreted. But material knowledge has every scope of expansion. After all, is there any eternal relationship between jiva and material knowledge? With the escalation of material knowledge, man's attention has been drawn to a variety of phenomena. This actually has ebbed man's interest towards the origin of all knowledge, the absolute truth. I admit that with the increase of material knowledge, low, sophisticated culture is on the rise. And this is a bad omen for the jiva, leading to the path of destruction. DC why is it the path of destruction? Reiterate myself, this human life is short. So like the wayfarer in the inn, jiva must prepare for spiritual realization in this span. It is foolish to waste time in trying to better the arrangements in the inn during one's sojourn. When more and more time has been spent in pursuit of material knowledge, there will be no time left for spiritual molestation. My understanding says that whatever is required to maintain this body and live a simple life, to that extent we must use material knowledge. There is absolutely no need of excess material knowledge and its concomitant, the sophisticated culture. How long will all this external material gaudiness and shine last? DC now I have landed into the clutches of a strange renunciant. Are you saying that this human society is of no use? That depends on the type of society. If it is a Vaisnava society, there is a tremendous benefit from it. What you derive out of a non-Vaisnava society, meaning a materialistic society, is not at all beneficial to the jiva. Well, let us leave this topic for a moment. Tell me, what is material science? DC material science, or natural science, is found in the Tantra scriptures in many different streams. Whatever knowledge systems and beauty are exhibited in this material nature constitute material science. For example, the art of warfare, or Dhanuravidya Ayurveda, or a system of medical science, Jyotiravidya or astrology, etc. are all different aspects of the material science. To revert back to philosophy, we already discussed that Prakriti is the Adhyashakti, or the original source of energy. She has given birth to and manifest this material cosmos. Through her own potency she has introduced variegatedness into it. The many aspects of her energy are each a different stream of knowledge. But acquiring this knowledge of material science, one can exonerate himself from sins one has committed against Adyasakti, the mother of liberation. Unfortunately for the Vaisnavas, they do not research this science. Attain liberation through mastering this knowledge. And see how deeply some of the great Western thinkers, like Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, the famous Muslim scholar Hakim, etc., have probed into the science and written rhymes. You just made a comment that the Vaisnavas do not care about scientific knowledge. I disagree. The pure spiritual knowledge that Vaisnavas study is extremely scientific. We find in Srimad Bhagavatam in one of the Kata Sloka the following quote: Janam me paramam goyam yad vijanana samanvatam sarahajyam tadanganksagran gadatam maya, SB February 9, 30, before the material creation took place, Lord Brahma, the creator, was worshipping and meditating on the Supreme Lord. The Lord was pleased with Brahma and instructed him in the pure Vaisnava religion. The Lord had said that the supreme absolute knowledge about himself is very scientific, and he is going to reveal to Brahma all the branches of this esoteric science, so he must appropriately prepare himself to receive it. My friend Digambara, there are two kinds of knowledge. Human being acquire material knowledge through his sense organs. This material senses are impure, hence they are unusable for perceiving spiritual objects. Their singular limited use is to the kindi dionid soul for maintaining himself. Knowledge or science delves into the actual spiritual truth is known as pure spiritual knowledge, or Suddhihajnanta.is. Knowledge is eternal and it forms the basis of the Vaisnava's devotional service and worship. Material knowledge is diametrically opposed in all respects to Suddhijnana and has no connection with it. You said that material knowledge above is a science. That is not correct. According to you, when you separate material knowledge of Ayurveda etc. from Suddhijnana, you arrive at science. But, the truth is that Suddha equals Jnana, which possesses the anti-symptoms of material knowledge, is real science. Knowledge of the existence of any object is also known as science. Realization of the spiritual object is knowledge. And the process of exposing and eliminating this profane material knowledge and establishing the preeminence of Suddhijnana is known as science, or Vijnana. Vastu, or real existence one, but due to the variation in its perception there are separate identities of Jnana, or knowledge, and Vijnana, or science. You call material knowledge as science, whereas the Vaisnavas say that establishing the real position of material knowledge in the right perceptive is science. The Vaisnava analysis is, Dhanurvada, Auraveda, Chittaraveda, chemistry etc. are all material knowledge and they do not have a permanent relationship with Jiva. Therefore, they are inconsequential in regards to five eternal religion, or Hiti-Adharma. Vaisnavas say, those who are ardently strive to advance in material knowledge according to their individual material propensities are known as karmakandis, engrossed in the karmakanda rituals of the Vedas. Vaisnava do not criticize them because by endeavoring for progress in mundav natures they indirectly and even slightly assists the Vaisnavas in their efforts in understanding the prime efficacy of spiritual realization. You attach to the materialists' insignificant mundav knowledge the misnomer, material science. Well, what harm can that do? It is pure right to curl over names and designation. Suppose material knowledge had not advanced to what it is now, how would you subsist and perform your bhajan? This indicates that you must also toil to improve your material knowledge. Persons endeavor in whatever field according to their individual propensities. But the Supreme Controller, Personality of Godhead, distributes the results of those action among the Worthi. Where does propensities come from? Habits and preferences forged out of previous action later participate into propensities. The depth of a person's material knowledge is the barometer that gauges the extent of his material engrossment. In turn it makes him an expert in expressing mundav art forms, also an outcome of material culture. And at the end whatever they create, if suitable, are then gratefully utilized by Vaisnavas as paraphinahas in the Lord's service. The Vaisnava, however, did not have to expend any energy in the creation of the end products. A carpenter makes furniture for a living and the altar he makes is used by the Grihastha Vaisnava to mount his home deity on. The bees, following their instinct, or propensity bussing collect pollen and produce honey, which is then offered to the lords. Not everyone in this world endeavor for their highest good or spiritual elevation. Different activities are prompted by different propensities. Human propensities numerous, like high, low, and so on. Degraded persons perform many activities resulting from mean propensities and they offend accompany the activities of noble propensities. In this manner the will of human life turns sheltering in itself innumerable divisions and department. All the materialistic men, in spite of executing works which are inspired by their mundav propensities, successfully assist the Vaisnava in expressive their spiritual profansitisy.et. They are unaware that their efforts benefit the Vaisnavas. Bewitched by the Uluzoe potency, Maya of Lord's Vinu, they perform this multifarious mundav activities only to be later utilized by Vaisnavas, and so the entire world, in the sense is the Vaisnava unbeating servitors. The what is Lord Vishnu's Maya? AD in Markandeya Purana, in the section known as Kandi Mahatmaya, the personalities describes with the words Jagmaya Hari Saktir Yaya Samahidam Jagat etc. is Lord's Vishu Maya Sakti. DC then who is that personalities known as Manistarini? AD the same as Lord's Vishnu's Maya. D. Open sa handwritten manuscripts on Tantra, here, read, my mother is addressed as Caitanya Rupini, embodying spiritual consciousness, Ikamayi, fully independent, Trigunatita, transcendental to the material modes, and Trigunadharina, the controller of the material modes. The one you call as Lord's Vishnu Maya, is not beyond the scope of three material modes of nature, then how can you equate her with my mother? I can see plainly that in regards to this topics you Vaisnava are fanatical, and I strongly detest it. AD my dear brother Digambaram, please do not get upset, you have come to see me and we are meeting after a long interval, would like you to be content and happy. Why do you wrongly summarize that the appellation Vishnu Maya is in some ways demeaning? Lord Vishnu is the embodiment of absolute spiritual consciousness, the supreme Lord of all lords. Everything else is his energy. Energy is not an object or thing, energy is the inherent characteristic of an object. It will be philosophically wrong to describe energy as the source, or fountainhead of everything. Energy has no separate existence without an object, or subject. An absolute spiritual subject, or object must first be established. In the Vedanta commentaries it is said, that Sakti Saktimaturabhita, meaning that Sakti or energy is not an independent entity, the Saktiman, Purasa, or the Supreme Being is the possessor and source of all energy. Energy is his intrinsic nature and subservient to his desires. Therefore it is not fallacious to deceive of energy as Caitanya-rupim, Ikame. Or Trigunatita as long as energy maintains herself through her ascesions as working under the orders of the Supreme Personality, in which case she can also be desirable as being non-different from the energetic, or Saktim and Parasa. Ikha, or desire, or will, and Kaudya, or consciousness are attributes of the Supreme Purasa. Sakti does not process Ikha, she works under the direction, or will of the Purasa. For example, you are endowed with the potency or Sakti to walk and move about. This energy or Sakti is set in motion if and when you desire. The phrase Sakti walks would automatically imply that the energetic Purasa is walking. This is a figure of speech, a particular manner of speaking. The Supreme Personality of Godhead possesses one singular energy. In transcendental spiritual activities she is known as Cit Sakti, and in material matters she is desirable as Asit Sakti, or Maya. The Vedas have said Parajya Saktir Vividhivasruyate the Supreme Brahman's absolute Shirgis are multifarious in nature. What you earlier referred to as Ingunat Harari Sakti is in fact Murndare energy. Material creation and annihilation is a part of your activity. The Puranas and Tantras define this energy as Vishnu Maya, Mahamaya, Maya etc. Allegorically, she mothers Brahma, Vinu, and Mahesvara, the Trinity, stays the Tirsam demon Samha and Nisamha, and performs other similar activities as recorded in the scriptures. The gives are forced to remain her captors as long as they are engrossed in matter. But when they are enlightened with the transcendental knowledge of their true, spiritual identities, they sever Maya's shackles and win freedom, only to acknowledge subserviency to the Lord's spiritual potency Cit Sakti, and literally experience supramundan Saktasi. DC are you, or are you not, under any particular energy? AD yes, we are give Sakti, or marginal energy. We have abscended Maya's influence and taken shelter of Cit Sakti's control. DC that makes you Saktas, or worshippers of Sakti, too. AD yes, of course. Vaisnavas are the real Saktas. We are under the patronage of Sri Radhika, the embodiment of Cit Sakti. We worship Krishna but in her loving Dwarklianship, hence who can claim to be more authoritic Saktas than us? We do not notice any differences between a Sakta and a Vaisnavas. As for those who worship only Maya Sakti without first taking complete shelter of Cit Sakti, they are admittedly Saktas but not Vaisnavas, hence they are gross materialistas. Duradevi has made the following statement recorded in the Naradapacharitra, Tava Vaksasai Radhaham Rais Vrindavanavain, means in my original form as Cit Svarapa, or the embodiment of spiritual potency, I, as Sri Radhika, the internal energy, or Antaranga Sakti, residing in the forests of Vrindavanadama, embellish your divine bosom. Durgadvisa's words unequivocally announce that Sakti, or Nurji is not numerous, Sakti is one singular potency as Sri Radhikashi is Kitsvarapa, original form of spiritual potency, and mundane Sakti Maya, is Jadasvarapa, emboclimate of material energy. Thus Vinu Maya in her pure state, bereft of the three material moods is Cit Sakti, or spiritual potency, and is her conpowerinated condition, or when she is under the sway of the three material modes, she is Jada Sakti, mundane energy Maya. D.C. Farlier, you mentioned that you are Jiva Sakti, please elaborate. AD in the Bhagavad Gita. The Supreme Lord says Bhumir aponalo vayokam mano budhur eva ca ahankara iti yammi bina prakritira stata apariyamit stv enyam prakritim vidimi param jiva buddham maha beho yedam daryat jagat, BG 7/4-5, earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether these 8 comprise my separated material evrities. Besides this inferior nature, mighty armed Arihuna, there is a superior energy of mine, which are all living eulites who are struggling with material nature and are sustaining the rivers. Digambar, do you know the glorious position of the Bhagavad Gita? It is the essence of all scriptures and offers the final conclusion to every debate. Thus we can conclude from this statement that besides this material energy exists the living utility, which is different in constitution from it. The Givasakti or living entity is another of the Supreme Lord's energies, which the sages call as Tathasta Sakti, or marginal potency. It is superior to the material energy and inferior to the Cit Sakti. Hence the living unity, is any form, is Lord Krishna's energy. D.C. Kalidasa, have you ever seen the Bhagavad Gita? AD yes, in facts, I read it long ago. D.C. what standard of philosophical truth is in it? AD my dear brother, a person endlessly praises the sweet taste of molasses as long as he has not tasted pure crystal sugar. Look, I think this is bigotry on your part. Devi Bhagavat and Devi Gita are appreciated throughout the world, only you and your lot does not even like to hear the mention of these 2 books. AD have you read the Devi Gita? DC there is as person for me to lie, as have not read it, but at one time tried to copy them both and failed to procure them. AD a book you have not read, how can you comment on whether it's good or bad? Tell me who is a bigot, you or me? DC I must admit that I was always a bit afraid of you. You were, even in those early days, a garrulous person. And now after becoming a Vaisnava you seem to have honed your wit to sharp areas. Whatever say you strongly refute it? AD honestly speaking am a wretched fool, but after proper research have concluded that outside the Vaisnava religion there are no pure religions ethies. All through life you have opposed the Vaisnava religion, and in this way brought ill upon yourself. DC, getting slightly angry, oh yes of course. You can say that. 1 am deeply involved in religious worship and discipline, and you claim that I have been wasting my time. Here see for yourself this book Sangraha is a result of hard labor. You blindly do Om's culture and science and try to haunt your Vaisnava philosophy and practice. How can I be responsible for this? Come, let us fizzle out what the learned and cultured circle adjudge who is superior, you or me. AD, thinks that it is better to be rid of bad company. All said and done, tell me what will your culture and this material science do for you when you die? DC Kalidasa, shame on you. Is these anything after death? As long as you are living, try to win acclaim in cultured society and enjoy your senses to the maximum. At the end, when death approaches, Mother Nistarini will place you in the appropriate situation. Just become death in imminent. Why tolerate the present distresses? Where will you be when the body made up of 5 elements dissolves into the 5 gross elements of material nature? This material existence is Maya. Both Mahamaya, Mandaya energy, and Yogamaya, spiritual energy. She can offer you pleasures for the present and certain liberation offer death. Sakti is the ultimate, there is nothing beyond it. You are born out of Sakti, and in Sakti will you again return. Begin by serving Sakti. Behold the power of Sakti in material science. Diligently improve your yogic strength. In the end there is nothing but the unmanifest Sakti. Where did you manufacture the phantasmagoria about this person you call Chaitanya? By believing in these stories you are forced to experience hardships in the present, and who can say what you will gain more than us after death? What business do you have with a divine male factor, or Purasa? Simply surrender to Sakti, you can merge into her and eternally exist in her. Dear friend, see that you are captivated by the material energy. And supposing there is a Chaitanya Purasa, Supreme Personality, Chaitanya, then what is your future? Alright, tell me, what is happiness? Answer: satisfaction and peace of mind is real happiness. I have rejected all material pleasures and am experiencing this real happiness. And if there is anything beyond this, that is also for me to have. Whereas you are not at all peaceful and contented. The more you seek carnal pleasures, the thirst for it increases. You never really understood what real happiness is. One day, histing for pleasures of the flesh, you certainly plunge deep into an open of grief. DC, we shall see what happens to me, but first, why have you ostracized yourself from the sophisticated, cultured milieu? I have not disgusted the cultured society, in fact that is what I have gained, and now am busy trying to avoid the uncultured lot. DC, what do you mean by uncultured? Please do not get angry and patiently hear me out. The time Tyagavedam says, Vavati mayaya sparsta bitramama iha karmabhitavad bhagavat prasanganam sangasyan no bave. BB April 30th, 33, Dear Lord, as long as we have to remain within this material world due to our material continuation and wander from one type of body to another and from one planet to another, we cannot have the association of your pure devotees, so we pray that we may association with those who are engaged in discussing your times. We pray for this benediction life after life, in different boding froms and on different planets. Again, in the 7th canto it is stated, Asad bin Saha Sangastan na Kartavya Katakanayas Matsarvartha Hanasyad Adhopatasia Jade, never associate with otheristic persons, sense enjoys and salvationists, because their company bring about a loss in all spiritual values and goals and the final destruction. Sage Katyayana says, as recorded in Hari Bhaktivilasa, Varam Hudabhajvala Panjarantarvya Vasthiti na Sari Sintavimikajana Samvasavize Sam, HBV 10/224, better burn in a blagging pyre or remain forever caged rather than experience the excruciation of having to associate with person who is inimical to Krishna consciousness. Further, the Bhagavatam declares, Satyam Sankam Diamanam Buddhisrar Harir Yasakasama Samo Damo Bhagasati Yat Sangat Yatai Sanksayam. Tesvasinta Sumata Sukata Tatmasvasaol Huasu Sangam Na Kuru Akshakyesu Yasit Kritamrshsuca, SB 3/32/33-34, he becomes divided of doubtfulness, clearliness, mercy, gravity, spiritual intelligence, shyness, austerity, fame, forgiveness, control of the mind, control of the senses, fortune, and all such opportunities. One should not associate with a coarse fool who is benefit of the knowledge of self-realization and who is no more than a dancing dog in the hands of a woman. In the Garuda Purana we find, Antam Gato Pi Vedanam Sattva, Sastra Artha, Vedayapi Yona Sarvsvarbhakatastan Vidyat Purasa Adhamam, Gar.Purva 231/13, although a person may be well versed in the Vedas and is knowledgeable in all the Suriptunes, if he is not a devotee of the Supreme Lord Vishnu, he is considered to be the lowest of human beings. In the Bhagavatam, Prayasiddhani Sarnani Narayana, Paranmuksam Na Nispananti Rajendra Sura, Kumham Ivapaga, 8b6/1/18, my dear king, as a pot containing liquor cannot be purified even if wash it in the waters of many rivers, non-devotees cannot be purified by processes of atonement even if they perform them very well. And in the Skanda Purana it says, Hanti 9. Vesti Vaisnavanane Abanandati Krud Hyat Yatai no Harsam Darsana Patanani Sad. The 6 courses of degrada to him and fall down are, to strike a Vaisnava, to critis him, to hate him, to not welcome or greet him on sight, to show angry at him and to not be happy on seeing him. So you see Digambara, it is most mosby yuans for the jiva to associate with such spiritually desfitually persons. What is the benefit of such destriceable company? DC just imagine, came to meet a decent gentleman. But instead we have become the coarse and uncouth social cripples. Just as well. Kindly stay here and associate with your pure Vaisnavas, 1 a.m. returning to my home. 80, thanks, finally, but now I must speak a few sweet pudding words. Return home you must, but you are my childhood friend am seeing after a long time. Do not feel like letting you go. You have so kindly come to see me, with you not stay a little while longer and take prasadam with us. DC brother Kalidasa, you know that cannot digest any outside food, besides I eat only havajya, sacrificial food, and I ate already before I came here. I was very glad night to see you, I will come again when I can find some leisure. I cannot spend the night here because must perform certain practices handed to me by Guru. So take your leave now. AD come, will accompany you to your boat. DC no. It's all right, you continue with your work, I have a few persons along with me. With these parting words Digambara is starting walking away at a brisk pace humming to himself a song about Mother Kali. Advaitadase quietly retraced his way back to his kudira. He sat down peacefully and began to chant the holy name. Chapter 10 The Eternal Religion and History. Sri Harihara Bhattacharya, a teacher and resident of Agradvipa, suddenly assailed by a nagging doubt one day. He approached many persons and discussed with them about his doubt, but it persisted, in fact it exacerbated the frustration he felt in his heart. So he came to the village of Arkadila and questioned the learned Sholayar of logic, Sri Katarbuja, dear sir, can you please tell me how ancient is this Vaisnava religion? Sri Harihara Bhattacharya was initiated into the Vaisnava order and had performed daily worship of Krishna in his home. Whereas Sri Katarbuja persevered 20 assiduous years studying logic philosophy and at last developed an attitude of aloofness towards religion. He was apathetic to religious wranglings and debates, only during his Sakti worship did he, at times show signs of devotion. Therefore his first reaction to Harihara's question was, he thought Harihara is already biased about his Vaisnava religion, now he wants to drag me into a philosophical labyrinth, better to circumvent this affront, so he said to Harihara, dear Harihara, your question surprises me. You have studied till the level of Muttapada separation by merging into the Supreme, so you should be well aware that in the Hyaya Sarapur or rhetorics. There is not a single mention of the Vaisnava philosophy. Hence ask you why harass me with your question? Harihara said, sir, have received Vaisnava initiation in accordance with age-old family traditions. I never had any doubts about the Vaisnava religion. But recently I heard that the famous debater from Vikrampura, Sri Tarka Kudamani, has set out, it seems, to uproot the Vaisnava religion. He travels extensively and speaks strongly against the Vaisnava ethics, and in this manner he fills his coffer. In one such gathering, with a predominantly Sakta audience, he had remarked that the Vaisnava religion was very contemporary and it lacked philosophical essence. Only the people from lower castes became Vaisnavas, but the high-class gentry turned up their noses, he said. Initially was pained to learn that a scholar of his stature would utter such abonatities. But I, nevertheless, pondered over what he had said and arrived at certain points. Prior to Lord Chaitanya's advent, Vaisnava religion was never practiced in Bengal. The majority were followers of Sakti cult. And, although a few like also took initiation in the Vaisnava, most of them aspired for Brahman realization and preoccupied themselves with attaining liberation. The Sakti worshippers, also known as Pakayupasada, worshippers of the five deities, mostly acquiesced with the standard of Vaisnavism. The Vaisnava religion has definitively undergone changes and has taken a new form ever since the appearance of Lord Chaitanya. The Vaisnavas now close their cars to words, and though like Brahman muddy, liberation even I cannot fathom how they construe the philosophy of bhakti, or devotion. The attitude of these modern Vaisnavas are that the blind must find another course. Thus come to question, is this Vaisnava religion, we find today, existing since the dawn of civilization, or has it arisen after the advent of Lord Chaitanya? Sri Katarbhuja Malis that Hari Hara's stand was not of a family Vaisnava, and immediately his face lit up. He said, Hari Hara, 1. Support your views. The porcent upsurge of this hedgeling Vaisnava religions is irritating, one cannot openly speak out against it. Remember, this is challenge one must be very canty. Many rich gentlemen have become highly influenced by Chaitya's philosophy and joined their ranks. They are extremely disrespectful towards us and even consider us their enemies. Dare sat that soon they will put us out of business. Traders, and members of other business communities have started to hold dissertations and discussions on the scriptures, certainly a cause for consternation for the Brahmana class. Mind you, since long the Brahmanas had expertly arranged certain social norms in such a fashion that it exclusively favored them to study and teach the scriptures, barring every other caste. Even their immediate subordinate caste, the Kayasthas, are afraid to chut the Vedic mantra beginning with the sound Om. Everyone simply accepted our authority and followed as we instructed. And now, they are converting to Vaisnavism and right away start debating and analyzing the philosophy. Our image and position is indeed being tarnished. Ever since Nemas Pandit entered the Brahmanical religions is gradually become obsolete. My dear Hari Hara, the Pardita Yan just mentioned Tarkakradamau I has defiantly said the right thing, be it out of grossed for money or otherwise. These irascible Vaisnavas. Their words really ink me. They are now troagating this garbage that Sakaracharya compiled the Mayaveda literature, according to them a totally false connection, on the direct behest of Tuesday Supreme Lord. Whereas they say that the Vaisnava religions is eternal and is in existence since time immemorial. Not even a century has gone by that this religions took birth and now suddenly it is beginningless. How does that saying go? The boot is in the wrong leg. Well, let them scream as much they want, Navadvipa is not the same nice place as before, it has deteriorated especially in the area of Gadagacha. Some Vaisnavas are living there and they act as if the world belonged to them. A few of them are very learned sholas and their preaching is causing cohesion among the common folks, they are destroying our land. They are discouraging people against the eternal Mayavedi philosophy and the worship of doing gods and goddesses, soon this religion's cutter and practices will disappear. Do you not see the definite decline in elaborate performances of Sraddha, or offering oblations to departed souls and other such Brahmanical observances? How will the officiating poists maintain their fouts? Hari Hara replied, well sir, is there no solution or repressal to this situation? There are still a few famous learned panditas in Mayapura. Across the Ganga in Kulia village are several sholas of Smriti Hyaya. How if we collectively lay seize on Gadagakia? Kudamani reflected, yes, that is possible. But only if there is unity among them. Generally, they are a divided lot, they distirad each other. Have heard that a small group of Brahmanas took Kisna Kudamani to Gadagakia and challenged the Vaisnavas in a pluralizaplan debate. They returned vanquished to their individual tolas, private Sanskrit schools, and dreamed up stories to tell to salvage their reputations. Hari Hara said, respected sir, you are our teacher and an instructor to numerous pedagogues. Many have learned the art of wordugtry and evasion in arguments from reading your commentaries on logic. You must go and once and for all defeat those Vaisnava Paditas. Prove to them that their Vaisnava religion is contemporary and lacks authorization of the Vedas. Only then will our flag of Pamkopasana, which for so long has received in-spread patronage, keep on fluttering. Sri Kacharabhuja Nayaratna did never externally display the Nagjing fear in his mind. He thought that where even Kisnakudamani and others were, humbled might also be his Waterloo. Thus, he said, Harihara, I will go disgust, and you will become the teacher. You start the debate and set the assembly ablaze with blistering arguments. Harihara, bristling with confidence, O C Tort I am fully prepared to follow your instructions. The coming Monday we will cross the Ganga in the name of Bam Mahadeva and go there. The days flected past for Harihara till the takeful Monday. Harihara, Kamalakanta, Sadasiva, the teachers' trio collected Sri Kacharabhuja from Arkadila and crossed the Ganga. It was 3:30 when they stomped into Pradyamna Kunya Grove, much like to famed Durvasa Muni, and sat down on the Madhavi Mandapa platform, announcing their arrival big loudly uttering Haribol. Haribol. Sri Advaitadasa Babaji quietly appeared, welcomed them graciously and made them sit comfortably on straw mats. He enquired, how can I help you please? Harihara spoke up saying, we have come to discuss with the Vaisnavas on certain subjects. Advaitadasa Babaji quickly said, the Vaisnavas here shy away from arguments, but if you have sincere queries then it is well. The other day a few Sholas come pretending to be genuine Sikhs, but began to bombard us with a barrage of verbiage. In the end they have to retreat broken-hearted, nursing a battered pride. So, let me ask Sri Paramahansadasa Babaji for his permission. He disappeared into Babaji Maharaja's cottage. Advaitadasa returned shortly and went about spreading out the sitting mats. Sri Paramahansa Babaji entered, offered his prostrated obeisances first to the tulasi plant and then to the visitors and sat down. Hands folded, he asked the guests, kindly say, how may we serve you? Pandita Kacharabhuja said, we have couple of questions we would like answered. Immediately, Paramahamsa Babaji paged for Sri Vaisnavadasa Babaji. He took stock of the situation and sat down quietly. When everyone was properly settled, Kacharabhuja asked, is the Vaisnava religion modern or is it primordial? Paramahamsa Babaji's imperceptible, urging nod gave Vaisnavadasa Babaji the signal, and so he said, the all-auspicious Vaisnava religion is ever-existent and eternal. Kacharabhuja Nayaratna, that implies, Vaisnava religion is of two kinds. One kind professes that Brahman is formless. The Nirakara or formless cannot be worshipped. So they construct an imaginary form, and by worshipping it they purify the consciousness. When the consciousness is purified they realize the impersonal Brahman. They worship the mythical image of Radha and Krishna, of Rama or Nrsimha, and gradually become enlightened with knowledge of Brahman. Hence those who worship the duty form of Vishnu and meditate on a specific Vishnu mantra with this consciousness introduce themselves to the followers of Pankopasana as Vaisnavas. The other kind of Vaisnava religion asserts that Lord Vishnu, Krishna, Rama, and so on possess eternal personal forms. Thus worship and meditation with this understanding on their lordship's individual mantras and deity forms lead to absolute, eternal knowledge and the acquisition of divine mercy. According to this philosophy, the impersonal concept is called Mayaveda or illusory, therefore the propounder of impersonalian Sri Sankaracharya was deluded. Now out of these two, which is the ever-existent and eternal Vaisnava religion? Vaisnavadasa Babaji, the one you mentioned lost, is the real Vaisnava religion. It is ever-existent. While the other you spoke of first was Vaisnavism in namesake only, actually it is the opposite of the real Vaisnava religion. It is non-permanent and borrows greatly from the monistic concept of the Mayaveda school. Cn. Everything is quite clear to me. According to you, Vaisnava religion is Caitanyada's philosophy. Real Vaisnava religion does not constitute of simply worshipping Sri Radha Krishna, or Rama, or Nrsimha and so on. To worship Sri Radha and Sri Krishna in the method prescribed by Caitanya Mahaprabhu is the true Vaisnava religion. All right, so be it, but then how can you asseverate that his brand of Vaishnavism is Sanatana, or ever existent? VB. This religious philosophy has been extant since the Aryation of Jiva. Mundane history is silent about the time of Jiva's coming into being. Thus it is fair to conclude that Jiva is primordial and man's real religion. Vaishnavism is also primeval. Lord Brahma is the first created Jiva. As soon as Lord Brahma appeared, the first Vedic hymns of knowledge, which is the basis of Vaishnava religion, become manifest. This momentary occurrence has been reconstructed in the famous 4 verses of the Bhagavatam known as the Kata Slok. The Mundaka Upanishad states Brahmadevanam Prathamasambhahyuva Visvajya Karta Bhavanajya Gopta Sa Brahmavidyam Sarvavidya Pratis Tam Atharvayajas the Putraya Praha, Mund.up v/I/1, Lord Brahma, the creator and protector of this universe, appeared prior to any other creature, from the lotus sprouting out of Supreme Lord's navel. He initiated his eldest son Atharva in the science of the absolute truth known as Pratamavidya. It is the repository of all branches of knowledge. This is what the Rigveda Samhita says, Tad Visno Paraman Padam Sada Pasayanti Suraya, Divida Kaksartatam, Resam January 22, 20, the supreme destination or the spiritual abode of Lord Vishnu is resplendently self-manifest as brightly as the sun. It is being seen and worshipped since time immemorial by the Denir gods, or Vaisnava saints. Also the Kathopanishad declares, Vinayat Paramampadam Lord Vishnu's lotus feet is the ultimate and best shelter. Further, in the Svetasvatara Upanishad is found the following Ivam as Deo Bhagavan Varanayo Yonisvabhavanat Hidastathyaka, save. Up 5/4, there is but one Supreme Lord, the Absolute Godhead, who is the primal cause of all causes, like the sun that disperses brilliant days to drive away darkness but re-wanes ever so resplendent. The Supreme Godhead also maintains his supreme divinity in all circumstances. In another instance, the Taittiriya Upanishad states, tongue sticking out, Satyam Jainanam Anantam Brahma, Yovidanainatam Guhayam Paramavio Manso Snutsarvan Kaman Saha Brahmana Vipassita, tr. Up 2/1/2. The Supreme Absolute Brahman is the embodiment of eternality and spirituality, and he is transcendental to the purview of material time, place and senses. One who is relished in the proof that the Supreme Brahman is instantaneously situated in the spiritual sky and in the Jiva's heart, he is sublimely connected with him, the supersonal, in loving relationship, fulfilling the Jiva's spiritual desires. VB. The devotional mood of eternal surrender is totally absent in this so-called Mayaveda Vaishnavism. As regards attaining knowledge, one factually becomes enlightened about his spiritual identity, that he is Brahman. However, the Kathopanishad instructs, Nayamatma Pravakanan Alabhya Na Bahunas Rutena Yamvesa Vernutina Labhyas Tajyaza Atma Vivernutanam Svam, Kot. Up January 2, 23. The knowledge of the Supreme Absolute Truth, the supersonal, cannot be acquired through endless debates, sharp intellect or erudition. When Jiva's soul turns to the Supreme Lord in a serving mood and bego for his mercy, the Lord as supersonal reciprocates and reveals himself to him. The process of devotional surrender is the only religion. When the Supreme Brahman is satisfied and showers his mercy on the Darti, he can directly see the Supreme Lord's eternal, transcendental form. However, this divine form cannot be perceived through Brahman realization. This one, unequivocal declaration from the Vedas establishes the Vedic bona fide of the pure Vaishnava religion. The Vaishnavism propagated by Lord Chaitanya is fully supported by the entire Vedic literatures. There can be no doubt regarding this. Cn. Are there any reference in the Vedic scriptures to show that the essence and ultimate goal of religion is pure devotion to Krishna and not the attainment of Brahman? VB. Res Visa, Te. 2/7/1, that Supreme Absolute Truth is the embodiment of all spiritual relationships. Again we find this statement, Syamakabalam Prapati, Sabalakyamam Prapati. Cha. Up 8/13/1. Supreme Lord Krishna's multi-prius energies are known as Sabala. Through the process of surrendering to Krishna, K find the shelter of Ladavi Sakti, Lord's pleasure-giving province, which is the quintessence of all his energies. In the divine sanctuary of Ladani I attained pure devotion to Lord Krishna Syama Sundara. There are numerous Vedic statements asseverating that devotion to Krishna is the ultimate aim of religion. Cn. Is Krishna's name mentioned anywhere in the Vedas? VB. Does the word Syama not directly imply to Krishna? Also in the RG Veda 1/22/164/31, it is described. Apajyam Gopamanapadyamanama, I saw a cowherd boy Gopal, Krishna, who is infallible. These descriptions in the Vedas are of the young boy Krishna Cn. All these descriptions are allusions and one has to stretch the meaning. VB. If you scrutinize the Vedic scripture you will discover that Vedic statements on all matters are written in this strain. Therefore we should accept the purports on the Vedas given to us by sages. Cn. Now please tell me the history of Vaisnava religion. VB. LL already mentioned that Vaisnavism began with man. Lord Brahma is the first Vaisnava. Lord Shiva is Vaisnava. All the demigods and early progenitors are Vaisnavas. Lord Brahma's mental progeny, Narada Rsi is Vaisnava. Now do you understand whether the Vaisnava religion is in existence since creation? The truth is that all the jivas are not beyond the influence of the three material modes. To the extent jiva's nature is free from the material qualities, he is to that level of Vaisnava. Mahabharata, Ramayana, and the Purna scriptures comprise the history of the Aryans. All these texts describe in general the superiority of the Vaisnavism as a religion. When the demigod, humans, and Dhammas are described separately we are introduced to such personalities as Prahlad, Bhaitrava and so on. History is all about famous peers. Besides them, there were so many other Vaisnavas, contemporaries of Dhruva and Prahlada, who are not mentioned anywhere. Dhruva Mani so Prahlad are grandsons of Kasyapa Muni, a Prajapati, or progenitor. They are our earliest of Asitors. Thus the pure religion of Vaisnavism was existing since the dawn of history. As history merged towards us, in mirable wise sages, through Kurs, the royal races of the sun and the moon dynasty lit up the firmament of Canicles, they were all devotees of Lord Vinu. The previous three ages of Satya, Treta, and Dvapara are blessed with an abundance of such saintly souls as recorded his history. In the present age of Kalyuga, southern India bone illustrious spiritual sons, Sri Ramanuja, Sri M. Advakarya and Sri Visnasvami, and from the western India came Sri Nimbarkakarya, who individually inspired many millions to embrace the pure path of Vaisnavism. One think, that by their mercy, more than half the Indians were able to transcend this grieve of material rescience and attain the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality at Godhead. And in Bengal and Orissa, the Lord of my heart, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, delivered so many fallen and wretched souls. Tell me, ever after reading and hearing all these facts, you still do not realize the super excellence of Vaisnava religion? Cn. Of course I do, but how can you designate Prahlad as a Vaisnava? VB. A proper analysis of the scripture is required. Prahlad rejected Sandamarka, his tutor's teachings to him on the Mayavada philosophy of Brahman realization, and opted to chant the Supreme Lord's holy name, understanding it to be the essence of all spiritual activities. Hence there is no doubt that Prahlad was pure Vaisnava devotee. The real point is that, only an unbiased and assessment of the scriptures will lead to correct comprehension of the scriptural conclusions. Cn. If we assume that the Vaisnava religion is ever existent, then what was Kanti Maya Mahaprabhu's unique contribution that gives him such special honor and status? VB. The Vaisnava religion is like a lotus flower which gradually blossoms out with the passage of time. First came the bud, surely the bud become largest. Then it opened its petals in a breathtaking bloom and sprinkled his program all around. At the time of Brahma's birth, knowledge of the Supreme Absolute, mundane science, devotional service and prema in the from of tender buds of Vaisnavism were capsuled in the 4 verses of the Bhagavatam known as the Katar Sloka. When Prahlada arrived, the buds lorgened. Gradually, at the advent of Bhadaraya, Vedavyasa the buds opened out, and when the equitas of Vaisnavism appeared, the lotus of Vaisrayavism spread opened its petals into a flower. With the desert of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the flower unfurled into full bloom and diffused its heady scent for the eager nostrils of the entire universe. Lord Chaitanya Disan at the process of chanting the holy name, the means to actiare prem. It is the most esoteric of theological sciences of the Vaisnava religion. This he did for the highest benefit of human society. Had anyone previously ever resealed or propagated this process of congregational chanting of God's divine name, although it is the par excellence spiritual Takashur? This knowledge was always present and available in the scriptures. But never was it preached in a manner that made it comprehensive to the human society to inspire them to induct it into their lives and translate it into action. Great wonder! Tell me, before Lord Chaitanya's incarnation, was this repository at Divine Rector ever distributed with such joyous abandon? CN. Well, if singing and shouting is that efficacious, then why is it not popular in the Pandita circle? VB. In the age of Kali, the meaning of the word Pandita has become perverted. The scriptures define that the word Panda means bright and acute intellect, and one who possesses Panda is a Pandita. But presently a Pandita is someone who can aimlessly juggle words in the excuse of discussing logic and rhetoric, or one who pretends to explain the treatise of Smriti scriptures solely writes the view to entertain his audience. How can you expect that such so-called Panditas are capable of realizing the profound imports of the religious science or even make others understand it? A sincere and objective scrutiny of all the scriptures will certainly lead to the conviction that logic, rhetoric, etc. are not the essence or goad. Those who are expert in self-deception and deluging the public are in fact Panditas of Kalyuga. All so-called Pandita circles are simply engrossed in simplism and word jugglery. Subjects like the ultimate human destination, purpose of life, eternal relationships between man, God, and his energies, the prime necessity of humanity and the means to acquire it, etc. are never discussed. Only when the topic of truth and absolute reality is brought into focus can we expect the knowledge about Prema and Kirtana to become familiar amongst people. CN. Lajawit, there are hardly any good Panditas. But tell me why the upper-class Brahmanas have not take up the Vaisnava religion? The Brahmanical caste is a Saltvik group in the mode of goodness. They are generally inclined toward the path of truth and noble deeds, yet why are they mostly antagonistic to Vaisnavism? VB. You have questioned me and so am completed to respond. We Vaisnavas are not given to pick faults in others. Sri, if you are not hurt or do not become enraged and you are sincere about learning the truth, then I am prepared to answer your lost question. CN. Actually, studying the scriptures has made us very much in favor of upholding qualities like moderation, self-control, tolerance, etc. Therefore, it is not difficult for us to hear you out. Please offer us a lucid explanation and I will certainly take to heart good spiritual instructions. VB. Please note that Sri Ramanuja, Madhvacarya, Visnasarami, and Nimbarkakarya were all Brahmanas by birth. They had many thousands of disciples who were Brahmanas. Our Lord Chaitanya of Bengal was a Vedic Brahmana. Lord Nityananda was a high caste Radiya Brahmana. Sri Advaita Prabhu was also a Barendra Brahmana. Even the Gosvanris and Mahantas, the associates of Lord Chaitanya, were mostly from the Brahmana class. An impressive number of Brahmana stalwarts have joined the ranks of Vaisnava preachers to disseminate this pure religion worldwide. Yet how can you claim that higher caste Brahmanas do not admire Vaisnavism? We know that mostly all the high-born Brahmin hold Vaisnavism in esteem. But some, due to bad hereditary traits, depraved company, and wrong unbeinging, are hostile towards the Vaisnava faith. Of course, this attitude certainly does not give a correct account of their Brahmana birth, it reflects their misfortune and degradation. The scriptures hold the view that in Kalyuga in particular, qualified Brahmanas are scarce. This select few are the Vaisnavas. From the instant a Brahmana is initiated into the Gayatri mantra, personification in Mother Veda, a lady devotee of Lord Vishnu, he is Fatu Ali embracing the Vaisnava faith being initiated by Vaisnava mantra. But because of the ill influence of deteriorating times he accepted reinitiation by unvedic methods and rejected his Vaisnava faith. However, the small number of Vaisnava Bhomanas must not lead you to draw wrong conclusions. Cn. But why do din that a majority of Vaisnavas are from the lower castes? VB. Of this there is no doubt. Most of these lower caste persons reading accept their meek and stricken position, thus evoking the compassion of Vaisnava Sayuts. No one can become a Vaisnava without first receiving the mercy of Vaisnavas. A person cannot become humble if he is intoxicated with caste position, lineage, wealth, etc. It is improbable for such persons to attract the mercy of Vaisnavas. Cn. I think I have heard enough on this topic. See that you are gradually leading the conversation to the subject of disparaging scriptural quotes on the Brahmanas of Kali Yuga. I feel extremely disheartened when I hear quotes like Raksasa Kalimashrityajayant Brahma Yonishu, Varaha Purana, the Rakshasas, or Damas will seek out the shelter of Kali Yuga and take birth in Brahmana families. Hence I want to go on to other topics. So Sankaracharya, a fathomless ocean of knowledge. VB. Lam surprised to hear this. We regard Sri Sankaracharya as an incarnation of Lord Shiva. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has mistook us to know him as an Acharya, a great spiritual stalwart. We simply reject the philosophy of Mayaveda preached by him. This Mayaveda philosophy is not rooted in the Vedas, it is merely a disguised form of Buddhism. In order to keep the Dinas and atheists deluded in ignorance, the Supreme Lord instructed Sankaracharya to pervert the philosophy of the Vedas and Gita, and propagate monism. How can we fault the Acharya on this account and censure him? Lord Buddha was also an incarnation of the Supreme Lord. He widely broadcast a philosophy which went against the Vedic tenets. Does any civilized person castigate him for it? You may say that such actions of the Supreme Lord and Lord Shiva are contrived because of being discriminatory. In reply say that the Supreme Lord is the well-wishing universal Father and Lord Shiva is his chief executive, they are omniscient and all-auspicious. They can never make the mistake of being profundity of their works, and so they end up berating the Lord and his devotees. A knowledgeable person must not make loose comments like, this act of providence was not appropriate. He should have done this or that. Human beings cannot hazard opinions on topics outside the jurisdiction of his limited intellect. The Supreme Controller alone knows the urgency of keeping atheistic Damas imprisoned in Mayavedi thought. We, the humans, have no way of knowing the expediency of the reason of us being created and later at the time of total annihilation, or Mahapralaya of our extinction. All this is a part of the Supreme Lord's divine pastimes. The Lord's devotees simply relish hearing about the Lord's pastimes, they never quarrel or disagree about it. Cn. But how do you say that the Mayaveda philosophy is in contraposition to the ethics of the Vedas, Vedanta and Gita? Vn. After a proper scrutiny of the Upanishads and Vedanti formulas, can you pinpoint those varsas or aphorisms that support the Mayaveda theory? Will shed appropriate light on their meanings. Some hint of Mayaveda thought can be initially detected in certain Vedic verbs, but again, if the verse is seen in its utility, in its full context to the whole, then ever that conclusion with quickly evaporate. Cn. Frau Lely speaking, have not studied Upanishad or Vedanta Tantra, but am well prepared on any discussion on logic or rhetoric. 1am can read Sant Insiplinzum and Dialectics. Have browsed through the Gita but do not possess a fair grasp of its imports, therefore I admit defeat. On yes. There is another matter I like to know from you, because I am sure a Padita of your stature will be able to make me understand it. Why do the Vaisnavas honor only Vinu Prasiddha, food offered to Lord Vinu, but disrespect Prasiddha offered to the doer gods and goddesses? VB. First of all, Lam certainly not a Pandita, am a very ignorant man. You must understand that whatever I speak is on the strength of May Guru Srila Paramahamsa Babaji's mercy. Scriptures they are a vast, unlimited ocean, no single person could possibly study it entirely. Srila Gurudeva has churned this ocean and given me its essence, which have received with knowing that it is approved by the scripture. Now the answer to your question is, the Vaisnavas do not disregard prasada offered to demigods and goddesses. Lord Krishna is the only and uncontested Supreme Personality of Godhead. All demigods and goddesses are his devotees, solely owned by him. Therefore Vaisnavas always honor the remanence of devotees, not deride it. Devotion to the Supreme Lord is enhanced by accepting devotees' remanence or prasada. There are in fact two more excellent devotional objects besides devotee remnant, devotee's foot dust and his foot bath water, also no karnamritra, nectrat from the feet. The main point is, let the Mayavadi worship any demigod, or offer him foodstuff, because his consciousness is polluted by monism. The demigods reject his worship and offering. Can table a myriad quotes from numerous scriptures in support of this point if you so require. In HRNRTSL, Mayavadis worship only demigods. If one accepts demigod prasada offered by Mayavadis, his devotion is impaired and he offends mother devotion, or Bhakti Devi. When a Vaisnava offers to the demigods or goddesses Krishna prasadam, or the Supreme Lord's remanence, they jubilantly receive it and dance with joy. In turn, when a Vaisnava accepts it, he immediately experiences exultation. See, now the overpowering strength of scriptural injuntions. It is mentioned in the Yoga Sastra or Yoga scripture, that a yoga practitioner must not take the remanence of demigod. This does not imply that a yogi or practicing yogi must disrespect demigod prasada. Solitary meditation is improved if a yogi abstains from eating prasada. Similarly, in the path of devotional service, a devotee must accept prasadam offered only the Supreme Lord, not of any other demigod or goddesses. Otherwise it hinders progress in pure devotional service. This does not indicate a show of disregard to demigod prasada. In fact, it helps in the devotee's advancement in individual spiritual pursuits recommended in the scriptures. CN. Much obliged. I have understood this point. Now please tell me, why are you opposed to animal sacrifice, which is endorsed by the scriptures? VB. According to the purport of the scriptures, animal sacrifice is not prescribed. The following except from a verse in the Vedas denounces killing of animals, Mahimzayat Sarvani Bhutani. Till the time a person's nature is controlled by the modes of ignorance and passion, tamas and rajas _ he remains engrossed in sex life, meat eating and taking intoxicants. The Vedas do not subscribe to these undesirable acts. The real import of the Vedas is, that as long as human beings do not elevate themselves to the level of sattvaguna, or mode of goodness, which means that they are unable to forego sex, non-vegetarian food, and addiction, then, to help them curb these base instructs of sex, they may marry, of non-vegetarian diet they may eat only sacrificial animals, and in specific religious rituals they may drink wine. Gradually these checks, acting as deterrents, will fully free them from these activities. This is the actual Vedic understanding. The Vedas never advise killing of animals. Fox example, the Srimal Bhagavatam states, Lok Vyavayami Samadhyasavanityastu Yantorna Hitatrakodana Vyavasthitista Survivahayajanasuragраharasunivrtyristha. People of the world are generally attached to canal pleasures, flesh eating and addiction. The scriptures do not encourage these activities, nor does it advise their performance. In order to contain them, the rituals of marriage, special yagnas, or sacrifices for eating meat and drinking wine are instituted. The real purport of the Vedas then recommends total renunciation of these acts. The Vaisnavas are of the opinion that if a tamasic or rajasic person desires to act in such irresponsible manner, let him do so. But a sattvika person must refrain from these acts. See another quote from Srimad Bhagavatam, where Narada Muni is instructing. Ahastani sahastanam apadani kadaspadam falguni tatra mahatam jivajya jivanam. Those who are devoid of hands are prey for those who have hands, those devoid of legs are prey for the four-legged. The weak are the subsistence of the strong, and the general rule holds that one living being is food for another. Once again, in Manu Smriti we find, Pravitiri Sabhutanam Nivrittastu Mahafala, Ms. 5/56, The natural propensiety of human beings is toward sensual enjoyments, meat eating and intoxications, yet by discarding these propensities a person gains wonderful fortunes. CN very well, but what about Sraddha ceremony or offering of oblations to forefathers which helps repay a man's debt to his father? Why are the Vaisnavas not in favor of such ceremonies? VB Vaisnavas are not fastidious about karmas, or fruitive workers, performing Sraddha ceremony. But this is what Srimad Bhagavatam has to say in this context. Devarsai Buddhapta en Ranampadranam na Kinkaro Nayamrani Ca Rajan, SB November 5, 41, Sarvatmana Yasaranam Saranyam Gatom Yakandam Parirtyakardam Lone who has given up all material duties and taken full shelter at the lotus feet of Mukunda, who gives shelter to all, is not indebted to the demigods, great sages, ordinary living beings, relatives, friends, mankind, or even one's forefathers who have passed away. Therefore, a devotee, who has surrendered his life to the Supreme Lord, is not required to perform Sraddha ceremony in the Karmakanda process, fruitive ritual, in order to repay the forefathers' debts. He is advised to simply worship the Supreme Lord and offer him bhog or foodstuff. This bhog is converted to prasada is then partaken by the family members. CN When does a person become eligible to perform Sraddha in this manner? VB From the day a person develops faith and respect for chanting the holy name and for hearing topics related to Krishna consciousness, he becomes a Vaisnava who acquires this worthiness. The Srimad Bhagavatam comments, Tavat karmani karvita na nirvidyata yavata mat kathas ravanada va sraddha yavan naj8, SB November 20, 02. Material responsibilities and fruitive rituals remain necessitized to a person as long as he has not developed apathy towards the cultivation of knowledge, or to a devotee who has not evolved faith and appreciation for tearing topics describing my post times and so on. CN Lam truly happy for this chances to speak with you. Have heard very subtle and wise analysis of topics from you which convinces me that you are a fine scholar. Indeed, it has evoked my faith in Vaisnavism. This has given me immense pleasure. Well, my dear Hara, what need for further debate? These Vaisnavas possess vast knowledge, they are champions on scriptural debates. Whatever we may have to say in order to protect our hereditary business, it is an irrefutable fact that a brilliant and super excellent scholar and Vaisnavas such as Nimai Pandala was never, nor will ever be born in Bengal, may in the entire India. Now let us depart to our homes across the holy Ganga. The day is coming to an end. Kaburbya Nayaratna stood up with his associates, sang out Haribol, Haribol, and began to walk away. The Vaisnavas were jubilant, they chanted Jai Sasanodana, Jai Sasanandeva, all glued to the son of Mother Sasi, Nimai, and broke out in a stately danvi. Chapter 11 Eternal Religion and Idol Worship. On the western bank of Ganga, the peaceful hamlet of Pahedapura in Kulia basked in its recently acquired glory. It was situated within the Navadvipa circle, on the island of Koladvipa. During Lord Chaitanya's era, the renowned Sri Madhavadasa Kattopadhyaya, alias Jakati Katto, resided here and enjoyed sufficient respect and good reputation. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura was his son. Srila Bhaktivinoda became an eminent personality with immense influence. All this was possible by Lord Chaitanya's grace. Because he was the incarnation of Lord Krishna's flute, Vamsi, everyone called him Prabhu Vamsavadhananda. Srila Vamsavadhananda was highly honored for another reason. He was very much favored by Sri Vishnupriya Devi, Lord Chaitanya's wife. After Vishnupriya Devi's disappearance, Vamsavadhananda transferred the deities she personally worshipped from Sri Mayapura to Kulia Pahedapura and continued the worship. His descendants were fortunate to receive Mother Yanavadevi's blessings and association. They shifted residence to Sri Bhaknapada. But before they left Kulia, they arranged for the deity worship to be continued by Vaisnavas from Malankapura, and thus Vishnupriyadeva's deities remained in the temple in Pahedapura. The original town of Navadvipa was on the eastern bank of Ganga. Kulia, on the west, consisted of several notable hamlets, of which Sinadanga was one. A certain devotee from the Sinatanga merchant community once organized a spiritual fair on the premises of the Kuliapahedapura temple. Many Bomana Panditas and all Vaisnavas from within a 32-mile radius were sent invitations to this festival. The festival day saw a teeming mass of Vaisnavas pouring into Kaha from all around. Anantadasa Babaji and others came from Nrasimtapalli, Gorakandadasa Babaji and his group from Mayapura, Narayana Dasa Babaji with his associates from Vilvapaskarani, the famous Narahardasa led his group from Sri Modadoma, Sri Paramahamsa, Dasa Babaji, Vaisnavadasa Babaji and so on from Sri Gadrama, R.I. Sasanandanadasa with his group from Samadragad and many hundreds of Vaisnavas began to arrive. The Vaisnavas looked resplendent with tilaka markings on the forehead, struds of tulasi bead around the neck, on different parts of the upper exposed limtos and forehead names of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda were drawn with fingers and stood out in luminescent white. Everyone carried a bead bag in their right hand of shing it down from the neck. Many chanted loudly the Mahamantra, Hare Krishna have Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rara Rama Hare Gay groups of singing Vaisnavas wrinkled in the crowd playing kardals, cymbals, marking time to sweet bhajans that describe Lord Gauranga's post times. Some devotees lifted up their arms and danced chanting Sri Ghaznakatanya Prabhu Adyananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasa Adi Gavra Bhaktivinda. Many Vaisnavas expressed their ineffable joy in silent, unrestrained tears and moments of horripilations all over their bodies. Some of them cried out in sublime anguish saying in between sobs, O my dearest Lord Gaurabha, when will my eyes behold four divine pastimes eternally manifest in Navadvipa? The Merdanga playing devotees electrifying rhythm pulsate like the heartbeat of a dynamic serpentive creature come alive. The people Kulia, especially the Ganranagari cult, they believed the Lord Chaitanya appeared in Krishna's mood of a debonair who ravished young damsels, were amazed at seeing the wonderful and genuine esostatic symptoms exhibited by the pure Vaisnavas. Thus the moving mass surged forward and arrived at Lord Gauranga's temple hall. The businessman devotee rushed out to meet them wrapping a stall around his neck as was customary for the host when welcoming honored guests. He fell at the Vaisnava feet, rolled on the ground and expressed his heartfelt gratitude and humility. He ushered them into the hall and they gradually sat down. Immediately came a group of men who started to garland the Vaisnavas with prasadi mala or flower garlands which had been offered to the Lord. The lead singers began the invocatory songs to Lord Gauranga. The sublime songs narrating Gauranga's nectarean pastimes touched the Vaisnavas' hearts and they felt divine exultations. When the ecstasy had reached a new height there came the temple gateman and informed the temple authorities of the arrival of a new group of guests who were waiting on the outer, reception area. The newcomers, he explained, were led by the chief Mullah, Muslim priest, of Sikapargana himself and he requested for an audience with a few Vaisnava Panditas. The temple priests passed on the Mullah's invitation to the visiting Vaisnava Babajis. The news spread fast. A murmur of disappointment arose at this untimely infusion into an exhilarating concert. Sri Kisnadasa Balaji of Sri Madhyadvipa inquired about the Mullah's intention. One of the temple officials went, met the Mullah and returned. He said the respected Mullah desires to have a spiritual discussion with the Vaisnava Sholars. He said that he was considered by the entire Muslim community to be their most eminent religious scholar and he was dedicated to disseminating his Muslim religion. But he was not in the least autogoistic to other religious. He was held in high regard even by the crown in Delhi. He solicits the opportunity to exchange scriptural these with a few turned Vaisnavas. He feels, in the long run it could bring laurels to this pure religion of Vaishnavism. A few Vaisnavas responded quickly realizing that a talk with the Mullah provided a golden chance to broadcast Vaishnavism. They consulted among themselves and decided to send a representation of four Vaisnavas Pandithas, Gorakandadasa Babaji of Sri Mayapura, Vaisnavadasa Babaji of Gadrama, Premadasad Babaji of Janhunagara and Kalapavanadasa Babaji of Kampahata. They will start the discussion with the Mullah while the other Vaisnavas continue the Kirtava. When the invocation prayers come to an end the rest devotees will go and hear the theological elaborations. The four selected Babajis arose glorifying the names of Lord Ganraj and Nityananda Prabhu and left the assembly reading towards the outer reception area where the Malla with his group awaited them. The outfield was a large area cooled by the shades of a huge peepal tree. Seeing the Vaisnavas walking towards them, the Malla Purist stood up as did his followers, as a mark of respect, and graciously welcomed them. The Vaisnavas reciprocated their sincere greetings by prostrating themselves before the visitors. Vaisnavas understand that all creatures are Krishna's servitor become. The Supreme Godhead resides in every living being's heart in the form of super soul, so it was to that Supreme Soul the Vaisnavas now offered their obeisances. They sat down facing their respected Muslim guests. The scene was indeed extraordinary. On one side sat 50 Muslim scholars, finely attired with white flowing beards. Several yards behind them a few nicely decorated horses stood tied to the past. On the opposite side sat 4 self-realized saints with placid humility. Behind them, the open expanse was fact-filling up with inquisitive Hindus. Pandita Gorakanda Dasa Babaji addressed the Muslim scholars in his unquavering voice, "I wonder if we are knowledgeable enough to answer your preferred inquiries." Malla Badruddin Sahib spoke up saying, "Dear Brthrm. History shows that Hindus worship many demigods and goddesses since the dawn of time. We read in our holy book, the Quran Shifa, that God, or Allah, is one, not many. He is formless and impersonal. To sculpt this image and worship it is a grievous sin. To eradicate this doubt I have inquired from many Brahmana Panditas. They all agree that Allah is Nirakara, or impersonal. But they say that it is impossible to think on an impersonal being, so an imaginary form of Allah must be made and then it becomes easy to meditate on, and worship him in that form. We are not satisfied with this answer. The Quran states that an invented image of Allah is the work of a Satan, and we call it Bhut. Bhut worship is absolutely forbidden. Such worship from pleasing Allah brings down his wrath. We have heard that the original propagator of your religion, Sri Chaitanya Deva, has pronounced out the discrepancies in the Hindu religion. Yet he too supports Bhutpatash, or idol worship. Therefore we have come here to ask the Vaisnavas that in spite of delving so deep into the scripture, why have you not given up idol worship? The Vaisnava Panditas were inwardly answered by the Malla Sahib's expressed cogitations. Aloud, they requested Gorakanda Babaji to reply, who quickly accepted this responsibility. Gorakanda Dasa Babaji said, "The Great One you call Allah is known to us as Bhagavan. The Supreme Being is one and of the same absolute nature. The sacred texts of Quran and Purana have designated him by other names according to the differences of language and country. The truth is, that whichever nomenclature of the Supreme Godhead describes him best, is naturally most preferred. It is for this reason why we opt for the name Bhagavan above the others like Allah, Brahman, Paramatma, and so on. Allah means the one being who is the greatest above everyone or everything. Unsurpassable greatness cannot be considered to be the absolute, supreme personality. The characteristic with the highest degree of wonder and uniqueness takes precedence. Unsurpassable greatness definitely possesses a certain amount of this uniqueness and wonder, but its conventional characteristic is extremely substance. It also displays some uniqueness and wonder. Therefore the name Allah cannot claim absolute monopoly on uniqueness and wonder. The designation Bhagavan devotes in one expression the entire supreme of uniqueness and wonder the human thought can possibly conjure. Absolute opulence, one of the synonyms if Bhagavan, includes the final extremities of magnitude. The second characteristic of Bhagavan is omnipotency. Impossibility is the limitation of the human mind, but not for the inconceivable potency of the Lord. By the powers of his inconceivable omnipotency the Lord is simultaneously Nirakara, or impersonal, and Sakara, or personal. To say that the Lord is only Nirakara, or impersonal is impinging upon this inconceivable omnipotence, though this inconceivable omnipotence he maintains his eternal deity form to the devotees. Allah, Brahman, and Paramatman are worshipped solely as Nirakara or impersonal, and hence it reduces their uniqueness and mystical wonder. Bhagavan is Paranmayali or auspicious and all-famous. Thus his pastimes and activities are immortal and nectarine. Bhagavan is the most beautiful form with their spiritual vision. Bhagavan possesses unlimited knowledge. This implies that he is absolutely immaculate, perfect, and complete, the embodiment of transcendence, the spiritual object unapproachable by matter. His benefic eternal form of the deity is the embodiment of spirituality, it is beyond bynt. Although the Lord, Bhagavan is the supreme controller of the entire creation, yet he remains fully independent and unudyangled, or aloof from everything. Thus I have enunciated the 6 symptoms of Bhagavan. The Supreme Lord, Bhagavan, has 2 pokasa, or manifestation Aisvarya, or opulence, and madhurya, or sweetness. The madhurya of the Lord is the supreme well-wisher of the living unities. In this manifestation he comes to us as the dearest Lord of the heart, Lord Krishna, or Lord Chaitanya. We do not consider the term Bhutparasta, or forbidden worship a pejorative when used to disargue the worship of a fictitious form of the Supreme Lord. In the Vaisnava religion we worship the Supreme Lord's eternal form of the deity, which is absolutely spiritual. Therefore this machuat of deity worship followed by us cannot be defined as Bhutparasta, or satanic idol worship. The proscription of Bhutparasta promulgated in a certain text does not make it an absolutely correct lahu. Everything depends on the intensity of phaeton and attachment of the worshipper. As musi as the war's liper is divorced from the forces of Bhut or matter, his worship of the deity is to that degree transcendental and pure. For example, you are the high priest, or Maladash a learned scholar, your heart is fresh from the influence of Bhut, but can that be said of your novice discus, please? Are their hearts devoid of intimate contact with Bhut? The level of their attachment to Bhut reflects on their worship and meditation. They offer loud lip service to the Nirakara form, but within their thoughts dredge in Bhut or matter. The pure method of worshipping the Supreme Lord's transcendental deity form cannot be converted into a free-for-all social event. This can be performed only by persons who are transcendental, who can overcome the influences of matter. I earnestly entreat you to give this subject a deep thought. Mala Sahib, I have seriously considered your points, and I can say that the 6 absolute excellences the nomenclature Bhagavan, or Supreme Lord possesses are likewise mentioned in our Qurana Shat in describing Allah, therefore let us not dissect the name of Allah, Allah is Bhagavan. Gorakauta be very well them. You accept that the Supreme Being possesses divine beauty. This means you affirm the fact that beyond this material creation exists a spiritual world where the Supreme Lord is the embodiment of beauty. This very form of sublime exquisiteness is the transcendental form of the deity we worship. Our Holy Quran also states that the Supreme Being possesses an absolute spiritual body, hence there is no room for repudiation. But when one tries to make an image of that absolute transcendental form of Allah or Bhagavan, it becomes a material replica. And this we call Bhut. Worshipping Bhut is not the same as worshipping the Supreme Lord. Now kindly explain your viewpoint on this subject. GB. The Vaisnava scriptures espouse the worship of the pure and transcendental deity form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The elevated devotees are not permitted to worship material objects. The Srimad Bhagavatam states, Yajiat Mabudhi Kuanaptirdatuk Svadhi Kalatradai Subhama Ijiathi Yakai Erdha Budhi Salil N A Karyaj Janbasu Abhijansu Sae Vigokara, SB 10/84/13. The person who considers the body made up of 3 material elements as the self-spiritual, his wife, family and relatives as his dearest kin, his birthplace and objects made from earth as worshipable, and goes to pilgrimage only to take bath in the rivers, but at the same time, does not consider the Lord's pure devotee as spiritual, as his dearest kin, as worshipable, and as the personification of all pilgrimages is or as among the cows a stone-headed dunce. Further, in the Bhagavad Gita we find --bhutani yadi bhutjiya etc. Which means that those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings. These statements indicate that worshipping of material objects or ghosts and hobgoblins is strongly censured. But one fact must be noted: human beings acquire varying degrees of eligibility in spiritual activities dependent upon their level of knowledge and purification. He who is realized in pure transcendence is alone worthy of worshipping the transcendental spiritual deity form of the Supreme Godhead. Conversely, the differing degrees of lack of knowledge and purity devotes the level of transcendental consciousness. A neophyte at the bottom of the gradation scale of eligibility is unable to perceive transcendence. So, when he even meditates on the Lord in his mind, the image of the Lord he construes within is evidently endowed with mundav qualities and is a fabricated form. To extrapolate divinity onto a earther form or idol is identical to meditating in the mind on an image created with material consciousness. Therefore, in the case of such a neophyte, idol is identical to meditating in the mind on an image created with material consciousness. Therefore, in the case of such a neophyte, idol worship is beneficial. In fact, the absence or prohibition of idol worship for the general, ignorant mass is indeed inauspicious for them. When the ordinary unturned people somehow become inspired to approach the Supreme Lord, and at that moment they do not find a deity form of the Lord, they feel chagrined and hopeless. Those religious which have no provision for deity worship, their simple followers by accident of birth and beginners who have little or no understanding of that particular faith, become overtly materialistic and even grow aversion towards the Supreme Lord. Therefore, deity worship is the foundation of man's religion. The highly elevated, unalloyed devotees of the Lord perceive the beautiful form of the Supreme Lord by dint of their pure consciousness and perfect realization. They constantly meditate on and worship this sublime and transcendental form of the Lord. They see in their mind's eye with hearts saturated with loving devotion. Gradually, when after long meditation the devotee's consciousness expands to take note of the material world, at that juncture this transcendental, divine form of the Lord is externally manifest by the devotees due to his feelings of compassion for the world. Thus, by the arrangement and instruction of the pure devotee, who is forever guided by the Lord himself, the deity form, which is an exact replica of the form of the Lord that he personally exhibits in the heart of his pure devotee, makes a permanent appearance and is the non-different representative of the Supreme Lord. To the self-realized Uttama-adhikari, or advanced devotee, the Lord's deity is always a transcendental personal form, a direct manifestation of the Lord. The Madhyama-adhikari, or intermediate pure devotee, perceives the deity in his mind, a form the Lord accepts such as one of the 8 authorized forms, and the Prakritabhakta or neophyte, a materialistic devotee, sees the deity first a stone idol or any other material thing, then gradually as his consciousness and intelligence is cleared he worships the deity with a spiritual understanding. Thus we see that deity worship is essential and beneficial to devotee in all categories. Worshipping an imagined or concocted idol of God as the Supreme Lord is strongly denounced. The deity image of the eternal form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is all auspicious. The Vaisnava faith has therefore recommended and established deity worship for all the 3 levels of devotees, namely, Uttama, Madhyama and Kanistha. There is no mistake in this process. In fact, by this arrangement human beings benefit at every step, ushering in for them sublime sanctity. This is substantiated in the Srimad Bhagavatam Yathayathat Maparam Riyatsan Madpunyagathas Ravanabhidharyai Tatha Tatha Pajyati Vastu Suksmam Kaksaryathaivanjanasam Prayuktam, SB November 14, 26, medicated salve when applied on the eye helps one see even the finest of objects. Similarly, when the jiva's heart is purged of impurities by hearing and discussing transcendental topics about me, the Supreme Godhead, he perceives the most esoteric knowledge, about my original, spiritual form and the purport of my pastimes. Jiva soul's mind is enshrouded by the material energy. The living entity is therefore incapacitated to either strive towards self-realization or even to serve the Supreme Lord. Through the devotional process of hearing and chanting, the soul gains in spiritual strength, which concomitantly weakness the material energy's grip on him. As the material influence on him decreases, in tandem the soul's original nature comes into brighter focus, and the direct percipience of the real spiritual self and his activities becomes more distinct. Some thinkers term it as to discard objectives unrelated to the self or soul and endeavor to realize the that or the self. This sort of word jugglery is called dry empirical parring. Whence does the captive gives acquire the strength to abrogate the unreal, the illusion on his own? Can a prisoner be set free from the jail merely by deriving freedom? The true purpose of punishment in jail is that the offender reforms himself. Jiva soul by nature is an eternal servant of God, and forgetting this truth is his cardinal offense. The jiva may initially become enmeshed in material life by the measuremountable pressure of Maya. But if somehow he cultivated, even slightly, an interest in spiritual activities, he can soon perceive the transcendental form of the deity. The devotional process of hearing and chanting begins, and his original nature, as eternal servant of God, grows firm and steady. Augmentation of this growth proportionately enlightens him on his true spiritual identity. Therefore the singular recourse open to the absolute novice, or neophyte, is to serve the deity and to hear and chant about his joys. This then is the prime reason why our spiritual authorities have established the process of devotional service to the deity. Is it not better to meditate in the mind, on the Supreme Being, than to model a mundav idol from an imagined form? Both are the same. The mind, though sessile, is a part of the mundav. Anything which is a product of the mind is inert. The mind can think of only matter. For example, when we say, Brahman is all-pervasive, it does not imply that we are able to fathom the quality of its ubiquity. The mortal mind grasps at the closet similarity, the limitless sky. Again, if an ordinary person was to say, Lam, thinking about Brahman, inevitably his perception of Brahman will be limited by time and space, mundav. If meditation in the mind cannot break the bonds of material influence of time and space and reach beyond, then how can it perceive transcendence? Simply by rejecting an idol of earth, water, etc., but creating a mental image of God subservient to the conditions of space and time is indeed a fictitious God. All these forms of worship are idolatry, paganism. Not a single element in matter exists which can act as a vehicle to bring us in contact with any level of spiritualism. That indispensable element is bhava, or faith and feeling for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It exists singularly in the living articles, the five. Hearing and chanting the Supreme Lord's holy name and his pastimes and worshipping his deity provides Jiva the inspiration to steady and strengthen his bhava. And at a specific juncture it becomes bhakti. The Supreme Godhead's spiritual form is revealed solely through the process of pure devotional service. This is an impossible task for the methods of karma or jnana. Matter is distinct from God. It is proclaimed that Satan has introduced idol worship just to enslave the jiva in material existence. Therefore, in my opinion, it is better to avoid idol worship. God is one and unsurpassable. Everything in the entire cosmic creation is fathered by him and is subordinate to his will. Therefore, whatever is utilized in worshipping him, can satisfy him. In fact, none of the objects and persons a jiva worships, can in any way, make him jealous or envious. He is the supreme benefactor and well-wisher of everyone. If there is a Satan, there he does not possess the power to act against God's will, he can be only another jiva, subservient to him. However, according to our understanding, such a Leviathan being does not exist. Nothing can occur in this world contrary to God's plan. Not is it possible for anyone to be independent of God's control. Now the question can be raised as to how was sin created. This is our answer. Jiva is God's servant. Acknowledging this truth is called jnana or vidya, but forgetfulness of it is known as avidya or na science. For whatever reasons, certain jivas act in avidya, thus they sow the seeds of sin in their hearts. However, the eternal associates of the Supreme Lord, or the Nityaparsada jiva, do not have these seeds of sin implanted their hearts. It is imperative to look into the idea of Satan. What is of utmost importance is to properly comprehend of the Supreme Lord's deity form sheds its mundum misunderstanding. This gradual ascension of the spiritual concupiscence is extremely beneficial to humanity, whereas religious thoughts which are inferior to the Vedic theology reject the practice of deity worship. Just probe this matter and you will know exactly how few could attain that transcendental, sublime consciousness. They misspend their time in fustian rhetoric which often turns minatory. When will they turn their attention towards devotion to the Supreme Lord? To perform deity worship with proper devotion and divine consciousness can be acceptable as being without aberrations. But how can worship of dogs, cats, snakes, even of a promiscuous man, be permissible and be considered as a devotional process? Our divine prophet has specifically castigated such vyutparasta. Human beings by nature are grateful to God. They may wallow in abomination and immorality, yet on rare occasions they believe in a supreme being as the ultimate controller of everything and bow in awe to the mighty and inexplicable wonders that occur in the world. The ignorant and the simpleton generally revere the river, sun, mountain, giant and powerful beasts etc. prodded by gratitude to God. They confide their inner thoughts and feelings in these objects and surrender to them. The supramundav and divine process of devotion to God and this type of worshipping of objects and spirits is irreconcilably different. Yet the ignorance acknowledgement of God and his grateful genuflexions to him inevitably gives him much pious benefits. A little deliberation on this topic will prove that these simple two cannot be blamed. To worship, meditate or offer namage prayers to the all-pervasive, impersonal features of God benefit of pure and transcendental spiritually. Where then the distinction between them and the worshippers of cat etc.? Our view is that enhancing one's spiritual consciousness towards the Supreme and discussing topics related to theistic thoughts, by using any method, is absolutely crucial. If they are ridiculed and repudiated, then the singular portal to gradual elevation is forever closed. Those who are opinionated and look themselves into fanatical sealism and cults are diverted to lofty idealism and objectivity. They began to divide and rail at anyone who does not follow their methodology in religious practices. This is a serious aberration. Do you want to imply that everything is God and all types of worship to any object tantamounts to worshipping God? To worship something sinful is also worshipping God? To revere immortal proclivities is equivalent to devotion to God. Is God pleased with all these? We do not designate everything or anyone as God. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is distinct from all the rest. All that exists is created by God and is under his divine sovereignty. Everything is connected to the Supreme Godhead. And based on this relationship it is everyone's prerogative to inquire about God. Repeated and sincere inquiry about anything leads to ultimate success, according to the video aphorism known as Janasasvadhana Avadi. Therefore inquire about the Supreme Lord will only result in realizing the transcendence. You are very learned scholar of theology. So kindly consider this points with a noble and open mind. We are poor and simple Vaishnavas. We are not keen to participate in marathon debates. If we have your permission we can return to hear the Chaitanya Mangal Gita, songs glorify the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. Malla Saheb's reaction regarding the discussion was not discernible in his demeanor. He sat placidly for a short time and said, I am pleased with your analysis and explanations. We'll come back another time and ask more questions. It is late now. I desire to return to my home. Malla Saheb walked at the head of his small band of followers, towards their patiently waiting horses. They mounted and rode off. He Vaishnavas chanted the Lord's name in jubilant chorus and rejoined the main body of Vaishnavas engrossed in Kirtana. Chapter 12 The Eternal Religion and Sadhana, or Practice Sri Navadipamndl, consisting of 9 islands, is the foremost of the numerous pilgrimages in the universe. Like Sri Vrindavan Dhamma Navadvip Mandala is also spread out over 32 square miles area. The mandala is compared to an octo-petaled lotus flower. Its seed vessel represents the island of Antardvipa. In the center of the island is Mayapura. North of Sri Mayapura lies the island of Simantadvipa, where a temple dedicated to Sri Simantini Devi stood impressively. The Bilvapaskarihi lake languished on the northern side of the temple and the Brahmanapaskarani lake on the southern side. The adjoining areas with the lakes was properly known as Simulia. Simulia village was turns located on the northern periphery of Navadvipa Mandala. At the time of Lord Chaitanya this hamlet was the home of many erudite scholars. Sri Nilambara Chakravarti, Sasamita's father, was a resident of Simulia. Close to his house lived a Vedic Brahmana named Sri Brajanath Bhattacharya. He attended the village Sanskrit Atoll school located on the banks of Vilvapuskaran Lake. In short time he achieved mastery over the philosophy of logic and rhetoric. Famous and respected Panditas from all Arud and as far as Madhudvipa, Purvasthiti, Kolya etc. were intimidated by Sri Brajanatha's novel arguments and rhetorics. In public debates and large gatherings of Panditas, Brajanath Nayapankana's innovative and piercing arguments were like incendiary arrows demolishing every point made by them. From among these Panditas, especially malicious one envious of Brajanatha's brilliance decided to murder him. He wanted to do this by using certain tantric miles. He went to the Smisna, or the burning place of dead bodies, in Rudradvipa, and began his sinister incantations continuously, calling forth the black powers of death. The night of the dark moon lay still around and suspended the Smasama. At midnight the Brahmana Tantric invoked his worshipable and Chosia goddess Kati and entreated her, saying, "Dear mother, I Kali Yuga, you are the only deity worthy of worship. People say you are propitiated easily with few incentations of mudra, and readily offer boons. O noble, forevitable goddess! Your humble servant has undertaken grueling pains for many days now and chanted your mudras. Kindly show me your mercy just this once. Devi, no, I am riddled with wrongs, but you are my mother, please overlook and excuse them. And now, kindly show yourself to me." In this manner the incantations numbled on, the unsuspecting, and Brajanatha's life hung in the balance. Soon the powers of this mantra began to manifest. The sky became overcast, the winds howled and thunder shattered the eardrums, momentary lightning flashes pierced the Sarak pall and revealed ghastly forms of ghosts and demons avalokting upon him. He was at first mortally afraid but pulled himself together with powers of reasoning and steered his nerves. He pleaded, "O dear mother! Kindly do not delay any further." Just then an etherical voice from the sky echoed the words, "Give up your worries. Brajanath will soon discontinue his theatrical debates. He will renounce this path and become silent. You no longer will have to face him as an opponent. Calm yourself and return home." The divine prophecy thrilled him. He repeatedly genuflexed before the image of Lord Siva, the Lord of Tantric Veeds, and returned home with a sprightly gait. At 21, Brajanath Nayapankanana was crowned as the unconquerable regent of Debhakti and Scholasticism. He voraciously read Sri Gangesa Upadhyaya's complete works. He picked out many fallacies in Kanabhata Siromaui's book Didhiti, and started writing his own, independent purports. Material life had no attraction for him, and he did not think about it. He had never heard of the ultimate spiritual destination, pure devotion to the Supreme Lord. Word jugglery, semantics, rhetoric, sophism, planning out new counter-arguments etc. filled his world. He thought about them while eating, sleeping, walking, and so on. One evening, sitting on the bank of the Ganga, Brajanatha was in deep contemplation about sage Gautam's enumeration of the sentient elements of the Maya, or logic philosophy. Suddenly a young student of philosophy come up to him and inquired, "Dear sir, Pankananaji, are you familiar with Nime Pandita's aphorism that repudiates the theory of Paramanu or atom?" Brajanatha's immediate response short out like a lion's, "Who is this Nime Pandita? Are you referring to Sri Jagannath Misra's son? You tell me about his subtle arguments." The student replied, "Not so long ago, here in Navadvipa, an extraordinary personality called Nime Pandita had composed a myriad novel aphorisms of logic and rhetoric. He succeeded in unsettling the famous Kanabhata Siromani with them. Nime Pandita ruled the roost among the stalwart scholars as their undisputed head overlord in logic, rhetoric, philosophy etc. In spite of such a commendable command over the subject, he was contemptuous of it. In fact, he was derisive of the entire material existence. He had embraced the renounced order of mendicant and had roamed far and wide propagating the holy name of God, Hari. The present-day Vaisnavas worship him as the supreme Brahman, absolute personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Gawahari, and chant his mantra. Sri Panchananaji, Kindly go through his compositions of aphorisms and see what you think of them. Impressed and his curiosity aroused by hearing unreserved eulogy of Nimai Pandita's aphorisms, Brajanatha explored into it and very soon came up with a few of Nimai Pandita's aphorisms from different scholarly sources. Human nature is such that whatever subject a person is interested in and has respect for, he automatically venerates the preeminent pedagogues of those subjects. Of course, if those teachers happen to be living, for a variety of reasons, they fail to command sufficient regard. Whereas late, past preceptors' works are held in high esteem. Thus it was only natural for Brajanath to develop deep deference for Nimai Pandita's aphorisms after he had delved into them. Brajanath experienced Nimai Pandita's absence acutely. He thus expressed, "Nimai Pandita, if only I had been there when you were present, could have perhaps gained a lot of knowledge from you. Dear Nimai Pandita, kindly enthrone yourself in my heart. Truly you must be the absolute supreme Brahman, otherwise could such extraordinary rhetorical aphorisms be thought out by your intellect? You are indeed the golden Avatara, Lord Gaurahari. Your philosophy and profound insight has given vision to persons blinded by science. Ignorance is darkness, blackness, your brilliant golden hue as Lord Gauranga or Gaura has dissipated it. You are the supreme Lord Hari because you are able to steal, Haran, everyone's heart. In truth have lost my heart to your wonderful aphorisms." In this manner Brajanatha's feelings were gathering momentum within his heart. At times he was afflicted of temporary insuritai due to this, and he carried out aloft, "Hey Nimai Pandita! O Ganra Hari! Please be merciful to me. When will he be capable of composing aphorisms such as your? With a little grace from you, am sure to make big strides in my Nyaya philosophy studies and gain immense power." Brajanatha pondered over in his mind that those who worship Lord Gaurahari were perhaps attracted to him because of his mastery over Nyaya philosophy, excly as he was. It would be interesting to know what books on Nyaya were available with his followers. Brajanatha now desired to seek the company of Lord Gauranga's disciples. Repeated utterances of the Supreme Lord's transcendental name like Nimai Pandita, Gaurahari embroidered with the yearning to associate with his devotees were acts of immensigrity, or piety which were ready to bear immediate fruits. One afternoon when he sat down for high lunch he asked his grandmother who was serving him his meal, "Grandmother, have you seen Gaurahari?" On hearing Lord Gauranga's name her mind read back to her early life. She replied, "Ah yes. Will I ever again behold that exquisite golden form? Who can continue to live in family life once having seen that divine figure?" When he performed congregational chanting of the holy name, "Here is Navad Vipa the biods, beasts, free," everyone stood in shin silence. Every time I remember his mood while singing teams well up and overwhelm me. Brajanatha pressed on, "Granny, do you know any stories about him?" Grandmother, now full of enthusiasm, said, "Indeed I do. Whenever Nimai visited his maternal uncle's house with his mother, Sassi Ma, the elderly ladies of our family would cook spinach for him because he was very fond of any variety of spinach. He always expressed his appreciation with praises for the good taste." Just then, Brajanatha's mother appeared from the kitchen and served steaming spinach on his plate. Taking note of the coincidence, Brajanatha said, "Here again is the famous Nyaya philosopher, Nimai Pandita's beloved spinach preparation." He then ate it with extra relish. Brajanatha, who was so far oblivious of man's spiritual evolution towards perfection, became increasingly attached in various ways to Nimai Pandita, encouraged on the basis of Nyaya philosophy. He grew infatuated with Nimai, any mention of his name exalted him. If a beggar came soliciting in Nimai's name shouting Jai Sasanandama, Brajanatha gave him added attention and all reams. Occasionally he visited the Vaisnava Babajis of Mayapur to hear more about Nimai Pandita and showed keen interest especially in his scholastic conquests. Several months went by in this manner. A transformation was positively noticeable in Brajanatha's. Prior to this change his fancy was captured by anything to do with Nimai Pandita, but only in connection with Nyaya. Now everything relating to Nime Pandita arrested his attention and honed his affection for him. Brajanatha was losing interest in Naya. The Naya philosopher Nime personality figure in his heart was exorcised and Bhakti Nime, or the pure devotee Nime image replaced it. The sound of the kola drum and the cymbal exhilarated him and his heart song and danced to the ecstatic Rhythm. He respectfully offered obeisance in his mind on seeing pure Vaisnava devotees. He worshipped Nivadvipa as the revered land of Lord Gauranga's birth. N. Rajanath had become gentle and devoted. His rival Panditas saw that he had calmed down to the extent that they would no longer be nettled and by the fierce arrows of theatrical and semantic arguments from him. The tantric brahmanas silently thanked his worshipable deity for intervening and to incapacitate Brajanatha. Now he was safe once more. One day Brajanatha sat in solitude and soliloquized, "If a great Naya philosopher of the stature of Nime Pandita could turn his back on Naya and take up Bhakti, or devotional service, then why can we not do the same? My entire life one was caught in the vortex of Naya sophism and never cared for God or devotional service, hence was a stronger to spiritual life and Lord Gauranga's name. Naya took complete control of my life, so much so that it stole my eating, sleeping, thinking, etc. But now things have revered themselves, have forgotten about Naya and only think of Gauranga. When I see the Vaisnavas dancing, my mind is enchanted by it. Yet, how can I forget that I am the torch-bearer of a prominent Vedic Brahmana family, which is aristocratic and well respected? Admire the Vaisnavas' demeanor but think should not join them. Best is, for me to worship Lord Gauranga in the quiet of my heart. The countenances of the Vaisnavas living in Kolabangedanga in Mayapura and Viragidanga exhilarates me, and especially Sri Raghunath Dasa Babaji has a magaic effect on me. I feel like staying with him permanently and become his pupil to study the devotional scriptures. The Vedas declare, Brar 4/5/6, Atmava Ardrastavohsrotavaya Mantavya Nidad Hyasitavya O Matriya. Always hear out, think about, meditate on and see objects related to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Supersonal Lord Hari. In this verse, the word motava, when analyzed on the basis of Maya philosophy, advocates the pursuit of Brahman realization, but the word srotavya implies at striving for a goal that goes beyond it. A clear signaling of the limitation of Brahman realization. Have spent too long in contentions and empirical speculations, and how I am fond of it, I went to simply take shelter of Lord Gaura Hari's lotus feet. Without delay I must go and meet Sri Raghunath Dasa Babaji. The setting sun ignited the western sky in orange hues. A southerly breeze stirred up the tired foliage. Gaggles of biods few in formation, homeward bound. A few stars become gradually visible through the evening nebula. At this moment the Vaisnavas of Srivasa, Angana Temple in Mayapura started the evening arati and kirtana. Brajanatha arrived at the temple and went directly to the Kolabangedanga Itra within the temple complex and sat on the circular raised platform that went around the bakula tree. The evening kirtana soothed his heart. At the end of the kirtana and arati the Vaisnavas began to assemble under the bakula tree in twos and threes. The elderly Raghunatha Dasa Babaji walked slowly over to the bakula tree uttering Alund glory to Sasanandana, glory to Nityananda Prabhu, to Srila Rupa and Srila Sanatana, all glory to Dasa Gosvami Prabhu. As he approached the platform and sat down, all the Vaisnavas offered him obeisances. Brajanatha could not resist the urge, and so he also, like the others, prostrated himself in reverence before the aged Vaisnava. Babaji looked down at Brajanatha's expressive face and embraced him and made him sit near him. He asked Brajanatha, "Who are you, my son?" Brajanath replied, "I am a seeker of tone knowledge, desire to learn from you." A Vaisnava sitting close to them knew about Brajanatha. He spoke up saying, "He is Brajanatha Naya Pankanana. He is the most learned Pandita of Naya in Navadvipa. Of late he has developed some faith in Sasanandana, Gaura Hari." The aged Raghunatha Dasa Babaji turned to Brajanatha and said with humility, "You are a learned Pandita, and I am a poor wretched fool, You are a resident of this holiest of land, the birthplace of my beloved Lord Sasanandana. We are dependent on your mercy. What instruction and knowledge can I impart to you? Kindly be gracious and teach us about your Lord Gauranga, and in this way satiate our parched hearts yearning for the lector of Gaura Hari's pardons. The other Vaisnavas began to disperse and went about their own callings. Only Raghunatha Dasa Babaji and Brajanatha remained, seated under the Bakula tree. Brajanatha said, "Respected Holiness Babaji, by birth we are Brahmanas, and on top of it we are proud of our pedantry. High birth, education etc. has made us insolent, and so we look down upon the world with snob by disdain. We do not know how to respect spiritual preceptors and saintly persons. It is beyond me how and by what good fortune have learned to admire and respect your activities and characteristics. Have a few queries, kindly answer them. I have not come to challenge, but to submit and become enlightened. So please tell me, what is sadhya sadhana for jiva, or the means and the goal for the living entity? As a student of Nyaya philosophy, my conclusion after scrutinizing the scriptures was that jiva is constitutionally eternally different from the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Controller's mercy is the sole cause of jiva's attaining final liberation. The means employed to obtain the Lord's mercy is sadhana. The ultimate reward or good realized through or sadhana, the means, is called sadhya. I have on numerous occasions questioned the Nyaya scriptures blank. So kindly communicate to me your understanding of this concept. Sri Raghunatha Dasa Babaji was a noble-minded and generous saint. He had lived a long time in Sri Radhakunda as a pupil of the illustrious Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami. Every afternoon he was in the small audience listening to the transcendental pastimes of Lord Gauranga as narrated by Dasa Goswami himself. Sometimes, it happened that while discussing an esoteric point, Raghunatha Dasa Babaji and Srila Krishna Dasa Kavaraja Goswami would be impeded by doubts. They would then go to Srila Dasa Goswami to clarity it. Around this time in Gauramandala, Raghunatha Dasa Babaji was indeed the most learned scholar. The sectarian discussions between him and Premadasa Babaji of Gadrama on the topic of divine love is well known. Brajanatha's question evoked immediate response in Babaji Maharaja, and with great pleasure he began to speak. My dear Sri Nyapankanana, any person who inquires about sadhana and sadhya after studying the Nyaya thread is truly a fortunate soul. Because the prime purpose of Nyaya scriptures is to analyze and compile equitable facts. Whereas those who study Nyaya philosophy to become pugilistic argumentators have unfortunately succeeded in acquiring its negative result. Their efforts are misapplied and their lives are an exercise in futility. The truth which is realized through sadhana, or proper application, is in fact sadhya, the ultimate goal. Concomitantly, the method pressed into use for attaining sadhya, or the ultimate truth, is sadhana. The jiva sold, trapped by maya, sees the sadhya object differently, each according to his proclivity and egos of realization. But factually sadhya is one, not numerous. However, due to the variations, the conditioned jiva's predilection and experience, sadhya has been divided into three types: bhakti, sense enjoyment; mukti, salvation; and bhakti, devotional service. Persons who are engrossed in materialistic activities and are solely yearning for carnal pleasures consider bhakti as their sadhya, or life's goal. The Veda scriptures are compared to touchstone gems which fulfill all desires. With whatever motive man turns to the scriptures, he has his wants satisfied by receiving its sanction. The section known as Karmakanda of the Veda promulgates bhakti as the sadhya for that level of materializatic person. The entire gamut of physical pleasures inattainable and tabernacle of his body, especially craves for the delights of the flesh. In fact, the material creation come into existence to facilitate man enjoy to senses. The sensual enjoyments a man experience from birth till death is known as ayakajatra, or worldly pleasures. After death, with the change of situation, the enjoyment that comes his way is called amutrika sukha. Amutrika sukha is of many kind. In the heavenly abodes of Lord Indra one sees the dancing of apsaras, the beautiful courtesans, drinks a note the nectar drink of immortality, smells the fragrances of the celestial flower garden of Nandanakanana, beholds the splendor of Indrapuri palace and its landscapes, listening to the scintillating singing and music of the Gandharvas, cohabiting with the celestial damsels called Vidyadhari, and so on are the pleasures of Indra's paradise. Descriptions of sensual delights in higher planetary systems like Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Brahmanaloka are very scanty. On earth, or Burloka, sense enjoyment is on an extremely gross level. The higher one ascends to the different celestial realness, the carnal pleasures and their objects become increasingly subtle. That is the only distinction, but factually all varieties of voluptuousness in among of the planets are amply hedonistic. None of these planets can offer transcendental bliss, but only a shadow of eternal happiness that is experienced in the mental state by the subtle body as an ephemeral exaltation. Thus these mental and physical forms of titillations comprise buddhi, caught in the intricate maze of karuric reactions. The activities of a person trying to enjoy the pleasures of the flesh is his means or sadhana to fulfill his wishes. The Veda state, Svargakamosvam yajets, Yajur 2/5/5, person desirous of enjoying the hedonistic mores of the heavenly planets must perform a svamedha sacrifice. There are many other activities recommended in the scriptures that cater to man's carnal wavings, such as Agonisticum of Visvadva Bali, Istapurta, Darsapurnamasi, etc. For the person with the enjoying spirit, sense gratification is his sadhya, or goad. However, there is a smaller population who feel plagued and punished by the nurseries of material extants. They consider the 14 planetary systems that comprise material creation and is the arena for sensual pleasures, as insignificant, hence they desire to break free from it. In their opinion, liberation, or mukti alone is the sadhya. Bhukti, to them, is enthralldom. They say that buddhi sedhan is for them that are incapable of curbing the chlonistic proclivity, and that they should seek solace and apprehense in Karmakanda scripture. But principal scriptures like Ti Bhagavad Gita says, Te tam bhutva svargalokam visalam kasan punyi martulokam visanti, etc. BG 0/21, when they have thus enjoyed heavenly sense pleasure, they return to this mortal planet again. It is unequivocally stated in this verse that buddhi, or sense pleasure, are not permanent, it is transitory. That which is destined to be depleted is indeed mundane and not spiritual. Man's sadhana, or real responsibility, is his pursuit of the permanent. Mukti, or liberation, is eternal, hence for the Salvationist it is unquestionably man's sadhya or ultimate perfection. Towards achieving this end, the 4 sadhanas, or the means like vairagya, or renunciation, which are enumerated, is the real sadhana. The Jnanakanda section of the Veda has thus postulated the sadhya sadhana theory in the following manner. The touchstone gem-like Veda provides appropriate arrangements and the plant form for activities for the jiva, suitable to his level of consciousness. If after attaining liberation, they say, jiva still maintains his identity and existence, then mukti cannot be the ultimate sadhya, or goad. For this reason the Jnanakanda followers extend the limits of liberation only till nirvana, or merging into Brahman. The truth is that jiva is eternal, so such an option as nirvana is impossible for him. The Svetasvatara Upanishad states, Nitya Nityanam Setana Setananam, SV. Up 6/13, he, the Supreme Brahman, is eternal among all eternal beings, and he is the Supreme Conscious Being among all conscious beings. Vedic verses, such as these, firmly confirm jiva's eternality. An eternal being cannot forego his identity, nor terminate his existence as in nirvana. Those who subscribe to the opinion that even after liberation jiva very much maintains his identity and existence or sada, reject the proposition that buddhi and or mukti are the ultimate sadhya. Both these sadhya, or goals, are false. Man's every activity consists of, among other ingredients, both sadhya and sadhana. Whatever working goals he sets himself to do is sadhya, and the means employed to achieve it is sadhana. A little pondering over this matter will show that the concepts of sadhya and sadhana are interconnected like a chain. What at this moment is sadhya, or goal, later becomes the sadhana or means for achieving the next successive goad. At the end of this chain the last link is sadhya, and this ultimate sadhya has never to proceed or lead to another sadhana. And beyond this systematic arrangement of links joined together to form a chain reaction known as the sadhya and sadhana thesis, lies the scientific system of devotional service, or bhakti. Bhakti, therefore, is the highest and the absolute sadhya, because bhakti is Jiva's original, constitutional, and eternal predilection. Man's every action is each a link in the chain of sadhya and sadhana law. Many of these links together in the chain gradually form a chapter of that of karma, or fruitive work. This is followed by another set of links bonded in succession to compose the jnana chapter, or the empirical knowledge chapter. And the bhakti chapter begins at the termination of jnana chapter. The chapter of karma posits that bhakti is the prime purpose of life, jnana chapter upholds muddy, bhakti postulates prema bhakti, or loving devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. After a thorough investigation into what is Jiva's perfected state of being, the irrefutable conclusion drawn is that bhakti is both sadhya and sadhana. In the case of karma and jnana, sadhya and sadhana are irrelevant, meaning it acquires a suspended, in-between status, not a permanent or ultimate concept. Brajanatha, why is bhakti not accorded the pinnacle of position as a spiritual science in the entire Divic ortology, as is apparent from these famous and preeminent aphorisms of the Skrutis and Upanishads? Kina Campasyeta, BRH.AR April 5, 15 and February 4, 24, who will perceive whom with the help of what? Aham Brahmasmi, BRH.AR January 4, 10, 1 am Jiva soul, am of the same nature as Brahman. Prajananam Brahman, 8.up1/5/3, Prajna, or esoteric knowledge, Premabhakti or divine love, is transcendental, steeped in the supramundane nature of Brahman. Tatvamasi Svetakito, chant. Up 6/8/7, O Svetakita, you belong to him. Raghunatha Dasa Babaji, already explained earlier that there are different sadhya, or goal corresponding to the varieties of human predisposition. As long as the yearning for buddhi stays alive in a person, he disacknowledges the very existence of muddy. For such persons there are sufficient supportive statements in scriptures like this one, Aksayam Habai Katarmasya Yahana, Apastambasrata Sutra 2/1/1, a person desiring to be elevated to the paradise of Asaya must properly observe Katarmasya vows. Does this then imply that the desire for muddy is reprehensible? Simply because the karmas, of fruitive workers are unable to find any clue of muddy in the Vedas, should it be concluded that the Vedas are silent about muddy? A few karmi arsis, or fruitive worker sages have advised the willing and capable to take up karma and the to an adept to cultivate vairagya, or renunciation. These instructions were compressed to assist the Rioplites develop commitment towards responsibilities of each according to his level of consciousness. It is productive for the jiva if he shids from his level of consciousness. By performing duties and activities in consonance with his level, he gradually and comfortably ascends to the next higher consciousness. Thus the Vedas do not repudiate these instructions of arrangement, because criticism will confuse the people and cocker them into degradation. Everyone who has attained perfection went through the discipline of this gradual process of elevation. The Karmakanda section copiously praises karma and its performance, but repains from admitting to the superiority of knowledge of muddy over karma. In the Jnanakanda chapter of the Vedas, knowledge of muddy has been placed on a high pedestal as described by the verses quoted above. Therefore Jnana is superior to karma, and likewise Bhakti outranks Jnana. Statements like Tatvamasi, Aham Brahmasmi etc. in Logis Brahman liberation or nirvana, urging the liberation seeker to fully pledge himself to pursue nirvana. In this there is merit and nothing negative, yet this does not make nirvana the ultimate perfection. The Vedic conclusion asseverates that bhakti, or devotional service, is the sadhana, and premabhakti, or love of Godhead, is the highest sadhya. Braj, is it possible that the preeminent aphorisms of the Vedas will present the phrase sadhya and sadhana concept? Road B, those Vedic attics or aphorisms you terms as preeminent, are they in truth super excellent, and are they preponderate over other Vedic testimonies? No, Where is such an opinion upheld? The preceptors of the Patho of Jnana have named these statements as Ajavakya, or great sayings, or preeminent aphorisms etc. for the sole purpose of lending weight and prominence to their philosophy. Factually the pranava, or the seed sound vibration Om is Mahavakya, all the rest are provincial. It would not be a mistake to say that every statement of the Vedas is a Mahavakya. But to discriminate and designate one Vedic aphorism as a Mahavakya, or profound saying and the other as Samanyavakya, or as unimportant is mental speculation. This show of bigoted provincialism is an offense against the Vedas. The Vedas praise the Karmakanda, muddy, and lengthily describes endearingly many such diluted version of the sadhya and sadhana concept. When the final analysis is drawn up, all arbitrations are harmonized in the ultimate conclusion. The Vedas ISN considered to be a mother cow and Lord Krishna, son of Nanda Maharaja, as the milkman milks her. The following statement made by him as an absolute conclusion is in this manner. Tapasvabhyadhiko yogi jainanabhya pimadodhika karmibhyas kadhiko yogi tasmad yogi bavarjuna yoginam api sarvazam madgatanantaratmanis radavan bajat yo mam sami yudadamamata, BG 6/46-47, a yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist and greater than the fruitive worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances be a yogi. And of all yogis, he who always abodes in me with great faith, worshipping me in transcendental loving service, is most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. The Svetasvatara Upanishad declares, Yajya para bhaktiryatha divtatha guratajya itkathita hi artha prakasanti mahatmana, Svet. 6/23, only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of the Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. In Gopaladapani Bhaktirajya Bhajanam Tati Hamutropadhi Nirasyanamusman Manasakalpanam devotional service to the Supreme Lord Govinda is real bhajana. By curbing the desire for sense enjoyment in this life, as well as the next and by absorbing the consciousness purely in Krishna, the Supreme Brahman, with love, is in fact, devotional service, which is unmotivated, complete surrendered. Elsewhere it says, Atmanamiva Prayamupasita, BR 1/4/8, one must worship the Atma, the Supreme Atma, personality of Godhead, knowing him to be someone very near and dear. In the Brad Arnyaka, BRA 4/5/6, Atma var Drastavyasrotavio Mantavio Nided Hyasitavya, BRA April 5, 60, O Maitri. Always hear and think about, meditate up and see objects related to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Supersound Lord Hari. Any per who scrutinizes these Vedic postulations will automatically draw the obvious conclusion, the path of Balatai is the real sadhana. Br. The Karmakanada recommends that the practitioner worship with faith the Supreme Controller, rewarder of results of actions. In Jnana-kanda, there are 4 methods of sadhana of which one includes bhakti that strives at satisfying Lord Hari, the Supreme Godhead, Haritosana. If bhakti aims at perpetuating buddhi, sense gratification, and muddy, salvation, then how does it uphold its claim of being the god, or sadhya? It is natural to assume that bhakti, first acting as the sadhana, or means, offers buddhi and muddy, and thereafter loses its utility and is hence abandoned. Kindly shed light on this topic. RB. It is absolutely correct that in the Karma-kanda method bhakti is used as a means to obtain fruitive results, and in Jnana-kanda, bhakti offers muddy. One fact is clearly understood, that no goals or results can be achieved if the Supreme Lord is not satisfied. The Lord is the fountainhead of all energies. Whatever be the amount of energy that is found in jiva or in matter, it is merely a fractional display of the Supreme Lord's potency. Karma, nor Jnana is able to satisfy the Supreme Lord. But applied as a part of the bhakti process, they offer specific results. The paths of karma and jnana can harbon merely at of bhakti, or bhakti abhasa. This bhakti abhasa is not sudha bhakti, or pure devotion, but its faint presence only which delivers fruitive results. Bhakti abhasa is of 2 varieties, Sutta Bhakti Abhasa, a hint of pure devotion, and Vidya Bhakti Abhasa, distorted hint of devotion. We will discuss Sutta Bhakti Abhasa later. Vidya Bhakti Abhasa is further subdivided into three sections: Karma Vidya Bhakti Abhasa, hint of devotion distorted by fruitive action; Jnana Vidya Bhakti Abhasa, hint of devotion distorted by empirical knowledge; and Jnana Karma Vidya Bhakti Abhasa, hint of devotion distorted by both empirical knowledge and fruitive action. Ayajana, or fire sacrifice, during which invocations Lijka, O Lord Indra, O Sun God, kindly grant me the results of this yajna, and so on, are Bhakti Abhasa performances, which constitute Karma Vidya Bhakti Abhasa. Some spiritual authorities have termed this as Karma Misra Bhakti, devotion mixed with fruitive desire. Still others have called it Arupasiddha Bhakti, perfection through artificial interpolation of devotion. Outbursts in an emotional state, like, O Jajanandana, Krishna, I turn to you, driven by fears of the fierce material existence. I am constantly chanting your holy names where Krishna, kindly deliver me, give me mukti, or liberation, or, O Supreme Controller, you are the Brahman, have fallen into this deep well of illusion or maya, pray pick me up and allow me to merge with you, are examples of Jnana Vidya Bhakti Abhasa. The spiritual authorities have termed this as Jnana Misra Bhakti, devotion mixed with empirical knowledge, and it is also another Arupasiddha Bhakti. All such devotional attitudes are very distinct from pure devotional service, or Sutta Bhakti. The Bhakti described by these words of the Gita emanated from the mouth of the Supreme Lord is pure devotion or Sutta Bhakti. Sradavan Bhajat Yo Mam, he who worships me with great faith and renders transcendental loving service unto me. This Sutta Bhakti is our sadhana, or means to achieve perfection, and in the perfected stage pure devotion is transformed to prema, or love of God. The two paths of karma and jnana described, sense gratification, and mukti, salvation, respectively. They do not constitute the means that heads Jiva to his highest eternal perfection. At this point in the question-answer session, Brajanathi seemed to have run out of any further queries. He thought to himself, that it was more beneficial for him to cogitate on their profound and subtle subjects rather than think up tricky arguments of rhetorics. Especially that Babaji Maharaj was so proficient on these topics, serious spiritual searchings will be properly dealt with and knowledge to be gained. It was late in the night and he should returning home. Aloud he said, Respected Babaji Maharaj, I have learned such wonderful truths from you today. I would very much like to visit you time and receive instructions and knowledge from you. You are vastly learned scholar, so please be compassionate toward me. I have just one matre question, kindly tell me the answer, and then we'll leave. Has Lord Gunranga compiled his instructions in any book? Would like to procure a copy. R.B. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has not personally penned down any of his instructions. He followers non-fever, have written volumes on his order. The Lord has left behind 8 verses, known as the Siksastaka, as a token for the living entities. The devotees cherish them as astering of priceless gems. They contain all his instructions, in a capsuled recondite state. The advanced devotees have probed deep into these esoteric truths and mined out 10 original truths. Enconst, in these 10 truths are the fine analyses of Sambandha, Abhidhya Prayahana, the philosophy of eternal relationships, the most direct method of attaining it and ascertaining the prime necessity of life, which contains within it the philosophy of sadhya and sadhana in the form of aphorisms. It is best for you to first comprehend these truths. Brajanatha replied, As you desire, tomorrow night I will come and learn from you the 10 truths, known as Dasamula Siksa. You are now my Siksa Guru, or instructing spiritual master, offer my prostrated obeisances to you. Babaji Maharaja firmly embraced Bhojanatha and said, My dean son, you have sanctified the Brahmana class, come tomorrow and bring joy to my heart. Chapter 13 Eternal Religion and Samband, Abhidhya and Prayahana, Part I. Brajanatha arrived next evening and sat down on the platform below the Bakula tree facing the Srivasa Angana temple. The eldering Babaji Maharaja has developed a paternal affection for Brajanatha. He was, in fact, waiting for Brajanatha to arrive, and several times his those stayed towards the outside in expectancy. When he heard Brajanatha come, he quickly came out and greeted Brajanatha with an affectionate hug. He steered Brajanatha to his personal Bhajana Kutira, meditation shack, off onto the side of the courtyard, surrounded by jasmine trees, and invited him to sit down. Brajanatha reached down and touched Babaji's feet and took the foot dust and smeared it on his head. He felt greatly elated. Submissively he said, "Respected Babaji, kindly instruct me on the Dasamula tenets, which capsule the essence of Lord Chaitanya's teachings." The religious patriarch's heart exulted hearing the younger MSN's words that revelated his profound quest. He replied, "My son, I will impart to you the philosophy of Dasamula. You are a scholar, ponder over the philosophy contained in the following verse and understand its relevance. Amnaya prahatatvam haram iha paramam sarvasaktam rasabdham tad binamsa amsa ca jivan prakriti kavalatan tad vimatamsa ca bhavat bedabhidaprakazam sakalam api ihari sadhanam sudbhaktam sadhyam tad pitamavadi yupadisati jainan Gaurakandra svayam sa. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Gaurakandra, has personally given the 10 doctor Ives of Dasamula to the faithful Jiva. The first of these is Pramanatattva, principle of evidenke, and the other 9 are Pramanattattva, principle of the knowable. Principles which can be proven or where praman can be applied is known as pramaya. And the principles by which the pramaya can be authoritatively substantiated is known as pramana. This verse describes the 10 doctrines in Prece. The forthcoming verse cited below is considered as the first verse of the Dasamula doctrines. The next 7 verses, 2nd to the 8th, following its, delineates on the Sambardha, or the principle of eternal relationship between God, his energies and Jiva. The 9th verse discusses the Abhidhaya, or the principle of absolute compulsory spiritual duties. The 10th and final verse establishes the Prayahana, or the principle of indispensable exigency. The meaning of the following 10 verses in short is, the knowledge of the Vedas received in Guru Parampara system, disciplined in session, is amnaya, or most authoritatively exhaustive. The Veda Samriti scriptures like Srimad Bhagavatam, the directly perceivable truths propounded in these scriptures are pramana, or evidences. TG's evidences establish the following: P. Lord Hari is the supreme absolute truth. He is omnipotent. He is the shoreless ocean of unlimited rectiran, spiritual relationships. Both the liberal and conditioned spirit souls comprises his separate energy. The conditioned jiva is infected by maya and the liberated jiva is free from maya, matter and spirit. Everything is a manifestation of Lord Hari's inconceivable potency, which is simultaneously same and different. Bhaks is the only means, or sadhana and love of Godhead. Krishna is the singular God, or sadhya. Attentively hearing these explanations, Brajanatha commented, "Respected Babaji, I do not have any questions at this point. After I have listened to the elaborations on the first verse, I will present before you whatever requires clarification." Babaji Maharaja replied, "That is a good idea. Now hear the first verse. Svadasiddho Vedo Haridayata Vidha Prabhaitir Tita Pramanam Satpraptam Pramati Visa Yayan Tanavavidan Tatha Pratyaksadi Pramati Sahidam Satayati Nat Na Yudhistarkakha Pravazati Tatha Saktirahita. Dasamula 1, means, the Vedas which Lord Brahma and his disciple succession received by Supreme Lord Hari's mercy is self-perfected. This absolutely authoritative and exhaustive knowledge with the help of its emulative and directly perceivable truths establish the 9 principles of Pramaya Tattva. Debatable logic and aphorisms are incapable of addressing the inconceivable spiritual subject matter. Brajanatha, is there any proof in the Vedas of a disciple chain starting from Lord Brahma? Babaji, yes, there is proof. Mundaka Upanishada states, Brahma Devanam Pradhamasambhabhyuva Visvajya Karta Bhavanajya Gopta Sa Brahmavidyam Sarvavidya Pradistham Atharvayajayastha Putraya Praha, M.up.1/1/1, Lord Brahma, the creator and protester of this universe, appeared prior to any other creature, from the lotus sprouting out of the Supreme Lord's novel. He initiated his eldest son Atharva in the science of the absolute truth, known as Brahmavidya. It is the repository of all branches of knowledge. In the same text again we find, Yenaksharam Purasam Veda Satyam Pravakatam Tatvato Brahmavidya, the spiritual science, or Brahmavidya, knowledge coupled with loving devotion to the Supreme Lord, which reveals the infallible supreme truth as directly perceivable, was instructed to disciple by a bona fide spiritual master well versed in the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. Brajanatha, is there any evidence anywhere that the Arsis have extracted the essence from the Vedas and compiled it in the Smriti scriptures? RB. The crest jewel of all scriptures, Srimad Bhagavatam states, Katana Nasta Pralavani Yam Vedasam Jainita Mayadan Brahmain Prakta Dharamo Yajyam Madatmaka Tina Prakta Ca Putraya Mane Purvahya Sa. Etc. SB November 14, 34, the Supreme Lord said, O Uddhava, those instructions that propund the eternal religion, which instires attachment to me, is compiled in the Vedas. Due to the ravages of time, pralaya, they seem to be lost. I again instruct Brahma at the beginning of creation with this same knowledge of the Vedas. Lord Brahma instructed his son Manu, on the doctrines of the Veda. Later Manu passed on this knowledge to Baitrago and the others of the group of 7 Arsis, known as the Sapla Arsis. Br. What was the reason of starting a disciple succession? Rb. There are many in this world who are misled into the pervert path of Mayavadi philosophy. If a disciplic succession or a society of devotees, who are uncorrupted by the scourge of Mayavadi views, is not existing, then satsanga, or saint association, will be a rarity. The Padma Purna reiterates, Sampradaya Vinaya Mantrast Vifalamata Sri Brahmarudra Sanika Vaisnava Kritipavana Diksa mantra received from Acharyas coming in the line of bona fide disciple succession has full spiritual potency, others are impotent and cannot give any spiritual benefit. There are 4 bona fide Sampradayas, Sri, Ramanuja, Brahma, Madhva, Rudra, Venuswami, and Kadasana or Sanka and others, Nimbarka. These 4 Vaisnava Sampradayas are the liberators of this world. Of these, the Brahma Sampradaya is the oldest. This unbroken chain of successive spiritual receptors still continues, to date. The foolproof process of Guru Parampara Sampradaya, or the spiritual system of Guru and disciple succession, ensures that the knowledge and words of all the poem scriptures of yore, such as the Vedas Vedanan and Vedanta remain complete and as it is, without interpolation or change. Hence all the Vedic mantras contained in the literatures of bona fide Sampradayas are undoubtedly authentic. The system of Sampradaya is imperative. Since time immemorial this system of Sampradaya has remained a dynamic force among the saintly souls. Br. Is the Sampradaya chain completely linked, an unbroken live of Acharyas? RB. Names of the most prominent Acharyas who appeared at intervals have been recorded in an authoritative list. Br. Lam very keen to hear the names of Acharyas in Lord Brahma's Sampradaya. RB. Then listen. Paravyams Varajyasaki Zio Brahma Jagat Padatajya Sisis Naradubud Vidasasti Upasijyatam Sukho Vyasasya Sijyatvam Prapto Jainanavaradhanat Vyasalabdakrisnadikso Madvakariyamaha Yasatajya Sasayo Naraharyastacha Gio Madavod Vija Aksabhyastasia Sasayo Buddhika Gio Jayatirthakatajya Sisis Jainanas Indhastasia Sasayo Mahanihavidyanyastasia Sasayo Rayendrastasia Savakajaya Dharma Munastasia Sasayo Yajanamadhyo Tasramadvisnupuriyas to Bhaktiratnavali Kritit. Jayad Harmasya Sasayo Bud Brahmanyapurasatama Vyasatirth Hastasia Sasayo Yaskakar Venusamidam Srimalaxmipatistasia Sasayo Bhaktirasas Rayatasia Sasayo Madhavendro Yadarms Yampravartita. Lord of the spiritual planets of Vaikantha, the supreme God need. Narayama's disciple was Brahma, the creator of this world. His disciple was Narada and Vyasadeva accepted initiation to become Narada's disciple. To arrest the propagation of empirical knowledge, Sukadeva Gosvami become Vyasadeva's disciple. The illustrious Madhvacarya took initiation from Vyasadeva in the science of Krishna consciousness. Narahari was Madhvacharya's discus ple and Madhava Vipra Narahari's disciple. Aksabhya became Madhava Vipra's disciple. Aksabhya's disciple was Jayatirtha. Jayatirtha's disciple was Jainansandhu and his disciple was Mahanihai whose devotee disciple was Rajendra. Jayadharma Muni became Rajhendra's disciple. Among his many followers Vinupuri accepted discipleship of Jayadharma Muni. Vinupuri wrote the famous book Bhaktiratnavali. Jayadharma's disciple was Purazottama whose disciple was Vyasatirtha. Vyasatirtha composed the Theodis known as Venusamidam. His disciple Lakshmipati was an embodiment of devotional rasa. Madhavendrapuri was his disciple. The science of pure devotional service was propagated by Srila Madhavendrapuri. Br. In the first Dasamula sloka, the Veda is declared as the only pramana, or evidence. Pratyaksa pramana, or evidence from direct perception has been relegated to be a subordinate pramana of the Veda. However, in the philosophical schools of Nyaya, rhetorics, Tinkya, Empiries, etc. there are a larger number of pramanas. Even the followers of Puranas have enumerated at least 8 pramanas: pratyaksa, direct, anumana, inference, upamana, analogy, sabda, sound, adihaya, tradition, anupalati, imperceivable, arthapati, derivative, and sambhava, probability. Why are there conflicting views on this point? And if pratyaksa and anumana are not acknowledged as principal pramanas, how is knowledge to be communicated and perceived? Kindly make me understand this point. RB, pratyaksa etc. are sentient pramanas, entirely dependent on sense perceptions. Jiva's senses are imperfect due to 4 innate shortcomings: bhitrama, illusion, pramada, madness, inadvertence, vipralipsa, cheating propensity, and ankaranapataba, inadequate senses. Therefore, how can the knowledge or information communicated through these imperfect senses be accurate and authentic? Whereas the great spiritual practitioners and wise sages steeped in deep meditation have received the absolutely perfect knowledge in the form of the Vedas revelated to them by the omnipotent and fully independent Supreme Godhead, who personally appeared in their hearts. Hence this knowledge can be accepted, without consternation, as flawless. Br. Please explain to me in detail the 4 human failings you just mentioned. RB. Jiva's inadequate sense organs have fallacious perceptions of matter when they come into contact with it, and the misconceptions arising from it is known as bhitrama. For example, the eye mistakes a mirage in a desert for water. Jiva's mundane intelligence is limited by nature. When he attempts to probe the unlimited, he arrives at erroneous conclusions. This is called pramada. For example, to inquire or try to assess the extent of the Supreme Lord's dominion, with an intelligence reined in by the mundan's concepts of time and space. Vipralipsa means doubts. The senses are imperfect, and often wrong decisions are made based on informations received from them. This is the definition of karanapatava. Br. Does it mean that evidences such as pratyaksa etc. do not have any relevance? RB. In this material plane, what relates to cultivation of empirical knowledge, what other means, except for pratyaksa etc. can be employed, or are available? But in matters of the spiritual world, they are impotent. The Vedas are the only evidence which quality on transcendental topics. If knowledge, which is acquired through the evidences of pratyaksa etc., is in consonance with the perfect teachings of the Vedas, then we are duty-bound to trace them. Therefore the self-perfected Vedas, supported by the subordinate pratyaksa evidences, is the only true evidence. R. Scriptures such as Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and so on, are they not true evidences? RB. Bhagavad Gita was spoken directly by the Supreme Lord Krishna, and so it may be called the Gita-Upanishad, hence it is also the Veda. The Dasamula doctrine was also spoken by the Supreme Lord, Lord Chaitanya, that makes it the Veda. The essence of the vast Veda is compiled in Srimad Bhagavatam. It is the paragon of all evidences. And as long as the teachings of the other Samriti scriptures are in pursuance of the Vedic tenets, They too are pramana. The Tantra scriptures are of three categories: Saltvika, Rajasika, and Tamasika, mode of goodness, passion and ignorance. Tantra treatises like the Pancaratra are sattvic. Since the Sanskrit root tan means to diffuse and the sattvic tatras propagasi the Vekandite Vedic truths, they are also accepted as pramana. Br. The Vedas comprise of a myriad of texts. Which of these are bona fide and which not? Kindly tell me. RB. With the passage of time many unscrupulous men have interpolated chapters, ions, and motras into the Vedas. A Vedic text may be discovered somewhere, but that does mean all parts of the book are authentic. Through the ages, whatever texts and literatures have been authenticated by the acharyas, spiritual preceptors, of a bona fide sampradayas, is Veda. Sections and even entire literatures which have been rejected by these authorities are unacceptable to us. Br. Which Vedic literatures have been accepted by the acharyas? RB. There are 11 Upanishads which are known as Sattvic: Isa, Kena, Katha, Prasanna, Mundaka, Mandukya, Taittiriya, Aitareya, Shandogya, Brataranyaka, and Svetasvatara. A few Tapanis which are extremely helpful in matters of deity worship and so on are included, and they are Gopalopanishad, Nrsimhatapani, etc. Also bona fide are Corroli literatures of RK. Sam, Yaja, and Atharva Veda. They are dissertations on the Vedas, like Brahmana, Mandala, etc. All these scriptures are authorized by the acharyas and hence they are known as pramanas, authenticated by the liberated souls. Br. What is the proof that logic or rhetoric has no jurisdiction in the realm of spirituality? RB. I place these following quotes from the scriptures, hear them: Nasa Tarkana Matirapaniya, Katha up 1/2/9, Onasikata. Now you have attained the transcendental consciousness of self-knowledge, do not squander it through dry empirical debates. This is an outstanding quote from the Veda. Further proof: Tarka Protesthanat, Brahmasutra, February 1, 11, Content ES Retronics and empirical logic is unable to extract the correct conclusions from the scriptures. The conclusions established through logic and argument today by one schola is sure to be refuted and dismembered the next day. Hence logic and rhetoric have been disqualified. Here is a sampling from the Vedanta Sutra on the topic. And again, Asantyakaluya Bhava Na Tams Tarkana Yojayad Prakritibhya Param Yaksa Tat Asantyajya Loks Anam, Bhismaparva 5:20 seconds, that which is beyond the material nature, or outside the parameter of sense perception is the inconceivable, absolute truth. Therefore why attempt for the impossible and endeavor to approach it through empirical arguments? This verse from the Mahabharata measures the short leash of logic. The Grand Master in the science of devotion, Srila Rupa Goswami, a stalwart in spiritual arbitration, writes in this monumental devotional work Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu. Svalpatai Rusuravas Bhaktitat Vavabadhika Yudistu Kavalana Eva Yad Asia Protesthita, BRS Purva 132nd, we learn from the Sabda Pramana of the Srimad Bhagavatam and other texts that Rasai, or attraction and faith in the Supreme Lord, is born out of many lifetimes of pure and pious deeds. Even a minute amount of such rasai produces the subtle sense of percipience for the transcendental science of devotion. But merely by employing dry speculative intellect the philosophy of bhakti remains incomprehensible, because logic has no locus standi. Truth cannot be irrefutably ascertained by mundane logic. An ancient adage lends support to this view: Yatnanapadatopi arthakyazalaranamadrupit abhayudatarain ranya uranya thavapapadiyate, 8. BRS Purva 133rd, an expert logician or rhetorician cleverly formulates a theory through argument and logic. But a more proficient logician demolishes it easily. This may happen to you. Therefore logic and mundane rationale are untrustworthy. Br. Respected Babaji Maharaja, have properly understood how the Vedas are the self-perfected pramana. The logicians uselessly contest the authority of the Vedic philosophy. Kindly tell me the second sloka of the Dasamula doctrines. RB. Haristvakam tatvam vidi sivashuri sapranamita yadavidam brahma prakriti rahitam tatvanumahan paradmatasyam so jagadanugatavisvahanaka savi radhakanto navajaladkanta sijadaya, Dasamula 2, Supreme Lord Hari, the One, Absolute Truth, is worshipped by Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Lord Indra, and so on. Brahman, is impotent and impersonal, is simply the bodily effulgence of Lord Hari. The Super Soul, or Paramatma, who is the universal controller and omnipresent throughout the creation, is merely the partial expansion of Lord Hari. And this Supreme Personality Hari is our dearest Lord, the most beloved of Srimati Radhika, the embodiment of spiritual ecstasy with a completion that flouts the beauty of fresh monsoon clouds. Br. The Upanishads have declared that Brahman is transcendental to this material nature and is the highest absolute Thouth. So kindly explain to me what arguments Lord Gaura Hari, Chaitanya put forward to establish that Brahman is Lord Hari's bodily instra. RB, Lord Hari, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The following statement from the Vina Purana emanates the qualifications of divinity: Isvarajya Samagrajya Viryazid Yasasis Srayajanan Varajya Escaped Sunam Bhaga Itinagana, Viscount Pu June 5, 84, one who possesses in absolute degree all these six divine and inconceivable excellences, namely, opulence, power, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These six qualities are inseparable, connected with the possessor, like the body and its limbs. But which is the body? And which are the limbs? Body means that which possesses the limbs. For example, the tree is the body and the branches, twigs, leaves etc. are its limbs. The human physique is the body and the hands and legs are its limbs. Thus in whom these six qualities are reposed as limbs, is the body, or the possessor. The quality of beauty of the Supreme Lord's transcendental form is the body, and all the other qualities are the limbs. Opulence, power, and fame are the three main limbs. Knowledge and renunciation are emanations, like effulgences coming out from the quality of fame, because they are the qualities of another quality, fame. The impersonal concept is both knowledge and renunciation, and is identity of Brahman. Therefore, Brahman is the brilliance of the entire creation, and of the Supreme Lord's transcendental form. Brahman, being immutable, inactive, incorporeal, and impersonal, is himself not the perfect absolute source, he is just the subordinate principle of the Supreme Lord. The light of the fire is not the accomplished or dynamic principal source, it is solely dependent on the fire for its existences. Br. On numerous occasions where there are descriptions of the impersonal Brahman in the Vedas, it is often followed by the words Om Santa, Santa, Hari, Om. This sentence declares that Lord Hari is the supreme divine principle. The question is, who is Hari, referred to here? RB. Hari is the transcendental couple, Sri Radha and Sri Krishna, who are eternally engaged in their amorous spiritual pastimes. Br. Later I would like to delve deeper into this topic. Now kindly tell me, how is Paramatma, or Super Soul, the universal progenitor, a partial expansion of the Supreme Godhead? RB. The Supreme Lord conducts the work of creation of this material cosmos through the agency of two of his potential, opulence and power. He then enters his creation in the form of Vinu, his partial expansion. Although he is present as a partial expansion, in fact he remains the complete whole in our respects, as is substantiated in the Bradaranyaka up. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudasayate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamiva Avasisyate, BRR. Up 5/1, the personality of Godhead is perfect and complete. And because he is completely perfect, all emanations from him, such as this phenomenal world, are perfectly equipped as a complete whole. Whatever is produced of the complete whole is also complete by itself. And because he is the complete whole, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains the complete balance. Therefore Lord Vinu, who pervades this material world, is the Supreme Father and the Super Soul. He manifests himself in three forms: Karanodaka Vinu, Kasarodaka Vinu, and Garbhodaka Vinu. The limitless water expanse that separates the spiritual world from the material universe is known as the Karana Samudira, or the causal ocean. It is also called the Viraha. The form of Vinu situated in this ocean is the Karanodaka Vinu, or Lord Mahavishnu. He lies in causal ocean and glances at Maya, his energy, and brings into existence the material world. Numerous references to this fact are found in the scriptures. Here are a few. Mayadhyaksana Prakritisuyate sa Karakaram, BG 9/10. This material nature is working under my, Krishna, direction, O son of Kunti, and it is producing all moving and non-moving beings. Sa Iksata, Aether. Up. 1/1, the Supreme Personality, Vinu had glanced upon it. Sa Iman Lokanas Rajata, Aether. Up. 1/1/2, the Supreme Atma, Supersoul glanced upon his own energy and created all moving and non-moving beings. Lord Mahavishnu's potency, that manifests in his glance and which impregnates and pervades material nature, is personified in the form of Garbhodaka Vinu. The entire mass of conditioned jivas, or living entities who are infinitesimal parts and parallel of Mahavishnu, are also produced by his transcendental glance. Garbhodaka Vinu then accepts the minuscule size of a thumb and even smaller and enters the heart of every living and being, as the Paramatma, or Supersoul. Paramatma is Kesarodaka Vinu, a partile expansion of Garbhodaka Vinu. Both the Jiva soul and Paramatma, known also as Hiranyagarbha, reside simultaneously in the living entity's heart like two birds on the same branch of a tree. The bird representing Paramatma rewards fruits of labor, and the bird Jiva is the enjoyer of those fruits or results of formative actions. This is confirmed in the scriptures, Dvasuparna Sayojasakaya, Svet. Up 4/6, in the Bhagavad Gita, Yad Vibhudamat Satvam Sramat Urjatam Eva Va Tad Tad Avavagakativam Mama Teju Msa Samhavam Athava Bahunau Itanakim Jainatene Tavarjuna Vistabhyahim Item Krishnamakamsana Stito Jagat, BG 10/41-42, know that all beautiful, glorious, and mighty creations spring from but a spark of dry splendor. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself one pervade and support this entire universe. So, the Supreme Personality of Godhead's partial expansion, the Paramatma, manifesta himself in the material universe and the universal affairs as the universal father and maintainer, with a fragment of his energy. Br. Thank you, I have understood that Brahma is Lord Hari's bodily instra and Paramatma is Lord Hari's partial expansion. Now kindly show me scriptural evidences that says Lord Hari is Krishna. B. The Supreme Lord always manifests his two spiritual moods simultaneously. Aishvarya, opulence, includes wave and reverence, and madhurya, amorous sweetness. In his Aishvarya manifestation he is Lord Narayana, Lord of the Vaikunthas spiritual planets, and the fountainhead of Mahavishnu expansion. In his madhurya mood he is Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna embodies the highest perfection of madhurya. In fact, the intensity of madhurya manifest in him thoroughly obfuscates, with its divine sweetness, any trace of Aishvarya. In principles of philosophy, Lord Narayana and Lord Krishna are the same. But in the transcendental realm of rasa, spiritual loving exchanges, Lord Krishna is the repository of all rasas. He is the delectable fruit of rasa that is most relishable of all spiritual truths. The scriptures abhorred in verses describing it, the Arkaveda stays apagiam gopamanapadhyamama ca para ca pathabiscarantam sa dadrisa, sa visusurvasana avarivarti bhavanasvanta, RK 1/22/16431, beheld a young lad of cowherdsman stock, he is infallible and indestructible. He moves mysteriously, sometimes coming very near and again go far away. He dresses in silks of riotous hues and in May fineries and clothes. In this manner he sometimes appears and sometime disappears, this is his transcendental pastime. In Chandogya Upanishad we come across this verse, Syamakabalam Prapati Sabalakyamam Prapati, ch up 8/13/1, Supreme Lord Krishna's multifarious devotees are known as Sabala. Through the process of surrendering to Krishna I find the shelter of held Dini Sakti, Lord's pleasure-giving potency, which is the quintessence of all his devotees. In the divine sanctuary of Layton I attain pure boving devotion to Lord Krishna, Syamasan.ra. Subala also means Gaura, or golden. In that sense Syama, Krishna Bhajana leads to Gaura Chaitanya, and Gaura Bhajan leads to Syama, Krishna. This verse, in actuality, describes the spiritual activity of liberated souls. The Srimad Bhagavatam says, It kam sakala pumsa Krishnastu Bhagavansvayam, SB January 3, 28, all the incarnations are either plenary portions or parts of the plenary portion of the Lord, but Lord Sri Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna states, Mata Parat Aram Nanyat Kinsid Asti Dhananjaya, BG 7/7, O conqueror of wealth, Arjuna, there is no truth superior to me. Gopalatapani, Purva 21, Eko Vasi Sarvaga Krishna Idya Eko Paisan Bahadha Yovabhadi Lord Sri Krishna, is the only Supreme Personality who can bring every being under his sway. He is the absolute Brahman, omnipresent and without a second, the divine object of everyone's worship. Although he is single, yet by the power of his inconceivably potency he manifests himself in a myriad of forms, and performs variegated pastimes. Br. Sri Krishna possesses Madhyamakara, normal human appearance, how then can he be Sarvaga, goes everywhere? If we accept the fact that he has a form, it automatically presupposes that he is restricted to one place. This brings to surface several discrepancies. It confiscates his potency of being omnipresent or all-pervasive, he is forced under the subjugation of the three material modes, and it impinges on his absolute freedom. How can this problem be sorted out? RB, my son, you have allowed yourself to be trapped by mundane logic and thinking. And so doubts cloud your mind. So long the intelligence is caged in by the three material modes it cannot perceive pure goodness, Suddhasattva, yet in attempting to do so it merely interpolates gross dimensions on the Suddhasattva. And finally constructs a material picture. Intimidated by this overbearing and confounding cocation of his material mind he seeks escape in the impersonal concept of Brahman. This closing the doors of perception to realize the supreme absolute truth, Paramattva. When we understand that the Supreme Lord's human-like physique, Madhyamakara, is completely spiritual, Sinmaya, then the discrepancies mentioned by you are done away with. Formless, Nirakara, immutable, Nirvakara, inactive, Niskriya, and so on are opposite concepts of material qualities. In a way they may be considered also as qualities. Juxtaposed to them are excellences such as bright and bearing face, eyes like lotus petal, the cooling sanctuary of his lotus feet, exquisite and graceful limbs and so on. They describe an spiritual form that is in pure goodness, Suddhasattva. These the Madhyamakara human form of Krishna is the embodiment of both kinds of characteristics. In Narada Pankaratra we come across this statement. Nirdasaguna vigraha atmatantra nisatanat makasara gunau iskahina anandamatra karapadamukhadarata sarvatra cas vagadabeta vivarjajitadama. The purport of this verse is, Lord Krishna's form is eternal, full of knowledge and bliss, satsi idyananda vigraha. It is not tainted by any material qualities nor does it have the slightest in common with matter. It is outside the touch of time, place, and circumstances. He is present in full, everywhere, all at the same time. He is indivisible and the embodiment of non-dual knowledge. In the material universe, cosmic space is immeasurable but mundane. By its nature, the hum tabernacle, Madhyamakara, can never be omnipresent, Sarvaga. The nature of existence in the spiritual world is transcendental and without fear. Hence one of the characteristics of Lord Krishna's transcendental form, which is human in appearance, Madhyamakara, in the spiritual world is omnipresence. And unlike the material forms, Madhyamakara, Lord Krishna's spiritual body, is even in this mundane plane, is omnipresent. This is the inconceivable mystic potency of the Lord's Sakshitananda form. Can this same mystic potency be exhibited by him in his manifestation as the all-pervasive Brahman? Material native is obedient to the confines of time, place and circumstance. When he, or Brahman, that object, who by his nature is outside the scope of time, kala, is equated with the all-encompassing and limitless material space, what extraordinary quality does he display? The Chandagi Supanishad states that Lord Krishna's eternal abode Vraja is known as Brahmapura. It is absolute and fully transcendental. It is endowed with unlimited spiritual variegatedness. Everything is dynamic and spiritual there, such as the paraphernalia, earth, water, and the elements, river, trees, sky, sun, moon, stars and so on. Material discrepancies are totally absent. It is 100% infused with divine bliss. My son. In fact, this place of Mayapura and Navadvipa you reside in, is transcendental. But since you have woven a grossamer net of Maya, or illusion that covers your perception, you are unable to realize transcendence. When your spiritual vision manifests by the mercy of saintly souls, you are able to see this holy land as it really is. You will see that Mayapur, Navadvipa, and so on are transcendental realness, and only then is your stay here realized as residence in Vraja. Who has taught you to think that what Efsar or whoever possesses the material shape, Madhyamakara, that it is blemished by mundan's qualities? Your mundan's consciousness is aberrated by superstition and anxiety, and hence you are unable to realize the spiritual purity of the Lord's transcendental form, as because it resembles in toto the human physique. Br. Respected Babaji, considering that the deity, form, bodily huster, paraphernalias of pastimes, male and female associates, home, woods, love goods, and so on of Sri Radha and Sri Krishna are all supramundane, then the intelligent persons should not have any doubts regarding this. The question is when, in which country, the deities, or incarnations of the Supreme Lord manifest his transcendental abode and pastimes. RB, for the all-powerful Supreme Lord Sri Krishna nothing is impossible. He always engrossed in performing extraordinary activities. He is self-willed, totally independent and omnipotent. If he so desires, he can easily manifest his transcendental deity form, incarnations, and the holy abode, Dhamma, within this material universe. How can anyone doubt this? Br. True, that if the Supreme Lord wishes to manifest his self-manifesting form, he easily does it. The doubt that creeps in is, when the people see his manifestations, they see the transcendental abode as a part of the material topography, his spiritual form and deity form as mortal, mutable bodies, his esoteric, supramundane pastimes as ordinary dealings. What is the reason for this? If Krishna has bestowed his blessings upon you to perceive all this, then why has he excluded the others from developing transcendental vision? RB. Lord Krishna is the proprietor of unlimited transcendental qualities. Bhaktivatsalya, or loving protectiveness towards his devotees, is one of them. The Lord rewards his pure devotees with the ability of transcendental vision to behold his self-manifesting spiritual form through the agency of his Vedana Sakti, or the pleasure-giving potency. To the devotees, his pastimes are absolutely transcendental and spiritually glorious. He non-devotees' senses are mundane due to their offensive and atheistic mentality, hence they cannot perceive the distinction between the Supreme Lord's supramundane activities and ordinary historical events. Br. Did he, Krishna, not descend to this material world out of compassion for the general populace? RB. The Lord's descent into the material universe is a benediction for everyone. The pure devotees view this pastime of descent as pure transcendental activity. The non-devotees, however, do not consider this as such. These skeptics see this as a combination of the mystic with the phenomenal. Yet in spite of their warped vision they accrue pious results from it, sheerly by the inconceivable potency of the pure spirit in action. As such sukriti, or pious results begin to swell, the individuals gradually gain faith, sraddha, in the process of unalloyed devotional service to Krishna. So the Supreme Lord's incarnation pastimes are always beneficial to humanity at large. Br. Why did the Vedas not clearly describe everywhere about Lord Krishna's pastimes? Rb. The Vedas have indeed repeatedly sang hymns throughout glorifying Lord Krishna's pastimes. In some places they hold center stage, at other times they are not so prominent. The direct meaning, abhidhavrti, of a word or phrase is the principal meaning. For example, in the phrase, Syamakabalam Prapati, one take shelter of Lord Krishna, Syama's multifarious energies known as Sabala, and towards the end section of Chandogya Upanishad where it explains about the eternality of rasa, devotional taste, as well as how the liberated devotees serve Lord Krishna according to their intensity of rasa, the direct meanings describe devotional surrender. A word's or phrase's indirect inference is its secondary meaning, laksanavrti. The treatise of Yajnavalkya, Gargi, and Maitreyi begins with toned down, indirect inferences, laksanavrti, to Krishna's qualities. In the end of the message, the narratives prominently describe and establish the superiority of these selfsame qualities, earlier dealt with in generalities. The Vedas, in certain sections has chosen the direct method, Anvayapadati, to broadcast the eternal pastimes of the Supreme Lord, and in many places has reverted to indirect or inferentile method, Vyatarkapadati, and glorified Brahman, the impersonal, all-pervasive aspect of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Paramatma, supersoul. The fact is that the Vedic scriptures are sworn to propagate the supreme excellences of Lord Krishna. Br. Revered Babaji, I have no further doubts that Lord Sri Hari is the supreme absolute truth. But what is the position of other worshipable personages such as Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Indra, Surya, Gainsa and other demigods? The Brahmanas believe that Lord Shiva is the highest concept of Brahman. Being born in the Brahmana caste, have heard from my childhood this opinion and have been repeating the same. Kindly explain the recondite truth interred in these differing views. Rb. Please pay proper attention as delineate the different grades of qualities inherent in the following personalities, the ordinary jivas, the worshipable demigods and goddesses and the Supreme Lord. Lord Krishna's excellences sets the standard according to which the others' standards are fixed. The following verses purport meekivically establishes this fact. Ayamnita Suramayanga Sarvasalaksanan Vidarusarasta Yuddho Balianvayasan Vida Vividhad Buddha Basavti Satyavakya Prayam Vadavaduka Supanditya Buddhaman Pratibhanvita Vidagaskacharo Doxa Kradajana Sudrestavrata Disadala Supatrajana Sastrakaksa Sururvasai Styro Danta Kasamasai Logam Hero Dradiman Samavadanyo Dharmaka Surakaranoman Yamanakrite Doxanovanai Herman Saranagata Palaka Sukha Bhaktisarite Prima Vajya Sarve Subhankara Pratapi Kirtaman Rak Loka Sadhyo Samazraya Naragana Manahari Sarvaradhya Samrdiman Virayanis Varsasiti Gunastasia Nukurtita Samadra Eva Pankasadurvigaha Hair Rami Jivesvet Vasantupai Bindu Bindudia Krisit Parapurnadia Banti Tatrava Purazatam Atho Pankaguna Yesi Uramzana Jirasadis Usadis Vrupasamprupta Sarvajano Nityanatuna Saxidanandis Andranges Sarvasidini Sevita Athosayant Guna Pankaya Laksmisada Vartina Avasint Yamahasakta Koti Brahman Davagraha Avatara Valibajam Hadari Gadadayaka Atmarama Ganakar Satyami Krsne. Kilad Buddha Sarvad Buddha. Kamat Karalila Kalilavaradiyachal Yamat Hura Prima Mandita Priya Mandala Trijagan Manasakarsi Murali Kalakujita Asamanarad Arupus Revas Mapada Karakarala La Primna Prayat Hikam Madhuri Venurapeo Ityazad Haranam Proktam Govinda Siya K Tustayam, BRS.Dava Ist Wave 11-12/14-18. The divine actor Krishna is the repository of all good qualities. He is endowed over with at least 50 excellences. 1. Delightful limbs. 2. All the auspicious physical signs. 3. Beautiful. 4. Extremely courage. 5. Powerful physique. 6. Ever youthful look. 7. The expertism languages especially in the alien tongues. 8. Truthfulness. 9. The art of charming conversation. 10. Eloquence. Speech which sounds sweet to the audience embellished with ornamentations. 11. Erudition. 12. Intellect. 13. Exceptional talent. 14. Humor and brilliant wit. 15. Cunning. 16. Expertise in all spheres. 17. Gratefulness. 18. firm determination. 19. Complete knowledge of time, place and circumstances. 20. Scriptural insight. 21. Purity. 22. Mastery of over the senses. 23. Equipoise. 24. Temperateness. 25. A forgiving heart. 26. Gravity. 27. Patience. 28. Sense of equality. 29. Magnanimity. 30. Religiosity. 31. Heroism. 32. Compassion. 33. Humility. 34. Simplicity. Generosity. 35. Meekness. 36. Bashfulness. 37. Protectiveness towards those who surrender to him. 38. Happiness. 39. Friendly love for his devotees. 40. Being conquered by love. 41. The ability to give joy to others. 42. Majesty and prowess. 43. Fame. 44. Attractiveness, to become everyone's object of love. 45. Partiality towards the pious. 46. Charm to enchant the women. 47. Unequaled glory that makes him the object of everyone's worship. 48. Unsurpassable splendor. 49. Superiority over everyone and in everything. 50. Unlimited opulence. These 50 qualities are also present in the jivas but in minute quantities, unlike in Krishna where they are displayed in great amplitude. Beside these 50, Krishna and all his Venu expansions are the proprietors of 5 super excellent characteristics which flourish in them in absolute degree but are partially exhibited in Lord Shiva alone. 1. Always situated in his supreme position and identity. 2. Omniscience. 3. Evergreen freshness. 4. His transcendental form is the embodiment of eternality, absolute knowledge and absolute bliss. 5. Mastery over all the mycetic powers. Another 5 excellences are manifest in Lord Narayana and other Venu incarnations in varying degrees, however they are present in Lord Krishna in complete perfection, but are totally absent in Lord Shiva and all the other jivas. 1. Inconceivable potencies. 2. Unlimited universal form. 3. Fountainhead source of incarnations. 4. Ability to offer liberation to enemies slain by them. 5. All attractiveness which gives full pleasure to the Atmarama, self-satisfied, saints. Over and above these 60 excellences and additional 4 qualifications are reposed in Krishna alone. Note even in Lord Narayana and other Venu tattvas are they manifest, what to speak of jivas. 1. Performing pastimes which are innumerable like the ocean waves and are most wonderful and unique. 2. Displaying incomparable amorous exchanges on the platform of conjugal love with the Vraja damsels who always surround him, Krishna, and exhibit the highest form of divine love. 3. Playing the flute so expertly as to enchant the entire creation. 4. Unparalleled beauty and grace that keeps everyone enthralled. With inclusion of these last 4 qualities, Lord Krishna is the treasure trove of 64 super excellent characteristics. These last 4 qualities are superior to all the other categories such as those available to ordinary jivas, Shiva and the demigods and Goasas, Lord Narayana and the Venu tattvas and Lord Govind tattvas and Lord Govinda Krishna, himself. This 64 device excellences are eternally reposed in Krishna. The last 4 are exclusive to Krishna, not even his Vilasa expansion ca display them. Minus this doer, the other 60 reside in full brilliance in Lord Narayana. And minus the last 9 qualities, the rest 55 are exhibited in Lord Shiva and the demigods in partial digress. The first 50 qualities glimmer in the ordinary living entities. Lord Shiva, Brahma, Surya, Gainsa, and Indra are especially empowered by the Supreme Lord with qualities that enable them to govern the affairs of the material universe, hence they are empowered incarnations of the Lord. But their real position and original identity is an eternal servant of Lord Krishna. Many individuals have attained pure devotional service to Lord Krishna by their mercy. They are also worshipable deities by jivas who are on that level of their spiritual progress. However, it is recommended to worship them as parts and parcel of the Supreme Lord. If they want, they can mercifully grant the jiva pure devotion to Lord Krishna, and such a jiva becomes glorious, fit to be worshipped by all. Lord Shiva, the best of the demigods, has acquired the unique position which makes him non-different from the Supreme Lord himself, simply Lord. For this very reason, The sympathizers of the Mayavadi philosophy consider Lord Jiva on equal terms with the Supreme Brahman. Chapter 14 Eternal Religion and Sambandha, Abhidhya and Prayahana, Part IL. Brajanathas spent the whole of next day ruminating on what the elderly Babaji had spoken the previous night. This provided him with immense pleasure. He kept on thinking how Lord Chaitanya's instructions were extraordinary. With every word his heart was inundated with divine nectar. The more he listened to Babaji speak, his thirst for nectar increased. The philosophy was very consistent and coherent and had every reason to prove themselves that they were based on bona fide scripture. He felt disturbed to think why the Brahmana society calumniates such elevated theories. He feared that the philosophical aberrations that have growed their way into their caste scriptural understanding stems from their blatant parlality toward Mayavadi thought. Such thoughts whirled around in Brajanatha's mind as he picked his way to Raghunatha Babaji's kutira. He offered obeisances to the sanctified dwelling of their elevated Vaisnava and went inside and fell prostrated before him in humble submission. Babaji Maharaj glowed with joy and engulfed him with an affectionate hug and made him sit near him. Brajanatha was simply beside himself with eager anticipation. He said, "Dear Master, am oriously waiting to hear the third of then verses or Dasamula Sloka, kindly tell me its deeper significance." Babaji Maharaja was thrilled, ecstasy showed clearly in his expression and in the horripilations appearing all over his body. He started to recite the verse, Parakyaya Saktaraparthagapi sa save Mahimani Stito Jivakyam Svamakadabhahidam Tam Tripadikam Svatan Trichazaktim Sakalavase Prirana Paravakaradiya Sunyaparama Paraso Yam Vijayat. The Supreme Lord is non-different, inseparable, form his inconceivable, absolute potencies, and yet his is totally independent. He eternally embodies unlimited majestic grandeur. He always inspires his divine potencies, Parasakti, consisting of Jivasakti Jiva the marginal potency, Cit Sakti, internal spiritual potency, and Maya Sakti, external illusory potency, to engage in worthwhile activities. But he remains unaffected and the same, the highest absolute truth, eternally existent with full divinity, supreme personality of Godhead. Br. The Brahmana scholars opine that when the highest absolute truth, Paramatma, manifests himself as Brahman, his divine potencies are unmanifest. When he is the supreme controller, Isvara, his potencies are manifest and dynamic. What is the Vedic on this subject? RB. The supreme absolute truth displays his potencies in all conditions. The Veda state, Svetasvatara Upanishad, Na Tajya Karyam Karanskavidyate Na Tatsamaskavyat Hikasksadrasayate Parasias Saktir Viradhivasruyate Svabhavaki Jainan Balakriya Ca. Svet 6/8. The Supreme Lord never requires the assistance of material senses to accomplish his works because he does not possess a material body or material senses. His body is 100% spiritual, therefore his physical presence is not limited like to material body. He can be simultaneously present with his beautiful form everywhere because he is omnipresent. At the same moment he is in Vindavana, his beauty blossoming in fresh youthfulness, dallying, with the damsels, in eternal pastimes. Nothing or no one is equal to him or greater than him because he is replete with inconceivable potency. Inconceivable, because the human intellect is unable to fathom it. Parasakti, or the Supreme Absolute Potency, is another designation for Asantya Sakti, inconceivable potency. And although this inherent, internal Asyati Sakti, or Parasakti is one, it is nevertheless manifest in manifold Makwafi sense, such as in Jainan, or knowledge, Cit or Samvit, Bala or power, Sat or Sandhini, and Kriya, or dynamic Varyagat activities, Ananda or Hladavi. Site Sakti is described in the following verse, Te Dhyanayagyanugata Apasian Devatmasaktim Svegunarnagutam Yakaranam Nikolani Tani Kalatme Uktani Adhidastatyeka, Svet. Up. 1/3, the sages who have realized the absolute truth, are sleeped in meditation, samadhi. In that state they deliberate upon the Supreme Lord's transcendental qualities. With their own pure intellect they directly perceive the Lord's mystical and absolutely spiritual potencies. These potencies are non-different from the Lord himself, and they marshal and initate the entire spectrum of universal cause and effects, control the jivas, the natural phenomena, time, and activities. In describing Vivasakti, the Svetasvatava Upanishad comments, Ajamakamlohita Suklikars nam Vaviprajasrajamanam Svarapataya Hiko Jasmanonyust Hahatyanam Buddhabhagam Jonaya, shvet up 4/5. Innumerable living entities are born colored by the three modes of material nature: white, sattva, red, roha, and black, tama. Svarapat, or the Supreme Lord's energy, unborn eternal consort, who is non-different from him, produces the jivas. One set of Aya, ignorant, innocent jiva, worships the Supreme Soul, and the other set of Aya, knowledge jiva, having enjoyed the material energy, finally renounces it. The next verse is also from Svetasvatana Upanishad about Maya Sakti, Kandamzi Yajanakratavo Vratani Buddham Bhavyam Yakaveda Vadanti Kasman Maisrajate Visvamatat Tasmim Skanyo Mayaya Sunidita, Shu p 4/9. The Supreme Lord, controller of Maya, the illusory energy, has created this material universe with all its diversities, such as the Vedas, sacrificial rituals, religious observances, the past and the future, time, and so on. The Vedas have recorded all this in every detail. The jiva is placed in this universe where he comes into contact with Maya and is ensured by her. The term Parajya Sakti indicates that the Supreme Absolute Truth, Paramatatva, in his highest manifestation of divinity, displays an equally superlative potency. No authoritative text has anywhere described the Paramatatva as being impotent, under any condition. When the Paramatatva exhibits his transcendently beautiful form, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and when he manifests his impersonal aspect, he is Brahman. This impersonal characteristic of the Supreme Absolute Truth, Paramatatva, is after all a denouement of Parasakti, or highest inconceivable potency. Hence, Sakti, or potency, is most certainly present in the formless, unqualified Brahman. This supreme potency has been described in different places with different names, such as Parasakti, Svarapa Sakti, Cit Sakti, and so on. Impotent Brahman is a misnomer and a deception. It has been entirely fabricated from fiction by the Mayavadis. The truth is that impersonal Brahman is beyond the comprehension of Mayavadi philosophers. The Vedas have defined Savasasa and Nirvaisa, personal and impersonal, Brahman, in the following manner, in Svetasvatara Upanishad. Yaiko Varno Bahadha Sakti Yogad Varnankan Nihitartho Dad Hatai. Svet up 4/1. The Supreme Lord is one, non-dual absolute truth endowed with immense, ultimated potency equal only to him. Everything in this universe is a transformation of his divine potency. He has created everything through the medium of his potencies. He has given birth to the Brahmana Varna, caste, being a Brahmana himself, another version. Although he does not have any tinge of material qualities, he gives birth to the material modes of nature through the agency of his multifarious potencies. Yaiko Jalavanasat Isanabhi Sarvalakanasata Isanabhi, Svet up 3/1. The one Supreme Lord, who is the controller of Maya Jala, a gossamer net of illusion, governs this material cosmos with his energies. Now do you understand that the Supreme Absolute Truth, Paramatatva, can never be benefit of his potencies? They are always self-manifest. These self-manifest potencies are eternally exhibited in three dimensions, as is evident from this Upanishad verse, Sa Visvakrod Visvavidat Mayanir Jana Kalakalo Guni Sarvavidya Pradhankstrajana Padagunsa Samsara Moxis Thitiband Heheta, Svet. Up 6/16. The Supreme Soul is the creator of this universe. He is omniscient, Sarvajana, the source of himself, Atma Yoni, the all-soul personification of time, Kalakals, replete with all transcendental qualities, Guni, knows everyone, Sarvavid, is the controller of Maya, Pradhana. The regent of the universe, Kasetvapati, lord of the material modes, Gunas, and is beyond their influence. He is the sole authority to keep the jiva chineel to the will of samsara, of birth and death, to allocate his lifespan and to reward him with liberation. Thus it is easy to pick out from this verse the three aspects of Parasakti. Pradhana represents Mayasakti, Kritrajana represents Jivasakti, and Kaistrajanapati means Sitsakti. Unmanifest and manifest potency relating to Brahman status and Supreme Personality status respectively of the Paramattva, is a mental concoction of the Mayavadi philosophers. Factually the Supreme Lord, Paramattva, is at all times omnipotent, Sarvasaktiman, the Supreme Energetic. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the majestic embodiment and controller of his divine potencies, and yet he is always the Supreme Anakrat, independent and self-willed, forced to activate his potencies as he wishes. Br. If the Lord is always the proprietor of his potencies, then he must be working by their directions. Then how can he be called independent and self-willed? Rb. This statement is cited from the Vedanta Sakti Saktimaturabhita. The Sruti scriptures explain the meaning of this text that the Saktiman Purnsa, the Supreme Energetic Personality, is non-different from his Sakti, energy, potency. Activities indicate Sakti, and the desire, Ikha, to perform activities is evidence of Saktiman. For example, creation, maintenance etc. of the material cosmos is the activity of Mayasakti, that of the Jivas is Jivasakti, and the spiritual world is of the Sitsakti, Jivasakti and Mayasakti to perform their individual activities. He remains aloof, disentangled, and unaffected from it all. Br. If the Lord's actions are according to his own fauces, then how can he remain unaffected and unchangeable? Self-will supposes changeability. Rb. The word nirvikara, unchangeable, in relation to the Supreme means no material changes of transformation. Maya, or the material energy, is but a shadow of the Lord's Svarapasakti, or internal spiritual potrancy. Activities carried out by Mayasakti are real, but relative, and not eternal. Transformations of Mayasakti are also not eternal, therefore in the Supreme Absolute Truth, Paramattva, they do not exist. The transformations, vikara, of Ikha, desire, and vilasa, pastimes, inherent in the Paramattva are spiritual vasigatedness, cid vayasitraya, or transcendental manifestations of divine love. There is not the slightest trace of imperfection in them. All these spiritual concepts are perfectly adjusted in the non-differentiated, absolute Godhead. Out of his own prerogative, the Supreme Lord created this universe through the agency of his Mayasakti, and still his original spiritual potency or identity, Kitsvatapa, remains undivided and intact. Spiritual variety, cit vayasitraya, has no connection with Maya. Those whose intellects are colored by Maya, illusory energy, misinterpret descriptions of spiritual variety, cit vayaktraya, as material is tie narrations. Much like the jaundiced eyes which sees the world yellows, or the eyes diseased by cataract views the bright sun as being covered by clouds. The purport of this is that Mayasakti is a nerve shadow representations of Sitsakti. Therefore the variegatedness displayed in spiritual activities are perversely reflected in material diversities. On the superficial, external level both these appear to be the same, but at the core they are diametrically opposite. Just as a human figure is near accurately reflected on the mirror at first glance, but on closer inspection the hymns are on the wrong side, and so on. Similarly the variegatedness displayed in the spiritual world appear on first glance to be the same as its material counterpart, but on subtle scrutiny the irreversible divide is distinctly discernible. Maya Vayasitraya is the warped and corrupted reflection of cit Vayasitraya. Therefore descriptions of both these Vayasitraya, variegatedness, may be the same, but in substance they are of two conflicting natures. The Supreme Lord who acts on his own fancies is free from the material transformations, Mayavikara, and he being the controller of Mayasakti steers her to perform his works. Br. To which category of Krishna's Sakti does Srimati Radhika belong? Rb. Lord Krishna is the supreme energetic per excellence, Purna Saktiman, and Srimati Radhika is his supreme energy par excellence, Purna Sakti. Srimati Radhika is also described as the absolute embodiment of the Lord's original divine energy, Purna Svanrupa Sakti, identical with him. For example, musk is misperable from its aroma, fire from its heat. Similarly, in the matter of relishing the transcendental pastimes of Srimati Radhika and Lord Krishna, they are eternally distinct personalities, but simultaneously they are non-different. Three active potencies Cit Sakti, Jiva Sakti, and Maya Sakti emanate from Svarupa Sakti, original divine energy identical with Krishna. The other appellative of Cit Sakti is Antarnaga Sakti, internal spiritual potency, and another term for Jiva Sakti is Tathastha Sakti, marginal energy. The synonym for Maya Sakti is Bhairana Sakti, external energy. Although Svarupa Sakti is one, she executes activities through her three extensions. All the permanent characteristic symptoms inherent in Svarupa Sakti are fully manifest in Cit Sakti, minutely present in Jiva Sakti and pervertedly reflected in Maya Sakti. Svarupa Sakti possesses three further intrinsic qualities: Halajavi, pleasure-giving potency; Saudhinai, sustaining potency; and Samvit, perceiving potency. They have been described in the fourth verse of the Dasamula Siksa Essay Ladanyaya Pranaya Vikraturya Latinarata Tathas Samvakukti Prakatitaraho Bhavarazadata Yasris and Hinya Kritavizadata Damanake Rasam Hadhonanyo Vrajarazavai Vijay 8. Fourth Dasamula, Svarupa Sakti possesses three properties: Hladani, Samut, and Sandhinai Latinus. Transformation into transcendental loving exchanges keeps Krishna captivated. The sublime Anarmouse desires flowing out of Samvit Sakti fans Krishna's erotic humor. The Sandhinai Sakti has manifest the spiritual realm of Vrindavanadama, brilliant and pure. There the self-willed supreme lover of Braja, Krishna remains immersed in the eternal nectar of divine loving humor. The purport of this verse is extremely esoteric in nature. These three properties, Hladani, Samvit, Saudhinai, are dynamically displayed everywhere. Hladani is personified in Srimati Radhika. She provides Krishna with complete, absolute spiritual bliss. She is the most beloved of Krishna, and epitomizes Mahabhava, the highest ecstatic moods that is able to tally reciprocate Krishna's loving advances and also invoke in him heights of erotic feelings, which keeps Krishna spellbound. Even then she expands herself, Kayavayahasvarupa, as the Astasakais, 8 Saki or female companions, each representing one of the 8 bhavas or loving spiritual emotions. The 4 Sevabhava or the divine serving mood are represented by 4 categories of Sakais, female Companias, Priyasaka, Narmasaka, Pranasaka, and Paramapristha. All of them are also her expansions. All these Sakais are eternally perfected female companions who are permanent residents of Braja in the spiritual world. Samvit Sakti, of Svampa Sakti, arranges for the different relationships among the residents of Braja. Sandhinai Sakti manifests the elements, earth, water etc., the villages, forests, the Govardhan hill and other such arenas for transcendental pastimes. Saudhima also provides the various spiritual physical forms of Lord Krishna Srimati Radhika and her Sakais, the cows, Krishna's friends and all other paraphernalias for the pastimes. Hladani, transformed into a modus plays, keeps Krishna engrossed in sublime ecstasy. Samvit's manifestations of the myriads of mystical moods and relationships supplies Krishna constant amusement leading to hectic participation. Krishna playing his flute to attract the gopis, damsels, taking the cows to graze, performing Rasalila dance and so on, are examples of activities arranged by Samvit. Sandhimi sustains and maintains the spiritual abode of Braja where Krishna remains immersed in exchanging spiritual humors, rasas. Braja is the most esatavas of Krishna's damas for patimes. Dear Master, you say that Saudhinai, Samvit, and Kladini are the 3 properties of Svarupa Sakti. Svarupa Sakti's properties are slightly present in Jiva Sakti and pervertedly reflected in Maya Sakti. Lam very eager to learn how the 3 properties are creatively animated in the 2 Saktis. RB, just as a diminutive portion of Svarupa Sakti is present in Jiva, similarly her 3 properties are also present in him eternally in Modicum. Hladani is present in the Jiva as perfect Brahmananda, or the bliss of Brahman, transcendence, ready to be realized at any time. Samvit is manifest to Jiva as Brahma-Jnana, knowledge of undifferentiated absolute truth, and Saudhinai as the minute spark of the Supreme Consciousness, Anuketaya. This topic comes directly under the subject of Jivatattva, where it is more comprehensively dealt with, which we will later convert. Anyhow, these same properties when projected onto the material plans, Mayasakti, computes differently. Hladani is exhibited as gross mundane pleasures, Samvit as materialistic knowledge, and Saudhinai as the 14 planetary systems, material location, and man's physical forms. Br. How can Sakti be called inconceivable, Asantya, if every activity she performs clients air-splitting analysis before comprehension, involving the intellect? Rb. The individual points in this subject can be separately contemplated upon, but as a whole, with its esoteric relationships and subtle juxtapositions, it is all quite inconceivable to the human intellect. In this material plane, conflicting and contradictory natures cannot coexist in one place or person, become contrasting natures destroy each other. Lord Krishna's Sakti is so inconceivable that contrary emotions and natures in the spiritual world eternally exist harmoniously in Pristav Splendid. Lord Krishna is simultaneously personal with a beautiful form and impersonal with an awe-inspiring presence. He is both all-pervasive and embodied, inactive and dynamically creative, unborn and born of parents, Devaki and Vasudeva/Yasoda and Nanda, Supreme Godhead worshipped by all and a simple cowherd boy, omniscient and accepts an incarnation manifesting human emotions, with form and qualities but formless and unqualified, beyond sense perception and the personification of spiritual humor, unlimited and limited, in enacting his pastimes as incarnations, unattainable and for away yet very near, in the heart of everyone, immutable, apathetic yet shows consternation at the gopis and so on. There are innumerable examples of how conflicting emotions sustain as well as accelerate transcendental pastimes of the Lord, whether they are in regards to the Lord's personality, his Dhamma, or his associates and paraphernalia. This is what makes his Sakti inconceivable. Br. Do the Vedas subscribe to this view? Rb. Their ample support of this truth in the Vedas, Svitesvatara up, Apanipado Javano Grahita Pagiate Yakaksa Sa Sranot Yakarna, Svet. Up 379, Sa Veti Vedayam Naca Tasiasti Veditameuragrayam Purasam Mahantam. Although the Supreme Lord is without mortal hands and legs, he is always in motion and receives every offering, which is to say that he possesses transcendental body with limbs. He can see without eyes and hear without ears because his senses and organs are all spiritual. He is the sole witness to every happening and the knower of all that is to be known, but no one knows him or can gauge him as he is. The limited intellect of man cannot comprehend that he possesses a perfectly spiritual body with supramundum senses and so on. The knowers of the absolute truth, Brahma-Jnani, glorify him as magnanimous and the fountainhead of all causes. Isopanicid, tad ijati tanajati tad dur tad vantik tad antarasiya sarvajya tad u sarvajyasida bahayata, Isa 5, the Supreme Lord walks and does not walk. He is far away, but he is very near as well. He is within everything, and again he is outside of everything. Saparayagak shukram akam avranamas navaram sudam apapaviditam kavermanisi parabhasve amhuryathadathyaturdhan vyadat hac shasvatibyasamabhya. Such a person, true knower of things, must know in fact the reals of all, who is unembodied, omniscient, beyond reproach, without veins, pure and uncontaminate, the self-sufficient philosopher who is awarding everyone's desire since time immemorial. Br. Is it mentioned anywhere in the Vedas that the absolutely independent Supreme Lord spontaneously decides to descend to this earth as an incarnation? Rb. Yes, there are numerous instances in the Vedas. In the Talavakar, Kena Upanishad, the section where it records a discussion between Uma and Mahendra, it describes how Indra and the demigods become extremely arrogant after defeating the demons. They were even beloving proudly with each other. Unannounced and quite suddenly the Supreme Lord descended in wondrous glory and asked the demigods the reason for their being so proud. The Lord then gave them a blade of grass and asked them to destroy it by their own powers. But to their complete amazement, Agni, god of fire, could not burn it, Vayu, god of wind, failed to blow it away. None of the demigods succeeded in their given task. Immediately they recognized the overawing plan of the Supreme Lord and they were dazzled by the Lord's exquisite beauty. The Samskita verses, Tasmai Trinam Nidad Habitate Hidi Tadupapriya. Sarvahavanatana Se Saka Dagdum. Satta Eva Vivavrat, Nadade Sakam Vijanatam Yadedat Yaks Amit. Kina up 3/6, the Yaksa, Supreme Lord, placed a blade of grass before the god of fire, Agni, and asked him, show me how you can burn this. Agni tried all possible means within his power but failed to burn it. He was ashamed and went back to the other demigods and said, I could not make out who this great personality is. The purport of this esoteric incident is that the Supreme Lord, who is described everywhere are captivatingly beautiful, descends at will and on the spur of the moment to participate in pastimes with his jiva. Br. I have heard that the Supreme Lord is the endless hours of rasas, or divine humors. Where is it mentioned in the Vedas? RB. This unequivocal statement is cited from the Taittiriya Upanishad, Yadvatatsakratam raso visarasam hivayam labdhanandi bha vadiko hivanyat kapernyat yadasa akasa anando nasyat esa hivanandayat, Tate up Vayu. 2/7, the one who has been described, in the previous verse, as the paragon of piety and merits is in truth Parama Brahma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the embodiment of Rasa, Rasasvaripa. Only when Jiva is able to attain him, Rasasvaripa, can he be truly happy. If Parama Brahma would not be the unlimited repository of divine bliss, then who could possibly sustain the universe? Meaning, who other than the Supreme Lord? Br. But if he is really the Rasasvatapa, then why the grass materialists cannot see him? RB. The conditioned souls Gmayabhadajiva, are found in two states: extroverted, parak, towards matter, and introverted, pratyak, towards self and God. In the parak state, Jiva denies God, Krishna, and turns his back to him. Naturally he is deprived of beholding the Lord's sublime splendor. Since his consciousness is extroverted, projected towards the material phenomenon, he sees and thinks only matter. Situated in pratyak, Jiva is averse to maya, materialistic activities, and is attracted to Krishna, hence he is eligible to perceive Krishna as the embodiment of all the spiritual humors, Rasasvaripa. The Kathopanishad states the following, Paran si kani vyadranatsvayam hustasmat paran pajyati nantarat man kasidhira pratyagat manamak sadhavartakoksuramratat Katho up. 2/1/1, Svayamhu. Brahma has designed the jiva senses in such a way that they are naturally driven outwards on matter, and hence the jiva's kanchanoras is projected externally. This extrovest inclination desists him from seeing the Paramatma, Supersoul, Supreme Lord within him. A meager handful of only Dhira's introspective sages, who out of an intense desire to obtain immortal nectar in the form of pure devotion to Radha and Krishna, withdraw their senses from the external sense objects and projecting them inward sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead who resides within. Br. Kindly detonate in detail about the embodiment of spiritual humus, Rasasvaripa, as described in the Vedas in the words Rasa Visa. RB. We come across this vase in the Gopaladapani, Gopav Sam Satpandarakana Yanam Meghabham Vedayodam Baram Dvyadhujam Monamadrat Hyam Vanamalanamisvaram, GOP Purva 13/1, behold that even youthful boy, Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna attired as a cowherd boy, with eyes like lotus petals, his completion that of fresh monsoon clouds, his aura shines more dazzlingly than the lightning, and he wears a brilliant, golden yellow dhoti dress. His two-handed form is exquisite, he is omniscient, and a garland of wild flowers adorns his chest. Anyone who meditates on this wonderful form of the Lord is immediately released from the shackles of samsara, or repeated birth and death. Br. Al last have grasped the truth that Lord Krishna alone is the absolute embodiment of all-round perfection, eternally situated in the spiritual realm, the omnipotent supreme shelter of all living entities, the personification and repository of every transcendental humor and relationship. He is unattainable to the Brahmajnanis, those who meditate on the Lord's impersonal aspect, and only partially revealed as the Paramatma, or Super-Soul, to the mystic yogis pursuing the path of eightfold mystic perfection, Astanga Yoga. Impersonal Brahman is his bodily effulgence. He is the highest worshipable deity, eternal and absolutely spiritual supreme personality, but a facile approach to obtain his is not available to me, as because he is transcendental to intellectual interrogation. What means can a man employ besides his intellect to research anything, be he highborn Brahmana or a low-class Kandala? Feel that it is an extremely encumbering proposition to attract his mercy. RB, once again Kathopanishad supplies us the relevant passage, Tamatmastham yenopasiantide hirastesam santa sasvatintari sam, Katho 2/213, those learned persons who perceive the Supreme Lord, Paramatma, residing in the heart can attain lasting happiness, not others. Br. Yes, one obtains permanent peace and joy seeing the Supreme Lord within the heart. The question is how to see him. That remains a mystery. RB, the ninth Upanishad states, Nayamatma pravakanan alabhya, na medhaya, na bahunas rutena yamvesa vernutina labhyastasyaza atma vivernutinam svam, Katho 1/223, the knowledge of the Supreme Absolute Truth, Super-Soul, cannot be acquired through endless debates, sharp intellect or erudition. When Jiva soul turns to the Supreme Lord in a serving mood and begs for his mercy, the Lord within reciprocates and reveals himself to him. And the Srimad Bhagavatam declares, Athapte deva padam bhujadvaya prasadalisan ugrita eva hijanati tatvam bhagavan mahimno na kanya eko pisaramba sinvan, SB October 14, 28, O Lord. Any person who is favored with even a minute particle of divine mercy, Kripaprasita, from your lotus feet is alone cligibly to know in truth your magnanimity in being the embodiment of eternality, absolute knowledge and bliss. Others may endeavor endless light interpreting the scriptures or with intellectual jugglery to seek you, but they will never succeed. Son, my beloved Lord is very merciful. Dear Krishna is the most precious soul of all the souls. He cannot be attained merely by scrutinizing the scriptures or by elaborate deliberations on the philosophy. Nor will a clairvoyant and incisive intellect or being a guru with large following grown him with success. But one who lovingly accepts Lord Krishna as his very own, to him the Lord showers his mercy and reveals his beatific form of transcendental majesty and eternality, absolute knowledge and bliss. This point will drive home when you ponder about the Abhidhyafatva, best means to achieve the goal. Br. Is there a mention in the Vedas about Krishnadhamma, or the eternal abode of Krishna? RB. There are many references to Krishnadhamma in the Vedas, and it has been described by different names such as Paravyoma, Samvyoma, Brahmagopalapuri, Gokula and so on. Tuki, for example, this quite from Svetasvatara Upanishad, Kako Kasar Paramavyoman Yasmin Deva Divavisvni Sethamyastanene Vedakam Riyakarajyatiya Idad Vijasta Ime Samasate, Svet. Up 4/8, the Supreme Being, Aksara as ascertained in the verses of the RG Veda resides in the spiritual sky known as Paravyoma. All the demigods are dependent of this Supreme Personality of Godhead. Jivas, who do not know him will gain nothing from studying the Vedas. Those who have realized him, Tiru devotional service, have been blessed with the greatest reward. In the Mundaka Upanishad we find, Devi Brahmapure Hi Savyamniatma Pradisthita, Mund. Up 2/2/7, that Supreme Personality, whose magnanimity and majesty is famed in the entire creation, eternally resides in the transcendental realm of Paravyoma. The Sruti Purasabadhini states, Gokulakai Mathur Amandald Barsvi Indravali Radhikasiya in Gokula, a part of the Mathura district in the spiritual sky, resides the Supreme Personality of Godhead with Srimati Radhika on one side and Kandravala on the other. And from Gopala Upanishad, Tazam Madhai Saksat Brahmagopalapuri Hai, the area of Brahmagopalapuri is a part of the transcendental abode of the Supreme Lord. Br. The Tantric Brahmanas consider Lord Siva Sakti as Adya Sakti, or the original energy. Why is it so? RB, Lord Shiva's potency is what is known as Maya Sakti, or the illusory potency. Maya processes the three material qualities, gunas, of sattva, raja, and tama. Those brahmanas who are endowed with the quality of sattva, goodness, worships Maya, the mistress of the guna with righteous sanctity. The rajasika brahmanas, with raja guna, worship Maya in the mood of passionate righteousness, and the tamasika brahmanas, with tamagura, worship Maya as the goddess of darkness, known as vidya, as a result of their ignorance. In truth, Maya is merely a transformation and a reflected image of the Supreme Lord Sakti. She is not a separate or independent Sakti. Maya is the cause of Jiva's imprisonment and freedom. When Jiva rejects Krishna, Maya ensnares him in material existence and punishes him. Jiva devotes himself to serving Krishna. Maya manifests her sattva guna, mode of goodness, and rewards him with knowledge about Krishna. Therefore Jivas under the influence of Maya's qualities, gunas, are unable to perceive the absolute embodiment of divine potency, Svarapasakti, and thus falsely attach the misnomer Adyasakti, original potency, to Maya. In the clutches of Manya, Jiva is capable of elevating his consciousness only by pious deeds, Sikriti. Without it he stagnates. Br. In the system of devotional service of the mood of Gokula, Durgadevi is listed as an eternal associate of the Lord, Parsada. Who is this Durgadevi? RB. She is known as Yogamaya, spiritual potency. She is the fountainhead of transformations of Prat and sees as such she is an expansion of Cit Sakti. Therefore when she is in the spiritual world she asserts her position as being non-difference from Svarapasakti. The mundane manifestation, Maya Sakti, is a perverted reflection and transformation of Yogamaya Durgadevi. Hence this Maya Devi, Mundav Durgadevi, is a maidservant of Yogamaya Durgadevi. Durgadevi, the spiritual potency, is the support and nourisher of Krishna's transcendental pastimes, Krishna Lila Posana Sakti. In this spiritual abode, the paramour mood, Parakyabhav, the gopis exhibit in order to fuel Krishna's desire for amorous dalliances is, in fact, composed by Yogamaya. The purport of the Srimad Bhagavatam verse describing the Rasalila pastime of Krishna is important to understand. Yogamaya Mupasrita SB October 29, 10, means Lord Krishna decided to enact the Rasalila pastimes under the supervision of his Yogamaya potency. Svarapasakti undertakes manui activities in the arena of transcendental pastimes, Cidvilasa, which are ostensibly performed unknowingly, but are factually not so. In order to, the rasa pastimes their seemingly unwitting actus are instigated by Yogamaya. The details of this topic will be covered when the subject of rasa comes up later. Br. Another question regarding the concept of Dhamma keeps creeping into my mind. Kindly set it to rest. Why do the Vaisnavas designate this Navadvipa as Sridhama? Sri Navadvipadhamma is spiritually on the same level as Vrindavanadhamma. Mayapur is the most sacred place of Alinda Dhamma. Gokula in Vraja is manifest in Sri Mayapur in Navadvipa. Sri Mayapura is the Mahayogapitha, the eternal abode of Sri Radha and Sri Krishna surrounded by their eternal and intimate associates, in the Navadvipadam. The Srimad Bhagavatam narrates that in Kalayug the Supreme Lord's full incarnation makes a covered or inco good night appearance, Kanakala, etc. SB July 9, 38. Similarly, the same principle is applied to Navadvipa Dhamma. In Kali Yanga it is the covered Dhamma. No pilgrimage, Tirtha, is superior to Mayapura is Kali Yuga. Anyone who understands the transcendental significance of Mayapura alone is eligible to reside in Vraja. However, in spite of the spiritual position and importance of Vraja and Navadvipa, to the extrovert, gross materialist they are inert and ordinary. Those who are extremely fortunate acquire transcendental vision and only they can see the Dhamma in all its spiritual splendour. Br. Dear Master, I am eager to learn about the spiritual significance and identity of Navadvipadhana. RB. Goloka, Vrandavana, and Svetadvipa constitute the inner sanctorum of Paravio men, the spiritual sky. Goloka Venu's Krishna-Svaya Lila, conjugal pastimes with Srimati Radhika as husband and wife. Vrindavana is where Krishna enacts his Parakiya Lila, conjugal pastimes which Srimati Radhika as a paramour. Svetadvipa stages the remaining pastimes of Krishna. Spiritually the three abodes are at par with each other, and so Navadipa, which is a direct manifestation of Svetadvipa, is still equal in every respect to Vandavana. The residents of Navadvipa are immensely fortunate, they are Lord Chaitanya's associates. As a result of uncountable pious deeds a person is promoted to reside in Navadvipa. Certain spiritual humors and emotions, rasa, were unexpressed in Vrindavana and they found expression in Navadvipa. Only when a person has understanding of that rasa will he be able to perceive it. Br. How much area does Navadvipa Dhamma cover? Rb. Navadvipa Dhamma is spread over 32 square miles. It is in the form of an 8-petaled lotus flower. The 8 petals are each an island, Dvipa, and in the middle the seedbed. Simantadvipa, Godramadvipa, Madhyadvipa, Koladvipa, Rudadvipa, Janhudvipa, Modadrumadvipa, and Rudradvipa are the 8 islands which represent the 8 petals of the lotus. Antardvipa is in the middle, the seedbed, and Mayapura is at the center of Antardvipa. Navadvipa Dhamma and especially Mayapura is so spiritually potent that anyone executing devotional service, sadhana, here will very soon be crowned with the highest success of attaining love of Godhead, Prema. The house of Jagannath Misra is the nucleus of Mayapura. It is the Yogapitha and the eternal supramundana pastimes of Lord Gauranga are seen enacted here by the most fortunate souls. Br. Our Lord Gauranga's Lila the work of Svarupa Sakti. Rb. The Sakti that activates Krishna Lila is same in Gauranga Lila. There is absolutely no difference between Lord Krishna and Lor 40 Gauranga. Srila Svarupa Damodara Goswami has written in his personal diary which quoted in the Caitanya Karita Mrta, Radhakrishna Pranaya Vikratir Hladanai Saktiras Mad Enite Manner Api Bhavai Pura Diabhedam Gatan Tau Kaitanyakyam Prakatam Adhuna Tadvayam Kakyam Aptam Radhabhavadayoti Surilatam Nami Krishna Svrupam, CCADI 1/5. The loving affairs of Sri Radha and Krishna are transcendental manifestations of the Lord's internal pleasure-giving potency. Although Radha and Krishna are one in their identity, they separated themselves eternally. Now these two transcendental identities have again united in the form of Sri Krishna Chaitanya. I bow down to him, who has manifested himself with the sentiment and compulsion of Srimati Radharani although he is Krishna himself. Lord Krishna and Lord Chaitanya are eternally manifest and present. It is impossible to conclude who comes first and who later. The statement that Lord Chaitanya separate to became Radha and Krishna, and is now again united to become one as Lord Gauranga, means that both their appearances are eternal and always present, not that one is before the other. All the activities of the Supreme Absolute Truth are supramundana and eternal. Any person considering any one of these pastimes as irrelevant is indeed a heartless cretin. Br. Lord Gauranga is directly the Supreme Personality of Godhead. What is the method to worship him? Rb. To worship Lord Gauranga with Gaura mantra accrues the same result as worshipping Lord Krishna with Krishna mantra. At the same time worshipping Gauranga with Krishna mantra and vice versa are also identical. Only an ignoramus illiterate and a disciple of Kalyanga would try to find differences in this. Br. How can a person find the bona fide mantra of the Lord's covered incarnation, Prasthana Avatara? Rb. Those Pancaratra and Agama scriptures which have plainly spoken about the proclaimed incarnations of the Lord have also mentioned the covered incarnations, but in a concealed manner. Those with pure faith and uncomplicated mind can fathom the imports of their words. Br. Does Lord Gauranga have a consort, and what is the method of their worship? Rb. Lord Gauranga is worshipped in two ways, each time separately with one of his two different consorts. In the sadhana bhakti stage of Arcana Marga, deity worship of Gauranga and Vishnupriya is on the level of awe and reverence, while in the spontaneous stage of bhajana Lord Gauranga and Gadadhara Prabhu are worshipped in Ragamarga. Br. To which category of Lord Gauranga's Sakti does Vishnupriya Devi belong? Rb. In general the devotees designate her as Bhakti. But factually according to theological principles she is on one hand the essence of Ladavi Sakti, pleasure-giving potency, on the other. She is the full manifestation of Samvit Sakti, perceiving potency. This means that she is embodiment of the potency of pure devotional service, Bhakti Svarupini, who advent to assist Lord Gauranga in propagating the holy name. Just as each of the 9 islands of Navadvipa represent one of the 9 types of devotional service, Navavidha Bhakti, Visnupriyadavi embodies this Navavidha Bhakti, and is the mistress of the process of pure devotional service. Br. Master, then Visnupriyadavi may be addressed as Svarupa Sakti? RB. Yes, most certainly. She is the essence of Ladani Sakti combined with Samvit Sakti. Is that no sufficient Sakti to make her Svarupa Sakti? Br. Master, am keen to learn the process of deity worship and in particular of Lord Gauranga's worship. But first I like to clear up a philosophical point. You explained earlier that Eat Sakti, Jiva Sakti, and Maya Sakti are emanations of Svarupa Sakti. Again, you said that Hladani, Samvit, and Sandhini are the 3 properties or propensities of Svarupa Sakti. All activities of these 3 propensities, Hladani, Samvit, Sandhini, that act upon the 3 emanations, Cit, Jiva, and Maya, are in fact activities of the Sakti. The spiritual world, spiritual body, spiritual relationships, spiritual pastimes, and so on are manifestations of Sakti. But Krishna being the source of energy, the energetic, Saktiman, how can H be identified? RB, yes my son, that is certainly a Leviathan problem. It seems you plan to end the misery of this old man with your sharp arrows of tricky rhetorics. This simple question has an equally easy answer, but to find the suitable candidate to comprehend it is difficult. Listen attentively while I answer your query. Lord Krishna's name, form, qualities, and pastimes conveniently evinces the power of Sakti at play, but independent prerogative and free will are not her privilege. These are the exclusive franchises available to the Supreme Lord alone. Lord Krishna is self-willed and an antocrat. He is the master and shelter to Sakti. Sakti, the female moiety of the Lord, is meant to be enjoyed and exploited by him, the supreme enjoyer, Krishna. Sakti is dependent and subservient, while Krishna is independent and her master. Sakti completely envelopes and surrounds the Supreme Lord, and yet the Lord's presence is constantly dynamic and perceived by all. In every such situation Krishna asserts himself as the Supreme Personality, Lord of Sakti. Jiva is able to perceive the Supreme and Independent Lord only if he is in the shelter of Sakti, complying to her wishes. Therefore the conditioned soul cannot penetrate the covering of Sakti and directly meet the Supreme Lord. But when the surrendered devotee renders loving devotional service, then he ingresses beyond Sakti's covering and sees the Lord face to face. Bhakti, or devotional service, is purely saturated with Sakti and hence is engendered a female. She is devoted to Krishna's Svarupa Sakti. She provides indications to Krishna's Supreme Lordship as the sole malefactor and enjoyer, and she experiences his visite dalliances and dynamism. Br. An unidentified and alien principle which can exist beyond the parameters of Sakti is only possible for what the Upanishads term as Brahman. RB. The Brahman of the Upanishad is minus a will, desireless, whereas Krishna, the Supreme Person who transcends the Upanishad tenets, is self-willed and dynamic. The 2 principles are very distinct from each other. Brahman is impersonal, without form, and Krishna, though separate from his energies, is nevertheless personal, with a transcendental form. Because he possesses an divine personality, the prerogative to enjoy and exploit his energies and autocratic liberty. In truth, Krishna and his Sakti are simultaneously different and non-different from him. Krishna's Sakti, which reveals Krishna, is also directly Krishna, himself. Yet Krishna's Ladani Sakti, Srimati Radha, asserts herself as Krishna wife, a separate identity. Lord Krishna is the worshipable Lord to be served by all, and Srimati Radhika, the supreme most Sakti, is his maidservant. The different self-identities are the distinctions in their principles. Br. If Krishna's tree will and position as a male enjoyer confirms his virile malehood, Then what is Srimati Radhika's will? RB. Srimati Radhika's will is always subordinate to Krishna's desire. She has no separate will or aspiration of her own. Krishna alone is the master of his will, the desire to serve Krishna is obedient to his will, and this is Radhika's desire. Srimati Radhika is full-fledged embodiment of Sakti, she is the original and primeval Sakti, Adya Sakti. Krishna is the enjoyer, Lord, and fountainhead of the Sakti, Adya Sakti. Raghunath Dasa Babaji tells silent and because contemplative Brajanatha felt elated beyond words. He quickly stood up, offered his prostrated obeisances and left to return to his residence in Bilvapaskarani village. A gradual but definite transformation took roots into Brajanatha's consciousness. The grandmother especially took note of it. So she got busy to find him a life partner. Brajanatha was least concerned about all these mundane happenings. Day and night he pondered deeply into the teachings of Babaji Maharaja. When he was able to properly assimilate the dictums and philosophy, he would immediately return to Babaji Maharaja in Srivasa and Jaiva for a further dose of esoteric essence and jubilantly hear every word. End chapter 14. Chapter 15 Dissertation on the principle of Jiva as Pramaya. Today Brajanatha came earlier than usual to Srivasa Angana. The resident Babajis and devotees of Gadrama also decided to come to Srivasa Angana to participate in the Evering worship, Sandhya Arati, in the temple, and so they had arrived with the setting sun. Sri Premadasa Pramhamsa Babaji, Vaisnavadasa, Advaitadasa, and so on were sealed in the temple hall. Brajanatha was keenly observing the visiting Vaisnavas from Gadrama and thought to himself, they look so pure, will be greatly benefited by their association. The Gadrama Vaisnavas likewise noticed the humble figure of Brajanatha, his face lit up with devotional fervor, so they blessed him wholeheartedly. They then left Srivasa Angana and headed south towards Gadrama. Raghunath Dasa Babaji saw that tears speak down Brajanatha's checks unrestrained. The elderly Babaji has over the time developed a tender caring love for the young acolyte. He asked Brajanatha, "My son, why do you weep?" Brajanatha turned to his master and replied softly, "Master, your wonderful association and instructions have overwhelmed me. Material existence and family life seem vacuous and meaningless. I anxiously look forward to receive the shelter of Lord Gaurangi's lotus feet. My mind is feverish with one single question: who am I in truth and why have I take birth in this world?" RB, wonderful. Your question has sanctified my heart. When good fortune strikes a person, this is his first query. Where, now the 5th verse of the Dasamula Sissa, and try to grasp its purport, Sphilingardagnarivasaitanavo Jivanakaya Hari Suryajya Eva Parthagapatudad Bedavasayabase Maya Yajya Prakritipatiravezvara Ihasa Jaivo Muddo Pi Prakritivasayagudi Svegunada, DN5, out of the flames fall innumerable little sparks, similarly from the rays of the transcendental sun. Lord Hari emanate millions of minute particles of light, the infinitesimal spirit soul, Jiva. Jiva is non-different from the Supreme Lord Hari, and yet simultaneously he is eternally distinct from the Lord. The eternal difference between the Supreme Lord and Jiva is that the Lord is always the master and controller of Maya Sakti, whereas Jiva, even in his liberated state, is by his very nature vulnerable to come under Maya's survey. Br. That is an extraordinary philosophical conclusion. I am eager to learn the scriptural, Vedic, evidences supporting this view. For me, the Supreme Lord's verdict is sufficient, but if can bring a quote from, say the Upanishad, then the common man is bound to accept the truth of the Lord's words. RB, there are numerous supporting slokas in the scriptures. I will quote a couple, so pay heed. In the Brihadaranyaka it is stated, Yadhana ke sudra visfulinga vyakarantij evami vasmadatmana sarvani buddhani vyakaranti, Br. February 2, 20, just as innumerable sparks cascade out of the flame, similarly from Krishna, the universal soul, Atma, emanates the jivas, who are his separated part and parcel. In another section of the same text we find, Tajya Vaa Tajya Purusa Siya Dve Evasthane Bhavata Idanksa Paralokas Hananka, Sandhyam Tritiyam Svapanasthanam Tasman Sandhysthain Ubhisthain Pajyatadanka Paralokasthananka, BR had 4/3/9, the jiva has access to two places, this material world and the much sought after spiritual realm. He is situated in a dream-like, Svapanasthanam, third state, on the margin of these two worlds. From that middle position he is able to see both the material and the spiritual worlds. The following statement from the Brihadaranyaka describes the symptoms of jiva's marginal position, Tatyatha Mahamatsya Ubhikalna Sankarati Pervankaparankavam Parasaya Tabubhavantavanozankarati Svapnatansya Dantanca, BR had April 3, 18. The symptoms of marginal existence is like a huge aquatic who is capable of living in both the eastern and western sides of the river at will. Similarly the jiva soul situated in the waters of the causal akan which lies between the material and spiritual worlds is able to reside in both the dream-like world of matter and the spiritual world of divine wakefulness. BR, what is Vedic understanding of marginal situation, Tatostha? RB, the meeting point or live of water and land is called Tata where the water touches land is land, then where is Tata or the margin Tata is merely the demarcation that separates water from land. Tata, is a very subtle state, it cannot be perceived through mundane vision. From this allegory take water as the spiritual world and earth as the material world, then the fine line that divides the two worlds is Tata. Exactly at this subtle demarcation is jiva is located. The countless atomic particles that float in the sun rays give an inkling of jiva's position. To one direction jiva sees the spirit universe and to the other he sees the phenomenal world created by Lord Brahma, the world Maya or illusion. The Supreme Lord's spiritual energies are unlimited and the Maya Sakti is enormous, and right between the two are the innumerable jivas. The jivas are a product of Krishna's Tatastha Sakti, marginal potency, and hence by nature jiva is marginal. BR, what is a marginal nature? Since jiva is located in the middle, with access to both direction, constitutionally he is susceptible to the controls of both energies. This condition is symptomatic of a marginal nature. The Tata, or margin when moved by the force of the water commandeers land to make it its riverbed, similarly the hardness of land solidifies the margin covering it to land. When jiva looks towards Krishna his faith in Krishna increases and has a stronger foothold in the spiritual realms. But if he contemplates Maya, the illusory energy then he turns his back to Krishna and becomes enmeshed in the net of Maya. This is the characteristic of the marginal nature. BR, is there any presence of Maya Sakti in jiva's constitutional structure? RB, no, jiva is a product of spiritual nature. But because he is infinitesimal in size he lacks sufficient spiritual strength which makes him vulnerable and so can be easily defeated by Maya. Maya is totally absent in jiva's constitution. BR, one of my teachers thanked me that a spiritual fragment from Bhiman became engulfed by Maya, and that is jiva. He gave the example of the sky is in fact the borderless ether, till it is captured ivayuna boundary. It is the same way with jiva, jiva is by nature Brahman, when he is covered over by Maya he becomes jiva. What is exactly meant by this? RB, this is simply the Mayavadi view. How can Maya even touch Brahman, who is fully transcendental? And if you opine that Brahman is a latent, unmanifest energy, still how can Maya come close to it? Where is the question of May being active when she is a latent, veiled emerging? Brahman can never become diluted by Maya's shroud of illusion. If you admit that Brahman is endowed with supreme, transcendental energy, then how can Maya, an insignificant energy compared to Brahman, defeat the superior, spirit energy and create jiva out of Brahman? Brahman is immeasurable. Then how can Brahman be fragmented and filled up in pots like some subtle matter, gas? It is fatally unacceptable that Maya can influence Brahman. Maya is absolutely uninvolved in jiva's creation process, in spite of jiva's many crude size he is of superior nature. BR, another of my professors once explained that jiva is a reflection of Brahman. Just as the sun is reflected on the water surface, Brahman reflected on Maya is seen as jiva. Does this make any sense to you? RB, this is also Mayaveda talks. Brahman is boundless and without boundaries, how can the boundless be reflected off anything mundane? It goes against the Vedic tenets to say the Brahman can be measured, this philosophy is amoral and aberrant. Br. Once an Idankrant sannyasi visiting Navadvipa said in public lecture that there is no nomenclature called Jiva. Jiva is a product of illusion, once this illusion is removed, there is only the undivided, non-differentiated Brahman, nothing else. What was his point? RB, this is another typically illogical Mayavedi argument. According to the Vedic dictum in the Chandogya Unisad, Ekam Advitayam, ch 6/2/1, in the very beginning, before creation, only that one eternal non-dual truth existed, was there anything besides Brahman? So if Brahman was the only one in existence, where did Vitrama, illusion come from? And secondly, who is under illusion? If the answer is that Brahman is in illusion, then you degrade Brahman from his transcendental position to something insignificant and shorn him of his supramundane characteristic. Or if you argue that illusion, Vitrama, is a separate entity, then it contradicts the concept of non-duality or monism. Br. I remember attending a debate in Navadvipa and a Brahmana Pandita tried to establish the argument that Jiva is the only reality in existence. Jiva creates everything in a dream state and he experiences happiness and distress. When the dream cases he becomes Brahman. Can you kindly explain this to me? RB, this reeks of Mayavedi thought. How can all this be accomplished and synthesized, from Brahman state to Jiva state in a dream? By proffering analogies like, Mayavadis will never succeed in establishing the concept of monism. Their arguments are shallow and attempt to mislead the Jivas. Br. So far have understood that Jiva's original identity is beyond Maya's circle of influence. But Maya is able to captivate Jiva due to the nature of his constitution. My question is, did Cit Sakti, or the Lord's internal spiritual potency create Jiva endowing him with an intrinsic marginal nature? RB, no. Cit Sakti is Krishna's full and absolute spiritual energy. Anything she creates is eternally perfect. Jiva is not an eternally perfected, Nitya Siddha, being, through sadhana, the process of practical devotional service, he becomes perfected, sadhana siddha, and experiences the Kame level of spiritual bliss as a Nitya Siddha. The four classes of Saktis of Srimati Radhika are her Nitya Siddha associates and are her Kayavinha expansions, while Radhika is Cit Sakti herself, Cit Sakti Svarupa. The Jivas are produced by Krishna's Jiva Sakti, or marginal potency. Cit Sakti is Krishna full and complete potency, Purna Sakti, whereas Jiva Sakti is Krishna incomplete and partial energy, Aparena Sakti. All full and absolute artitics are transformations of the Purna Sakti, and the infinitesimal spiritual having entities are the transformation of the Apurna Sakti. Lord Krishna expands himself taking up forms appropriate for presiding over the different manifestations of his Sakti. In the Cit Sakti manifestation Lord Krishna presides over in his original form as Krishna and as Narayans the Lord of Vaikuntha. When presiding over Jiva Sakti he expands as Lord Balaram, his Vilasamurti, expansion who assists Krishna is his pastimes. In Maya Sakti he accepts the triplicate Venu expansions of Karanodakasayi, Kasarodakasayi, and Garbhodakasayi. As Krishna, in Vraja, he brings into existence everything that is fully and wholly spiritual. As Balaram, he accepts the form of Anantasesa and generates the 8 varieties of servitors, the eternally liberated associates of the Supreme Lord Krishna, Nityaparsada, to execute the 8 types of devotional service to Krishna. While in Vaikuntha, Lord Balaram expands as Sankarsana, Sesa, to generate 8 Vasietis of Nityaparsadas of Lord Narayana to accomplish the 8 kinds of service to him. Lord Sankarsana further incarnates as Mahavishnu to preside over Maya Sakti, then accepts the form of Super Soul, Paramatma, and generates the conditioned Jivas, who are inclined towards Maya. As long as Teague conditioned souls do not receive the shelter of the Lord's internal spiritual potency, Hladani Sakti, By his mercy alone, they are always proved to be subjugated by Maya. In Maya's captivity they are obedient to the dictates of the three modes of material nature, Triguna. Hence the conclusion is that Jiva Sakti gives birth Jiva, Cit Sakti does not produce the Jivas. Br. I heard you say earlier that the spiritual world as well as the Jivas are eternal. How is it possible for eternal entities to have birth, appearance, or creation? If at a certain time they appear because they were non-existent before it, how does that confer eternality upon them? Rb. Time and space as you experience in this material world is quite apart from time and space in the spiritual world. Material time is divided into three sections, past, present and future, but in the spiritual world time is an unfragmented continuum, it is perennially present there. All spiritual activities, and happenings in the transcendental realm are perceived in the present, Vardhamana, time. Whatever incident we describe is laced with, and rooted in mundane place and time factor. Therefore when we discuss spiritual subjects and say things like, Jiva became later entangled in Maya, the spiritual world was created, only Cit Sakti plays the protagonist in Jiva's creation and not Maya and so on, our words are influenced by material time concept. Such conditioning in our captive status is very natural and inevitable. All discussions on Jiva and transcendence cannot be divorced from mundane time concept and hence we must talk in terms of past, present, and future. When you are trying to understand the purport of this topic, keep in mind that a person who is solely searching the pure essence will perceive and apply the concept of eternal continuous present time factor. Dear young man, you must be extremely cautious on this subject. Reject the unavoidable mundaneness of it and simply assimilate the spiritual thought. Krishna's eternal servant Jiva, having forgotten his real identity, has become imprisoned by Maya. This sentence is often repeated by the Vaisnavas. But everyone knows that in spite of Jiva being an eternal entity is of two kinds, eternally conditioned, Nityabhata_, and eternally liberated, Nityamana. This sort of statement is made because the ordinary human intellect is in the grips of illusion and he cannot comprehend transcendental matters. Bihut the introspective sage perceives the spiritual truth in the quiet of his devotional meditation. All our speeches are mundane. The more we talk, the more is our speech being covered with contamination. But you will have to pick out from it the pure truth. There is no room for debate and argument as far as these topics are concerned. Because it is an exercise in futility to employ logic and rhetorics in spiritual subjects which are inconceivable concepts. Lam aware that you cannot immediately fathom the depths of this spiritual thought. As and when your devotional practice and spiritual attachment increases, your power to discriminate between matter and spirit will be sharpened. Your body and its present activities are mundane, but in reality you are not mundane, you are an infinitesimal, spiritual entity. When you learn more about yourself, you will realize how much superior and different the nature of your real self is from the phenomenal world. My telling you about your real self or you hearing and reading about it, will not bring you true gains. You must begin the process to chant the holy names of the Lord sincerely. Your spiritual identity will gradually become manifest. The perception of the spiritual world will begin to take discernible shape. Both mind and words are products of materialism. Unfiring efforts cannot make it possible for them to even approach transcendental topics. Hence the Vedas say, Yato Vako Nivartanti Aprapyamanasa Saha, Tai. 2/9, from whom, the mind and words after searching, returns unsuccessfully is Brahman. My advice to you on this is that you do not approach anyone regarding this philosophy. Try to get a feel for it, you must realize it on your own. I have so far given you pointers and hints. Br. You had said that Jiva is like the spark of a flame, the atomic particle of the rays of the spiritual sun. What exactly is Jiva's role according to these analogies? Rb. Krishna is the conflagration or the self-illuminating spiritual sun. Everything which is in the burning flame or the flaming sun globe are fully spiritual. The rays emanating out of its source are the subsercent expansions of Svarapasakti. The atomic particles comprising the rays are the living entities, Jiva. Svrupa Sakti has manifest the sun planet, and the activities that take place outside the globe are activities of the Jivasakti, the partial expansion of Svarupa Sakti. Therefore any activities pertaining to the Jivas is the action of Jivasakti alone. AC according to this Vedic statement, Parajya Saktir Vividhi Vasruyate, Svet 6/8, CIT Sakti is Parasakti, or the highest absolute potency. Outside of the spiritual realm and between the spiritual realm and the Maya cosmos, or the material creations, lies the field of Tata Sakti, where CIT Sakti manifests herself in her partial expansion as the sun rays, or the Jiva Sakti, and generates the eternal Jivas in the Tatastha field. A fire, the sun, the burning sparks are all material inert objects. Why are these being used as analogies in describing spiritual topics? I warned you earlier that using mundane words to explain transcendental topics produces the hazard of having to deal with unavoidable contaminations in concepts. One is forced to press into use mundane analogies of sun and spark and rays because of a lack other possibilities. In truth, Krishna is a million and more times superior to the sun, the same is with his abode and his bodily instra. But in spite of it, because of a close resemblance between them, one may use such comparisons and analogies. However, these examples help in conveying limited ideas and comparing specific qualities and not all the qualities in their entirely and in all their aspects. The suns and sun rays' beauty and their qualities of self-illumination and revelation of others act as good examples to show the absolute truth similar qualities. But the suns and sun rays' intrinsic qualities of bearing things and being of gross matter are not comparable to spiritual objects. When I compare milk with water, I'm trying to show the similarity of their liquid state, and only that similarity is to be accepted, not that milk and water are exactly the same in all respects. Hence analogies assist in lighting only the consanguinities of two things even having contrasting natures. On one side are the rays of the transcendental sun, and on the other the atomic particles that float in them. These particles are non-different from the rays, and yet, as you said, they are eternally different. How can this be possible? One of the characteristics of material nature is that objects produced from another object either remains attached with its source or separates completely from it. For example, the egg produced by the bird is totally separate from its source. Whereas the fingernails, hair etc. keep growing on the human body and remains attached to their sources as long as they are not cut and clipped. However, things are different in spiritual nature. All emanations from the spiritual sun Krishna are simultaneously one and different. The sun rays and the ray particles are inseparable and same. Similarly, Jiva Sakti, which is compared to the sun rays, and the innumerable Jivas, represented by the atomic ray particles, both of which are generated by Lord Krishna the transcendental sun, remain inseparably with him, just as the sun and its rays and particles of light are all undividedly one. And though they are one, at the same time, because the individual Jivas acquire and exercise their minute independence, they are eternally separate from Krishna. Hence the eternal truth is that Krishna and Jiva are simultaneously one and different. The Panditas offer another example to drive home this point. The example being mundane is naturally provincial. A piece of gold jewelry made from a large block of gold is, in regards to the source material, same as the block, but in comparing their amount and size, it is different from the block. In spite of the innate quasi of this example, one idea is unequivocally conveyed: the transcendental sun, Krishna, is non-different from his transcendental energy, both being spiritual entities, and he, Krishna, as the complete absolute divinity, source of all energies, is distinct in volume and status from his infinitesimal product. Therefore the analogy of Ghatakasa and Mahakasa, the pot and the sky, proffered by the Mayavadis and Monists in the spiritual context, is not a well-balanced and appropriate one. Spirit and matter differ in their status and natures, so how can any analogy comparing them be reasonable? In material nature there are gradations of status which the rhetoricians or logicians, Nayika, describe as eternal. Such status discrepancies do not exist between matter and spirit. Provisionally, we gave, discussed and established that spirit or transcendence is reality and matter is merely its reflection and transformation. The transformed object diversities itself in several ways from the reality, although many affinities between them remain. Eine sleet rain, half of it is hail or snow, the rest is cold rainwater. Hail or snow is transformed water, and acquires a dissimilar status from its source, but the snow and rainwater are consanguine on account of their coolness. In the case of hot water and cold water, they are both same in the quality of their liquid state but are opposed in the matter of temperature. Hence we can see that certain trails of the real object persists in its transformation. This material world is a reflection and transformation of the spiritual world. There are certain characteristics in material nature which are similar to those of the spiritual world. Taking help of these similarities, spiritual subjects are discussed and analogies given. Another method is called the Arundhati Darsananaya, principle of logic, which states that to see something recondite and subtle help of a large and easily noticeable object near it must be taken to point it out. By comparing the gross characteristics of matter with its opposite nature, we can surmise the esoteric truths in spiritual nature. Which means characteristics which are contrary to the material nature are close to the spiritual truths. Lord Krishna's pastimes are absolutely spiritual, it has no contamination of mundane characteristics. When these supramundane topics of Braja from the Srimad Bhagavatam are discussed in assemblies, individuals in the audience receive different results each according to their level of spiritual consciousness. The gross Mammonite thinks that these narrations are stories as the fiction novels about ordinary heroes and heroines. The Madhyamana intermediate devotee, applies the Arundhati Darsana principle and perceives the spiritual truth through mundane words and senses. He experiences sublime bliss because of his devotion, mood and approach on this subject. This first class, unalloyed devotee, Uttamadhikari, becomes saturated in the sublime pastimes and relishes the pure, transcendental rasas. What other means are there besides these principles of logik, Nyaya, to instruct the jivas about the absolute truth? A subject matter which is ineffable, which the faculty of the mind and emotions cannot penetrate, how can the conditional soul realize it and bask in its illuminating glory? I do not discern an alternative approach to this topic other than by the succor provided by analogies and Arundhati Darsananaya. The material nature is victimized either, only by different, this we have to accept. Br. Where is the disparity between the Supreme Lord and Jiva? Rb. First will emerge the eternal similarities between God and man and later their eternal distinctions. The Supreme Lord is the embodiment of knowledge, Jnana, symbol of omniscience, greatest counselor, self-manifest liest divinity, illuminating others, the knower of the fields of action, Kaistrajana, and self-willed. These self-same qualities are also present in the jivas but marginally. Whereas the Lord absolutely epitomizes these characteristics because he is the proprietor of absolute supreme potency, and jiv, due to his infinitesimal potency and diminutive size, possesses these same characteristics in many centidegree. Thus, although there exists a disparity in size and nature between the Lord and jiv, in respect of the qualities both possesses there is close affinity. The omniscient Supreme Lord is the controller and master of Svarupa Sakti or Sitsakti, Jiva Sakti, and Maya Sakti. Sakti, or all the potencies, are his maidservants ready to execute his bidding alone without individual prerogative. The Lord's qualities are present in the Jiva in atomic doses, but Jiva is still the slave of Sakti. In the teachings of Dasamula, the word Maya does not exclusively convey mundane energy, Maya, Jada Maya. It very definitely addresses the Lord's Svarupa Sakti, or the absolute internal potency Yogamaya. According to etymology, Mayatanaya iti Maya, that with which one can measure is Maya, the Lord's energy or Sakti which reveals Krishna in the spiritual world, to the jivas and in the material nature is known as Maya. Krishna is the Lord of Maya and Jiva is her captive slave. The Svetasvatara Upanishad comments, Yasman Maya Srajat Visvamitat, Tasmim Skanyo Mayaya Sunarada Mayantu Prakritim Vidyanmayantu Mahesvaram Tajyavayavabhuates to Vyaptam Sarvamadam Jagat, Svet.up 4/9-10, the ingredients with which the Supreme Godhead, Lord of Maya, creates this universe and into which Maya's captive Jiva enters is known as Prakriti, or Maya. The Supreme Lord, controller of Maya, pervades the entire creation in his universal form. According to his quote from the Veda, the word Maya refers to the Lord of Maya, Krishna. The word Prakriti means the complete, absolute energy, Sampurna Sakti. This preeminent superiority and absolute nature is the Supreme Lord's divine prerogative. Jivksa does not process these trails, not now in the conditioned state, and not even when he is liberated. The eternal distinction between Jiva and Bhagavan is stated in Brahma Sutra Jagat Vyaparvarjayam Prakaranadasanaya Tatvat, Br. So 4/417, translation, the work of creation, maintenance, and governance of the entire material and spiritual worlds is possible only by the Supreme Brahma, and no other individuals can do it. The liberated Jivas are able to conduct other works, but not his. Taittiriya Upanishads comment on this topi yuk is Yado Va Imani Bhutanijayant, meaning the one who is the primal source of all living entities, the sustainer, and at the time of total dissolution, pralaya, in whom everything enters, also refers to the Supreme Brahman. Even with stretching the meanings of words, the Jiva, liberated or otherwise, is not indicated anywhere in this verse. In entire Sruti and Smriti and Vedic scriptures, Supreme Lord Bhagavan alone has been accredited with controlling the universal affairs, never the Jiva. Hypothetically, if Jiva would be entrusted with such immense power of creation etc., the humanity would be faced with the onific predicament of polytheism. Hence it is to be clearly understood that even liberated souls are inadequate in matter of creation, maintenance, and annihilation of the karmic manifestation. This eternal discrepancy Jiva has with the Supreme Lord is always applicable to Jiva, he can never circumvent it. So you realize that Jiva is Krishna's eternal servitor is an important dictum, Mahavakya, or great saying, are not an imaginary story. Br. If the eternal difference is perfect and conclusively proved, then when and how does the principle of sameness become active? Ultimately we will here to accept the concept of nirvana, or merging with Brahman. RB, no my boy, that is emphatically not the case. Jiva is under all conditions non-different from the Supreme Lord. Br. But did you not say that they are inconceivably and simultaneously one and different? RB. On the basis of spiritual nature and qualities, cit Dharma, Jiva is non-different from Krishna, but on the ground of spiritual identity, Svarupa, they are eternally dissimilar, and although there is parity, the aspect of their eternal disparity is preeminent 5t and conspicuous. For example, any voluble object suddenly acquired is claimed to be simultaneously both by providential arrangement or by some unknown cause, not providential. In this case the reason of providential generosity is more acceptably. Another example from the material world is the sky. It is an inert matter and has a source, but in spite of a source the sky is self-evident and needs no further introduction. The Supreme Lord's eternal difference with the Jiva in spite of similarities with him is still the Lord's real identity. Br. So kindly tell me more about Jiva's eternal nature. RB. Jiva is an infinitesimal spiritual entity endowed with the merit of knowledge, Jnana, possesses the identity of T, is an enjoyer, is a counselor and an intelligent conscious being. Jiva is the proprietor of an eternal identity. Whch is extremely esoteric and subtle. The human body is made complete by the inclusion of its timlos, ears, nose etc. Similarly Jiva's spiritual body is embellished with perfect symmetrical features, and this is his eternal form. When Jiva becomes conditioned to false identities, upati, ensure it his eternal, spiritual form. The first shroud is made up of his subtle, mental frame, the second is his gross physical body. The upati of subtle body is indispensable to the Jiva which he acquires from the moment of Maya captivity and remains with him till he becomes libod, mutta. At the time of death Jiva changes his old gross body for another, but not his subtle body. The subtle body carries over with it all the desires of a lifetime when leaves one body and passes on and enters Jiva's new gross body after death. The details of Jiva's changing his body and situatu oriatic described in the Chandogya Upanishad and Brahma Sutra, it is known as Pankani Vidya, or 5 fiery substances, Itani, Vrstayagna, Bhojanagna, Rudohavanagri etc. The nature and proclivity of Jiva in his new life and body is decided by his desires and samskaras, purificatory vows, of his previous life. He acquires his class and caste according to these also. His works and actions in the present life are prompted by his varmas rahas, socio-religious order, and after death the same is repeated. Thus these are the 2 coverings of Jiva's eternal spiritual identity, the gross and subtle bodies. Br. What is the difference between Jiva's eternal form, Nityasarara, and subtle body, Lingasarara? Rb. The eternal form is fully spiritual, faultless, and Jiva's real identity, which is his true self or I. The subtle body is acquired by Jiva at the time of material contact. It consists of 3 corrupt transformation of spiritual energy - mind, intelligence and false ego, mana, buddhi ahamkara. Br. Are mana, buddhi, and ahamkara material substances? If yes, then how are they merited with knowledge and action? Janina Kriya, Rb. The Bhagavad Gita declares, Bhumir aponalo veokam mano buddhar eva ca ahamkare idavam me bina prakritira stata apariyam edas tv enyam prakritim vidimi param jiva buddham mahabeho yedam daryat jagat atad yonani buddhani sarvanati yupadharaya aham krishnasya jagata prabhava prat ayas tatha, BG 7/4-6, Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether these 8 comprise my separate material energies. Besides this inferior nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is a superior energy of mine, which are all living entities who are struggling with material nature and are sustaining the universe. Of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world, know for certain that am both its origin and dissolution. According to this quotation from the Gita-Upanishad, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Master of all energies, possesses 2 natures, Prakriti, superior spiritual, Para, and material, Apara. His Para Prakriti is the Jiva Sakti and his Apara Prakriti is the Jada Sakti or Maya Sakti. Jiva Sakti is the part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, hence he is known as Para, or superior. Maya Sakti is the external material energy and so she is called Apara or inferior. Jiva is distinct from Apara Sakti, Maya. The inferior Apara energy comprises of 8 gross elements - 5 gross elements phys the 3 subtle elements, mana, buddhi, ahankara, which in spite of being internal, they are nevertheless matter. And although they exhibit some form of knowledge, jnava, it is not transcendental but mundane. The impressions the mind, mana, receives of the material world is colored by material knowledge, visaya jnana. This coloring is rooted in materialism and is not a transcendental adjustment. That which analyzes the coloring, whether it is real or unreal, is the intelligence, buddhi, which is mundane. Ultimately, that which acquiesces the material knowledge is false ego, ahankara, which is also mundane, not supermundane. These 3 phenomena amalgamate to produce a mundane, second identity of Jiva. This false identity is called the subtle form, Lingasarara. The materially induced Jiva subtle and false identity of Lingasarara grows so strong that it veils his spiritual identity of his eternal form. The identity of Jiva's eternal form, Intyasvarapa, which is related to transcendental Son Krishna as his integral part and parcel, is eternal. When Jiva is liberated, Mutta, he regains his original, eternal identity. As long as the eternal identity remains under the wraps of Lingasarara, Jiva's identification with this material world will be more pronounced. Concomitantly his spiritual identity will be non-assertive. Since Jiva's subtle body is noumenal, his gross body covers it and executes actions. The gross body separately develops its false identity in the form of varnashrama status. Mind, intelligence, and false ego are indeed material, but because they interpret, though pervertedly, the proclivity of the real self, Atmavritti, they arrogate being sources of knowledge. Br. Respected Master, I have understood that Jiva's eternal form is spiritual and the spiritual limbs and features of are sublime and beautiful. In his conditioned state, his subtle material body veils this beautiful form and the gross material covering completely corrupts and perverts his original identity. Wonder if Shiva in his emancipated condition, Muddhavastha, is fully flawless. RB, the atomic part and parcel of God, Jiva's spiritual form is certainly faultless but incomplete, due to his extremely diminutive size and vulnerability. The only visible weakness in this faultless condition is that in a close encounter with Mayasakti, illusory potency, his spiritual form is capable of become eclipsed and concealed. This is how Samad Bhagavatam describes it. Yen Iravindixa vimitamanas tive I astabhavita visuddhabudayataruyakriyarina parampadam tata patanti adhonadridayus madangtiraya, SB October 2, 32, O Lotus-eyed one, those who think they are liberated in this life but do not render devotional service to you must be impure intelligence. Although they accept severe ostentise and penances and rise to the spiritual position, to impersonal Brahman realization they fall down again because they neglect to worship your lotus feet. Thus we see that however elevated a position a liberated sower may attain, his incomplete constitution stays permanently with him. This is the definition of Jivatadilva. Thus the Veda reiterate that Bhagavan is the Lord of Maya and Jiva is in all situations susceptible to Maya's subjugation. Chapter 16 Vrajanath returned home pondering over the 10-point instructions he heard on Jiva principle. Lying in bed at night he probed deeply, my queries regarding, who am I? Has been answered. I realize now that I am but a spark of ray emanating from the transcendental Krishna Sun. Although, am minute in stature yet am cognizant of my existence, possess knowledge of my true nature and realize that a drop of unlimited transcendental bliss is within my reach. I possess a spiritual identity. Infinitesimal as 1 am, my spiritual form closely resembles Krishna's spiritual form. My present misfortune stems from the fact that this spiritual form is not manifest. My good fortunes will ascend once sincerely endeavor to bring out my spiritual form. It is imperative understand why this pull of misfortune nags over me. Will clarify this point with my guru tomorrow. Sleep stealthily crept in at around 2 am and overpowered Vrajanath. In the wee hours of dawn Vrajanath dreamt he had given up material life and become a Vaisnava. After waking up, he reflected unhurriedly that perhaps the Lord will help him come out of his material entanglement. He went and sat down on a raised platform in the courtyard meant for religious festivals. Just then a group of young students came and touched his feet offering him due respect. They addressed him saying, "We have learned innumerable arguments on logic from you in the past. Our desire now is to be tutored on the famous book of logic Nyaya Kusumanjali." An unassuming Vrajanath replied, "I have packed all my books for good, just like the illustrious Nime Pandita. I have resolved to take up another path. You should approach another teacher." Same time as the students were making an exit, Sri Kaitarbuja Misra came up to Vrajanath's grandmother with a marriage proposal for Vrajanath. He explained to her, "Sri Vijayanath Bhattacharya hails from aristocracy and his daughter is beautiful. Their family standards meet your requirements. The girl's father has no demands for dowry if Vrajanath accepts the proposal right away." Having overheard this conversation, Vrajanath thought, what a dilemma. Here am seriously considering leaving family and home, and along comes a marriage proposal, and that, too, at a most unopportune moment. This become a contentious issue. Knowing his mother, grandmother, and the elder ladies of the family on one side and he alone on the other side defending his viewpoint. The entire day was wasted in arguments. Evening descended quietly. Rain clouds announced their presence with deep rumblings and lightnings cutting off their loud rantings. A heavy downpour followed soon, making it impossible for Vrajanath to go to Mayapur that day. Starting early next day, the differences on the marriage issue continued bespoiling Vrajanath's mood and appetite. Only after dark could Vrajanath get away from his house. He hurried to Babaji's little hut and fell flat on the ground offering obeisances to him. Revered Babaji said, "The rains must have kept you from coming last night. 1 a.m. very happ 7 why that you come now. Vrajanath burst out saying, Dear Master, I am suddenly faced with some serious problem which I would like to explain later. For now I request you to kindly clarify certain queries, for example Jiva idea of pure spiritual substance. Then why does he have to descend into this degraded materialism? A gentle smile appeared on Babaji's lips and he replied, by his constitution, Svarupa, Java is Krishna's surrendered servitor and he is meant to serve his eternally. The conditioned souls, the Jivas, who are alienated from their innate nature or Svarupa are wallowing in self-aggrandizement, they have rejected Krishna, hence are being penalized by Maya Sakti, the Lord's illusory energy, who binds them with chains in the form of the three material modes, namely ignorance, passion, and goodness, Tama, Raja, Sattva. Further she, Maya, enshrouds Jiva Svarupa with a gross and subtle body, and she imprisons him in the excruciating cycle of karmic reactions which at times heaves him to heaven or pushes him down to hell. In Golok Vrindavan, for the service of Lord Krishna, Lord Balaram, and in Vaikuntha, for the service of Lord Narayan, Lord Sankarsana manifest unlimited Nityaparsadas, or eternal associates, who belong to the Jiva category. These Nityaparsada are eternally engaged in serving their object of worship, the Supreme Godhead, imbued in rasa, or spiritual mellows. They are alewadi situated in their original spiritual identity, remain constantly engrossed in seeking means to satisfy their lordship, and they possess undiminishing enthusiasm and affection towards the Lord. They are always extremely potent, being impregnated with the Lord's Cit Sakti, or spiritual energy. They have no connection with Maya, or the illusory energy, they are in fact oblivious of Maya's very existence. This is because they are permanent residents of the spiritual world and Maya is just a faraway dream. They are fully absorbed in simply relishing the bliss of devotional service to their beloved Lord. Material joys and sorrows are totally alien to them, they are eternally liberated souls. Prema or spiritual love is their life and soul and they do not even know that lamentation, death, or fear actually exist. The infinitesimal jivas emanating from Lord Mahavishnu's glance, laying in the causal ocean, impregnating Maya Sakti are countless in number. As they are Maya's neighbors, these jivas witness Maya's varyagatness. The symptoms of the general jivas we earlier discussed are also present in these jivas, and because they are minuscule in stature and situated on the margin by constitution they look and towards both the material world and the spiritual sky. Their marginal conditio 9 and make them vulnerate because till present they have not been strengthened with spiritual potency, Siddbala, by the mercy of the Supreme Lord their worshipable object. Those amongst them who desire to enjoy material nature, Maya, become absorbed in matter and thus are eternally enthralled, Nityabhada, by her. While these who endeavor to serve the divine worshipable object, the Supreme Lord, on receiving his mercy are elevated to the spiritual world. Therefore, my son, we are in a most wretched state, having forgotten our devotion and service to Krishna we are held as Maya's captives, and thus forfeited of our original transcendental status we are miserable. Vrajanath, dear Master, Jiva is the marginal potency, of the Lord, and is situated on the margin. Why then are some Jiva engrossed in material existence while others are elevated to the spiritual sky? Babaji, Supreme Lord Krishna's transcendental qualities re-iso present in the Jiva, but in a very minute degree. Lord Krishna's quality of free will is therefore innate in the Jiva constitution and is microscopic in content. When Jiva makes proper use of their independence he remains in connection with Krishna, but if he misutilizes it, he disassociates himself from the Lord and becomes attracted to exploit and enjoy material nature. He develops the despicable quality of false pride, thinking, 1 am the enjoyer of all, I survey thus ignorance, illusion, great illusion, darkness, deep darkness, these 5 types of nescience cloud the Jiva's pure spiritual consciousness. The sole cause of Jiva becoming conditioned or liberated is whether he properly uses or misuses his minute independence. Vrajanath, Lord Krishna is unlimitedly merciful, yet why did he create the Jiva so weak? Because of his they become lured into subjugation by Maya. Babaji, what you say is true. Krishna is very munificent, but he is also extremely dynamic and always performing pastimes. With the view that Jiva can be an active partner to his various pastimes, the Supreme Lord has made Jiva versatile and capable of rising from his humble position of being marginal to the soaring heights of Mahabhava, or the highest spiritual consciousness, which is endless and transcendental. To make Jiva strongly determined and enthusiastically willing to ascend to this divine position, the Lord has arranged for very gross and almost insurmountable obstacles on his path of progress. These hindrances are in the form of his falsely identifying himself with his body and intimately associating with matter. Jivas who are moving down towards material entanglement are divorced from their spiritual identity, seeking only to satisfy their senses, and gradually they distance themselves from the Supreme Lord. They become more and more depraved, but the infinitely compassionate Lord, along with his transcendental abode and eternal associates, descends to earth and appears before them in person to offer them the opportunity to be elevated to the highest spiritual destination. Jivas who grab this opportunity to elevate themselves gradually raise to the transcendental realm and acquire the same position as an eternal associate of the Lord. Vrajanath, why must Jivas suffer to enable the Supreme Lord perform his pastimes? Babaji, for Jiva to possess and exercise his free will is indeed a special grace of God. Inert matter is without free will, hence is non-essential and vacuous. Jiva, on the other hand, being able to assert his free will, has attained the position of lordship over the material world. Suffering and pleasure are different conditions of the mind. What we term as suffering, a person who is attached to his condition will define it as pleasure. The final outcome of all material pleasure is pain. The materially engrossed Peron in the end accrues only misery. When his misery is exacerbated, he begins to desire for discrimination, leading to inquisitiveness and inquiry. With the attitude of submissive inquiry comes the need for saintly association, which blossoms into Sraddha, or faith. Faith installs him on the path to self-elevation. Therefore, suffering is ultimately a boon. Impure gold is purified by firing and repeated hammering. Similarly, when Jiva is contaminated by flagitious facies to enjoy his senses and thus turns away from Krishna, he needs to be purified by the fire and hammering of excruciating material experience. The sufferings of a gross materialist is in that sense auspicious and the result of the Lord's mercy. Therefore the untold misery Jiva is out to suffer by participating in Lord Krishna's pastimes is considered by far-sighted visionaries as good and beneficial, while the myopic materialists abhor it as deathly suffering. Vrajanath agreed that the conditioned Jiva's sufferings are ultimately beneficial, but presently it is very painful. Was it is not within the omnipotent Supreme Lord Krishna's means to change this tortuous path of material existence to a more facile one. Babaji, Lord Krishna's pastimes are endless and variegated, hence this also is another of his many unique activities. When the Supreme Autocrat willfully engages in a kaleidoscope of pastimes, then why should it be unusual for his to enact this particular pastime? To keep intact the principle of variegatedness in his pastimes, not a single pastime of any nature can be rejected. Whatever the pastime, the participants assisting the Lord will have to accept many hardships and pain. Lord Krishna is the per-usa, or supreme enjoyer and absolute master. All the upakarana, or participants and paraphernalia are fully under the control of the Purisa, and they are the working tools of the Supreme Creator. To surrender oneself to the sweet will of the Supreme Lord, it is only natural that he has to accept adversities. If in the end adversity turns to auspiciousness, then that misery is not misery, therefore why must you then call it so? Jiva's tribulations while trying to satisfy the Lord in his pastimes is by all accounts pleasurable. Yet the conditioned soul with his free will denies himself the exaltations one experiences by assisting in Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes, and instead tightly embraces Maya, who meets out acute harassment. If anyone is at fault for this dilemma, it is Jiva and definitely not Krishna. Vrajanath, if Jiva was not allocated his share of free will, then would anything have gone amiss? Lord Krishna is omniscient, hence he knew that Jiva will have to suffer if he is given freedom, in which case is Lord Krishna not held responsible for Jiva's misery. Babaji, free choice, or Svatantrata is indeed the rarest gem. There are many entities in the material world and none were given it, which implies that they are far lesser and negligible beings. If Jiva would not be endowed with free will, he would then be simply reduced to become at par with inert and insignificant matter. Jiva is a part and parcel of the absolute transcendence, Siddvastu, hence he possesses all the same qualities of the absolute whole but only in minute measure. Independence is the innate characteristic of Siddvashi, or spiritual substance, Krishna. It is impossible to separate a substance from tis natural characteristics. Therefore free will is certainly present in Jiva's nature but proportionate to his infinitesimal size. The presence of free will in Jiva's original constitution has elevated him to a much higher status than matter and has made him its lord and master. It has also favored him to become the Supreme Lord's dearmost servitor. But when the same Jiva misappropriates his free choice and becomes engrossed in material activities, the merciful Lord Krishna is stricken and mourns Jiva's ill fate. Crying, the Lord shadows Jiva's movement, planning out means to save him. Krishna knows that his nectarian and immortal pastime are not available to the Jiva, and so, out of full compassion for him, he manifests his inconceivable and wonderful pastimes in this material nature. Realizing that the Jiva, in his conditioned state, is unable to comprehend his transcendental activities, he, Krishna, descended to earth in Navadvipa, appearing as the most munificent incarnation. Acting as the divine spiritual master, the Lord initiated Jiva into the supremely efficacious method for his salvation. He explained the esoteric truth about the Supreme Lord's transcendental name, form, qualities, pastimes, and so on. Simultaneously he took the position of a pure devotee and taught the science of pure devotional service by his own exemplary conduct. My dear boy, can you possibly think of blaming such a magnanimous Lord? Lord Krishna's compassion is immeasurable, but the Jiva's condition is alarmingly precarious. Vrajanath, does it then mean that Maya Sakti, or the illusory potency embodies our ill fate and is our most vicious enemy? Is it only that when the omnipotent and omniscient Supreme Lord Krishna dissipated Maya that Jiva's torment is alleviated? Babaji, Maya is the shadow of the Supreme Lord's spiritual potencies, thus is a transformation of that purely transcendental energy. The Lord uses Maya as a tool to disinfect the contaminated Jiva and make him eligible. Maya is a maidservant of Krishna and she chastises and cures the errant conditioned souls who are turned away from Krishna. When Jiva, Viho is a fully spiritual entity, forgets his position as an eternal servant of Krishna, he unnecessarily commits a grievous blunder. It is due to this aberration that Jiva is sentenced to repeated punishment, carried out by Maya, who then looms before Jiva as a witch. The material world is like a prison for the errant Jiva. Just as the king builds prisons out of his kindness to protect his subjects from harm, similarly the munificent Lord Krishna has provided this material creation as reform house for the Jivas, and Maya takes the role of the Purisan superintendent. Vrajanath, if this material world is like the jail, then what can be termed as the fetters? Babaji, Maya is armed with three types of chains made of Sattvaguna, the mode of goodness, Rajaguna, Paswayan, and Tamaguna, ignorance. The condemned Jivas are bound with these chains. It is immaterial whether a Jiva is in the mode of goodness, passion, or ignorance, he is in fetters. Chains may be made of gold, silver, or iron, the metals differ but they are chains no less. Vrajanath, if we agree that Jiva is spiritual, then how can the chains of material energy, or Maya, hold him in bondage? Babaji, spiritual nature lies absolutely beyond material and natur's circle of influence. As soon as Jiva falsely arrogates he is the enjoyer of Maya, Jiva is enwrapped in a subtle material body, or lingasarara, made up of ahankara, or false ego. Maya then shackles Jiva's subtle body with her chains. Jivas who are covered by false ego of the mode of goodness are denizens of the higher material planets, or heavenly planets. These demigods are shackled in golden chains of Sattvaguna. Some jivas of the mode of passion are from the higher planets and the rest are residents of the earth planet, but they are both bound by silver chain of Rajaguna. Jivas in the mode of ignorance are hopelessly inebriated by abominable carnal cravings meant to squeeze out material happiness, and they are fettered in iron chains. The chained up souls cannot step out of the prison house, they are caged in by boundless miseries. Vrajanath, what are the activities of these jivas held captive in Maya's prison house? Babaji, first of all his activities are aimed at satisfying his materialistic inclinations for sense enjoyment. Secondly, he tries to gain respite from the constant suffering that accompanies the prison life. Vrajanath, kindly explain more in detail Jiva's first type of activity. Babaji, Jiva's gross covering is his gross material body. It passes through 6 phases, the body takes birth, it exists, it grows, it deteriorates, it produces byproducts and it is finally destroyed. These 6 transformations are inherent to the gross material body. Additionally, hunger, thirst etc. are its characteristics. Conditions Jiva, now residing in the gross body and being instigated by desires to gratify his senses, becomes enslaved by the urges of eating, mating, sleeping etc. All his activities are directed at titillating his senses. From birth to his last breath he must perform 10 specific types of activities to maintain himself. Additionally, he executes another 18 activities as promulgated in the Vedas. His motives for these works are that in his present birth he wants to acquire sufficient piety through ritualistic performances that will ensure high elevation to the heavenly planets where celestial delights await him. And thereafter, on returning to earth, he is certain to be born in a family of brahmanas or any other higher birth and lead a life of contentment. The other option for the conditioned soul is to take sinful ways. With the 2 kinds of activities, in the former the jiva after his sojourn in the celestial planets takes birth as a human, and in the latter he enters different hellish planets where terrible torture is meted out to him, finally returning to the earth planet in the form of a human being. The conditioned jiva, held as Maya's captive, is thus tied to the giant wheel of karma, making him perpetually traverse this material nature while he incessantly pursues after material goals for sense gratification. He goes back and forth from experiencing invasive pleasures from pious deeds or temporary torment through misdeeds. Vrajanath, kindly narrate now in detail the second type of activity. Babaji, the spirit soul presently residing in his tabernacle has to undertake various activities to supply to its needs. He must make proper arrangements to appease his hunger and quench his thirst. To ensure easy availability of needs he has to toil tirelessly and accumulate wealth to save for bitter winter for heat and clothing. To satiate his lust he has to marry. He continues to work hard making sure his children and relatives are abundantly provided for, so that no deficiency arises. When his body is attacked by disease he takes timely action to make it healthy again. For protecting assets and interests he fights for them in court. He comes fully under the sway of the 6 sinful urges, lust, greed, anger, delusion, hate and envy. They goad him into fights, violence, hatred, harassing others, stealing, cruelty, false pride etc. For his shelter, comfort, and protection he builds houses. His days and nights are spent in gratifying his senses and replenishing his needs. Vrajanath, if Maya had covered the jiva with only a subtle body, or lingasarara, would it not have served her purpose? Babaji, no, the subtle body alone would be inadequate, hence the gross body was a necessity. Actions initiated by the gross body desires in the subtle body, and as a result of these desires the next new gross body receives its shape and substance. Vrajanath, how are actions and their results interlinked? The Mimamsa philosophers postulate that Providence, who decides the results of actions, is an imaginary being. According to them, actions give birth to a principle termed apurva, wonder, and it is this apurva principle which calculates and then gives out the results of actions. Is this a fact? Babaji, the Mimamsa philosophers mainly acquaints with the principle of karma, or fruitive activity, are not conversant with the philosophical conclusions of the Vedas. Basing vague judgments by observing the mood in which certain ritualistic performance are done, they espouse a flaccid philosophy. In truth, the Vedas disagree with their views. Vedas state, Dvasuparna sayojasakaya samanam vrgasam parasis vahate /tayananya pipalam svadvadyans nananyo bhikoxitai, Svet up. 4/6, Mundaka 3/v/1, RG Veda 1/164/21, two birds, Paramatma or Kasarodakazayivinu and the Jiva, are perched on the same branch of a peepal tree, representing this material world, like friends. One of them, Jiva, is eating the fruit of the tree, according to his karma, while the other, Paramatma, is a silent non-participating witness. The purport of this verse is that Jiva, enthralled by Maya, is performing works and is tasting the fruit of his actions. The Supreme Lord, controller of Maya, metes out the results according to Jiva's actions. As long as Jiva is unable to attain a direct audience with the Lord continues to perform pastimes with Jiva appropriate to his situation. In this context, where is the relevance of the Mimamsa philosophers' Apurva principle? Atheistic views are never conclusive and perfect. Vrajanath, why do you refer to karma as being without a beginning? Babaji, the prime cause of all fruitive actions is the desire for it, and at the root of this desire lies ignorance. The definition of ignorance is when Jiva forgets he is Krishna's servant. This ignorance did not sprout out within the span if the creation of this material universe, the seed of karma lies in the matrix of Jiva's marginal position. Since karma's source within the material world is untraceable, it is described as beginningless. Vrajanath, what is the distinction between Maya and avidya, or ignorance? Babaji, Maya is Krishna's energy. He has created the material cosmos with this energy. With the intention to redeem the Kindi Dioni Jiva gone astray, the Lord has made Mayasakti dynamic. May has two aspects, avidya and pradhana, initial cause of the material creation. Avidya is related to Jiva while pradhan is related to this material world. The material universe is produced from pradhan and avidya is the cause of Jiva's fruitive desires. Maya has another two features, vidya, knowledge, and avidya, they are both concerning the Jivas. Avidya puts Jiva in his conditioned state of captivity and avidya liberates him. When the imprisoned Jiva aspires for a union with Krishna, the vidya principle becomes activated. But as long as Jiva remains oblivious of Krishna, he is under the spell of avidya. Brahmajanana, or knowledge of the impersonal aspect of Krishna, is also a branch of the vidya principle. The first part of Jiva's awakened consciousness is known as positive endeavor and the latter part is called realization of knowledge. Avidya obnubilates Jiva's consciousness and vidya dissipates it. Vrajanath, how does pradhan function? Babaji, when Naya or the material nature is agitated by Krishna's potency in the form of time, Mahatatva, or the total material substance is produced. Matter comes into existence when pradhan, an aspect of Maya, is stirred into motion. Mahatattva transforms into ahankar or false ego, and when ahankar comes under the mode of ignorance, akas, or ether is produced. Akas is then transformed into air, the air to fire, fire transforms to water, water to earth. In this way the gross elements or Mahabhuta come into existence. Now, listen carefully to how the Panka Tanmatra, or 5 material concomitants are created. Time agitates material nature's feature of ignorance to produce the inclinations for jnana, knowledge, and karma, fruitive action, in Mahatattva. Again the inclination for karma in Mahatattva transforms into the material modes of goodness and passion which produce material knowledge, or jnana, and action. Mahatattva goes through the same process of transformation and becomes ahankara, or false ego. Ahankara transforms to buddhi or intelligence. When buddhi becomes transformed, it produces the quality of sound in the element akas. The quality of sound transforms into touch, which has both the qualities of akas, ether, and vayu, air, namely, sound and touch. Sound and touch are the metrics for life force, vitality, and strength, prana oya bala. Touch is further transformed into rupa, or form, a quality of the element fire. Teja both, sound and touch are also present in rupa. Form transforms to rasa, or taste of water which contains sound, touch and form. Further transformation produces gandha, or smell in the element earth, which includes the qualities of sound, touch, forms and taste. The spirit soul, the living entity, lends support to the entire process of material transformations. Ahankara, or false ego, is of three kinds: Vaikarika, Tayasa and Tamasa. Vaikarika Ahankara produces the material elements, and Tejasa Ahankara produces the two types of senses, Jnanendriya, knowledge-gathering sensual organs, and Karmendriya, working sense organs. The five Jnanendriya are eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin, sense of touch. The five Karmendriya are mouth, hands, legs, anus and reproductive organ. In this manner all the material paraphernalia, both gross and subtle, may be manufactured, but until and unless they come in contact with the spirit soul, Jiva, they cannot be activated. But once Jiva is impregnated by the Supreme Lord's glance into the material body made up of gross and subtle matter, then everything starts working by his presence. The modes of goodness and passion affix onto the mode of ignorance, produced out of pradhan, and form a conclusive field for action. In the same fashion are the workings of avidya and pradhan. The material principle consists of 24 elements, 5 gross elements being earth, water, fire, air, and ether, the 5 concomitants being smell, taste, form, touch, and sound. The just mentioned 10 sense organs, 5 knowledge gathering and 5 working, are added as much as mind, consciousness, intelligence, and flays ego, 24 in total. Jiva, the spiritual soul, is the 25th principle, and Paramatma, or the supersoul, the 26th. Vrajanath, in this human body, measuring 3.5 lengths of one's arm, elbow to the fingertip, in what proportion are subtle and gross matter present? Where does the spirit soul actually reside? Babaji, the 5 gross elements, the 5 concomitants and the 10 sense organs comprise the gross body. Mind, consciousness, intelligence, and false ego forms the subtle body. One who is falsely identifying with the body and is staking claims in relation to the body, is the Jiva, who, due to this false identification, has been divested of his true spiritual identity. In truth, Jiva is infinitesimal and transcendental to material time, place, and modes. Yet in spite of his minute stature he is conscious of his entire body. Just as a touch of sandalwood paste, applied to any part of the body, soothes the entire body. Similarly, the infinitesimal soul, Jiva, is the knower of his body, which is also called the field orchestra. It is he who experiences the worldly joys and sorrows. Vrajanath, if, as you say, it is the Jiva, who is the central figure enjoying the results of his actions and experiencing elation and distress, then how far is God's lordship and control intact? Babaji, Jiva is the controllee, or the initiator of the cause, desire, while the Supreme Lord is the provider, the supplier, and the one who effectuates Jiva's desires. Jiva is the master of his own actions. And the Supreme Lord is the ultimate controller, arranging for Jiva to enjoy the fruits of his past and present actions, as well as prepares him for his future actions. The Supreme Lord is the disperser of fruits of action, and Jiva is the enjoyer of those fruits. Vrajanath, what are the different types of conditions experienced by the deluded souls? Babaji, the spirit soul deluded by Maya passes through 5 distinct conditions, namely, Akodita Cetana, covered consciousness, Sankusita Santana, contracted consciousness, Mukulita Sentana, budding consciousness, Vikasita Cetana, unfolded consciousness, and Purnavikasita Santana, full-blown consciousness. Vrajanath, which Jiva come under the category of Vikadita Santana. Bhavani, Jivas possessing the inert forms of a tree, plant, or rock belong to this category. The presence of consciousness in them is practically non-existent. Having forgotten their eternal relationship of being a servant to Krishna, they have become so completely engrossed in matter that they are unable to perceive their spiritual self. Only because of the 6 transformations, every jiva through birth, existence, growth, having byproducts, decay and death, it is that these inert jivas have the faintest recollection of their original self. This condition indicates the state of jiva's most degraded consciousness. The examples of Ahalya, Jamal, and Arjuna, the 7 tall trees and so on from the Puranas can shed more light on this topic. Jiva is put to such distressful conditions due to abominable offenses, and only Krishna's mercy can release them from this state. Vrajanath, who are the Sankucita Cetana. Babaji, birds, baists, reptiles, aquatics, insects etc. belong to this category. Unlike the Akatita Cetana, where the perception of consciousness is almost nil, Sankucita Santana Jivas possess slight awareness of their consciousness. They carry out activities like eating, sleeping, mating, defending, moving about according to will, fighting with others when life and ownership is in jeopardy, expressing anger when seeing injustice. But they do not have any knowledge of life after death or the transcendence. Traces of primitive scientific responses are present in the mind of a monkey. They are able to slightly analyze consequences, and possess in minute degree a sense of gratitude. These jivas can differentiate the various material things, but because they cannot probe into the subject of God, their consciousness is contracted. We find in the scriptures descriptions of King Bharat being born as a deer but still remembering the Supreme Lord's name. This, of course, is a very special case, out of the ordinary. King Bharat and even King Enraga received animal forms due to grievous offenses, which were forgiven later by the Supreme Lord's mercy, and they receive his blessings. Vrajanath, what class of jivas come under the title of Mukulita Cetana? Babaji, jivas in the form and in a conditioned state go through 3 phases of existence, namely, Mukulita Santana, Vikasita Cetana, and Purnavikasita Cetana. Human beings can be divided into 5 categories: Nidhi-sunya, lawless; Nirasvaranadika, atheistic but law-abiding and moral; Sesvaranadika, atheist and a moralist; Sadhana Bhakta, God's devotee, whose devotion is tempered by rules and regulations; Bhava Bhakta, a pure devotee, whose love and devotion to the Lord is spontaneous. Those human beings who due to lack of knowledge or due to pervert knowledge become atheists come under the CA5 category of Nidhi-sunya or Nirasvaranadika. Morality mixed with restricted faith in God is the hallmark of a Sesvaranadika jiva. Those who try to strictly follow the rules of the scriptures and have attraction to devotional service to the Supreme Lord are sadhana bhaks. Limited attachment and spontaneous attraction to serve the Supreme Lord are the symptoms of a bhava bhakta. Nidhi-sunya, lawless, immoral, and Nirasvaranadika, atheist and moralist, human beings have Mukulita Cetana, budding consciousness. Sesvaranadika, theist and moralist, and Sadhana Bhakta, devotee guided by rules, human beings possess Vikasita Cetana, unfolded consciousness. Only the Bhava Bhakta, spontaneous devotee, is in the stage of Purnavikasita Cetana, full-blown consciousness. Vrajanath, how long is the Bhava Bhakta to remain in a deluded conditions? Babaji, this question will have to be taken up when we discuss the 7th sloka. It is late, go back home. Vrajanath recapitulated all the points he heard on his way back home. Chapter 17 Jiva's state of emancipation from Maya's subjugation. Vrajanath's grandmother completed all the arrangements for his marriage ceremony. She detailed him on it that night. Brajanatha avoided making any comments during or after his grandmother's monologue. After supper he lay face up on his bed and pondered about the status of the pure soul, Sutta Jiva, and fell asleep late in the night. But in another room, the aged grandmother had altogether other thoughts keeping her awake and worried. She wondered, how can I interest Brajanatha in his own matrimonial affairs? He seems so unconcerned. Grandmother's thoughts were intruded upon by the sudden appearance of Brajanatha's maternal cousin brother, Banamadhava. In fact, the marriage alliance being sought was between Brajantha and Banamadhava's paternal cousin sister. Bijoy Vidyaratna, the future bride's father, had sent Banamadhava to finalize last details, and so he came to talk with the grandmother. He said to her, "Granny, why delay it further? Please organize everything and expedite this marriage, it is up to you." Grandmother, already concerned about the present situation, expressed her chagrin. "Dear boy, you are such an expert in these matters, why not speak to Brajanatha and make him understand that he must marry? Every day I bring up this subject he remains mum. Banamadhava has a short stature, small neck, dark complexion, and sneaky, dimly lit porcine eyes. He keeps his fingers in every pie but manages to stay aloof, or at least gives such an that impress Zion." He quickly retorted, "Granny, everything will work out just fine. All I am waiting for is your permission, then nothing can stand in my way. You are already aware of what I can accomplish. I can extract money by counting the waves. Allow me once to raise this topic with Brajanatha." "Ah yes. Granny. Have you already forgotten? You promised to stuff me with all those goodies you prepared." Grandmother informed Banamadhava that Brajanatha was already fast asleep, to which he replied that he would take it up with Brajanatha tomorrow, and left. Early next morning Banamadhava showed up with a lota, small kettle-shaped vessel, in his hand. Brajanatha came from somewhere outside and sat down on the Kandi Mandapa platform in front of the Devi temple. Brajanatha addressed him with a mild surprise in his voice, "My brother. What brings you here so early?" Banamadhava decided to take a straight plunge and said, "Dear older brother. You have spent a long time studying and teaching the Nyaya scriptures, logic, rhetoric. Your father Haranatha Kudamani was a renowned scholar, now you are also famous as a pandita. But have you considered that you are the sole male member in your household who will inherit these large holdings if there are no progenies? Big brother, it is everyone's earnest desire that you marry." Brajanatha said, "Dear brother, why do you uselessly pester me? Nowadays associate with Lord Gauranga's followers. Have no intention of entering household life. Experience Imu's exaltation in the company of Vaisnava saints in Mayapura. Family life does not attract me. I will either embrace the renunciant's order and take sannyasa or remain in one place under the shelter of the Vaisnava's feet. 1 am revealing these facts to you because I consider you a close friend, please do not divulge this to anyone." Judging Brajanatha's mood, Banamadhava thought to himself that a straightforward, simple approach will not get him far on his mission, so he decided on a more devious course. He slyly masked his inner feelings and said, "I am here to assist you in anything you want. As a student I carried your books to and fro from the school, and now you are about to enter the sannyasa ashrama, this time will carry your staff and water pot." Sly and cunning persons possess forked tongues. They say one thing to one person and twists everything when repeating it to another, causing considerable chaos and contention. It is very difficult to get the truth or real feelings out of a sly person. Their words are sugar-coated but their hearts are blackened with poison. When Brajanatha heard Banamadhava's sympathetic words, he felt encouraged to confide in him, and said, "Dear brother, always knew you as a well-wishing and hearty friend. You see, my grandmother is an old-fashioned matriarch and thinks like all women do, she has no knowledge about the serious facts of life, of renunciation, spirituality, and so on. She simply wants to find a bride for me and drag me into the inferno of family life. She has been tirelessly scheming about this. If you can persuade her to desist from continuing this charade, will remain ever indebted to you. Banamadhava, as long as Sarmarama, the great arbitrator, yours truly is present, no one can force you against your will. Elder brother, please open your heart to me and tell me honestly why you have developed such strong aversions for household life. Must know so that can take up your brief with vigor. Who has advised you to embrace renunciation?" Brajanatha, frank and trusting, told him everything openly, that the respected and elderly Raghunatha Dasa Babaji was his mentor, to whom he fled every evening, finding emblemming cool in his company from the incinerating pangs of material existence, and who was extremely merciful to him. But Banamadhava was a crooked man with sinister designs. He conspired with himself. Now I have it, know his weakness. I will have to make some devious maneuvers to bring him back on the track. Out loud, he said, elder brother, I will secretly convince grandmother to give up her plans for your marriage, but first one must return to my house. Banamadhava went home, but soon after, via a circuitous way, set out for Mayapur. In Srivasangana he sat under the fragrant bakula tree and thought deprecatingly, these good-for-nothing Vaisnavas are the real enjoyers in this world. They live in nice settings with blossoming flowers, green shady bowers and wide clean courtyards. The quiet meditation huts, Bhajana Kutira, are one for each. They sit inside, away from public eye, and chant japa. That is all they have to do. They can afford to be complacent like despotic rulers. God-fearing people, especially the pious ladies, on their way back from ablutions in the Ganga, bring varieties of fruits, milk, and so on. Really cushy life. Earlier the caste brahmanas were able to channel this flow of bounty in their direction by institutionalizing karmakanda performances, but the Babajis have outwitted them and have become the latest rage. O Kali Yuga! I salute you. You protect your followers and allow them to live off the fat of the land. Coming here my eyes have opened up. Alas! My birth in an elevated Kulina Brahmana family has proved to be fruitless. Today no one offers us even a glass of water, let alone fruits. These charlatans, these Vaisnavas dare accuse the scholarly logicians, Nayika, of word jugglery, calling them fools. And my elder brother Brajanatha, after studying this science thoroughly, now believes in their words. He is an unfortunate victim in their mischievous clutches. So what of it? 1 a.m. Banamadhava, I will harass Brajanatha and teach these crooks in loincloth a good lesson. He stopped spewing mental venom, sauntered over to one of the huts and entered it. Call it coincidence, the elderly Raghunatha Babaji was the occupant of the hut, and he was sitting on a simple handmade straw mat and chanting japa. The face is an index of the mind. Babaji saw that Kali Yuga, having taken the form of this young Brahmana boy, had entered his hut. By nature the Vaisnavas are very humble, considering themselves at all times to be lower than a strand of straw. They tolerate the taunts of inimical persons and wishes only for their best. Uninterested in seeking respect for themselves, the Vaisnavas are always respectful to others. So, Raghunatha Babaji endearingly bade Banamadhava a seat. Banamadhava was a die-hard Vaisnava hater. Ignorant about the Vaisnava status, he concluded that the elderly Babaji was a Sudra, and so he raised his right hand palm up and blessed him, then took his seat. Babaji Maharaja inquired, son, what is your name, and what brings you here? The elderly Babaji had addressed Banamadhava with the more familiar and casual term, to me, and not with the respectful address, apni. This enraged Banamadhava. With an undignified sneer, Banamadhava replied, hey, you Babaji, you think just wearing a kopana, loincloth, can bring you on equal terms with a Brahmana? That aside, I like to know whether you are acquainted with Brahnatha Nayapankanana. RB, kindly forgive my offenses, and overlook the speech defects of an old man. Yes, Brajanatha very graciously sometimes comes here. Bani, that man is not as simple as you think he is. He will visit you regularly for some time, win your confidence and do whatever he had set out to do. The Balapukara Brahmana community is antagonistic towards you Vaisnavas after having observed your practices. They selected Brajanatha to come here and find out more about the going-ons here. You are an elderly man. You should be careful of him. I will visit you time to time and tell you all about their devious schemes against your lot. A note of caution, Brajanatha must not know I was here, for your own good. Take your leave now. Banamadhava sidled off and left for home. After lunch Banamadhava went to Brajanatha. In the course of their conversation Bani casually mentioned, elder brother, I had gone to Mayapura on some work this morning and unexpectedly met a very aging Vaisnava. I think he was called Rathanatha Babaji. We exchanged a few courteous words and came to speaking about you. He mentioned something so despicable about you that was shocked. Never before have heard such a castigating speech against a Brahmana. Finally he said, that he will feed you with the contaminated remnants of all the castes, and demote you from your Brahmanical position. What a shame! If a Pandita like yourself is insulted, and yet you continue to visit him, then this will blacken the good name of the entire Brahmana community. Brajanatha was shocked to hear Banamadhava's words. Brajanatha had developed a firm faith and trust in the Vaisnavas and a growing devotion towards Raghunatha Dasa Babaji. Suddenly, for no recognizable reason, all his feelings towards them became much stronger. Brajanatha turned to Banamadhava and said, "Brother, today I am busy, tomorrow we can discuss this at leisure, you better go home now." Banamadhava left quietly. Brajanatha was well aware of Banayava's duplicitous character. Although he studied logic and rhetorics extensively, Brajanatha disliked dishonest ways. He had revealed his intimate thoughts about accepting renunciation to Banamadhava since he had expressed his willingness to assist him in his quest for sannyasa ashrama. But now he understood that Banamadhava had spoken encouragingly about his taking sannyasa with an ulterior and malicious motive. He hit upon the thought that Banamadhava's Machiavellian machinations were after all prompted by some gain for himself, probably regarding his marriage. Hence the visit to Mayapura with intentions of sowing seeds of dissension. Brajanatha clasped his hands and earnestly prayed to the Lord O Lord, let my faith, Shraddha, in Guru and the Vaisnavas continue to grow and become fixed and unshaken, not reduced by the wiles of mammon worshippers and cheats. He was deeply absorbed in philosophical cogitations till late afternoon. At sunset, he eagerly set out for Srivasangana. After Banamadhava left Raghunatha Dasa Babaji's hut, the elderly Babaji considered in his mind that his Vista was an evil-powered demon, Brahma Raksasa Kalamashrityajayant Brahma Yonishu. The demoniac persons will take shelter of Kali Yuga to multiply and be born as Brahmanas. This description aptly fits my visitor. He is arrogant of his Brahmana caste, insolent in behavior, inimical to the Vaisnavas, and a hypocrite who makes a show of religiosity written all over his face. His narrow shoulders, dim sly eyes and cunning circumlocution reflects his nature. What a striking distinction between the two. Brajanatha has a lovely nature and this man takes after the devil himself. O my Lord Krishna! O Lord Gauranga! Please protect me from evil, so I may never have to associate with such men. I must warn Brajanatha against this vicious man. When Brajanatha came that evening, Babaji Maharaja's affection, which had greatly increased, circumfused him and welcomed him as he embraced him. Brajanatha, considerably moved, fell at his feet, eyes brimming with tears. Out of countenance, Brajanatha remained silent. Babaji Maharaja said, I was visited this morning by a dark-complexioned Brahmana youth, who made certain provocative remarks. Do you know this person? Dear Gurudeva, there are many sorts of human beings, if may repeat your words, one of them is so prevented that they enjoy causing anxiety to others. Banamadhava, I hesitate to add the prefix brother, is a prime exemplar of this kind. I would be happy not to mention him any more. His main business is to criticize you to me and about me to you. Wedge ripped in the friendship with falsities and lies. Hope you were not offended by this upstart. RB, O Krishna! O Gauranga! Am fortunate to be in the service of Vaisnava since long, and by their mercy I am able to judge between who is a Vaisnava and a non-devotee. I have properly assessed everything that happened today. You may drop the topic. All right Gurudeva, let us forget it. Kindly tell me how the conditioned soul attains liberation, Muddy. RB, the answer to this question is available in the 7th sloka of the Dasamalasik Sa. Yatha Bitramam Hararasa Galadvice Navahanam Kadasit Sampasian Tadanugamansya Drosurihatata Krishnavratyataya Jati Sanakarmaya Kadasam Svarapam Vibitrano Vimalarasa Bhagam Sa Kurud, Dasamula 7, the conditioned living entity travels high and low from one life species to another. When he finally meets a Vaisnava saint who is saturated in love of Godhead, Lord Hari, he gradually develops a taste for serving and following him. By chanting Krishna's name he becomes purified of his material contamination. His original spiritual identity begins to manifest more and more, and he attains eligibility to relish the nectar of pure devotional service to the Supreme Lord. Br. Respected Babaji, please cite a few verses from the Vedas to substantial this sloka. Rb. Both the Mundaka and Svetasvatara Upanishads repeat the same thing. Samain Vergas Puraso Nimagnonisaya Sokadima Yamana Justum Yata Pasiatin Yamasamasiya Mahimanamati Vita Sakha, Mund.3/1/2, Svet 4/7. Although the two birds are on the same tree, the eating bird, Jiva, is full of anxiety and moroseness, engrossed in enjoying the fruits of the tree. But if somehow or other he turns to his friend, who is the Lord, and learns his glories, at once the suffering bird becomes free from all anxieties. Br. Does the phrase, he turns to his friend, who is the Lord, and learns his glories, at once the suffering bird becomes free from all anxieties, describe liberation of Jiva? Rb. Termination of Jiva's captivity to Maya, is emancipation, Mutti. The person who is associating with pure devotees is sure to attain Mutti. What is required to be known is the status Jiva attains after liberation at Mutti. The Srimad Bhagavatam declares, Muttiratvanyathurupam Svarapina Vyavasthita, SB 2/10/6, liberation is the permanent situation of the form of the living entity after he gives up the changeable gross and subtle material bodies. According to this verse, the Jiva must give up his many other material forms and become permanently situated in his original, spiritual identity, Svarupa. As soon as the chains of captivity are severed, the process of Jiva's Mutti concludes. Then begins Jiva's endless engagements in his new status with his original and spiritual body, executing his prime necessities, prayahana. The state after extirpation of extreme suffering may also be called Mutti, but beyond this, is the condition of sublime, spiritual blissfulness that the liberated Jiva experiences. The Chandogya describes it as, Evamivasa samprasados makarirat samatthaya param jyatirapa sampadias vinarupina bini spadiate sa uttamapurasa sa tatrapari yeti jacksanakridana ramamana, ch 8/12/3, the liberated Jiva transcends the confines of his gross and subtle material bodies and acquires a spiritual form luminescent with transcendental luster. This is his original, supramundane identity. He is a perfected being and resides in the spiritual world, relishing every moment of sublime activities and divine bliss. Br. What are the symptoms of a liberated soul? Rb. Chandogya Upanishad mentions 8 symptoms: Atmapahadapapna Vyaro Vimrtyurvisako Vijayutso Pipasa Satyakama Satyasam Kalpaso and Vestavya, ch 8/7/1. A person should search out a liberated soul who is free from material contaminations and sins, who has transcended material nature, meaning he is ever fresh, has conquered death, is beyond suffering, is not attacked by material hunger or thirst, whose desires are faultless and spiritual, and whose every wish is fulfilled. Br. The 7th sloka of the Dasamula mentions that after wandering through many life species, the fortunate soul meets a pure devotee Vaisnava, steeped in love of Godhead, which brings about his, Jiva's, benediction. The first part of my argument on this topic is, does the practice and cultivation of Brahmajanana, Astanga Yoga, and other such auspicious activities, ultimately lead to the attainment of devotion to Lord Hari or not? Rb. The Supreme Lord has described in his own words in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Na bodhayati mam yogo na sankyam dharma eva ca na svadhyaya stapastyago nestapurdam na dakshinavrataniya janaschandamzi tirthani niyamayamayathai varundhi satsanga sarvasangapeo hi mam, SB 11/12/1-2, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, am not captivated by any of the following practices like, The Eightfold Yoga System, asana, pranayama, yama niyama etc., philosophical speculations of the Sankhya school. Nonviolence, penances, studying the Vedas, embracing the sannyasa order of renunciation, conducting sacrifices, agnihotra, philanthropic works like digging wells and ponds, giving charity, observance of religious vows like Chaturmasya, worshipping demigods with sacred mantras, visiting pilgrimages, and so on. But am easily won over by anyone who associates with my pure devotees, sadhu sangha, because such association roots out all unwanted material desires in the heart, anarthas. The purport of this verse is, that all these practices are not as adequate as sadhu sangha is, to attract the Supreme Lord's mercy. The Eightfold Path of Yoga, Astanga Yoga, and such practices only superficially pleases the Lord, unlike sadhusanga, which please Him fully. In another text, Harabhakti Sudhodaya, this statement is found, Yajyayat Sangata Pumso Manavatsiyat sa Tajunas Vikulard Hyadato Hymans Vayothanyeva Samsrayat, Hari.B.S. 851st, a person acquires the characteristics of the company he keeps, much like a gemstone which lends some of its own color and sparkle to other substances which are in touch with it. Therefore a person can become a pure devotee in the saintly association of pure devotees. Sadhu Sangha brings all-round benison for the living entities. The scriptures advise nishanga, or to give up company. This means to refuse contact with the worldly-minded and the Mammonites, while single-mindedly seeking saintly company of Vaisnavas. Saintly association, even if unknowingly sought for, rewards a person with good fortune. The Srimad Bhagavatam extols, Sango ya samsruta hitar asatsu vyatodaya sa eva sadhu sukrito nishangat vayakalpate, SB March 23, 55. Association for sense gratification is certainly the path of bondage. But the same type of association, performed with a saintly person, leads to the path of liberation, even if performed without knowledge. Nazam matis tavat urukramangram sparsati anarthapagamo yadartha mahiyasam pudaraju bizekam niskankananam na vernita yavat, SB July 5, 32. Unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaisnava completely free from material contamination, persons very much inclined towards materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in this way can one be freed from material contamination. Na hyan mayani tirthani na devam rechilamaya te panantira kalana darsanatava sadhava, B10/48/31, by devoutly worshipping Ganga Devi in holy pilgrimages and the earthen or marble deity forms of demigods for protracted periods, sanctifies the soul, whereas an unalloyed devotee of the Lord purifies any person simply a moment's association, darsana, by his mere presence. Bhavape Vargo by Tramato Yada Babe Jayanasia Taryasi Udasatsamagamma Satsangamo Yarayatadeva Sajata Paravarese Tiva Ejate Mata, SB 10/51/53, OAC Uttha. O Supreme Being eternally fixed in his original identity, the infallible one. Jiva is eternally enthralled in the continuous cycle of birth and death. When the time for his release from this vicious cycle arrives, he attains first the association of saintly persons. Right from that moment he develops attachment to your lotus feet. You are the Lord of both the material and spiritual worlds and the shelter of the saintly souls. Brajanatha, Miboy, the eternally conditioned soul is crucified to the karma kakra, the endless cycle of fruitive reactions, since time immemorial, wandering in the material universe from one life species to another, sometime as demigod, sometimes as beast. But, if on the strength of his previous pious deeds, sikriti, accumulated over lifetimes, he meets a pure, elevated devotee of the Lord, he develops attraction for serving the Supreme Lord, Krishna. Br. Guruji, you say that sikriti brings a person in contact with a saintly soul. What is sikriti? Is it a part of karma, fruitive activity, or jnana, knowledge? RB, according to the scriptures, pious auspicious activities are called sikriti. They are of two varieties, Bhaktipravartika, which invokes devotional service, and Avantaraphalapravartaka, which begets irrelevant extraneous results. Fruitive activities enunciated in the Namatika Dharma or the quasi-permanent religious duties, the empirical knowledge of Sankhya philosophy are examples of Sikriti which brings extraneous results. Saintly association, visiting spiritually elevating pilgrimages, dhammas, observing devotional vows, ekadasi etc., and so on, are Bhaktipravartaka Sikriti. Bhaktipravartaka Sikriti, when accumulated, becomes a force and it generates devotion to Krishna, whereas the Avantaraphalapravartaka Sikriti rewards temporary material results and then exhausts itself. All meritorious deeds such as giving in charity, performing austerity etc. dispenses sense gratificatory boons. Realization of Brahman through monistic empirical knowledge is a Sikriti which brings one liberation, mukti. However, none of these Sikritis are capable of adding up to give attachment for devotional service. The company of pure devotees, observing vows conducive to devotional service like Ekadasi, Janmasthami, Gaurapurnima, offering service to Tulasidvai, to Lord Vinu's temple, honoring Mahaprasada, remanence of a pure devotee, circumambulating and worshipping the holy dhammas are all Bhaktipravartaka Sikriti. Br. A person, afflicted by the pangs of material existence, desires to end his suffering caused by nescience, earnestly approaches the shelter of Lord Hari's lotus feet, wanting to surrender himself, will he not be awarded devotional service? Rb. If a person becomes conscious, through his power of discrimination, of the distress inflicted upon him by nescience, he comprehends that material life is unreal and contaminated. When he realizes that the Supreme Lord's lotus feet and his unalloyed, intimate devotees are his only soul sanctuaries and he single-mindedly endeavors to surrender to the Lord, first he finds the protective association of the saintly souls who are engrossed in love of Godhead. This sublime association results in acquiring the prime Sikriti of human life, which in turn rewards him the greatest benediction of attaining the lotus feet of the Lord. His initial mood of renunciation and state of awakened consciousness act as indirect, secondary stepping stones toward his devotional goal. Saintly association, sadhu sangha, is an indispensably hence a principal means to attain pure devotional service at the lotus feet of Krishna. Br. Even if we place karma, jnana, vairagya, renunciation, and vivka, awakened conscience, as the secondary causes for bhakti, why not call them Bhaktipravartaka Sikriti? Rb. We have strong reservations regarding this opinion. The results of these performances are extraneous to the real goal and most often, after awarding the results they become redundant and ineffectual. Karma, after pushing the jiva into the pool of material enjoyment, dries up and leaves. Vairagya and vivka, are enunciation and empirical queries, often elevates jiva to realize non-dual Brahman and no further, due to their own inadequacy. The monistic, non-dual Brahman realization usually deprives jiva from receiving shelter at the Supreme Lord's lotus feet. Therefore, they cannot be assertively termed Bhaktipravartaka Sikriti, but in rare instances someone may be carried up by them to the portal of bhakti. These instances are exceptions, not the rule. Whereas sadhu sangha has no irrelevant results as side effects, it elevates the person to the highest realization, love of Godhead, prema, as confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sadam prasanan mama virya samvido bhavanti hrt karnarazayana katha tajjosanad asv ape vargavartamani sradaratir bhaktiranukramijyati. SB March 25, 25. In the association of pure devotees, discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Lord is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed, and his attraction, for the Lord, becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begins. Br. Thus sadhu sangha is established as being the only Bhaktipravartaka Sikriti. About the procedure, is hearing spiritual topics from sadhus followed by attaining devotional service? Rb. All right, I will explain to you the step-by-step development, listen carefully. While wandering through different life species, a jiva is born as a human. He must perform, for whatever reasons providential or otherwise, Bhaktipravartaka in the form of any one of the limbs of pure devotional service. For example, fasting on Ekadasi and other devotionally potent and important spiritual occasions, visiting and respecting holy places of the Supreme Lord's pastimes, hearing kirtana from the lips of a renounced and humble Vaisnava sadhu. But those persons who desire sense gratification, buddhi, and liberation gmati, will not get the result of Bhaktipravartaka by participating in any of these. If innocent persons, even devoid of philosophical understanding, perform these activities, either by accident, or by arrangement of circumstance or because of social etiquette, but without thinking of buddhi and muddy, then they will certainly obtain the result of Bhaktipravartaka. And when such sikriti accumulates over many lifetimes, they transform into sraddha, or faith in the process of pure devotional service. Sraddha then gives birth to the desire to associate with pure devotees. Pure association inspires steady cultivation of regulative devotional practices, sadhana, kama, meditation and chanting, bhajana. Regular bhajana destroys the unwanted, material desires in heart, anartha. When anarthas are uprooted, the initial sraddha is transformed into unflinching faith, nistha. Nistha, through gradual purification, increases taste for devotional service, rusai. Rusai reveals the sublime beauty of bhakti and it becomes converted to strong attachments for bhakti, asakti. When asakti fully blossoms, loving spiritual emotions, bhava, rati, floods the heart. All the different bhavas in concert create spiritual humor, rasa, leading to love of Godhead prema. The point to note is, that from seeing a pure sadhu person with sikriti develops the inclination to associate with him and emulate his examples. The conclusion is, that the first time contact with a sadhu, immaterial of what brought it about, it created sraddha in the heart. Sraddha then inspired the person to approach a pure devotee seeing him in a new light. This is the second stage of sadhu sangha. Another term for sraddha is surrender or saranapati. The first stage of sadhu sangha is characterized by the influence, due to proximity, of the Supreme Lord's favored place, festive days, objects, paraphernalia, and recipient of mercy, pure devotee. The Bhagavad Gita describes the symptoms of saranapati, which is the result of the first stage of sadhu sangha, in the following verse: Sarvadharman parityajya mamakam saranam vraja aham tivam sarvapapya moksayajyami ma sukha, BG 1866, abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear. The purport of this verse is, that all varieties of religion include, Smarta, Astangayika, Sankhya, Jainana, Vairagya etc., Namatika religion. The act of abandoning must be conducted on the basis of proper comprehension that the practice of these religions does not tantamount to the execution of the prime necessity of human existence, prayahana. Supreme Lord Krishna, the ever-youthful hero of Braja, the embodiment of eternality, absolute knowledge and bliss, is the sole goal of human existence. Knowing this, the jiva must relinquish the desire for buddhi and muddy and surrender to Krishna. This is real sraddha. And when such a level of sraddha is enthroned in jiva's heart, he sheds tears of remorse, for lost time, and applies himself with gusto in following a pure Vaisnava sadhu. This time sadhu